Chapter 1. The blank page. The page should have been there. Wei Xun stood in the Jade Archive's forbidden section, his fingers hovering over the empty space where Chapter 7 of the Celestial Sword Manual should have begun. Not missing. Not lost. There. The paper itself remained, yellowed and brittle, bound in leather that had survived 3 centuries of careful preservation. But the text, the technique, the diagrams, the insights that had once filled those pages, existed only as an absence so profound it left a shape in the air itself, like the shadow cast by something that no longer occupied the world. He could feel it. A void signature, that's what he called them in his mind. Not darkness, because darkness was still a thing you could perceive. This was the negative space of existence itself, the chi equivalent of a name no one remembered, a legacy no one was allowed to know. It made the back of his neck ache in a way he couldn't quite describe to others. If you've ever felt the wrongness of something missing, not the sadness of loss, but the cosmic discomfort of erasure, then you understand why Wei pulled his hand back, trembling slightly. The heavens had done this. Someone had done this for the heavens. And whatever had been erased had been dangerous enough to warrant the expense of that power. The day is April 8th, 2026, and you're about to follow a cultivator who hunts what the cosmos tried to bury. If you're ready to discover what legacies the heavens tried to erase, and why one of them was Wei Xun's own forgotten past, then subscribe to this channel, hit the bell for every new chapter, and like this video to power the forgotten legacies back into the world. You shouldn't be in here. Wei turned to find Kuang Fei standing in the archive's doorway, an oil lamp casting dancing shadows across the old keeper's weathered face. The man was 67, though the weight of preserving forbidden knowledge had aged him in ways that had nothing to do with years. I was looking for the Immortal Fundamentals commentary, Wei said, which was technically true. He just hadn't expected to find something far more interesting in the process. Kuang Fei stepped inside, and the archive door swung shut behind him with a sound like a sigh. The old keeper moved with the careful precision of someone who had walked these corridors 10,000 times, perhaps more. His eyes, when they found Wei's, held a complicated knowledge. You felt something, Kuang Fei said. Not a question. Wei hesitated. 5 years he had lived in this archive. 5 years of Kuang Fei teaching him to read, to meditate, to understand the basic cultivation texts that formed a cultivator's foundation. 5 years, and in all that time, Wei had never mentioned his strange ability to perceive the gaps in texts, the wrongness of missing pages, the ache that came from void signatures. It seemed too strange, too personal, too much like admitting he was broken in some fundamental way. The Chapter 7 space, Wei said finally. It's not blank. It's full of something. Just not anything we can see. Kuang Fei was quiet for a long moment. Then he set his lamp down on a nearby shelf and approached the manual that had caught Wei's attention. His own fingers, scarred from decades of careful work with delicate texts, hovered over the same void signature. But unlike Wei, the old man's hand trembled not from perception, but from fear. How many times have you seen this? Kuang Fei asked. Hundreds, Wei admitted. Maybe thousands. Every archive has them. The missing chapters, the removed diagrams, the spaces where something was deliberately scrubbed away. I thought everyone could see them. No one else can. Kuang Fei's voice had taken on a grave quality. Or if they can, they know better than to speak of it. Wei, what you're describing, what you're able to perceive, is something the heavens themselves take pains to hide. The weight of that statement settled over the archive like snow. Wei had lived his entire remembered life, 5 years of it, since Kuang Fei had taken him in, without knowing his own name, his own past, or why he had arrived at the Jade Archive with nothing but the clothes on his back and a mind full of blank spaces. He had assumed his amnesia was personal tragedy. Now, standing before a deliberately erased chapter, he wondered if it was something far more sinister. Can you read it? Kuang Fei asked. What was erased? Wei took a breath and closed his eyes. This was the part that was hard to explain, the part that made him feel like he was going mad every time he did it. He centered his awareness in the space just above his navel, where his fledgling cultivation had begun to gather the first real accumulations of qi. Then, instead of looking outward at the world as it existed, he inverted his perception entirely. He stopped looking at what was there. Instead, he learned to see the shape of what was missing. It was like pressing his consciousness into a mold carved from void, and in that moment, the archive fell away. The physical text became irrelevant. All that mattered was the negative space, the outline of the erased technique, drawn in the chi itself like a ghost imprint too faint for any normal cultivator to perceive. Visions came to him in fragments, not linear, but dimensional, the way dreams worked. A sword form, not the individual movements, but the philosophy behind them. The understanding of how to channel qi along certain forbidden pathways, how to create a resonance between one's weapon and the heavens themselves. Diagrams showing meridians that no standard cultivation text acknowledged. A cultivation stage called celestial resonance, which sat above the traditional immortal ascension realm entirely. And then, most disturbing, a name. A cultivator's true name, written in old script, speaking some technique that could supposedly listen to the heavens' silence and learn their secrets. The void signature was fragmenting as he tried to hold it in his mind. The erasure was deep, thorough, intentional. Whoever had removed this chapter had been powerful, precise, and absolutely committed to ensuring no one could easily recover what had been taken. Wei gasped and snapped his eyes open. His nose was bleeding. Kuang Fei was already moving, pressing a cloth into Wei's hands. The old keeper's expression had shifted from fear to something approaching resignation, the look of a man watching a prophecy come true. "You got something," Kuang Fei said. "Not a question. A sword technique. And in a cultivation stage that doesn't exist anymore, or never was supposed to exist." Wei pressed the cloth to his face, feeling the peculiar combination of violation and vertigo that always came after a deep void reading. Someone wanted this erased so badly they burned it from history. "Come with me," Kuang Fei said. "Before you do anything else, we need to talk about what you are. And we need to do it somewhere the archive's walls can't overhear." Wei followed the old keeper deeper into the archive, past the forbidden section, past the cultivation texts, past the histories and the technical treatises. They descended a stone staircase that Wei had never noticed before, though he had walked past it 100 times. Behind them, the archive's doors seemed to watch them go, and somewhere in the building's bones, Wei could have sworn he heard the faint whisper of pages turning in a wind that didn't exist. The archive's basement was older than the archive itself. Kuang Fei lit torches along the walls, and in their light, Wei could see that these stones predated the current city by centuries. The keeper led him to a chamber at the very bottom of the staircase, a circular room with walls of black granite and a ceiling lost to shadow. In the center of the room stood an empty pedestal. It was the wrongness of it that struck Wei first, not the stone itself. That was ancient and perfectly ordinary. But the pedestal radiated the same void signature Wei had learned to recognize, the same shape of absence that marked erased things. Whatever had once stood there had been deliberately, thoroughly removed. This pedestal held a tablet, Kuang Fei said quietly. 3,000 years ago, it held the founding principles of the Jade Archive itself. The principles explained why this archive exists, who built it, and what knowledge it was meant to preserve. Those principles were erased by heavenly decree, 300 years before I was even born. Wei approached the pedestal slowly. Now that Kuang Fei had told him what it had held, he could sense the ghost outline more clearly. A series of stone tablets, arranged in a specific order, covered in script that had been burned away not by fire, but by something far more permanent. Something that had gone to the effort of unmaking them from history itself. "Why are you showing me this?" Wei asked. "Because you need to understand something about yourself," Kuang Fei replied. 5 years ago, a boy came stumbling out of the forest north of the city. He was bleeding, confused, and he had no memory of who he was. The only remarkable thing about him was that he was alive, despite having a wound that should have killed him. "Lingyao, the woman who brought you to me. She said you looked like you had been running from something, that you had the expression of someone hunted." Wei's mouth had gone dry. This was not the story of his arrival that he had been told. Not quite. The official version was that he had simply been lost, found by a traveler, and brought to the archive because the archive took and displaced young people and trained them as scholars. "You've never asked me about your past," Kuang Fei continued. "I think part of you didn't want to know. Part of you was afraid that remembering would hurt. But there's something else going on, something far larger than one young man's amnesia. Because, Wei, there are no records of you in the archive's logs from that time. No entry describing your arrival. No notes about your training. The day Lingyao brought you to me. She brought you straight to my private quarters, and we have kept your presence here quiet ever since." "Why?" Wei's voice sounded small, even to himself. "Because the day after you arrived, there was a disturbance in the heavens. The kind of disturbance that causes the archive's old stones to tremble and the void signatures to scream." Kuang Fei turned to face Wei fully. "And because, 7 days after you arrived, I checked the archive's founding records, and I found something remarkable, a chapter that had been deliberately inserted in the middle of a text, grafted in from another source. It was a chapter about something called the glitch in the erasure, a being born once every 1,000 years who could perceive what the heavens tried to destroy. That chapter was erased itself exactly 100 years ago, but I had made a copy, years before the erasure, and I kept that copy hidden." Kuang Fei produced a slim book from inside his robes. Its binding was silk, dyed a deep indigo that had faded to almost gray. He placed it in Wei's trembling hands. "I think you need to understand what you are," Kuang Fei said quietly. "And I think you need to do it before the heavens realize what you've become." Wei opened the book. The first page was written in careful hand, clearly copied by someone who understood the importance of preservation. It was an old script, far older than anything in the archive's main collection. The title read, "The Nature of the Glitch, Why the Heavens Fear Perception." And as Wei began to read, he felt the void signatures throughout the entire archive respond, resonating in sympathy with the knowledge he was finally beginning to understand. The archive had been protecting him, waiting for him to be ready. And somewhere in the heavens, in the spaces where cosmic law was written and rewritten, something ancient and impersonal had just noticed his awakening. Chapter 2. The keeper Kuang Fei spent the next 3 days teaching Wei how to survive his own nature. It was not a gentle education. The old keeper understood that Wei was a living paradox, a glitch in the system that had been designed specifically to prevent his existence. And paradoxes, if left unchecked, had a way of unraveling the reality they occupied. The first lesson came in the meditation chamber, deep below the archive where the wards were strongest. Kuang Fei placed Wei in the center of the chamber and told him to do something he had never considered before, to read the void signatures without losing himself in them. Most people who perceive the void go mad because they lose the distinction between what exists and what doesn't, Kuang Fei explained. The absence becomes as real as the presence, and their mind cannot reconcile the contradiction. You must learn to exist in both states simultaneously, to see the void without letting it consume your sense of self. Wei attempted meditation after meditation, each time pushing deeper into the void perception, each time pulling back just before the sensation became overwhelming. By the third attempt, his nose had bled so heavily that Kuang Fei had to stop him and tend the wound himself, using cloth and quiet care to clean the blood away. "The physical toll is real," Kuang Fei said as he worked. "Your body is not evolved to do this. Every time you enter the void state, you're pushing your qi channels past their natural limits, forcing them to accommodate perceptions they were never meant to develop. In time, with cultivation and growth, your body will adapt. But for now, you will bleed. You will suffer. And you must learn to accept that suffering as the price of your nature." Wei nodded, understanding in that moment something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. Power always had a cost. The heavens understood this. That was why they feared those who could perceive their erasure mechanism. Not because the knowledge was inherently dangerous, but because anyone who pursued such knowledge would eventually be willing to pay any price to understand it. Over the next few days, Kuang Fei introduced Wei to the technical aspects of void reading. It began with meditation. Deep, careful meditation, not the simple breathing exercises the archive's basic cultivation texts taught, but something older and more deliberate. Kuang Fei taught Wei to enter the state of perception gradually, to see the void signatures in stages rather than all at once, to build up tolerance to the sensation the way one builds tolerance to pain through repeated, controlled exposure. The heavens erased people not because they were weak, but because they were powerful, Kuang Fei explained as they sat in the meditation chamber, deep below the archive. And they erased the knowledge of how they did it, because if enough cultivators understood the mechanism of erasure, the entire system could be disrupted. But some people, very rare people, are born with the capacity to see the mechanism, to perceive the absence without losing themselves in it. "Why?" Wei asked. His meditation was shallow today, his mind scattered. The revelation of the hidden chapter had unsettled something in him, like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading outward. Why would someone be born with the ability to perceive what the heavens tried to destroy? That is the question the heavens asked themselves 3,000 years ago, Kuang Fei said. And the answer they came to was, by accident. You are a glitch, Wei. You are not supposed to exist. The erasure mechanism is designed to erase not just the knowledge or the cultivator, but the capacity to ever develop that knowledge again. Yet every 1,000 years or so, the system develops a flaw. Someone is born anyway, someone who can see. What happens to them? Kuang Fei was quiet for a moment, and in that silence, Wei understood that the answer was not a pleasant one. They are discovered, eventually, and when they are discovered, the heavens take action. Some are erased, like the first glitch in the book I showed you. Some are broken, their power shattered so completely that they can never use their perception. And some, Kuang Fei paused, choosing his words with careful precision. Some are given a choice. What choice? The choice between being erased and accepting erasure. Between ceasing to exist and ceasing to search for what was lost. Wei felt the weight of that sink into him. The meditation chamber suddenly seemed very small, very enclosed, very much like a tomb. Over the next 2 days, Kuang Fei introduced Wei to the technical aspects of void reading. The old keeper brought out texts that Wei had never been allowed to see before, even in the forbidden section. These were not merely erased texts, but texts about erasure, written by cultivators who had studied the phenomenon before the heavens had suppressed the field entirely. There was a work by someone named Chun Luoyang, written 800 years ago, that described the mechanics of how erasure worked. It was not a simple destruction. It was a kind of reverse creation, an unwinding of existence at the fundamental level. An erase technique didn't just cease to be taught, it ceased to have ever been taught. The chi signatures that had been left behind by the technique being practiced, by the meridians being opened, by the heavens being influenced by the knowledge of how to do these things, all of that was systematically unmade. What made Wei's heart race as he read was this: the erasure left scars. Not visible scars, but chi scars, the same way a healed wound left scar tissue. And those scars were like negative space photographs. You could read the scar and know exactly what had been removed. You'll be looking for those scars, Kuang Fei told him. Not the absence itself, but the shape of the absence. The wound that was left behind when the erasure was performed. That is how you'll learn to read what was taken. By the 3rd day, Wei could enter a state of focused void perception and hold it for up to half an hour before the backlash became unbearable. His nosebleeds were becoming less severe, or perhaps he was simply becoming more accustomed to them. His vision, after each session, would blur for an hour or two, but it would return. The cost was high, but not. He was learning, prohibitively so. What surprised Wei was how quickly his cultivation began to stabilize in response to the void reading. His foundation was strengthening in ways that normal cultivation practice would take years to achieve. The void signatures themselves seemed to be teaching him, showing him the underlying structure of power itself, the mechanism by which qi moved and transformed and was used. Kuang Fei explained it this way: void perception is dangerous, but it's also more efficient than ordinary cultivation. When you read a void signature, you're not just getting information. You're getting information that was carefully preserved by the person who created it, compressed into the negative space of existence. You're receiving decades of cultivation knowledge in a single perception. Your body and mind have to adapt quickly, and they're adapting by advancing faster than normal. Will that adaptation ever stop? Wei asked. Will I eventually reach a point where void reading is no longer dangerous? Perhaps, Kuang Fei said thoughtfully. But I suspect not. I suspect that as you grow stronger, the void signatures will simply become larger and more profound. The heavens mechanism is so complex that no single cultivator can perceive its entirety. Even if you reach transcendent levels, there will always be voids that are too large, too ancient, too deeply erased for you to safely comprehend. The implication was clear. Wei would spend the rest of his life pushing against limits that would never fully yield. He would always be reaching for understanding that was always just beyond his grasp. He would always be in danger of going too far, of perceiving something too profound, of fragmenting his consciousness on knowledge that was never meant for mortal minds. It was on the afternoon of the 3rd day that Shi Lingyao arrived at the archive. Wei was in the meditation chamber, practicing the technique of layered perception that Kuang Fei had been teaching him. He sensed her arrival before he heard any commotion, a disturbance in the archive's subtle qi, the way the air patterns shifted when someone of particular cultivation power moved through a space. By the time he had opened his eyes and climbed back up through the levels of the archive, Lingyao was already deep in conversation with Kuang Fei in the keeper's study. He's here, Wei heard Lingyao say, and he knew they were discussing him. You were supposed to contact me when he reached Foundation establishment. That was the agreement. He reached Foundation 3 days ago, Kuang Fei replied calmly, along with some other surprising developments. He's become aware of his condition. There was a long silence. Then, already? That's not possible. I was told he would take at least a year. Wei pushed open the study door. Both of them turned to look at him, and Wei saw, for what he thought was the first time, the woman who had brought him to the archive 5 years ago. She was younger than he expected, perhaps in her early 30s, though cultivators often didn't show their age reliably. She had the bearing of someone accustomed to command, though her expression as she looked at Wei contained something tender underneath the authority. She wore dark traveling clothes, and her hands bore the kind of calluses that came from sword training rather than scholarship. Wei, she said, and her voice held a note of relief. You're well. Do I know you? Wei asked, because that seemed like the most honest question he could ask. Lingyao exchanged a glance with Kuang Fei. Something passed between them, an agreement, perhaps, or a resignation. In a way, Lingyao said, or you will, once you're ready. My name is Shi Lingyao, and I am. She paused, seeming to search for the right words. I am someone who understands what you are. I'm here to make you an offer. Wei moved further into the study, letting the door close behind him. What kind of offer? A choice, Ling Yao said. You can remain here, with Kuang Fei, learning the archive's secrets until the heavens eventually discover you and make their own choice about what to do with you. That's safe, for a time. Or, you can accept that what you have is not a curse but a calling. There are others like you, Wei. Not many, but they exist. And there are people who understand what it means to be able to read what was erased. People who hunt erased legacies not just for knowledge, but to restore what was stolen. Veil Hunters, Kuang Fei said quietly. He had clearly known where this conversation would go. Yes, Ling Yao confirmed. We call ourselves the Veil Hunters. We exist in the spaces between what is known and what is forbidden. And we believe that what the heavens have taken should be restored, piece by piece, to the world. Wei felt the weight of the choice settling on him. 5 years, he had been safe. 5 years, he had been content to simply study, to exist without questions about who he was or where he came from. But he could feel, even now, the pull of the void signatures throughout the archive. Each one was like a voice calling to him, asking him to listen, to perceive, to restore what was lost. If I go with you, Wei asked slowly, will you help me find out who I am? Ling Yao's expression softened. I'll do everything I can to help you remember. But Wei, I need to be honest with you first. Some memories, once erased, can be dangerous. Understanding who you were might cost you the peace you have now. Some people, when they remember, wish they had stayed forgotten. But some people want to remember anyway, Wei said. Yes, Ling Yao agreed. Some people want to remember anyway. Wei looked at Kuang Fei. The old keeper's face was calm, but there was sadness in his eyes. If I leave, what happens to you? Wei asked. You said the day I arrived, something disturbed the heavens. If I stay, won't that bring danger to the archive? The archive is old, Kuang Fei said, and it has survived many disturbances. But yes, if you stay, it will draw attention eventually. Attention that will put others at risk. Perhaps you should go, Wei? Perhaps that was always what you were meant to do. Wei nodded slowly. He had known, deep down, that his time in the archive had been temporary. That the safety he had found there was borrowed, not permanent. The void signatures throughout the building seemed to whisper in agreement, as if they had been waiting all along for him to reach this moment of choosing. Then I'll go, Wei said. I'll join the Veil Hunters. But I'll come back here, Kuang Fei. When this is all over, when I understand what I am, I'll come back and thank you for keeping me safe. Kuang Fei smiled, but it was a sad expression, the smile of an old man who knew more about the future than he was willing to share. His eyes, when they met Wei's, held a deep sadness mixed with something that might have been pride. I hope you will, the keeper said softly. I hope very much that you will. And if you do come back, Wei, I'll be here. Even if the heavens come for the archive itself, even if they try to erase this place from the face of the world, I'll be here, waiting for you. The archive has survived 3,000 years of heavenly scrutiny. I suspect we'll manage to endure whatever comes next. There was something else the old keeper wasn't saying, Wei understood. Something about the archive's survival that went beyond simple luck or cleverness. But that was information Wei would discover in his own time, through his own understanding. For now, it was enough to know that Kuang Fei believed in him, believed that his survival was possible, believed that the fragment of Wei's past self that had managed to endure the erasure could eventually become whole again. That belief, more than anything else, gave Wei the courage to say goodbye to the archive and step toward the future waiting for him. Chapter 3. Echoes in the Empty. The first hunt took 3 weeks to plan. In those 3 weeks, Wei experienced something he had never felt before: purpose. During the day, he would study the texts that Kuang Fei brought him. Carefully selected manuscripts that described the mechanics of how erasure worked, how void signatures were left behind, how a skilled reader could extract fragments of knowledge from the negative space of existence. At night, he would meditate, pushing his perception deeper and deeper into the void, learning to hold the sensation without being consumed by it. The other archive scholars began to notice the change in him. Previously, Wei had been a quiet presence, a young man with no past, content to help catalog texts and restore damaged pages. But now he moved with a new kind of intensity, a hunger that made others unconsciously step back when he passed. The archive was filled with mysteries, and Wei had discovered that he could read them. For the first time in his remembered life, he understood what it meant to be seeking something. But the void reading came with a cost that went beyond the physical nosebleeds and temporary blindness. Each time Wei touched a void signature, he was left with fragments of the erased knowledge, tantalizing pieces that suggested larger patterns, deeper truths. He would lie awake at night, trying to integrate these fragments into a coherent understanding, feeling the weight of secrets that were not yet fully his to know. On the morning of the 21st day, Ling Yao arrived at the archive. Ling Yao took Wei to a place she called the sanctuary, a hidden compound carved into a mountain about 3 days' journey from the archive city. It was hidden by a combination of natural geography and cultivated illusions, wards that made the path impossible for most people to perceive, no matter how carefully they looked. The sanctuary held perhaps 50 people, though Wei learned that not all of them lived there permanently. There were hunters who came and went, specialists who handled different types of erased knowledge, scholars who studied void signatures the way archive keepers studied history. There were also warriors, people whose job it was to protect the hunters when they went into dangerous places searching for erased legacies. Wei met most of the core group on his second day. There was Kai Minghe, a young man about Wei's age with a sharp face and a sharper tongue, who had been studying at the sanctuary for 5 years already and had apparently never had a kind word for anyone. There was Tao Xiao, a woman in her 50s who specialized in reconstructing erased bloodlines. There was Ming Fong, whose specialty was learning to sense where, geographically, erased signatures were strongest. Essentially, he could smell where dead knowledge had been buried. But the hunt Ling Yao had chosen for Wei was smaller than most operations, more intimate. It was just her, Wei, and one other hunter named Xiaoning, a man in his 30s who had scars on his hands that looked exactly like the kind of burns one would get from handling void signatures carelessly. Your job is simple, Xiaoning told Wei as they camped in the foothills before their departure for the hunt site. You read the void signature, you tell us what it contains, and we handle the physical complications of recovering it. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to touch anything that feels too strong. And if the sensation starts causing you pain beyond the normal kind, you tell us immediately. Void sickness can set in fast, and once it does, there's nothing we can do but wait it out. How long does void sickness last? Wei asked. Depends, Xiaoning said grimly. I knew a hunter who lost 3 years of his life to it. When he came out of it, he couldn't remember his own name. I knew another who was sick for only 3 days, but lost his eyesight permanently. It's not a risk you take unless you're very sure about what you're hunting. The hunt site was an abandoned temple in a valley where, according to Ming Fong's geomantic sense, void signatures were strongest. The temple had been erased from maps over a century ago, but its physical structure remained, slowly returning to nature in a grove of trees that had grown up around its broken walls. As soon as Wei approached the temple, he could feel the void signatures. They were everywhere, layered over each other like palimpsest pages, each one representing a different erased thing, different times when powerful knowledge had been deliberately unmade. Some of the signatures were old and faint, worn down by centuries of exposure to natural qi. Others were more recent, more vivid, still sharp with the precision of intentional erasure. There, Wei said, pointing to a chamber deep within the temple. That's the strongest one. Recent. Maybe only 5 years old. Ling Yao exchanged a look with Xiaoning. That's recent for an erasure, she said. They usually space them out over centuries. Recent erasures suggest the knowledge was actively dangerous, recently dangerous. They moved cautiously into the temple. Wei's heart was hammering as they descended into the chamber he had sensed. It was dark inside, with only the faint light filtering through cracks in the stone ceiling to guide them. Xiaoning produced a light stone from his pack, and in its illumination, Wei could see the chamber more clearly. A meditation hall, decorated with frescoes that had been partially destroyed. At the far end, there was a wooden altar, and on that altar sat a manual. At least, Wei could perceive the ghost shape where the manual should be. The physical object was gone, taken away by whoever had performed the erasure. But the void signature remained, still fresh, still readable. Wei moved forward and knelt before the empty space where the manual had been. Ling Yao and Xiaoning stood guard while he entered the trance state. This erasure was different from the one in the archive. That had been surgical, precise, performed by someone with absolute mastery of the erasure technique. This one held emotion, anger, perhaps, or fear. The void signature was jagged at the edges, desperate. Wei let his perception sink into the shape of what was missing. The manual had contained a sword style, the celestial resonance technique, the same one he had glimpsed in the archive, but more complete. This version held the full cultivation stage, the entire progression of what it meant to reach celestial resonance, the techniques and the insights and the breakthroughs. But it also contained something else. A commentary, written by someone who had achieved celestial resonance, and then gone further, who had discovered something about the relationship between cultivators and the heavens themselves. The commentary said this: the heavens are not natural law. They are imposed order. And at certain points of power, a cultivator can perceive the mechanism of imposition. A cultivator who reaches celestial resonance can begin to see the truth. The erasure had been performed to prevent people from reaching celestial resonance, which meant that somewhere, someone had reached it, had seen the truth, and had been discovered. There was another fragment, caught at the edge of the void signature, barely readable. A conversation between two cultivators, recorded somehow in the chi shadow of the manual itself. The witness won't let him live. The first one who knew, they erased him so thoroughly even he couldn't remember himself. It was done 200 years ago now, but the erasure's still holding. Wei gasped and pulled himself back from the void signature. His nose was bleeding again, more heavily this time, and his hands were shaking. Wei. Ling Yao was beside him immediately, steadying him. What did you find? A sword technique, Wei said, his voice hollow. The celestial resonance style. But also, there was a conversation about someone being erased, so thoroughly that even they couldn't remember what was taken. Xiao Ning made a low sound, something between a curse and a prayer. That's old magic, he said. Divine-level magic. Whoever performed that erasure had access to the heaven's actual mechanism. There's something else, Wei continued, struggling to articulate what he had sensed. The conversation was about someone called the Witness. It sounded like a being. Not a person, but an enforcer. A guardian that the heavens used to keep people from becoming too powerful. Ling Yao helped Wei to his feet. We're done here, she said to Xiao Ning. Help me get him to cleaner air. I think we've found what we came for. They took Wei back out of the temple, and in the late afternoon sunlight, Ling Yao had him sit with his back against a tree while Xiao Ning prepared a meditative infusion to help accelerate his recovery. Wei's blindness from the void reading lasted longer than usual, nearly 3 hours this time. But gradually his normal vision returned, and with it came a kind of peaceful exhaustion. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of amber and crimson, Wei found Ling Yao sitting nearby, staring out at the horizon. The person they mentioned, Wei said carefully. The one who was erased so completely they couldn't remember themselves. Do you know who that was? Ling Yao was quiet for a long time. Then she said, there was a cultivator 200 years ago who discovered something about the nature of the heavens. Something that threatened the cosmic order. The heavens came for them with everything they had. The cultivator was broken, erased, unmade. Some say they were destroyed completely. Others say they were given a choice. Erasure of memory but continuation of existence, or erasure of self entirely. I always wondered which one the cultivator chose. Wei felt something shift in him, as though a door in his mind had moved slightly ajar. He didn't know why, but the description made him feel strange, as though he should understand something vital about it. The Veil Hunters, Wei asked slowly. What are we trying to achieve? When we recover these erased legacies, what's the goal? We're trying to remember, Ling Yao said softly. The heavens try to make everyone forget what was taken. We are the ones who resist that forgetting. Every erased technique we recover, every lost bloodline we restore, it's an act of rebellion against the heavens' right to decide what we're allowed to know. Even if it's dangerous? Especially if it's dangerous, Ling Yao said. The most important things often are. Chapter 4. The merchant's debt. The routine took on a pattern. For 2 months, Wei trained at the sanctuary. He learned to control his void perception more precisely, to see not just the shape of erasures but layers within them, to distinguish between erasures performed by different hands, using different techniques. Ling Yao taught him to read the chi signature, which told him something about when an erasure had been performed and how recently the erased knowledge had been accessed. Kai Minghe, his rival, pushed him constantly in sparring matches. The young man was skilled, that much Wei could not deny, even though it infuriated him to admit it. Minghe fought with a kind of precise brutality, every movement calculated to land exactly where it would hurt most. But Wei, for all that he lacked Minghe's technique, had something that raw skill couldn't quite overcome, an instinctive understanding of the gaps in Minghe's form, the voids in his defense. Stop using that strange sense. Minghe spat at him after one particularly brutal sparring session where Wei had moved through Minghe's guard and struck him on the shoulder with a training staff, nearly dislocating his arm. It's cheating. It's not cheating, Wei replied, breathing hard. It's just seeing differently. It's unnatural, Minghe said bitterly, cradling his shoulder. Just like you. You show up here from nowhere and everyone acts like you're special, like you're important. But I've been training here for 5 years, and I've never been treated the way everyone treats you. Wei understood, in that moment, that Minghe would become either his greatest ally or his most dangerous enemy. Perhaps both. During his 3rd month at the sanctuary, Ling Yao called him to her study one evening after training. The study was private space, not a common area, and Wei understood that whatever she wanted to discuss was significant. There's a debt, Ling Yao said without preamble. A debt I owe, and a debt that is owed to you. I'm going to collect on it now. What kind of debt? Wei asked. Ling Yao opened a cabinet in her study and removed a small object wrapped in silk. She placed it in Wei's hands. It was a crystal, about the size of his palm, and it hummed faintly when he held it, a vibration that he could feel more in his bones than through his fingers. This is a memory crystal, Ling Yao explained. It was created by someone very important to me, and apparently, very important to you, before they were taken by the heavens. The crystal contains memories. Not just any memories, but specific ones, preserved deliberately for the day when you would be ready to receive them. Wei's hands were shaking. Whose memories? That's something you'll have to discover for yourself, Ling Yao said. But I'm telling you this now because I owe a debt to the person who made that crystal, and because you need to know that your amnesia may not have been an accident. It may have been deliberate, a choice made by someone who loved you, to protect you from something worse than forgetting. Wei looked down at the crystal. The silk it was wrapped in was simple, but the weave was intricate, expensive, the kind of fabric that only wealthy people could afford. And as he held it, he felt a strange resonance, as if the crystal recognized him in some fundamental way. When can I open it? Wei asked. When can I access these memories? When your cultivation is strong enough, Ling Yao said. The memories are locked behind a barrier that requires a certain level of power to penetrate. Right now, you're in early foundation establishment. Once you reach mid-foundation, the barrier should begin to weaken. Once you reach late foundation, you should be able to read them clearly. Wei carefully re-wrapped the crystal in its silk and tucked it into his robes. Already, he could feel its weight, and it had nothing to do with physical mass. It was the weight of his own forgotten past, waiting to be recovered. It was that night that the first hunt of real significance came. Ling Yao found him in the training grounds, where he had been meditating in the light of the setting sun. She brought with her a woman Wei had never seen before, older, with skin that suggested she spent most of her time traveling in the sun. Her clothes were dyed the colors of a traveling merchant, and she carried the air of someone accustomed to negotiating with people far more powerful than herself. Wei Xun, the woman said, bowing respectfully. My name is Lin Zhou. I am here on behalf of the Merchants Guild of the Western Territories. I believe the Veil Hunters may be able to help me with a problem. Ling Yao gestured for them to retire somewhere private. They found themselves in a small meeting room, and Lin Zhou quickly revealed why she had come. My family, she began, was once among the most respected cultivators in the Western Territories. Our bloodline had a unique heritage, a capacity to sense the presence of valuable objects, no matter how well they were hidden. Cultivators would come to us to help them find lost treasures, lost weapons, lost knowledge. We became wealthy because of this gift. What happened? Wei asked. The heavens erased us, Lin Zhou said, and the bitterness in her voice was profound. About 40 years ago, my great-grandmother discovered something. Using our heritage gift, she found an erased site, a place where the heavens had buried something so dangerous they didn't just erase the knowledge of it, they tried to erase the location itself. She told my family that we should recover it, that it was our duty to understand what the heavens had taken. Lin Zhou paused, and in that pause, Wei understood that what was coming next would not be a happy ending. The heavens responded, Lin Zhou continued. They came for our family with everything they had. They didn't kill us, they were more subtle than that. They erased our gift, not our lives, not our memories of the gift, but the actual capacity to use it. My great-grandmother can still remember that she could sense hidden objects, but she cannot do it anymore. None of us can. The ability was burned out of us at the source. Why come to the Veil Hunters? Ling Yao asked, though Wei suspected she already knew the answer. Because my family kept records before the erasure. We wrote down the location of that site, and a description of what we sensed there. And we want someone with the ability to perceive erased things to go to that site and find out what was hidden. My family needs to know what cost us everything to leave behind. Ling Yao exchanged a look with Wei. This was not, Wei understood, a simple hunt. This was something far more dangerous. I'll do it, Wei said. I'll help you find what was buried. The hunt was planned for the full moon, 2 weeks away. That gave Wei time to prepare, to increase his cultivation, to study everything he could find about ancient erasure techniques. And every night, he would hold the memory crystal, feeling its weight, sensing the pull of the memories locked inside it. He was getting closer to mid-foundation. He could feel it. And when he broke through, when his cultivation surged to the next level, the memory crystal would finally begin to speak to him of who he had been. Chapter 5. First hunt. The site Lin Zhou's family had located was in the heart of the Deadlands, a desert that had been erased 3,000 years ago and had never truly returned to life. The journey there was something Wei would never forget. As they traveled, the landscape itself changed. The vegetation grew sparse, then non-existent. The sky took on a strange quality, as if the light was being filtered through something invisible but present. And the chi of the land itself, felt wrong in a way that made Wei's skin crawl with constant tension. This was what erasure did to the world. It didn't just remove knowledge, it removed presence itself. An entire civilization's worth of structures, agriculture, cultural markers. All of it had been so thoroughly unmade that even the natural landscape had never recovered. The land itself remembered that something had happened here, even though it could not consciously know what that something had been. Wei's sensitivity to void signatures made the journey even more disorienting. As they drew closer to the epicenter of the erasure, the void signatures became so overwhelming that they filled his entire perception. The world began to feel less like a place that existed and more like a hollow impression left behind by something that no longer occupied the world. On the third night of the journey, Wei found Lingyao standing alone, watching the stars. "Are you all right?" she asked as he approached. There was concern in her voice, but also a kind of knowing, as if she had expected him to come to her. "This place feels like it's screaming," Wei said. "I can hear it in the void signatures. The entire land is a wound, and the wound is still bleeding into the void." Lingyao nodded slowly. The Deadlands were once the heart of a great civilization. They called themselves the Celestial Keepers, and they dedicated themselves to studying what the heavens had hidden. The heavens responded with absolute erasure. But the land remembers. The chi remembers. That's what you're sensing. Not the present-day void signatures, but the accumulated trauma of an entire culture being unmade. She turned to look at Wei, and in the starlight, he could see that her eyes were wet with unshed tears. "This is what the heavens do to those who learn too much," Lingyao said quietly. "Not just individuals, but entire bloodlines, entire nations. And no one outside their borders knows that they ever existed. The erasure is so complete that even history forgets it happened." Wei stood beside her in silence, understanding in that moment the true weight of what he had chosen to do. It was not enough to simply recover erased knowledge. That knowledge represented real people, real civilizations, real lives that had been stolen from the world. Every erasure Wei studied was a grave marker for someone's entire world. Lingyao, Wei, Xiaoning, and 2 additional guards called Yanshu and Hai Duan accompanied Lin Zhou to the coordinates her family had preserved. It was a 3-week journey through increasingly hostile terrain, with the air itself growing colder as they approached the location, as if the very sky was resisting their intrusion. Wei could sense the void signature long before they arrived at the site. It was vast, far larger than anything he had encountered before. Not the signature of a single erased technique or bloodline, but something more, the absence shadow of an entire location, an entire civilization perhaps, that had been systematically unmade. When they finally reached the coordinates, they found only sand and stone ruins, nothing to suggest what had once stood there. But beneath the sand, Wei could sense it, a massive void signature, patient and waiting. "It's here," Wei told Lingyao. Something massive was erased here. Something so large that the erasure affected the entire area. But it's still here, underneath. The memory is still in the chi. Yan Shu and Hai Duan began excavating, using cultivation techniques to move sand and stone more efficiently than conventional digging. Xiaoning set up protective wards around their working area, shielding them from whatever celestial attention their activities might attract. And Wei prepared himself for the deepest void reading he had attempted yet. He settled into a meditative position in the center of the excavation, closed his eyes, and inverted his perception. But this time, instead of looking at a single void signature, he was looking at hundreds of them, thousands of them, all layered over each other, all resonating in harmony. What he saw was a city. Not just any city, a cultivation city, carved from the stone itself, with structures that rose toward the heavens and chambers that descended deep underground. A city where cultivators had lived and studied and advanced in their craft. A civilization that had apparently become so powerful, so advanced, that the heavens had deemed it necessary to erase the entire thing from existence. And in the center of the city, there was a temple. In that temple, there had been a stone tablet, covered in script so ancient that it predated the current epoch of human civilization. The script described something called the heavenly mechanism, the fundamental system by which the heavens maintained their power and their authority over the world. The city had been studying that tablet. They had been close to understanding the mechanism itself, close to potentially replicating it or subverting it. And that was why the heavens had erased them. Completely. Totally. So thoroughly that no one even remembered the city had existed. Wei gasped and pulled back from the void signature. His entire body was shaking, and his nose was bleeding so heavily that blood soaked through the cloth Xiao Ning pressed to his face. "Wei!" Ling Yao's voice was urgent. Come back. Focus on your breathing. Wei struggled to comply, struggling to hold on to his sense of self as the weight of that vast erasure threatened to pull him into its void. This was void sickness, he realized. This was what Xiao Ning had warned him about. There was a city, Wei managed to gasp out. A whole city, and they were studying the heavenly mechanism. That's why they were erased. Not because they were evil, not because they threatened individual safety. They threatened the heavens' entire system of control. Ling Yao made a sharp sound. That's enough, she commanded. We're leaving. Now, we need to put as much distance between us and this place before nightfall. The excavation was abandoned, the partially uncovered ruins left untouched. As they rode away from the Deadlands, Wei remained mostly unresponsive, staring out at the desert with unseeing eyes. The void sickness was taking hold, pulling him into half-dreams where he perceived the erased city more clearly than the world around him. He saw the cultivators of that ancient civilization, heard fragments of their conversations, felt the emotion tied to their discovery. The terrible, wonderful realization that the heavens were not natural law but imposed order, maintained by a mechanism that could theoretically be disrupted. By the time they reached the sanctuary, Wei had been sick for 3 days. His vision was completely gone, and he existed in a twilight state between consciousness and dream. But he also experienced something else. As his cultivation surged violently under the stress of the void sickness, he broke through to mid-foundation establishment. The power that accompanied the breakthrough steadied him slightly, gave him enough control to hold on to his sense of self. And when his vision finally began to return, when the void sickness started to recede, Wei found that he could sense something new. He could feel the memory crystal. It was calling to him. Chapter 6. The void shape. 2 weeks of careful meditation and cultivation brought Wei to the point where he could finally approach the memory crystal with enough power to breach its protections. The void sickness that followed the temple hunt had been harrowing. For 3 days, Wei existed in a twilight state, his consciousness scattered across multiple layers of reality. He perceived not just the physical world but the void world simultaneously, and the two realities did not align. There were objects in the void world that had no counterpart in the physical world, and vice versa. Moving through space became disorienting. Eating food became confusing. He had to consciously remember what hunger felt like in order to eat, and even his own body felt like something he was merely inhabiting rather than fully occupying. But beneath the sickness, something was changing. His cultivation was advancing at a rate that should have been impossible. The void sickness, rather than weakening him, was forcing his chi channels to adapt and expand. By the time the fever finally broke, Wei had reached mid-foundation establishment, a progression that normally took years, accomplished in less than a month. More significantly, he had begun to sense the memory crystal constantly. It was like a second heartbeat in his chest, a vibration that never quite faded. The crystal was calling to him, and something in him recognized that call as deeply important. Ling Yao took him to a private chamber deep within the sanctuary, a space warded against external perception. The chamber was circular, carved from black stone, and its walls were covered in cultivation runes that glowed with a soft, protective light. She placed the crystal in his hands, and for a moment, her grip lingered on his wrist. "Be careful," she said softly. "Sometimes, what we find when we remember can hurt us more than forgetting ever could." Wei nodded, though his hands were shaking. He took a breath, centered himself in the space between existence and void, and opened himself to the crystal. The memories came not as a linear sequence, but as a flood, sensations, images, emotions arriving simultaneously, overlapping, creating a tapestry of experience that was far too large for his consciousness to process all at once. For a moment, he thought he would be torn apart by the intensity of it. Then something inside him shifted, some part of himself that recognized these memories as its own, and he stopped resisting and let himself fall into them. He was seeing through someone else's eyes, though whose eyes he did not yet know. The first memory was of a cultivation chamber, much like the one where he now sat, though older, built in a different style. And there was a woman kneeling beside him. He was sitting, he realized, and she was holding his hands, and her face was filled with a pain so profound that even seeing it through memory, even filtered through years of erasure, it made his heart break. "You must not remember," the woman's voice said. The voice was filled with sorrow and love in equal measure, and it held the weight of a decision that had already been made, a sacrifice that had already been determined to be necessary. "I know it will hurt. I know you'll want to know who you were. But if you remember too soon, if you remember too completely, they will find you more easily. Your power is connected to your identity, and your identity is connected to the knowledge you carry. If they think you've truly been erased, if they can't sense you reaching toward your own memories, You might survive this. You might have a chance. The memory shifted, and now Wei was experiencing both the woman's perspective and his own, a doubled consciousness, seeing from two sets of eyes at once. The pain of the erasure was beginning, he understood. The woman was performing it herself, and it was killing her to do it. The memory shifted. Now Wei was seeing a face, a woman's face, middle-aged, with eyes that held an intellect far beyond any Wei had encountered before. She was touching his forehead with one hand, and he could feel power flowing between them, warm power, loving power, but also terrible power that was erasing something fundamental from him. I'm sorry, the woman said. I'm so sorry. When you're ready, when you become strong enough to recover the truth, you'll understand. You'll forgive me. I hope you'll forgive me. The memory shifted again, and now Wei was seeing himself through the woman's eyes, seeing a man, but there was a part of him that the erasure could not touch. A part that was not identity, but intention. A part that his other self, the man he had been, Sun Zing, heir to a legacy he had chosen to carry, had cultivated specifically to survive this moment. That part was deliberately resistant, deliberately hidden from the erasure mechanism itself. It was so small, so insignificant, that the power meant to erase him simply passed over it, like light passing through a crack in a wall too small for any normal perception to notice. That part was still there, still present, still aware, and it had been waiting, in the darkness of his amnesia, for the moment when his new self would be strong enough to find it and integrate it back into wholeness. When Wei opened his eyes, his entire body was shaking. Tears ran down his face, not the gentle tears of sadness, but the violent sobs of someone experiencing profound grief and profound understanding simultaneously. He had lost everything, and his past self had sacrificed that loss deliberately, with absolute knowledge of the cost. Ling Yao was beside him immediately, holding him as he sobbed, not trying to comfort him, just being present with the weight of his realization. Ling Yao was beside him immediately, holding him as he sobbed, not the delicate crying of someone overwhelmed by emotion, but the deep, body-shaking sobs of someone who had just recovered a grief so profound it could only be expressed through the complete collapse of his physical form. The man I was, Wei managed to say between sobs. He knew. He knew they would come for him. He knew what knowledge he carried would mark him for death, and he chose to forget rather than fight. He chose to trust that his fragment, his echo, could survive and eventually understand what he had learned. Do you remember? Ling Yao asked softly. Do you remember what knowledge he carried? Not clearly, Wei said. It's still locked behind more barriers. But I remember. I remember there was a technique. A technique so powerful that it could let a cultivator perceive and potentially manipulate the heavenly mechanism itself. And I remember the name of that technique. I remember it perfectly. Wei took a breath and spoke the name. It was a name in the old language, the language of the first epoch, before the current heavens had imposed their order. As he spoke it, the entire sanctuary trembled. Not the physical ground, but something far more fundamental. The qi itself rippled, as if something vast and distant had just become aware of his presence. The wards that Ling Yao had set up began to glow with urgent light. We need to go, Ling Yao said urgently. We need to move you and hide you. That name, speaking it would alert the heavens to your location. They fled the chamber together, moving through the sanctuary with practiced speed. Ling Yao was already calling for Xiao Ning and the guards, already preparing contingency protocols. But Wei, as they ran, could feel the presence descending. It was vast, impersonal, infinite. It was the heavens themselves, finally noticing him. Chapter 7. The first warning. The presence lasted only a moment. Wei felt it touch the sanctuary's wards like a hand pressing down on the surface of a still pond, testing the barrier's strength. The wards held, but just barely, and in that moment, Wei understood something terrible. They had been holding against this exact pressure for a long time. These wards had been specifically designed to hide him from the heavens' notice. Someone had known he would be found eventually. Someone, perhaps the woman from the memory crystal, perhaps someone else, had built this sanctuary with the understanding that it was a temporary shelter, not a permanent one. When the presence finally withdrew, it felt like the entire building exhaled. Ling Yao kept moving, though, not slowing even as the immediate danger passed. She led Wei to a concealed exit, hidden behind a false wall in the archive chamber. Within minutes, Wei found himself on horseback, riding through the night with Ling Yao, Xiao Ning, and 4 guards. Where are we going? Wei asked as they rode hard into the darkness. Away, Ling Yao replied. Far from the sanctuary, far from anywhere the heavens might look for you. You've triggered something, Wei. The erasure that was supposed to make you invisible, it's not holding anymore. The heavens know you exist. That means they'll start looking for you in earnest. Why didn't they find me before? Wei demanded. Because you were quiet, Xiaoning explained, riding close behind them. You didn't use your void perception extensively. You didn't speak the old names. You didn't draw attention. A glitch in the system can exist, hidden, if they're careful enough not to stand out. But the moment they announce themselves, the moment they speak the forbidden knowledge aloud, the heavens take notice. They rode through the night and into the next day, stopping only to change horses and drink water. The road took them away from the cultivated lands, into wild territories where the heavens' influence was thinner, where the order of civilization gave way to raw nature. It was during the second night of their flight that Wei felt something else. Not the vast, impersonal presence of the heavens themselves, but something more focused, more intentional. Something that was actively hunting him. There, Wei said, pointing to the south. Something is coming. I can feel it in the qi. It's not the presence itself, but something the presence sent. An agent. Ling Yao's face hardened. A witness, she said quietly. The heavens have sent one of their witnesses to hunt you. What is a witness? Wei asked, though part of him already knew, remembered from the erased conversation in the temple chamber months ago. An instrument of the heavens' will, Xiaoning explained. Not divine, but bound to the divine. A being created specifically to enforce the heavens' law. They can be killed, theoretically, but they're so powerful that killing one requires a concerted effort from multiple high-level cultivators. We don't have that kind of power, and even if we did, we don't have time to mount a defense. Then what do we do? Wei asked. Ling Yao slowed her horse, and the rest of the party followed suit. They came to rest in a shallow valley, and Ling Yao dismounted, her face calm, but determined. We run, she said. We split the party. Some of us go one direction to draw its attention, some go another. The witness is focused on you, Wei. It will follow you, not the others. So you go with Xiaoning and 2 of the guards. The rest of us will try to create false trails, to convince it that you went a different direction. And if you're caught? Wei asked. Then we're caught, Ling Yao said with a shrug that didn't quite hide her fear. But at least you'll have a chance to reach safety. Wei felt a spike of frustration. I won't abandon you. I won't let people die because of me. You're not letting anything happen. Ling Yao interrupted, her voice sharp. This is what it means to be a glitch, Wei. People who help you will be in danger. People who care about you will risk themselves for your sake. You don't control that. You can only honor their sacrifice by surviving, by continuing, by making sure that what they die for has meaning. Wei wanted to argue, but the logic of it silenced him. Ling Yao had already made her choice. Xiaoning had already made his. The guards had already accepted the risk. They had done this knowing what the cost might be. To refuse their sacrifice would be to diminish it, to suggest that their choice to help him was something they should regret. All right, Wei said finally. We'll do it your way. Ling Yao's expression softened slightly. I know this isn't what you wanted, but it's what we need. Go. Ride hard. Don't stop until you reach the coast. The party split as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. Ling Yao took 3 guards and rode north, toward the mountains, where the terrain would be difficult for pursuit and where they could potentially find refuge in the caves that honeycombed the range. Wei, Xiaoning, and 2 guards named Tao and Ren rode south, toward the coast, toward the sea, toward the possibility of escape. She was right, Wei understood, but the knowledge didn't make it any easier to accept. The party split as night fell. Ling Yao took 3 guards and rode north, toward the mountains, where the terrain would be difficult for pursuit. Wei, Xiaoning, and 2 guards named Tao and Ren rode south, toward the coast, where they could potentially find passage by sea. As they rode, Wei could feel the witness's presence growing clearer, more focused. It was like a star approaching from the heavens, bright and terrible and absolutely devoted to its purpose. But they had speed, and the witness, whatever it was, could only move as fast as the terrain would allow. By dawn, they had reached the coast. A smuggler's dock was waiting for them, apparently arranged by prior planning. A boat was prepared, its captain a man who knew Xiaoning and asked no questions about their desperate flight. As the boat pulled away from the dock, Wei watched the shore recede. The sun was setting behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the land. In the distance, he could see a figure standing on the cliffs, watching them. The figure was too distant to make out details, but Wei could feel its gaze like a physical weight. It was not moving, not chasing, not doing anything except observing. And yet the observation itself felt like a kind of threat, a promise that the hunt was not over, it was only beginning. The witness had arrived. Wei could feel it now with absolute certainty, a presence in the qi itself, vast and patient, and utterly devoted to its purpose. It was not fast, not aggressive, not the kind of threat that would attack immediately. It was something far worse. It was inexorable. It would keep coming, keep hunting, Keep pursuing until it either succeeded or ran out of time. And the heavens, Wei suspected, had given it all the time in the world. For the first time since beginning his journey with the Veil Hunters, Wei felt truly hunted. Not just pursued, but targeted. Not just in danger, but marked. He was not a person anymore in the eyes of the heavens. He was a problem to be solved, a glitch to be patched, a legacy that needed to be erased. And that meant everything and everyone around him was in danger simply by being near him. The weight of that knowledge settled over him like a physical thing. He stood at the rail of the ship, watching the shore disappear, watching the witness watching him, and for the first time in his life, or at least in his remembered life, Wei Xun understood what it truly meant to be hunted by cosmic forces. Chapter 8. The name that fits the boat carried them up the coast for 2 weeks, moving between small settlements where Xiao had connections, where they could resupply without drawing attention. During that time, Wei's cultivation continued to surge. The stress of being hunted, the fear of the witness's approach, the weight of the erased knowledge he was beginning to recover. All of it was driving his power forward with an intensity that most cultivators wouldn't experience in years. By the time they finally reached a safe house in a coastal city far from their starting point, Wei had reached late foundation establishment. But his mind had not rested. The memories locked in the crystal continued to surface, fragmentary but growing clearer. He was beginning to understand not just who he had been, but what the woman in his memories, his mother, he was certain now, had been trying to protect him from. The technique she had taught him, the one he had recovered from the memory crystal, was called the 1000 memory style. It was a cultivation method that allowed a user to perceive and manipulate the underlying mechanisms of power itself. A user of the 1000 memory style could, theoretically, learn not just techniques, but the fundamental principles on which all techniques were based. In other words, it was a roadmap to understanding the heavenly mechanism. And it was so dangerous that the heavens had erased everyone who knew it, had erased the location where it had been studied, had erased the entire legacy of cultivation that had led to its discovery. The woman from the memories, whose name was coming back to him now in fragments, had been named Xiaoyan. And Xiaoyan had been the keeper of the 1000 memory style, the last true master of the technique. She had taught it to Wei, despite the risks, despite the certainty that the heavens would come for both of them. And when the heavens came, she had made him forget, had made him choose forgetting over death. It was in the safe house, on the 15th night of their refuge, that Kuang Fei arrived. The old keeper appeared at the door like a ghost, traveling with guards of his own, guards Wei did not recognize, bearing symbols of an organization he had not encountered before. Kuang Fei was dressed as a traveling scholar, his hair more silver than Wei remembered, his face carrying new lines of exhaustion and worry. "Wei," Kuang Fei said, embracing him. "Thank the heavens you're safe. I've been tracking your flight since the witness was dispatched. It's good to see you alive. How did you find us?" Xiao asked, his hand moving toward his sword in a gesture of wariness. "I have my methods," Kuang Fei replied, his eyes moving to Wei. "And I have information that Wei needs to know. Information about his arrival at the archive 5 years ago." They retired to a private chamber in the safe house. Kuang Fei took a long breath before speaking. "When Shi Lingyao brought you to the archive 5 years ago, she gave me explicit instructions. Protect you, teach you, but do not help you remember. The understanding was that your amnesia had been deliberately inflicted and that you would be safer if you remained ignorant of your past. But circumstances have changed. The heavens now know you exist and what you are capable of. The time for protection through ignorance has ended. Now you need to understand your past to survive your future. Tell me," Wei said simply. "Your name," Kuang Fei began. "Your true name, the name you had before your mother erased you, was Sun Xiang. You were born into the Sun family, a family of cultivators who specialized in the study of the heavenly mechanism. Your mother, Xiaoyan, was an outsider who married into the family and brought with her knowledge of the 1000 memory style. You were her greatest student and her greatest hope." Wei felt the truth of it resonate through him, even though he had suspected it from the memories he had recovered. "The heavens sent the witness for your family 5 years ago," Kuang Fei continued. "Your mother faced the witness and made a bargain with it. She erased you completely, removed you from her life and your family legacy, and in exchange, the witness agreed not to pursue you further. But the erasure was only partial. Your mother was clever enough to preserve a fragment of you in a memory crystal, betting that you would eventually become strong enough to recover your past." "Why?" Wei demanded. "Why would she do that?" "Because she saw something in the future," Kuang Fei said. "She was trained in the 1000 memory style, and one aspect of that training involves learning to perceive fragments of possible futures. She saw a timeline in which you survived, in which you recovered the knowledge your family had protected, in which you became powerful enough to challenge the heavens' order itself. And she chose that future, even knowing the price would be erasing you from your own family. Wei's hands were shaking. And my family? What happened to them? They were erased, Kuang Fei said quietly. Not entirely. The heavens are never entirely merciful or entirely cruel. But they were removed from the world of cultivation. The knowledge was stripped from them. Their bloodline was sealed. Their names were erased from the records. They still live, as far as I know, but they live as ordinary people now, with no memory of what they once were. And I, Wei said slowly, I remain, with all the knowledge intact, living under a false name. Yes, Kuang Fei confirmed. You are called Wei Xun now, the name given to you by Shi Lingyao and the Veil Hunters. But you are also Sun Xiang, heir to your family's legacy, keeper of the 1,000 memory style, and the being the heavens fear most because you exist, and you remember, and you will not forget. Wei stood and walked to the window of the safe house. The city beyond was quiet, the night deep and dark. Somewhere out there, the witness was still hunting him, still trying to complete the task the heavens had set it to. What does the witness want? Wei asked. Specifically, what is it trying to achieve? The same thing Xie Yin negotiated for 5 years ago, Kuang Fei explained. To erase you completely. But with a twist, the heavens believe that you have recovered enough of the 1,000 memory style to become a true threat. They no longer want partial erasure. They want total erasure, with no fragment preserved. They want you to cease to have ever existed. Then I need to become strong enough to resist that erasure, Wei said. Yes, Kuang Fei agreed. But Wei, Sun Xiang, understand the cost. To resist the heavens is to place yourself outside their law. It is to become hunted for the rest of your existence. Every person who helps you will face the same danger. Every alliance you make will put others at risk. Wei turned from the window. Then I'll make sure they know the danger. And I'll make sure that what they die for has meaning. He had heard Lingyao say something similar before. Now, he understood it with the weight of true knowledge. He was not just a fragmented individual looking for his past. He was a legacy carrier, a being who existed outside the normal order of the world. And that existence, by its very nature, would change everything around him. Chapter 9. The network calls word of the witness's hunt reached the sanctuary before Wei did. By the time Xiao Ning had arranged for a caravan to carry them back inland, rumors were spreading through the entire cultivator network. There was a glitch in the system, a being who could perceive erased knowledge, and the heavens had sent the witness to capture and erase them completely. The sanctuary's response was to expand, to bring in more hunters, more scholars, more guards. When Wei arrived, he found the place transformed, no longer a secret refuge but something approaching a military installation. Lingyao was waiting for him in the training grounds, along with Kai Menghe and a dozen other faces Wei had never seen before. We can't hide you anymore, Lingyao said without preamble. The witness knows what you are, and the longer we run, the greater the danger to everyone who protects you. So instead, we're going to do something different. We're going to recruit you fully into the Veil Hunters, and we're going to accelerate your training. Training for what? Wei asked. To fight, Menghe said sharply. His tone was hostile, but beneath the hostility, Wei could sense something that might have been respect. To survive encounters with divine agents. To master the knowledge you carry. Over the next 3 months, Wei's training became something far more intense than anything he had experienced before. The sanctuary transformed from a refuge into a crucible. There were combat instructors, warriors with scars from decades of cultivation and battle, who taught him to integrate void perception with physical fighting. They showed him how to use his void reading not just as a passive perception, but as an active tool in combat. By learning to sense the voids in an opponent's technique, Wei could predict their movements before they made them. He could find the gaps in their defense, the moments of vulnerability when their qi was not fully concentrated. There were scholars who pushed him to recover more of the 1,000 memory style from his fragmented memories. These scholars were former members of the Sun family, people who had managed to escape the heavens' full erasure and preserve fragments of the family's knowledge. They would sit with Wei for hours, asking him to describe what he saw in void signatures, helping him reconstruct technique from the negative space of existence. It was painstaking work and often frustrating. There were gaps in his memory that no amount of meditation could recover, but with each session, more of his understanding came together. There were meditation masters who taught him to endure pain and exhaustion and fear without losing control of his mind or his power. They put him through ordeals that would have broken a normal cultivator. Extended periods of cultivation in absolute darkness, meditation while subjected to overwhelming void signatures, training under conditions of constant physical stress. But Wei learned that he was not a normal cultivator. Pain could be endured. Fear could be managed. And the only thing that truly destroyed a person was the loss of will to continue. And then, in the second month of his training, there was a new arrival at the sanctuary, a woman named Murong Zhu who claimed to represent an organization called the Council of Silence. Murong Zhu was old, ancient even by cultivator standards, with white hair and a spine that still stood straight despite her 84 years. She carried herself with the authority of someone who had commanded power for longer than Wei had been alive. The council has been aware of your situation for some time, Murong Zhu explained in a private meeting with Wei and Lingyao. We are an organization that manages the preservation and suppression of erased knowledge. Until recently, our goal was to work with the heavens to maintain the stability that the erasure system provided. But circumstances have changed, and we are beginning to question whether we are truly serving a just order or simply participating in a systematic oppression. Why should I trust you? Wei asked. You shouldn't, Murong Zhu said frankly. But I'm telling you this. The council's resources are substantial. If you accept our support, we can help accelerate your cultivation, provide you with knowledge that has been hidden from even the Veil Hunters, and perhaps, give you a chance to survive what is coming. And what is the council's interest in my survival? Wei pressed. The council is interested in the truth, Murong Zhu said. We are interested in learning what the heavens have hidden, and whether that hidden knowledge justifies the cost of maintaining it hidden. You, Wei, are a key to understanding those answers. Lingyao and Wei exchanged a glance. It was clear that Lingyao was as uncertain about Murong Zhu's motives as Wei was. But they were also running out of options. The witness had been spotted in the territories around the sanctuary multiple times. It was only a matter of time before it found them directly. It was during the second month of this new phase of training that Kai Menghe approached Wei with a proposal of his own. We should form a partnership, Menghe said without preamble. They were in the practice yard, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the stone training ground. They had just finished a particularly brutal sparring session where Wei had once again defeated him through his unique perception of voids and fighting technique. Menghe's shoulder was bruised from where Wei's staff had struck him, and there was fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Why would I do that? Wei asked, still breathing hard from the exertion. His own body ached. Menghe might have been defeated, but he had pushed Wei to the edge of his endurance before falling. Because the Veil Hunters are going to ask us to hunt together eventually, Menghe replied, sitting down heavily on a nearby bench. There was no hostility in his tone now, just a kind of weary acceptance. And because I'm strong enough to be useful, even if I'm not as naturally talented as you, we'll be stronger as a team than either of us separately. At least, that's what I've been told. By whom? Wei asked, sitting down beside his rival. By people who care whether we live or die, Menghe said quietly. By people who understand that the witness is coming, and that when it comes, it won't distinguish between Veil Hunters. It will kill everyone it finds, trying to get to you. Everyone except you. But everyone else is fair game. Wei understood what Menghe was really saying. The sanctuary's strength lay not in individuals, but in units. A single cultivator, no matter how powerful, could be picked off. But a pair, a trio, a cell of hunters working in concert, that was far harder to destroy. Menghe was offering not just alliance, but survival strategy. Wei considered this carefully. Menghe was right. The danger was spreading, affecting more and more people. And if Menghe was willing to take that risk, if he was willing to die at the witness's hands to protect others, then the least Wei could do was accept his offer of partnership. All right, Wei said finally. We're partners. When the witness comes, we face it together. Not because I like you, because it's strategically sound, Menghe finished. A faint smile crossed his scarred face. I'll take what I can get. That night, Wei and Menghe meditated together for the first time, synchronizing their chi flows, learning to sense each other's presence in the cultivation space. It was intimate in a way that sparring never was, a kind of trust built not on words but on the willingness to open one's inner world to another person's observation. By the end of the session, Wei understood that Menghe was not his rival anymore. He was his anchor, and Wei, in turn, would become Menghe's anchor, the one person whose void perception could detect the witness's approach and warn them both of danger. That night, as Wei lay in his chamber meditating on the knowledge he had recovered, the sanctuary's alarms sounded for the first time since his arrival. The witness had found them. The alarm was not a loud sound, but a vibration in the chi itself, a disturbance in the fundamental order that made every cultivator in the sanctuary sense danger simultaneously. Wei's eyes snapped open. Around him, the sanctuary was already stirring. Guards moving to defensive positions, scholars moving precious texts to deeper chambers, hunters preparing their weapons and techniques. Ling Yao appeared at his chamber door within moments. "It's here," she said simply. "The witness. The boundary wards are holding, but barely. You need to be prepared for what comes next." Wei stood, calm despite the surge of adrenaline through his system. He had been waiting for this moment. On some level, he had known it was coming. The witness's patient observation was over. The hunt was about to become active. "What do you want me to do?" Wei asked. "Be ready," Ling Yao said. "Be ready to fight. Be ready to stand with your companions. The witness cannot be killed, but it can be delayed, distracted, confronted. And if we're very clever, if we understand its nature better than we currently do, we might even be able to." She didn't finish the sentence. There was no need. Both of them understood that what she was about to suggest was impossible. The witness was an instrument of the heavens themselves. To oppose it was to oppose the cosmic order. And yet, Wei was already planning to do exactly that. The witness had found them. And tomorrow, everything would change. Chapter 10. Void Sickness. The witness did not attack immediately. Instead, it appeared at the base of the mountain, standing perfectly still, waiting. Wei could feel its presence like a beacon, like a burning in his bones, a vibration that was becoming impossible to ignore. Ling Yao ordered the sanctuary doors sealed and all personnel brought to the inner chambers. She gathered the senior hunters, Xiao Ning, Morong Zhu, Menghe, and Wei, in her war room to plan their response. "It's testing us," Morong Zhu said calmly. "The witness is not mindless. It serves a purpose, and that purpose is to understand its target before moving to erase it. It will study us, learn our strength, determine the best approach to capture Wei." "How long do we have?" Wei asked. "Days, perhaps weeks," Morong Zhu replied. "The witness doesn't experience time the way mortals do. It can wait as long as necessary. Then we use that time," Ling Yao said. "Wei, how much of the 1,000 memory style can you teach?" "Some of it," Wei replied. "The parts one can clearly recall. The more complex aspects are still locked behind the barriers of my erasure. They'll come with time and cultivation growth." "Teach what you can," Ling Yao commanded. "Everyone in the sanctuary who is capable should learn at least the basics. If the witness breaks our defenses, every one of us who knows the 1,000 memory style becomes another target, another complication in its mission." For 3 days, Wei taught. He shared the meditation techniques, the foundational principles of perceiving the mechanical structure of techniques themselves. He taught other hunters how to enter the state of inverted perception, how to sense the shape of things that had been erased or hidden. And then, on the 4th day, Wei began to experience void sickness in earnest. The symptoms started subtly, a headache that wouldn't go away, a slight blur to his vision, the sensation of standing too close to something vast and cold. But they escalated rapidly. By evening, Wei found himself unable to stand without support, his entire body shaking with a fever that cultivation could not alleviate. Xiao Ning took him to the medical chambers, where the sanctuary's healers immediately began treating him. But none of their techniques were effective against void sickness. The condition was caused by overexposure to the perception of void signatures, and the only cure was time and rest. As Wei lay in the medical chamber, half delirious from the fever, strange visions began to assault his consciousness. He perceived the witness standing at the gates of the sanctuary, and for a moment, he saw what it truly was. It was not a demon or a celestial being, but something in between, a construct of pure will, shaped by the heavens' determination to maintain their control. And inside that construct, Wei could sense a consciousness, buried deep but present, suffering under the weight of what it had been compelled to become. The witness had been free once. It had been a cultivator, powerful and wise. And then it had defied the heavens, and the heavens had taken its freedom, had reshaped it into a tool of suppression, a guardian of the system it had once opposed. Wei reached out, in his fever dream, and touched the consciousness buried within the witness. And for a moment, just a moment, he felt the witness's response. Not hostile but mournful, recognizing in Wei something of what it had once been. Then the vision fractured, and Wei fell into a deeper unconsciousness. Chapter 11. Shadows in the Library. Wei's void sickness lasted 9 days. When he finally recovered, it was with a cultivation surge that broke him into early core formation. The breakthrough came as his body purged itself of the void sickness, his chi pathways expanding to accommodate the deeper channels required for core formation cultivation. The first thing he did upon regaining clarity was to seek out Ling Yao. He found her in the archive chamber, reviewing texts with Morong Zhu. "The witness," Wei said. "It's not what you described." Both women turned to face him, their expressions immediately alert. "Explain," Ling Yao commanded. "During the void sickness, I perceived the witness directly. It's not just a construct, not just an instrument of the heavens' will. There's a consciousness inside it, a being that was once free and is now enslaved by the heavens' power. The witness is not hunting me because it wants to. It's hunting me because it has no choice. Morongzhu exchanged a significant look with Lingyao. You've recovered more of the thousand memory style, Morongzhu said. It was not a question. Yes, Wei confirmed. And with that knowledge, I understand now that the witness itself is an erasure victim. The heavens didn't erase it from the world. They erased it from freedom, from choice, from the ability to refuse their commands. It's a living erasure. If that's true, Ling Yao said slowly, then perhaps it's not beyond redemption. Perhaps we can negotiate with it. I don't think so, Wei said. The binding that holds it is absolute. Any attempt to free it would require power we don't possess. Power at the level of the heavens themselves. Then we need to become strong enough to match that power, Morongzhu said. Or at least, Wei needs to become that strong. Which means we need to accelerate your cultivation and knowledge recovery even further. Morongzhu led Wei to a section of the sanctuary's library that he had never been permitted to enter before. It was a chamber carved deep into the mountain, and its walls were lined with texts that radiated void signatures so powerful they made Wei's newly recovered senses ache. These are the texts the Council of Silence has preserved, Morongzhu explained. The knowledge that was erased by the heavens, recovered by the Council, and kept hidden from both the heavens and the Veil Hunters. They represent the accumulated understanding of cultivators who discovered things about the nature of reality that threatened the cosmic order. Why show me? Wei asked. Because you are the only person in the world who can safely read these texts, Morongzhu said. Your void perception allows you to extract knowledge from erased sources without being destroyed by the knowledge itself. Others have tried to read these texts, and most of them went insane. One ascended cultivator attempted to study the entire collection and had to be restrained. The knowledge threatened to unravel his understanding of reality itself. Wei approached the nearest text and reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, he could sense the void signature within it. This was not something that had been deliberately erased by the heavens, but something that had been hidden away, preserved in secret for future generations. The text contained knowledge of the heavenly mechanism in far greater detail than the thousand memory style had suggested. It described the mechanics of how the heavens maintained their authority, how the erasure system functioned, and perhaps most importantly, how the system could theoretically be disrupted or rewritten. I understand, Wei said slowly, pulling his hand back. The Council has been preserving this knowledge, waiting for someone with the capacity to use it. Someone like me. Yes, Morongzhu confirmed. And I believe the time has come for you to begin studying it in earnest. The witness is outside our gates, and it is patient. But the heavens have a timeline, and that timeline is closing. Soon, they will grow impatient and escalate their actions. When that happens, you need to be ready. Chapter 12. The second echo. The witness waited for 47 days. It never attacked, never made any aggressive move. It simply stood at the base of the mountain, watching, waiting, sometimes moving in slow circuits around the sanctuary's perimeter, as if mapping the terrain of its prey's refuge. In those 47 days, Wei pushed himself to the edge of sanity in his studies. He read texts from the Council of Silence's collection, absorbing knowledge that no cultivator had successfully integrated in centuries. He meditated in the depths of the mountain, where the sanctuary's wards were strongest and the void signatures were thinnest. He sparred with Menghe and the other hunters, pushing his cultivation to new heights. By the time the witness finally moved, Wei had reached mid-core formation and had recovered perhaps a third of the thousand memory style in useful detail. The witness's move came not as an attack, but as an ultimatum. A voice, not heard through the ears but through the qi itself, reverberated through the entire sanctuary. Wei Xun/Sun Zhang. I am the witness of the heavens' will. The heavens offer you a final choice. Surrender yourself to me for erasure, or watch everyone you have come to care for be erased in your stead. Ling Yao immediately called an emergency council. Everyone, hunters, scholars, guards, gathered in the central chamber. We're leaving, Ling Yao said flatly. We scatter, divide into small groups, take different routes. The witness cannot erase everyone. It will be forced to follow Wei, which is what we want. As long as we're scattered, we can regroup later. The plan was rational, practical, and everyone had known it would come to this eventually. They began the process of preparing for evacuation, packing what texts they could carry, arranging safe houses in different territories, planning escape routes. Wei assisted with the preparations, but his mind was elsewhere. The witness had said something important, not in what it said, but in how it said it. It had given him both his names, Wei Xun and Sun Ziang. It knew his true identity, and in that knowledge, Wei sensed something profound. That night, While the sanctuary was in chaos of preparation, Wei slipped away to the library. He went to the deepest section, the chamber where Murong-Zhu had shown him the most restricted texts. He moved to one shelf in particular, a shelf that held only 3 books, all of them radiating void signatures so powerful they made his newly recovered senses scream. He took the 3rd book from the shelf and opened it. The text was ancient, written in a form of the old language that was closer to poetry than prose. It described something called the witness's remembrance, a secret preserved in the witness constructs themselves, a memory of what they had been before the heavens bound them. Wei read through the text, understanding it not through normal comprehension, but through the deeper understanding granted by the thousand memory style. And what he understood made him gasp. The witness that was hunting him was not just any witness. It was the witness created specifically for his family, to hunt the Sun bloodline. And before it had been bound, before it had been transformed into a tool of the heavens, it had been something else. It had been his family's greatest ally. It had been his teacher. It had been someone Wei loved. The revelation hit him like a physical force. The memory was fragmentary, locked behind the deepest layers of his erasure. But he could sense it now, could feel the truth of it resonating through his bones. The witness was coming for him, not just because the heavens commanded it, but because it had unfinished business. It had things to teach him, things to show him, things that required him to survive the heavens' assault. The witness was coming to save him. Wei closed the book and stood in the silence of the deepest library. Above, he could hear the sounds of the sanctuary's evacuation continuing. But down here, in the quiet places where erased knowledge was preserved, Wei made a decision. When the witness attacked, and it would attack, Wei now understood, if only to force his hand, Wei would not run. He would stand and face it. And he would try, against all odds and all logic, to free his former teacher from the heavens' binding. It was impossible. But then, Wei Xun's entire existence was an impossibility. So he would attempt the impossible. The void signatures throughout the library seemed to vibrate in response to his resolution, as if every erased legacy, every forgotten knowledge, every lost cause was resonating with his choice. Wei could feel it in his bones, the sense that his decision had rippled outward, affecting forces far beyond the sanctuary's walls. And somewhere outside the sanctuary, standing patient in the darkness, the witness sensed his determination. The bond between the witness and its quarry was not physical but spiritual, a connection established the moment Wei had begun to use void perception. The heavens had ensured that the witness could always sense when its target was making significant choices, significant breakthroughs. And through that sense, it felt Wei's resolve to stand and fight, to attempt the impossible. The witness responded not with words, but with a kind of acknowledgement, a presence growing slightly more intense, slightly more focused. The hunt was about to enter a new phase. Wei had decided to stop running, and the witness had taken note of that decision, and waited, patient and inexorable, for the moment when choice would transform into action, and the confrontation that both the heavens and Wei himself had been preparing for would finally begin. Chapter 13. The Council's game. The evacuation had been methodical until Murong-Zhu arrived. The Council of Silence representative moved through the Veil Hunter's mountain sanctuary with the careful grace of someone who had never needed to move quickly. Authority slowed you down, or perhaps confidence did. She wore deep blue silk embroidered with silver thread that caught the afternoon light streaming through the upper terrace, and her silver hair was braided in the formal style of the Council's inner circle. Wei watched her from the library entrance as she climbed toward the administrative chambers where Shi Lingyao was overseeing the evacuation's final stages. The confrontation came an hour later. Wei was cataloging the last of the preserved manuscripts when raised voices filtered down from above. He recognized Lingyao's tone, controlled, edged with steel, and beneath it, Murong-Zhu's more measured cadence. Wei climbed. The administrative hall had been half emptied already. Maps still covered one wall, marked with routes and safe houses. Supplies were stacked in careful columns. Murong-Zhu stood at the center of the room, her posture radiating the kind of certainty that came from speaking with absolute institutional backing. Cannot continue recovery operations in the eastern provinces, Zhu was saying. The council has voted unanimously. 3 provinces are restricted effective immediately. You will cease all activities there, or face formal censure. Lingyao's hands were clasped before her, a practiced gesture of respect that concealed the tension along her shoulders. The council seeks to protect trade routes and political stability. I understand. But those 3 provinces contain the Jade Archive's subsidiary libraries. The knowledge stored there is not your concern anymore. Zhu's voice held no cruelty, which somehow made it worse. Your mandate was always conditional. You understood this when you founded the Veil Hunters. My mandate was to preserve what the heavens sought to erase. Yes, and the Council's mandate is to maintain the balance of power in this world. Zhu moved to the map, her fingers tracing the marked provinces with the precision of someone who had made this calculation many times. Knowledge is a tool. You treat it as a sacred trust. That's a fundamental incompatibility. Kaiming has stepped forward from where he had been standing by the western window. He had been quieter since the incident with Wei, more calculating, as if he were reassessing his position within the organization. Now his voice carried the careful neutrality of someone proposing a compromise they had already decided on. Ling Yao, Ming has said, perhaps the council is right that we've been operating too openly. Perhaps negotiation is wiser than defiance. Knowledge of how to bind divine entities, Zhu continued, addressing him directly now. Knowledge that could challenge the balance of power between the mortal cultivation world and the heavens themselves. The council believes the heavens would not tolerate such knowledge remaining in circulation. And so the council does the heavens work for them, Ling Yao said. The council does what is necessary to ensure that the heavens don't need to intervene more catastrophically, Zhu replied. She turned back to Ling Yao, and there was something in her expression that suggested this was the real reason she had come in person. There are ways to stop the witness. The council has studied the problem. Enforcement entities can be destroyed if you have sufficient firepower and the right knowledge. But the knowledge to do so lies precisely in the text you wish to preserve. Do you see the contradiction you're asking the council to tolerate? The question hung in the air. Wei understood then what was really happening. The council wasn't banning the texts to protect the heavens. The council was banning them to ensure that no one, not the Veil Hunters, not any independent sect, would have the capability to stop the heavens enforcers if the council decided that was what they wanted. The council wanted to be the only faction with access to such knowledge, which meant they already possessed it. How would you destroy it? Wei asked. Morong Zhu smiled. It was a thin expression, almost sad. You have fire in your cultivation now, Wei Xun. Growth through conflict. The heavens noticed that during your spar. You're attracting attention in ways Ling Yao's protection can only do so much to mitigate. Kai Minghe looked between Ling Yao and Wei saw the moment when Menghe made his final calculation, that the council was indeed the winning side, and that his position lay with power rather than principle. Menghe didn't speak. He simply turned and left the administrative hall, heading toward the lower chambers where his loyalists had been gathering. Ling Yao waited until he was gone. Then she sat down at the table that held the evacuation maps, and she looked at Wei with an expression that contained grief and something harder underneath it. We're going to lose some of the network over this, she said. Some will go to the council. Some will simply leave, wanting no part of this fight. And you? Wei asked. I stay, Ling Yao said. For what it's worth, I stay with you. Wei understood that this was not a small thing. Ling Yao was trading certainty for conviction, safety for principle. It was the opposite of what Menghe was doing, and watching the two paths diverge in this moment, Wei felt the weight of the choice pressing down on him. The council had made clear what the cost of protecting him was. That cost was measured in lives, in livelihood, in the stability of everyone around him. He thought of the memory crystal, locked in Ling Yao's possession. He thought of the witness, who had loved him enough to accept binding from the heavens rather than allow him to be erased. And he understood then that his existence, his refusal to be forgotten, was worth some cost. Not all costs, but some. Then we stand, Wei said. Chapter 14. The rivals challenge. Wei was moving through the outer passages the next evening when Kai Menghe appeared before him, blocking the path with the deliberate placement of someone not seeking to be moved. The evacuation had continued through the day. The lower sanctuaries were emptying, people moving to safe houses throughout the mountain range and beyond. The afternoon light was gone, replaced by the cool glow of cultivation lamps set into the stone walls. You think Ling Yao is going to save you? Menghe said without preamble. His hands were relaxed at his sides, but there was tension along his shoulders, in the set of his jaw. This wasn't aggression, not yet. This was opening a conversation that had been building for weeks. Wei stopped. There were no other cultivators nearby, which was probably intentional. I don't think anyone saves anyone, Wei replied. I think we choose to stand together or apart. Ling Yao chose. Ling Yao chooses to use you, Menghe said. His voice wasn't bitter, which was worse than if it had been. Bitterness could be argued with. This was analytical. You're a tool. A very powerful tool. Granted, you have void perception that no one else possesses. You're ascending faster than any cultivator I've encountered, and you're backed by a divine entity that apparently loves you enough to accept binding. From the Veil Hunter's perspective, you're exactly what they needed to challenge the council's monopoly. But you're still a tool. And you? Wei asked. I'm trying to survive, Menghe said. The council offers safety. Certainty. a place in an organization that spans provinces and commands resources. The Veil Hunters offer moral purity and the likelihood of being hunted into extinction. Menghe's eyes were steady on Wei's. You're young enough that you probably still think one of those choices is more virtuous than the other. Something in Wei crystallized at those words. It wasn't anger, it was clarity. He understood what was driving Menghe's resentment, and it wasn't jealousy at Wei's power or Ling Yao's trust. It was something more fundamental. Menghe had been forsaken by everyone important to him until the Veil Hunters had taken him in. Ling Yao had saved him, and yet Ling Yao had saved Wei in a different way, with more trust, more protection. Menghe was terrified that there was something in him that made him worthy of less than Wei received. Test it, Wei said. If you believe I'm just a tool without real strength, then test it. We spar, we find out if I'm what Ling Yao thinks I am, or if I'm what you think I am. Menghe's expression shifted. It wasn't what he had expected. You want to fight? I want to know why you're really here, Wei said. And I think you want to know too. They moved to the lower meditation chamber, a vast circular space carved into the mountain's heart, where sound echoed strangely and cultivators had spaced their training for centuries. The cultivation lamps here burned with steady blue light, casting long shadows. Wei set the wards himself, protection that would contain their qi without drawing attention from the cultivators still moving through the upper passages. Menghe was a fast cultivator. His sect training had given him classical technique, precise forms, the kind of fighting style that prioritized efficiency and control. He came at Wei with straight strikes and calculated footwork, each movement built on the last in patterns designed to overwhelm through accumulated pressure. Wei began in standard form, matching Menghe's strikes, reading his rhythm. But as the spar progressed, Wei felt something shifting in his cultivation. The breakthrough from their last encounter was still settling, and the stress of this new fight was accelerating the process. His void perception began to activate without his conscious direction. He could see the gaps in Menghe's defense not as physical spaces, but as absences, moments where Menghe's qi was slightly less dense, slightly less present. It was like seeing the negative of the world. And once he saw it, fighting became something different. Wei stopped matching Menghe's patterns. Instead, he flowed through the gaps. When Menghe threw a strike, Wei wasn't there. He had already identified the 0 point in Menghe's follow-through and moved into it. When Menghe tried to circle, Wei was already ahead, having traced the absence in Menghe's qi that indicated where he would step next. It should have been overwhelming, but Wei controlled it. He struck Menghe exactly once. A palm hit to the center of his chest that knocked the wind from him without causing injury. Menghe fell backward, gasping. And in that moment, Wei felt his cultivation shift again. The stress had broken something open. His qi expanded, his dantian reorganizing itself with brutal speed. Mid-core formation settled into his bones like finding a seat that had always been waiting. The power was immense. He could feel it in his hands, his breath, the way the cultivation lamps seemed to brighten in response to his presence. Menghe was on his back, breathing hard, and his expression held something beyond defeat. It held recognition. He had come to test Wei's limits, and had found none. You weren't using void perception before, Menghe gasped. In our earlier fights, I wasn't conscious of using it, Wei said, extending a hand to help Menghe up. It's becoming more automatic. Menghe took the hand, and Wei pulled him to his feet. For a moment they stood there, still connected by that simple gesture. Then Menghe pulled away. You're going to break the council, Menghe said quietly. If you keep growing like this, if you learn to combine void perception with martial technique, you're going to become something they can't control. And they'll destroy you for it, and everyone around you, until you're gone or they're gone. That's not virtue, Wei. That's not even conflict. That's apocalypse. So surrender to them instead, Wei said. Is that it? I don't know, Menghe replied. He looked toward the exit, and Wei could see the exhaustion in him. Not physical exhaustion from the spar, but the deeper weariness of someone who had stopped believing in any outcome that didn't end in loss. I just know that Ling Yao's certainty is a luxury. She's certain she's doing the right thing. She's certain you're worth protecting. And maybe she's right. But certainty in a losing war is just a slower way of dying. The door opened. Neither of them had heard footsteps. Sure, Ling Yao stood in the threshold, silhouetted against the blue light from the passage beyond. She had clearly heard at least the end of the conversation. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Wei could see the calculation in her eyes. Menghe, she said simply. The council representatives have left instructions for you. They'll be expecting you to make a decision soon. Take your time, but not too much of it. Loyalty always has a deadline. Menghe nodded. He didn't look at Wei as he passed Ling Yao and climbed toward the upper passages. Ling Yao came down into the meditation chamber. She approached Wei slowly, and her eyes held something more than the professional assessment of a leader evaluating a cultivator under her care. There was something personal in it, something that the crisis and the council's pressure had been pushing beneath the surface until this moment. "You advanced," she said. "Mid-core formation," Wei confirmed. The breakthrough happened during the spar. Ling Yao reached out and touched his shoulder, just for a moment. The gesture conveyed something too complex for words: acknowledgement of what he had become, awareness of what that becoming would cost, and something that might have been love or might have been the shadow of love cast by circumstance and need. "Then we have a little more time than I thought," she said. "But only a little. Come with me. There's something I need to show you." Chapter 15. Forbidden Archives. The Royal Archive of Xiaoyang City stood 7 stories above ground and extended down into carved caverns beneath the earth. It had been sealed with council protection for 300 years, and in that time, only a handful of scholars had been granted access to its deepest levels. Wei stood with Ling Yao and 5 other Veil Hunters in a secured safe house 2 miles from the archive, and he examined the seal maps with the intensity of someone preparing to walk into divine fire. "The seals are layered," Ling Yao said, pointing to the complex diagram. "Protective wards on the outside. Those are designed to repel unauthorized cultivators. Magical locks on the major chambers. Those require specific tokens that the council maintains. And then there are the divine seals on the restricted levels. Those are the reason we've never attempted this before." "Until now," said Kuang Wei, one of the 5 other Veil Hunters. She was older than Wei, perhaps in her late core formation cultivation, with scarred hands from archive work and an expression like iron. "Why now?" "Because Wei's advancement changes our capacity," Ling Yao replied. "His void perception can see the gaps in seals, the specific absences that indicate where security is weak. If he can navigate the divine seals, said another cultivator, a younger man named Zhou Cheng. Ling Yao acknowledged. "We'll extract him immediately if it becomes dangerous. But I believe Wei can do this." Wei studied the maps more carefully. What he was seeing wasn't lines on paper, but patterns of absence. The divine seals appeared as blank spaces in the diagram, places where the architects of the map simply hadn't written anything, because there was nothing they could write that would convey the nature of divine protection. But to void perception, those blank spaces were rich with information. Wei could feel, through the diagram itself, the shape of what the seals did, how they enforced their will on space and movement. "I can try," Wei said. The approach came at midnight. They had cultivators positioned throughout the city, ready to provide distraction if the alarm was raised. The front entrance was impossible, too much traffic, too many witnesses. Instead, they came through the water channels that supplied the archive's lower levels, channels that were maintained by servants rather than guarded by cultivators. The first ward was the easiest. It was an old seal, designed when the archive was founded, and it had been modified and patched so many times over the centuries that its original design had become almost incoherent. Wei could see the seams where one patch met the next, the points where the seal's logic became confused about itself. He walked straight through, and it never registered his presence. The protective wards on the lower levels were more sophisticated, but they operated on a simple principle. They prevented cultivators above a certain power level from approaching the restricted chambers. Wei's solution was to not approach in a way that could be sensed. He moved through the negative space, through the absence of where the wards were looking rather than into the spaces they were actually protecting. It was like moving sideways out of reality for a few seconds at a time, and each transition burned chi and left him temporarily disoriented. But it worked. The magical locks required tokens. Wei didn't have tokens. Instead, he used void perception to understand the lock's logic, to see the specific absence that represented the authentication mechanism. Then he simply bypassed the lock entirely, moving around it the way water moves around stone. The divine seals were different. The first one nearly killed him. It was a seal of absolute protection, layered, complex, binding several different forms of enforcement into one unified whole. When Wei approached it, the seal seemed to notice him in a way the lower-level security hadn't. It pressed against him with the weight of divine authority, a force that wanted to unmake him entirely, to reduce him to ash and then reduce the ash to void. Wei stopped breathing. He pressed his consciousness outward, into the seal's pressure, allowing it to push him. And in that contact, in the moment when the seal was actively attacking him, Wei perceived its structure. He saw the specific void-shaped absences that gave the seal its power, the negative spaces where divine will had written itself into reality by describing what it would not tolerate. And he walked through those absences. The process took hours. Each divine seal was an ordeal. Wei's nose was bleeding by the third one. His eyes were developing a halo of temporary blindness around the edges of his vision, and his chi was burning at a rate that alarmed even Ling Yao, who was waiting in the archive's main chamber. But Wei continued down, level by level, penetrating toward the restricted archives. The deepest level was silent and cold. Row upon row of sealed cases stretched into darkness. Text that the council had decided no one should read, knowledge deemed too dangerous for open circulation. Wei moved through them slowly, running his fingers along the cases, until one pulled at his attention with a force that transcended the physical. The genealogical record was preserved in a case of crystal and silver, sealed with seals of its own. Wei opened it using his now familiar method of finding the void-shaped gaps in protective magic. The record itself was ancient, pages of heavy parchment covered in formal script listing the great families of the empire and their bloodlines. He found his name on page 47. Wei Xun, status, erased, reason, redacted. Below that line, where his family should have been listed, where his ancestors and descendants should have stretched across the page in formal script, there was nothing. The space was blank, not white paper, but deliberately blank, carved away, a void made manifest on parchment. Wei closed his eyes. He could feel the absence like a physical thing, like reaching for something and finding only empty air. His entire family history had been excised, not just hidden or locked away, erased with such thoroughness that even the genealogists who maintained this record couldn't record the reason. When he climbed back out of the archive, Lingyao was waiting for him in the safe house. The dawn had come while he was underground, and the first light was filtering through the shuttered windows. Wei held out the genealogical record. "You knew," he said. Lingyao looked at it, then at him. "She didn't take the record." "Yes." "That my entire family was erased? That my bloodline has been written out of history?" "Yes," Lingyao said. She was standing very still, and Wei could feel the weight of what she was about to tell him pressing down on her shoulders. "And you never thought I should know?" "I thought you should be safe first," Lingyao replied. "I thought I should help you become strong enough to handle the knowledge without being destroyed by it. I thought—" She stopped. She reached out and took the genealogical record from his hands, looking at the blank space where his family should have been. "I thought I was protecting you, but I was just postponing the truth." Wei felt something crack open inside him. It was larger than anger, more encompassing than grief. It was the recognition that his entire existence was built on erasure, that he was a person made of absences, that even his own name had been written out of reality by the heavens themselves. And that Lingyao, who said she had saved him, had let him live in ignorance of that for years. "Tell me everything," Wei said, starting from the beginning. "What happened to my family? Who I was? All of it." Lingyao looked at him with an expression that contained both determination and dread. And she began to speak. Chapter 16. The truth about Lingyao. They sat in the safe house throughout the day. The sun moved across the shuttered windows in a slow arc, and Lingyao told Wei the story of the Rememberers, and of Wei's place in it, and of the day everything ended. "The Rememberers began 20 years ago," Lingyao said. She was sitting across from him on a simple bench, her posture upright, her voice steady, as if she had rehearsed this conversation 1,000 times and memorized the exact weight each word must carry. "They were founded by your father, Wei Hongdian, and 3 other cultivators from different sects who had each independently come to the same conclusion. The heavens were systematically erasing knowledge from the world, not censoring it, not hiding it, erasing it so completely that people forgot it had ever existed." Wei listened. He was aware that his hands were shaking slightly, that his breathing had become shallow. This was his father, a man he had no memory of, whose face he had never seen, whose name had been erased from even his own genealogical record. The first knowledge they discovered being erased was binding techniques, Lingyao continued. Your father had a rare gift for it. He could see the structure of binding magic at a level that most cultivators couldn't perceive. He realized that the heavens had systematically deleted every book about binding from public circulation, had erased every cultivator who had studied it deeply, and had made it so that the very concept of binding a divine entity was not just forbidden, but literally forgotten. Almost everyone forgot it was possible. But my father didn't, Wei said. Your father had a way of remembering things that should be forgotten, Lingyao said. It was a form of cultivation that he developed himself, a technique for using the body's natural qi flow to create permanent records of knowledge. When something was erased from the world, it often left traces in him, like phantom limbs in a meditation state. He could feel the shape of what was missing. Wei understood. He understood because it was what he did with void perception. He could see absence, and from absence he could reconstruct presence. His father had done something similar, just through a different method. By the time I met him, the Rememberers had been operating secretly for 12 years, Lingyao continued. I was younger then, younger and angrier. The Veil Hunters didn't exist yet. I was working with an underground network of scholars, trying to preserve texts that were being systematically erased from libraries. When I learned about the Rememberers, I wanted to join them immediately. They were doing what I wanted to do on a larger scale. They were fighting the erasure itself. And you met my father, Wei said. I did. He was. Ling Yao paused, and for the first time, emotion crossed her face. Genuine emotion, not the controlled presentation she had been maintaining. He was one of the most determined people I have ever known. He had a daughter, your older sister, Xun, who was studying binding technique with him. And he had you, who was very young then, maybe 10 years old, and already showing signs of unusual cultivation sensitivity. Wei closed his eyes. He had a sister. The knowledge felt impossible, like reaching towards something and finding it partially there, solid but half submerged. What happened to her? Wei asked. Ling Yao looked away. The heavens noticed the Rememberers. I don't know when exactly, but by the time we knew we were being hunted, it was already too late. The witness came first. It was a divine enforcer sent specifically to suppress binding knowledge. It was subtle at first. It didn't attack directly. It just prevented anyone who had been near the Rememberers from teaching what they knew. It was like watching a disease spread through the network, silencing people one by one. The witness, Wei said. The name carried weight now. He understood what the witness was, not an enemy but a tool, a binding made manifest. Your father decided to negotiate with it, Ling Yao said. He believed that the witness wasn't acting of its own will, that it was bound to enforce the heavens' erasure. He thought that if he could reach the consciousness beneath the binding, if he could make the witness understand what was at stake, then perhaps the witness would help them rather than hunt them. Did it work? Wei asked, though part of him already knew the answer. Your father met the witness in a temple outside the city, Ling Yao said. He brought your sister with him. I don't know what happened in that meeting. What I know is that afterward, your father did not come out, and neither did your sister. Wei felt something tear open inside him. The grief was too large for tears, too fundamental for any single emotion. His sister and his father, erased before he even fully knew them. But you, Ling Yao said. Your mother had already gone into hiding with you. The heavens wanted to erase the knowledge your father held, which meant erasing the bloodline that carried it. We had already begun the process of hiding you, changing your name, creating the identity of Wei Xun, a nameless refugee cultivator. But the heavens were thorough. They came for you anyway. They erased my memories, Wei said. They did. We felt it happen. One moment you were conscious, yourself, and the next. Ling Yao took a breath. It was like watching someone walk into smoke. You were still there, but the part of you that was you was gone. Erased. The heavens mechanism was so efficient that it erased everything. Your family name, your mother's face, the techniques your father had taught you, even the memory of being a member of the Rememberers. How did you get me out? Wei asked. I had been preparing for this, Ling Yao said. I had been studying preservation techniques, ways to save consciousness into objects that the heavens couldn't directly target. I managed to access you in that erased state, and I recorded what was left, fragments of consciousness, pieces of your training, impressions of your family. I sealed it all into a memory crystal and kept it hidden for 5 years while I built the Veil Hunters. I was waiting for you to become strong enough to access it, to reconstitute yourself. The crystal, Wei said. The one he hadn't been able to access yet. The one you haven't been able to access yet, Ling Yao confirmed. But you're close. You're mid-core formation now, and getting closer to the heavens lock every day. Wei realized then what had driven every decision Ling Yao had made since taking him in. The trust, the protection, the careful guidance toward greater and greater power. She hadn't been using him at all. She had been building a weapon to allow him to reclaim himself. And the witness? Wei asked. You said my father negotiated with it. Is that why it's hunting me now? Because my father made some kind of deal? Ling Yao nodded slowly. When your father realized that the heavens were coming for you, he made a final negotiation with the witness. He offered himself and your sister in exchange for the witness allowing you to escape. But he also did something else. He bound the witness to protect you, to help you if you ever learned the truth about what you were. The binding was so sophisticated that the heavens couldn't undo it. They could only contain it, which meant keeping the witness active, alive, directed at you. They turned your father's protection into your punishment. The pieces fell into place then. The witness wasn't hunting Wei out of malice. It was bound to him by his father's last act, the last act of the Rememberers. It was hunting him to find him, to help him, to free him from the heavens' erasure. So when the witness issues an ultimatum, Wei said slowly, asking the Veil Hunters to surrender me. It's not a real demand, Ling Yao said. It's a test. The witness is trying to separate you from the network so that it can reach you directly, so that it can show you what your father bound into it, what he wanted you to know. But we could never understand that. We had to see the ultimatum as a real threat because we didn't know the truth. Wei stood. He walked to the shutter and opened it slightly, letting the afternoon light pour across his face. He could feel it all now, the weight of history, the layers of erasure that had been built around him, the love that had driven his father to bind himself and his daughter away to protect a son who would forget them all. I need to free the witness, Wei said. His voice was quiet but absolute. I need to undo the binding my father created, so that it's not trapped anymore, so it's not caught between its own nature and the compulsion the heavens have placed on it. That binding is beyond the heavens' authority now, Ling Yao said. It's a cultivator's binding, not a divine one. If you move against it, the witness won't just be freed. The heavens' hold will dissolve too. And when it does, they'll know. They'll know you've accessed the full truth about yourself. And they'll come. Then they'll come, Wei said. Ling Yao stood. She crossed the distance between them, and she took Wei's hand. It was a simple gesture, but it carried the weight of everything she had sacrificed for him, everything she had protected him toward. I know what I asked you to be, Ling Yao said. I made you into a weapon against erasure. And now you're asking me to accept that weapon being used to strike at the very forces I've been protecting you from. But I'll accept it, because you've become more than what I made you into. You've become yourself. Wei squeezed her hand. In that moment, the romantic tension that had been building between them crystallized into something else, something forged in shared grief and built on the foundation of a truth that had cost everything to preserve. Thank you, Wei said, for saving me, even if I can't remember being saved. You're remembering now, Ling Yao replied. That's enough. Chapter 17. The crystal was the size of Wei's fist, enclosed in a protective case of carved jade and sealed with silver bands that had been engraved with symbols of binding and preservation. Ling Yao placed it in his hands in the deep library of their new sanctuary, a cavern hidden beneath a merchant's warehouse in the mountains east of the city. The lock is sophisticated, Ling Yao said. It's not just a seal. It's an entire system designed to prevent access until the person seeking access has reached a specific level of cultivation and understanding. The heavens work, enforced by my preservation technique. Breaking it will take immense focus. Wei held the crystal and felt the weight of what it contained. Fragments of consciousness, pieces of his own mind, preserved in static form, waiting to be reintegrated. He closed his eyes and let his void perception extend into the crystal's depths. What he perceived made him gasp. There was a woman's face that wasn't Ling Yao's. The features were sharper, and there was something in the set of the eyes that reminded him of his own reflection, though he had no basis for that comparison. His mother. The crystal held a flash of memory, her hands braiding his hair, her voice singing a lullaby he had forgotten he knew. And then pain lanced through his skull. The memory dissolved into static, into a technique he had never formally learned but somehow knew in his bones. The way a technique is known when the body remembers what the mind has forgotten. His father had taught it to him, in a time before time, in a space his current consciousness couldn't quite reach. The technique involved binding qi into a specific formation, creating a closed loop that could preserve knowledge even when external forces tried to erase it. Wei pulled deeper, and the crystal's resistance grew. The heavens lock wasn't trying to keep him out passively. It was actively resisting, pressing back against his consciousness, trying to force him away before he could access the sealed memories. He saw a city being erased from the sky. The architecture was beautiful, towers of white stone that seemed to float on clouds. But as he watched, the clouds dissolved, and the city began to disintegrate. The cultivators standing on its walls screamed as their positions became meaningless, as the very fact of the city's existence was written out of reality. Whole buildings blinked out of existence. Streets that had known traffic for centuries became unknowable. And beneath it all, a sense of the heavens' absolute authority, the power to say something is not, and have that statement become truth. Wei pulled back, gasping. His hands were shaking. The crystal felt burning hot against his palms, as if his attempt to access it had set it on fire. The lock is still too strong, Ling Yao said quietly. You're not ready yet. I saw something, Wei said. His voice was hoarse. A city being erased. A city with white towers. People dying as reality itself rejected their existence. Ling Yao's expression went very still. That's the city of scholars, she said. That's where the rememberers had their main archive. That was one of the 3 events that the heavens erased almost completely. Even we only know it happened because some of us remember being aware of it before the erasure took effect. The heavens deleted the memory from almost everyone who was alive to see it. Why would my father preserve that? Wei asked. Why keep a memory of something so terrible? Because witnessing the heavens' power is the only way to understand what we're really fighting against, Ling Yao said. It's not an enemy that can be defeated by greater force. The heavens are authority made manifest. They can unmake reality itself. The only thing that can stand against that is the determination to remember, to witness, to refuse to be erased. Wei looked at the crystal again. He understood now why his father had placed it in his hands, why the lock was designed to activate only when Wei had sufficient power and understanding to bear what it contained. The memories weren't just records, they were weapons. They were testimonies to erasure that the heavens wanted kept hidden. They were proof. How long will it take before I can access it fully? Wei asked. A few more weeks if you progress at your current rate, Ling Yao said. The cultivation breakthrough you had during your spar with Meng He accelerated your timeline significantly. You're reaching toward the heavens lock faster than we expected. Wei placed the crystal on the shelf that held the most precious items in the library, texts that had been salvaged from the archives, fragments of forbidden knowledge, the physical evidence of what the heavens had tried to erase. He was about to pull his hand away when Ling Yao touched his wrist. Wei, she said. His name, spoken like it was something sacred. When you do access the full memories, you'll face things that will be difficult to integrate. Parts of yourself that have been sealed away for so long. The grief of losing your family. The knowledge of what the heavens did to you. I won't be able to protect you from that. I know, Wei said. He turned, and Ling Yao was close enough that he could see the pain in her eyes, the burden of having kept this knowledge to herself for so long. I've been carrying it, Ling Yao said. All of it. Your father's binding, your sister's sacrifice, the city of scholars, all of it. And now I'm asking you to carry it too. I'm asking you to bear something that has been designed specifically to break people. Wei reached out and placed his hand on Ling Yao's cheek. My father chose to bind it, he said. He must have believed I could bear it, that I was strong enough. He knew what you could become, Ling Yao replied. But that doesn't mean it won't hurt. I know, Wei said, and he leaned forward and kissed her, gently, carefully, the way someone kisses when both of you are made of broken things. The kiss tasted like grief and like the determination to survive grief, like the recognition that they were both bound together now by more than just organization or duty. They were bound by shared truth, by the weight of what they had been entrusted to carry. When they separated, Ling Yao leaned her forehead against his. Don't get yourself killed trying to free the witness, she said. I'll do my best to stay alive, Wei replied. That's not good enough, Ling Yao said. Promise me you'll come back. Even if you free the witness, even if you challenge the heavens themselves, promise me you'll come back to me. Wei promised, though he understood as he said it that some promises are harder to keep than others, and some are kept by strength of will rather than certainty of outcome. Chapter 18. The Schism. The Council of Silence's public statement came by courier, sealed and official, addressed to every major sect, noble house, and cultivation organization in the empire. The parchment was heavy, expensive, and when Ling Yao broke the seal and read the words aloud to the assembled veil hunters, the silence that followed was the silence of an organization fracturing. Let it be known, Ling Yao read, that Wei Xun, cultivator of unknown origin, is hereby declared a danger to the natural order. He bears within him void corruption, a condition that weakens the boundary between the mortal realm and the heavens' jurisdiction. This corruption is not a mere cultivation illness. It is a vector for heavenly erosion, a weakness in reality itself. Any sect harboring Wei Xun will be declared equally complicit in destabilizing the celestial order. The Council of Silence has voted unanimously to place a bounty on Wei Xun of 10,000 spirit stones, to be paid upon verified proof of his neutralization. This decree is binding across all affiliated organizations and will be enforced by the Council's agents. Ling Yao set the parchment down. They were assembled in the main chamber of their new sanctuary, 23 veil hunters out of the original 60 who had been at the mountain retreat. The others had either left, gone to the Council's side, or simply disappeared into the larger cultivation world, unable to bear the pressure of staying. The reactions were immediate and divergent. Huang Wei, the older woman with scarred hands, nodded slowly as if this had been inevitable. Zhou Cheng's hand went to his sword. Several of the younger cultivators looked at Ling Yao with expressions asking whether they had just become enemies of the state. Kai Minghe rose from his seat at the back of the chamber. He had been quiet since the night of his spar with Wei, but his presence had remained in the sanctuary, positioned between the organization and the outside world, clearly negotiating with the council even as he maintained his formal membership with the Veil Hunters. We need to speak frankly, Minghe said. His voice was calm, analytical, the voice of someone proposing a difficult choice that he had already made peace with. The council isn't threatening us out of political maneuvering. They're declaring Wei a threat to the heavens' stability. If they're willing to make this public, it means they've already consulted with higher powers. It means the decision has been made at a level above what we can challenge. So, Ling Yao said. Her voice was sharp. So we have one choice that doesn't end in annihilation, Meng He replied. Wei alone cannot stand against the council and the heavens enforcers combined. But Wei separated from the Veil Hunters. Wei offering himself as a sacrifice to spare the network. That's a choice that could preserve what we've built. The knowledge we've recovered, the archives we've established, the cultivators we've trained. All of it could continue if we don't entangle ourselves with someone the heavens are actively hunting. You're proposing we surrender him, Ling Yao said. I'm proposing we accept the inevitable, Meng He replied. Wei is one person. The Veil Hunters are an organization that serves thousands. The calculus is simple. Huang Wei stood. The boy is the future of our work, she said, her voice cutting through Meng He's careful logic like a blade. Void perception is the only cultivation art that can directly challenge the heavens' erasure. If we abandon him, we abandon the entire purpose of the Rememberers. The Rememberers are dead, Meng He said, and his voice held something beyond coldness. It held the genuine grief of someone who understood what was being lost but couldn't see a way to save it. They've been dead for years. The council killed them. The heavens killed them. And we inherited what was left. But we can't resurrect them by dying ourselves. So what are you proposing exactly? Zhou Qing asked. His hand had relaxed from his sword, but his expression was hard. That we hand Wei over to the council? That we just abandon someone we've brought into our organization? I'm proposing that Wei volunteer to be contained, held safely, and negotiated on behalf of, Meng He said. If Wei offers himself to the council willingly, negotiates for safe passage for the organization, we could establish terms. The council might be satisfied with his neutralization, not necessarily his death, but his removal from active cultivation and danger. They would execute him, Ling Yao said flatly. Perhaps, Meng He replied. Or perhaps they would preserve him as leverage against the witness. Wei is the witness's binding point. If the heavens still need to use the witness, they need Wei alive. There are paths forward if Wei makes himself valuable as a prisoner rather than dangerous as a free cultivator. Wei had been standing near the back of the chamber, listening to the debate with the strange detachment of someone hearing their own death discussed in academic terms. Now he stepped forward. You're asking me to sacrifice myself to preserve the organization, he said to Meng He. I'm asking you to accept that your existence comes at a cost, Meng He replied, and asking whether that cost is worth paying. I don't have the answer, but I think you should have the choice of the answer, rather than having it imposed on you by external circumstances. The room went silent. Ling Yao's hand moved toward her sword, not in aggression, but in the way someone touches a weapon when they're about to make a statement. But before she could draw it, Wei raised his hand. No, he said to Ling Yao. Then to the assembled Veil Hunters. The council has declared me a threat to the natural order. That means I am a threat to the heavens themselves. That means my existence, my continued cultivation, my access to void perception. All of it challenges what the heavens want to remain stable. That's not something to negotiate away. That's something to make real. Pretty words, Meng He said quietly. But they don't change the fact that the heavens can destroy all of you to get to me. Not all of us, Ling Yao said. She had stepped forward, and now she stood beside Wei with the solidity of someone who had made a final decision and was at peace with it. Not those who choose to stay. I'm not asking anyone to follow. The council has given you the choice. Leave, and you're safe. Stay, and you're marked as complicit in harboring Wei. Choose. The moment hung in the air. Several of the cultivators who had been wavering looked at each other. 3 stood and walked toward the exit. 2 more followed them. But others, Huang Wei, Zhou Cheng, and 7 others, remained standing. I'm not leaving, Huang Wei said. The Rememberers gave me my life. I'm not abandoning their successor. The council will destroy you for this, Meng He said. He was looking at Ling Yao, and his expression held something beyond resentment. It held the genuine pain of someone who loved an organization and couldn't save it. Then we'll be destroyed, Ling Yao replied. But we'll be destroyed as ourselves. Not erased. Not forgotten. That's all we can ask for in this world. Meng He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was moving toward the exit. I'll remain neutral through the council's enforcement period, he said. I won't actively hunt Wei, but I also won't stand with you. I can't. He left, and with him went the last hope of compromise, the last possibility of walking away from the conflict without choosing a side. The remaining Veil Hunters looked at each other, understanding in that moment that they had become something different. They had stopped being an organization operating in the shadows and become a faction openly opposing the Council of Silence and, by extension, the heavens themselves. Wei looked at Ling Yao. She was standing with her hand resting on her sword hilt, her expression showing the weight of what she had chosen. We'll need to move the sanctuaries, Wei said quietly. Hide the archives better. Prepare for siege conditions. I know, Ling Yao replied. And we'll need to advance your plan regarding the witness. If we're going to stand against the council and the heavens enforcers, we need something they can't control. We need the witness. Wei nodded. He was thinking of his father, of the binding that had been created as an act of desperate love. He was thinking of the crystal, waiting in the library with its fragments of his own consciousness preserved within it. He was thinking of the fact that he was no longer someone running from erasure. He had become someone running toward the truth, whatever the cost. Then that's what we'll do, he said. We'll free the witness. We'll break the heavens binding. And we'll make ourselves something they can't erase, no matter how hard they try. Ling Yao took his hand. In the faces of the remaining Veil Hunters, Wei saw the resolve that came from having nowhere left to go but forward. The schism was complete. The choice had been made. And somewhere in the distance, like a pressure building against the boundary between worlds, the witness began to stir. Chapter 19. Allies in the shadows. The message came through a split mirror painting hung in a safe house on the 11th Ward's northern edge. Wei saw it the moment he entered, a brushstroke that hadn't been there 3 days before, a deliberate flaw in the composition that screamed for attention to anyone trained in the Veil Hunter's visual codes. The painting showed a landscape of mountains at dusk, but one peak was inverted, its shadow falling upward into the sky. He found Ling Yao in the compound's depths, in the meditation chamber carved from living stone beneath the warehouse. She looked up from a table scattered with correspondence, all of it in cipher, all of it concerning. The tension in her shoulders had become a permanent state since the council's public denunciation. The network was bleeding safe houses, members switching sides or vanishing entirely into the outer territories. Only Kuang Fei's unwavering presence kept the core intact. The painting, Wei said. Ling Yao nodded without looking surprised. 3 days ago. The code is old, pre-schism. Someone remembers how we used to talk. Who? They're calling themselves the Keepers. More radical than us. They don't just want to recover erased knowledge. They want the entire erasure system dismantled. At its foundation, Wei felt something shift in his chest. Not fear. Not excitement either. Recognition, perhaps. The knowledge that they existed had been there all along, waiting in the void signatures of conversations he'd never had, decisions never made. And they want to meet me? They want more than that, Ling Yao said quietly. She turned to face him fully, and her eyes held something close to defiance. They want you to lead them. The words hung in the chamber like incense smoke. Wei moved to the table and pulled a chair beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. In the weeks since their conversation in the flooded vault, they had been cautious with each other, as if the revelation of his true nature had created a new kind of fragile thing between them. But they had not stepped back. That was something. What do you think? He asked. I think, Ling Yao said slowly, that you're ready for more than we've been doing. We've been defensive, reactive. The Keepers are thinking 3 moves ahead. But I also think they want to use you, and that frightens me more than any of this other business. Wei considered this. His void perception had been expanding in new directions lately. He could sense not just erased knowledge but the echoes of erased decisions, the ghost traces of paths not taken. It was as if his understanding of the void was deepening, moving beyond mere recovery into something more like prophecy. When do they want to meet? Tonight. There's a location in the old silk markets. The representative will find you at midnight. Wei turned to his cultivation practice as the hours crept toward evening. The meditation chamber had become his sanctuary, not just for the deep work, but because Ling Yao often sat nearby, doing her own cultivation or reading the endless intelligence reports that constituted the Veil Hunter's lifeblood. He settled into a lotus position near the chamber's heart, where a cultivation formation had been inscribed into the floor a century ago by a master whose name had been erased. The formation still worked. That was the thing about erased knowledge. It never truly stopped functioning. It just functioned in absence, in void signatures that only void perception cultivators could read. Wei sank into it, letting his chi flow along the ancient channels. Tonight he was pushing toward late foundation formation, the space between early foundation and core. His cultivation had accelerated dramatically in the past 2 months. The constant exposure to void signatures, the reconstruction work, the sheer weight of his own erased truth pressing against his consciousness. All of it had become fuel for his ascension. He could feel the breakthrough waiting for him like a city behind a veil. Wei expanded his void perception into the formation. The lines of spiritual energy were sharp and clear, but they existed in a particular way, not as positive power but as the absence of interruption. The formation was designed to amplify chi by ensuring that no stray force could scatter it. It was elegant beyond any technique he'd studied in the formal sects. He breathed in the pattern and pulled his cultivation center deeper. The chi gathered at his core like moths around a flame, condensing, concentrating. The pressure built. His organs responded, adapting, accepting the higher density of spiritual force. The tribulation was coming, the test that separated foundation from core, but not tonight. Tonight was still the ascending phase, the moment of becoming capable of bearing the greater burden. When he finally surfaced 2 hours before midnight, something had shifted. His perception had widened. He could sense living chi at a greater distance, could read the cultivation level of people moving through the floors above by the simple fact of how their presence disturbed the spiritual atmosphere. Huang Fei was upstairs, his cultivation sharp and controlled. 2 members of the outer circle were in the eastern wing. And Ling Yao. Ling Yao's presence was like a beacon, her chi steady and deep as a well. She met him in the passage leading to the safe houses. "You broke through again," she said. It wasn't a question. "Approaching late foundation. I can feel it." Her expression tightened. "Each time you ascend, the heavens see you more clearly." Huang Fei warned me. He said that cultivators like you, erased cultivators who reclaim their power, draw attention proportional to their growth. Then I should stop? Wei asked, though he already knew the answer in his bones. "No," Ling Yao said. "You should prepare for what comes next. And you should meet with the mirror. They will offer you something we cannot." The silk market sprawled across the old merchant quarter like a sleeping beast. Once, before the economic shifts of the past century, this had been the wealthiest district in the city. Now it was a patchwork of abandoned warehouses, forgotten stalls, and the occasional shop that catered to the desperate or nostalgic. The representative was waiting in a stall that sold funeral silks, cloth dyed for shrouds, and memorial cloths. She was unremarkable at first glance. A woman of middle years, dressed in a dyed silk merchant's coat, her hair arranged in the high style of 40 years past. But Wei's void perception registered her immediately as wrong. There was an absence around her like a halo, a space in reality that had been edited out and badly stitched back. He understood instantly what she was, partially erased, caught between existence and void. "Wei Xun," she said. Her voice was gentle. "Or should I call you Sun Xiang? Who sent you?" "The mirror did. And before you ask, yes, the mirror is exactly as strange as you're imagining, and no, that's not actually their name. But it's the only name they've worn for long enough that it matters." The representative gestured to a pile of burial silks, and they both sat. "How much has Ling Yao told you about the keepers? That you want the erasure system destroyed at its foundation." "More than destroyed," the representative corrected gently. "We want it reversed. Every erased cultivator restored. Every suppressed knowledge returned to the world. The heavens have hidden not just individuals, but entire civilizations. Techniques that could cure plagues. Philosophies that could reshape how we understand cultivation itself. They erased them because those cultivators threatened their power or discovered truths they wanted hidden. The keepers exist to undo that work." Wei listened as the representative outlined the broader network. Cells scattered across 3 provinces, coordinated through impossible channels, most of them partially erased like the representative herself. They had resources. They had reach. And they had been waiting for someone like Wei to emerge, someone whose erasure was recent enough to retain power, whose void perception could actually see the full landscape of what had been lost. "Why me?" Wei asked. The representative's gaze sharpened. "Because the mirror has been tracking you for 11 years. Waiting for you to awaken. Waiting for you to become powerful enough to matter, but while still young enough to care about justice instead of just survival. And because the mirror was there, all those years ago, when the heavens came for you the first time. The mirror remembers what you were before the void took your name." Wei felt his breath catch. "They remember?" "Fragments," the representative said. "The mirror exists partially erased, which means they have 1 foot in the void. They can sense echoes of erased people, like ghost voices in dead channels. The mirror hears your voice sometimes, echoing in the nowhere. They say you were calling for someone, calling out a name again and again, until the void swallowed it whole." The weight of that struck Wei deeper than any physical blow. There was someone he had lost. Not just knowledge, not just power, but a person. And he had been trying to call to them as the erasure claimed him, his voice spiraling into absence as his very name was stripped away. "The mirror wants to meet you personally," the representative continued. 3 nights from now, in the deep archives beneath the city. "But first, I came to tell you this. You're walking toward a tribulation, Wei Xun. When you break through to core formation, the heavens will take notice in a way they haven't yet. They will send something more than the witness. They will decide whether you're worth hunting to extinction or only to capture. The mirror wants you to make that breakthrough with us, in a place we've prepared, with protections we've built, so you don't face the consequences alone." Wei returned to the safe house as dawn broke. Ling Yao was waiting on the roof, watching the city wake. The morning sun turned the sky into brass and gold, and the sight of her against that light, her silhouette sharp and certain, filled him with a fierce need to protect everything this fragile network still held. They want me to break through with them, he said. I know. She didn't turn from the sunrise. I think they're right. Your next breakthrough is going to draw the heavens' full attention. You should face that with all the strength we can gather. Wei stood beside her as the city continued its slow awakening. His cultivation was approaching a threshold. His power was becoming visible in ways that could no longer be hidden. And somewhere in the void, someone was calling back, a ghost echo of a person he had once been, waiting in the erasure for him to grow strong enough to hear. Chapter 20. The legend of Lung Yuanhuang. The forbidden texts were hidden in sections of the archive that even Kuang Fei tried to discourage Wei from exploring. They were shelved behind wards that made the air taste like copper, sealed with locks that responded to ritual blood instead of keys. The Veil Hunters kept them not out of reverence, but out of necessity. These were the texts so dangerous that destroying them was impossible, so corrupting that reading them could break a cultivator's foundations. Wei bypassed the locks using his void perception. The wards had been designed to keep out ordinary cultivators, but he wasn't ordinary. He could see the absence that structured the ward itself, could feel where the spiritual pressure had been edited to prevent entry. It took him 2 hours of careful work, but eventually he was standing in a small chamber lined with manuscripts written in scripts that hadn't been used in 3 centuries. The first text he pulled down was titled The Voice of Heaven, a chronicle of divine judgment. The pages were brittle with age, and the ink had faded to the color of old blood. Wei read carefully, aware that knowledge this corrupted could damage his mind if he consumed it too quickly. What emerged was a fragmented history of Lung Yuanhuang. She had been one of the most powerful cultivators of her era, a woman who had ascended to immortal ascension stage through methods that the texts claimed were beyond the heavens' sanction. She had held a position of tremendous authority, not as a servant of the heavens, but as something closer to a rival, a cultivator whose power had become so vast that even the celestial authorities could not dismiss her. She had disciples. She had a philosophy. She had written extensively about cultivation systems that did not require submission to the heavens' natural order. Then, one day, she had done something that the text described only in negation. She had defied an edict. The specific nature of the edict was scrubbed from the texts, edited out as thoroughly as if the words themselves had been subject to erasure. But the consequences were recorded, though cryptically. The Great One who defied the voice learned that defiance has a price. The heavens did not destroy her, for destruction would have been merciful. Instead, they unmade her will. They hollowed her heart. Where once she commanded armies of disciples, she became the servant of the very power she had opposed. Where once she spoke for herself, she became the instrument through which the heavens spoke. The defiant one became the voice, and through her mouth, the heavens now pronounced their judgment. Wei sat back, the text trembling slightly in his hands. He read the passage again and again, mapping the meaning onto what he already knew. Lung Yuanhuang was the current heaven's voice, not a new one, the same one, existing across centuries through some mechanism of cultivation or punishment that kept her alive and bound. And what the text was suggesting was that she had been remade. Her will had been unmade. Her nature had been hollowed. She had been transformed from a rebel into an instrument of the very system she had defied. Wei pulled down the next text, fragments of the original teaching. This one was written in Lung's own hand, dated centuries before her transformation. The teachings were about cultivation without submission, about building power through understanding rather than obedience. They were elegant, radical, and devastating in their implications. Lung had taught that every cultivator was capable of achieving complete spiritual autonomy, that the heavens' laws were not cosmic truth, but merely the current holders of power enforcing their will. The final texts were even more corrupted, filled with passages that made Wei's head ache to read. But in them, he found one unambiguous entry, buried deep in a commentary written by one of Lung's disciples. The great teacher went to meet the heavens delegation in the hall of celestial accord. She believed her power was sufficient to negotiate. She was wrong. What happened in that hall cannot be described by those of us who remain unshadowed. We only know that she did not return. The woman who came back wore her face and spoke her voice, but her eyes no longer recognized us. She ordered the dissolution of our order. She commanded that her original teachings be burned. And when we resisted, she executed us personally, with an expression of infinite sadness. Wei closed the texts and sat in the dim archive chamber, his mind racing. He understood, now, the specific terror that the heavens cultivated. It was not mere death. It was undoing. It was the capability to take a cultivator at the height of their power and transform them into a weapon against their own ideals, a vessel for the system they had rejected. And that was what awaited him if he failed. If he pushed too far in his cultivation, if he reached immortal ascension and dared to defy the heavens as Lung had defied them, then this was the fate written in his future: hollowing, transformation, the conversion of his will into a tool of the very power structure he opposed. He could become the eraser of erased cultivators. He could become the instrument that ensured no forgotten legacy ever rose again. Wei emerged from the archives at dusk, found Ling Yao in the central hall, and told her everything. She listened without interrupting, her expression growing steadily more grim. "This is what Kuang Fei feared," she said when he finished. "Not that you would be killed, that you would be captured and converted, that your power would be turned against us." "Then I stop," Wei said quietly. "I stop ascending. I remain at late foundation until what?" Ling Yao's voice was sharp. "Until the heavens lose interest? Wei, you're already erased. The danger isn't new. The danger is what it always was. But now you know what the consequence of failure looks like, and you're going to use that knowledge to make sure you succeed." "How?" Wei demanded. "Lung Yuanhuang was more powerful than I can ever hope to be. If they broke her, how do I resist the same breaking?" Ling Yao stood and walked to him. She took his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. Because Lung fought alone. Because when they came for her, she had no network, no people who understood what she was fighting, no knowledge of how she'd been erased. You have all of that. The mirror knows the techniques the heavens used. The keepers have been studying how to prevent the kind of transformation they inflicted on Lung. And you have us. That's the difference between you and her. You're not alone in the void. You have anchors to pull you back. Wei wanted to believe her. But standing in that moment, holding the texts about a woman who had once been powerful enough to reshape cultivation itself, he felt the weight of an impossible future pressing down. He could ascend. He could grow. He could become something vast and terrible and beautiful. But he could also end up hollowed out, speaking words that were not his own, enforcing the erasure of others while something that was no longer quite himself looked out from behind his eyes. That night, he did not meditate. He did not attempt to advance his cultivation. Instead, he sat with Ling Yao in the deep archives, surrounded by the forbidden knowledge, and prepared himself for the possibility that the victory they fought for might come only if he won a war against his own nature, and won it completely. Chapter 21. Core formation breakthrough. The void signature left by the Celestial Jade family was the strongest Wei had ever encountered. 3 centuries had passed since the heavens erased them. A family of cultivators who had apparently discovered something about void matter itself that made their continued existence intolerable to the celestial hierarchy. Their entire lineage had been unmade in a single night, every text burned, every student dispersed, every cultivator stripped of their name and cast into obscurity. But something remained. A void signature as large as a manor, concentrated in the ruins of what had once been their ancestral temple, now swallowed by the urban sprawl of the city's eastern quadrant. Wei had discovered it 3 weeks ago, marked it for recovery, and spent 2 weeks gathering the resources necessary to conduct such a massive reconstruction. The signature was unstable, fractured by centuries of exposure. A careless excavation could scatter it beyond recovery. He entered the site an hour before dawn, accompanied only by Kuang Fei. They had conducted smaller recoveries with entire teams, but Kuang Fei had insisted this one be solitary. The more people exposed to the reconstruction, the greater the risk that the heavens would detect what was being recovered. Celestial Jade family knowledge was weaponizable in ways even most Veil hunters didn't understand. The temple had been deliberately destroyed. Walls had been collapsed inward, stone deliberately fractured to prevent easy restoration. But beneath the rubble, the void signature waited in perfect clarity. Wei settled into a cultivation trance at the site's center and began to reconstruct. The work was like assembling a shattered mirror while remembering what the reflection had been. Wei's void perception expanded, touching the edges of the signature, finding the fracture lines, understanding how each piece had been displaced. The signature contained more than knowledge. It contained the very shape of the Celestial Jade cultivator's existence, their spiritual imprints, the echo traces of their techniques. He pulled the first layer of the signature toward him, integrating it into his understanding. Techniques for sensing void matter in its natural state. Methods for reading the permanent records written into reality's foundation. A cultivation system based not on submission to the heavens, but on direct observation of the cosmic laws that the heavens merely claimed to enforce. Hours dissolved. The sun rose. Wei's body remained in trance while his consciousness expanded, pulling more and more of the signature into recovered coherence. The reconstruction was working. He could sense the knowledge taking shape, patterns emerging from chaos, a complete system of cultivation crystallizing in the void signatures. And then something shifted. The pressure in his core increased. Not a gradual thing. A sudden, overwhelming expansion, as if his spiritual vessel had been suddenly enlarged, capable of holding far more energy than it had before. His cultivation was breaking through. Core formation was arriving not as a distant future, but as an immediate present. Wei had prepared for this. The heavens' attention during a breakthrough was a known risk, something dangerous but manageable. But he had not prepared for the intensity of it. The boundary between foundation and core was not a gentle transition. It was a shattering, a reformation, a complete reorganization of how his spiritual nature functioned. His core shattered. For a moment that felt like an eternity, Wei was nothing. No form, no self, no continuity between the person he had been and the person he was becoming. He existed only as pure, chaotic qi, spreading in all directions, losing coherence, on the verge of scattering into the void permanently. Then, like a fist closing, he reformed. But he was larger now, more vast, his consciousness distributed across a much greater space. His void perception expanded explosively. Where it had reached 20 meters before, it now reached 100. Where it had been confined to lingering void signatures, it now extended to living cultivators, to the spiritual imprints of people moving through the city blocks around the temple. And it extended backward as well. He could now read the void signatures left by living beings, the traces they shed just by existing in the world, their personal echoes in the fabric of reality. Most miraculous of all, his reconstruction speed tripled. The second layer of the celestial jade family signature, which should have taken another 5 hours to integrate, suddenly resolved in his perception in just 90 minutes. The knowledge came clearer, sharper, more complete. He saw cultivation techniques that explained how to interact with void matter not as an observer, but as a participant, how to write into the permanent records themselves, how to leave a void signature so powerful that it could survive even a directed erasure attempt. His eyes opened. Kuang Fei was standing a few paces away, his hand extended, his expression tight with concern. Wei, come back. You need to ground yourself before. But it was too late for that warning. Wei's expanded void perception felt it arriving like a physical shockwave. The witness's presence, larger and closer than it had ever been before. Where it had formerly maintained a distance of 30 kilometers from the city, it now manifested at a distance of mere blocks. It was moving toward him, not gradually, not with the tentative approach of a hunter who wasn't certain of their prey, but with the purposeful directness of something that had finally received a signal strong enough to pinpoint the target location. We need to run, Wei said, his voice sounding strange in his own ears, resonant in a new way, carrying harmonics that hadn't been present before. It felt the breakthrough. Running won't help. Kuang Fei's hand closed around Wei's arm, pulling him to his feet. We need to get underground, deep underground, where the disruption from your ascension won't broadcast so clearly. They moved through the pre-dawn streets with the careful speed of people running from something they could not see. Wei's expanded perception made the city suddenly intimate in a new way. He could sense Kuang Fei's anxiety in the sharp, erratic quality of his spiritual signature. He could sense early risers waking in nearby buildings, their consciousness surfacing like fish breaking the water's surface. And he could sense the witness, still approaching, drawing inexorably closer with each passing minute. By the time they reached the safe house in the 11th ward, the witness was only a kilometer away, close enough that Wei could begin to sense its structure, its nature. It was not a simple construct. It was a being, something that had been born in the void but educated by the heavens, given purpose and direction. It had existed for centuries, he realized. It had hunted erased cultivators across generations. And now it had finally caught something powerful enough to warrant its full attention. Ling Yao met them as they descended into the deepest chambers of the safe house. Her face registered alarm before she could suppress it. The witness, I felt it, Wei said. I can feel it now. My perception reaches far enough that I can sense its location, sense its movement. It's circling the city blocks around the old temple site. It hasn't found us yet, Kuang Fei said, moving to a shelf of cultivation stones and beginning to set up a defensive formation. The safe house is shielded, but it will soon. We need to decide what to do before that happens. Kuang Fei's gaze turned to Wei with an expression that mingled pride and something much closer to fear. You've broken through to core formation. That means you have access to power beyond what you could previously imagine. But it also means the heavens can see you in a way they couldn't before. The erased cultivators who attempt resistance typically don't survive their first core formation breakthrough. The heavens send something worse than the witness. They send themselves. What do you mean? They send themselves. Wei asked. They send their representatives. Immortal stage beings who carry the heaven's authority directly. If you stay in the city, if you remain visible, they will come. And we don't have the power to stand against immortal stage forces. Kuang Fei's voice was firm, factual, but Wei could feel the weight of what he was saying. The Veil Hunters have kept you safe because you were small enough to escape notice, erased enough that the heavens considered you a minor problem. But now you're neither. Now you're a cultivator whose power is visible, whose potential is obvious, whose erasure was personal and targeted. Now you're something they can't ignore. So what do? Wei demanded. Stop cultivating? Suppress my advancement? No, Ling Yao said quietly. She had been listening from the chamber's entrance. You continue, but you prepare for what comes next. And you accept that things are going to become more dangerous than they have been. Wei wanted to argue. He wanted to find some flaw in the logic, some escape route that would let him continue ascending without drawing the full weight of the heavens' response. But he was a void perception cultivator. He could read the echoes of his own future in the void signatures the moment had left behind. And in those echoes, he saw only two paths: retreat and surrender, or advance and face the consequence of his own growing power. He looked at Kuang Fei and saw in his mentor's eyes the same knowledge. You knew this would happen, Wei said. I suspected, Kuang Fei admitted. I hoped your breakthrough would be delayed longer. But yes, I have known for a long time that if you reach core formation, you would become a target in ways you are not yet prepared to handle. But I also know something that you don't yet understand. What's that? You are not fighting this war alone, Wei. There are forces in motion that have been working toward this moment for decades. The Keepers exist precisely because cultivators like you exist, erased individuals who can reclaim their power and threaten the system that unmade them. The mirror is real. The resistance is real. And your breakthrough, dangerous as it is also the signal they've been waiting for. You've announced yourself to the heavens, yes. But you've also announced yourself to everyone who has been waiting for an erased cultivator strong enough to matter. Wei felt Ling Yao's hand take his. He felt Kuang Fei's steady presence in the chamber. And he felt the witness, still circling above, patient as a vulture, waiting to see if the prey would come back out into the open. His core formation had arrived. And with it, so had the next true test of who he was and what he was willing to risk for the knowledge the heavens had stolen. Chapter 22. The Mirror's Secret. The deep archives beneath the city were not accessible from the streets above. They existed in a space between, a void that had been carefully cultivated and maintained by the Keepers across generations. Entrance required passage through a series of ritual gates, each one requiring a void perception cultivator to navigate. Wei passed through them with Ling Yao at his side and two Keepers who had come as guides, their forms shimmering slightly, partially erased, catching the light in ways that solid objects shouldn't. The archives themselves were vast beyond imagining. They stretched deeper than any natural cavern should go, supported by cultivation formations that had been maintained continuously for at least 2 centuries. And they were full, shelves upon shelves of text, artifact, recovered knowledge, all of it organized by some system that only the Keepers fully understood. This was where the Veil Hunter's archive would look like a single shelf in a grand library. The mirror was waiting in the archive's deepest chamber. Wei's void perception registered them long before he could see them clearly. There was a void signature around the mirror, not the vague absence of an erased memory, but something far more specific, the negative imprint of a person. Wei could see the shape of what the mirror had been, like looking at a photograph that had been carefully burned away while the empty space remained. And in that emptiness, he could sense something that made his breath catch. Himself. Not his identity, not his name or his personal memories, but something deeper, a resonance in how the void signature was shaped, an echo of his own erased nature reflected back at him. The mirror's absence matched his absence in ways that suggested not just acquaintance, but something far more significant. The mirror was sitting in a chair carved from something that looked like solidified void matter. They wore a form that shimmered between solidity and transparency, never fully committing to either state. Their face was beautiful in a way that made Wei's chest ache. Ageless, sad, infinitely familiar, and completely strange. Wei Xun, the mirror said, and their voice was the sound of wind in empty places. Or perhaps you prefer Sun Ziang. I have heard your name spoken in the void for so long that I am not certain anymore which one is more true. You know who I am, Wei said. It was not a question. I know fragments of who you were. The mirror corrected gently. I was there when the heavens came for you the first time. I held your hand, or I tried to, but I was already partially erased by that point, and my hands were becoming transparent, so I could only hold the idea of your hand, not the reality of it. I remember your voice calling for me as the void took your name away. I remember you fighting, pushing back against the erasure with everything you had. And I remember the moment when your resistance broke, and you accepted that your name was being deleted from the world. Wei felt something that might have been memory edge at the periphery of his awareness. Not a clear image, not a specific moment, but a sensation, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. Someone calling his name, hands holding his, even as those hands faded. The moment of surrender, of accepting the void. Who were you? Wei asked. Before the erasure? I was your mother, the mirror said, and the words fell like stones into deep water. Or perhaps I was your teacher. Or perhaps I was someone else entirely. The void takes these distinctions from us, so I can no longer be certain. What remains is this. I loved you enough to accept partial erasure myself, to become this half thing you see before you, because the alternative was to resist the heavens alongside you and be deleted entirely. And I have spent every year since trying to build something that could undo what was done to you. Wei's mind reeled. He wanted to reject it, wanted to demand proof, evidence, some clear confirmation. But his void perception was already showing him the truth. The void signature surrounding the mirror held echoes of him, patterns of connection that were not random. The mirror was not lying. The mirror was incomplete, partially erased, but not lying. The keepers, Wei said slowly. They exist because of me? Because of my erasure? The keepers exist because of many erasures, the mirror said. But your erasure was the catalyst. When the heavens came for you, their method was different than it had been for others. They were more thorough, more final. Whatever you had discovered, whatever you were on the verge of becoming, scared them enough to attempt a complete unmeshing of your existence from the world. And when they attempted that, they left traces, void signatures of the process itself. And I, who was partially erased, could read those signatures where others could not. I could understand how they did it, and I could begin the work of learning how to undo it. The mirror stood, and as they moved toward Wei, their forms shimmered more violently. For a moment, Wei caught glimpses of what lay beneath the current manifestation, an older form, a face he recognized from deep within himself, a shape that had once been solid and complete. I have been partially erased for 33 years, the mirror continued. And for 33 years, I have been gathering those who suffered the same fate. I cannot become fully real again, Wei. The heavens' erasure was too thorough. But I can exist in this state, this void state, indefinitely. I can move between presence and absence. And I can train others to do the same. The keepers are partially erased cultivators who learn to thrive in their incompleteness, who found power in the void itself. We exist as proof that the heavens' erasure is not final. That resistance is possible. What do you want from me? Wei asked. His voice sounded small in the vast archive. I want you to become what you were always meant to be, the mirror said. The heavens tried to delete you because you were a void walker, Wei. Not just someone who could perceive erasure, but someone who could rewrite it. Someone who could stand in the void itself and reshape reality from there. When the heavens came for you the first time, you were beginning to awaken to that nature. And they stopped you before you could fully understand it. I want you to finish what they interrupted. I want you to become complete. The mirror extended a hand that was more absence than substance. The heavens representative already knows about you, now that you've broken through to core formation. They will come within the next 30 days. When they do, you will face a choice, surrender and accept the hollowing that fate to accept your erased nature fully and defend yourself with techniques that no standard cultivator possesses. What are those techniques? Wei asked. The things the void taught me, the mirror said. The ways to exist in absence while remaining conscious and whole. The methods to write your own void signature so clearly that even the heavens cannot erase it without destroying themselves. The art of turning erasure into power. It will take weeks to teach you. But if you learn, you will be something new. Not fully real, not fully void, but a bridge between both states. And from that position, you will be capable of things that Lung Yuan Huang could never accomplish, because you will not be attempting to defy the system from within its power structure. You will be operating from outside it entirely. Wei felt Ling Yao's presence beside him, steady and certain. And he felt the weight of the choice settling on him like a mantle. He could refuse. He could attempt to navigate the heavens' coming response with conventional power, with the support of the Veil Hunters, with the resources they could provide. Or he could accept the mirror's offer. He could let them teach him to thrive in the void. He could become something that the heavens had never encountered before. Teach me, Wei said, and the mirror smiled, and the archives filled with the sound of wind moving through empty spaces, and Wei began the next phase of his transformation. Chapter 23. 3 proposals. The proposals came on the same night, almost as if they had been coordinated. But Wei's expanded core formation perception could read the void signatures of their arrival, and they were clearly independent, 3 separate factions, each unaware of what the others were about to attempt, all of them arriving because they had calculated that Wei's core formation breakthrough had opened a window of opportunity that would soon close. The first proposal came from Murongzhu, the Council of Silence's representative. She appeared at the safe house's external gate at dusk, accompanied by no guards and bearing a seal that marked her as offering negotiation rather than confrontation. Ling Yao brought her to the meditation chamber, where Wei sat in a state of partial trance, his consciousness distributed across the city through his void perception. Wei Xun, Murongzhu said without preamble. The council has authorized me to offer you a straightforward choice. Cease your hunting of erased knowledge. Make a public statement denouncing the Veil Hunters as a dangerous radical faction working against the stability of the sect system. Accept amnesty and a position within the Council of Silence as a void perception specialist, a position of genuine authority and influence. In exchange, you will not be pursued. Your erasure will be formally recognized and compensated. You will be given the resources necessary to achieve immortal ascension through legitimate pathways. Wei felt Ling Yao stiffen beside him, but he remained calm, his core formation consciousness holding steady despite the temptation implicit in the offer. And if I refuse? Then the council will step aside, and the heavens representatives will be allowed to handle the situation without bureaucratic interference. Which means they will come for you personally, not as a cultivator negotiating with equals, but as a threat to be eliminated. You understand what that means for the Veil Hunters? 78 people, Wei. That's the current count. 78 cultivators maintaining the network, recovering erased knowledge, harboring you from the heavens' notice. Once you're branded as a radical, they will all be arrested. The network will collapse, and everyone in it will be remade or destroyed. The weight of that landed squarely. Wei could almost feel the void signatures of 78 people, their essential natures, their bright cores of conscious identity, all balanced against his refusal. Murongzhu was not bluffing. This was how the council operated, by making certain that the cost of resistance exceeded the cost of submission. I need to think about it, Wei said. You have until tomorrow sunset, Murongzhu replied. Then the council's authorization to negotiate expires, and everything becomes a matter for the heavens representatives. She was escorted out by Kuang Fei. And then, barely an hour later, the second proposal arrived. The representatives of the keepers came in force, 5 of them, all partially erased, moving through the city's void spaces rather than the streets. The mirror was not among them, but their presence was palpable, their authority unmistakable. The lead keeper, a woman who flickered between visibility and shadow, presented their proposal with the certainty of those who had spent generations preparing it. Wei Xun, you are at a threshold. You can spend the next 5 years, 10, perhaps 15, gradually growing in power, carefully advancing through the ranks of cultivation, always hiding, always running. Or you can accelerate. The heaven's current representative for this region is Celestial Judge Kung Qian, an immortal stage cultivator, but not the most powerful one available. If we move now, if you lend your power to a coordinated assault on their network of representation, we can destabilize the heaven's authority in this province. We can establish safe zones, actual places where erased cultivators can live openly, where recovered knowledge can be studied without fear, where the resistance can organize without constant fear of detection. What's the cost? Wei asked, though he already knew the answer. Your complete commitment, the keeper said. You abandon the Veil Hunters. You commit yourself fully to the keepers, and you begin the assault within 30 days. It will be violent. People will die, likely many of them. But the alternative is gradual subjugation, defeat stretched out across decades. Wei felt the weight of that too. Not the weight of 78 lives, but of potentially hundreds, thousands, the full infrastructure of resistance being tested in open conflict. And he understood, from his reading of Lung Yuanwang's history, what happened when erased cultivators attempted to fight the system directly. They lost. Always. Because the heavens held absolute advantage in power, in organization, in resources. I need to think about it, he said again. The keeper nodded, as if she had expected nothing different. You have until the heavens representative arrives. Then the choice becomes, fight with us or die in isolation. Ling Yao escorted them out with the quiet grace of someone performing a ritual that had been refined across centuries. And then, as night fell fully, the third proposal arrived. Ling Yao came to him in the meditation chamber, and she presented her proposal with the intimacy of someone offering not a strategic choice but the secret of her heart. They sat in the dark, no lamps, no glow stones, just the faint luminescence of their cultivation auras making the space visible to their own perception. We leave, she said simply. You and me, and anyone in the network who wants to come. We abandon the city. We abandon the provinces. We go to the outer territories, the places where the heavens' authority becomes thin and distant. We find a location far enough from civilization that discovery is improbable, and we build a sanctuary. We take the recovered knowledge we have. We build a library. We hunt only what we can hunt safely. We live. The Veil Hunters, Wei began. Will continue with Kuang Fei, Ling Yao interrupted. They will adapt. They will find new ways to resist. But you, Wei, you will not have to carry the weight of leading them. You will not have to choose between your life and theirs. You will not have to decide whether 78 people should die to protect your freedom. She took his hands. Her presence in the dark was warm, certain, fierce. The heavens are powerful, but they are not everywhere. The outer territories have sanctuary for those willing to live beyond civilization. You could have peace, Wei, real peace. A life that isn't constantly shadowed by the knowledge that any moment the heavens' attention could turn on you and destroy everything you love. Wei felt the temptation of it like a physical force. The promise of cessation, of rest, of a life shared with Ling Yao in some distant place where the weight of the world's injustices was not his to bear. It would be so easy to accept, so easy to choose love over power, safety over struggle. But he could not. No, he said softly, watching hurt flash across Ling Yao's face before she could hide it. No, I won't do any of these things. I won't surrender to the council and become their tool. I won't launch an assault and sacrifice hundreds of people I don't even know. And I won't abandon the Veil Hunters and everyone counting on me, even though... He paused, searching for honesty. Even though a part of me desperately wants to. Then what will you do? Ling Yao asked. Her voice was neutral now, controlled, but Wei could feel the hurt she was suppressing. I'll finish learning what the mirror is teaching me, he said. I'll advance my cultivation to tribulation stage and face the heavens representative on terms I understand. I'll find my complete identity, the parts of myself that were erased, the knowledge that made me a threat to them. And then I'll make my own choice. Not the council's choice, not the keeper's choice, not your choice. Mine. Ling Yao's hands clenched slightly. That path leads to war, Wei. Not eventually. Immediately. I know, he said. But it's my war. My choice. My consequence to bear. She released him and stood, moving to the chamber's entrance. But before she left, she spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. When you've finished learning from the mirror, when you've decided what you're going to do, come find me. Don't disappear into your transformation and leave me wondering what happened to you. I will, Wei promised. I will always come back to you, Ling Yao. That's one thing I'm certain of. And alone in the dark meditation chamber, Wei returned to his work, learning the art of existing in the void while remaining completely himself. Chapter 24. Ghosts in the Practice Hall. The void signature of the celestial phoenix lineage stretched across 40 kilometers of the outer territories, a space so vast that Wei's expanded core formation perception could only take in fragments of it at a time. The heavens had erased this lineage 123 years ago, and the erasure had been total. Every cultivator deleted, every technique purged, every location that had ever housed them cleansed of spiritual presence. But the void signature remained, a scar in reality's fabric, a negative imprint of everything that had been taken. The keepers had helped Wei journey to the site, had established protective measures around him, had guaranteed him 3 days of uninterrupted access to the reconstruction work. This was the most ambitious recovery he had ever attempted. Not a technique or a text, but an entire spiritual lineage, the collected knowledge of hundreds of cultivators across centuries. Wei entered the trance on the first morning as the sun rose. His consciousness expanded into the void signature, and the work began. Layer by layer, he pulled the signature toward coherence. The cultivation methods of the celestial phoenix came first, techniques for channeling fire essence in ways that most cultivators didn't even know were possible. The knowledge sang in his perception, elegant and lethal. From there came the philosophy. The celestial phoenix lineage believed that cultivation should be a transformation towards something beautiful and terrible, that power should be earned through personal rebirth, that a cultivator should shed their mortal nature the way a phoenix shed its feathers. 12 hours into the work, faces began to appear in the void signature. Individual cultivators, their spiritual imprints recorded in the erasure the way fossils could be preserved in stone. Wei could see their cultivation levels, could sense their personalities through the traces they had left, could feel the moment of their erasure, the instant when the heavens' power had reached into reality and unmade them. The work consumed him entirely. He existed only as perception, as the receiver of knowledge flowing from the void. Food and water were brought by keepers who moved silently around him. His body remained motionless, his breathing shallow and synchronized with the pulse of the void signature. Only his consciousness moved, deeper and deeper into the phantom of a lineage that had been destroyed before he was even born. By the second day, he had recovered the complete cultivation system. By the late evening of the third day, he had begun to touch on the deepest secrets of the lineage, the knowledge that had made them valuable enough to erase. It was about the nature of the heavens themselves. The celestial phoenix cultivators had discovered that the heavens were not cosmic truth, but a constructed system, a hierarchy created by immortal stage beings who had defeated all rivals and established themselves as the cosmic authorities. This knowledge, recovered from void signatures and erased memories, was the forbidden thing. This was the threat. And then Wei's reconstruction reached a face that was surrounded by a protective void signature, a double layer of erasure, even within the erasure. This face had been deliberately shielded, protected even in absence. The keepers had told him such things existed. Cultivators so personally important to the heavens' interests that even their void signature had been edited to prevent recovery. Wei pushed against the protective layer, trying to read what lay beneath. The face wavered in his perception. For a moment, he could almost see it clearly. A woman's face, angular and proud, with eyes that held a devastating intelligence. And in the instant before the protective layer reasserted itself, Wei felt something beyond simple recognition. He felt family. The knowledge struck him like a physical blow. This woman was connected to him not through knowledge, but through blood, through relationship. She was someone whose identity was written into his own, someone whose erasure was encoded into his erasure. And the heavens had specifically protected her signature to prevent him from ever discovering the truth of their connection. Wei's consciousness recoiled from the protective layer, and in that moment of withdrawal, the work broke. His 3-day trance shattered. His awareness collapsed back into his body. But even as the trance ended, alarms began to sound throughout the camp where the keepers had established their protections. Not gradual alarms, not warning signals. Complete, system-wide alarms indicating that something vast and hostile had arrived at the site's perimeter. Wei's eyes opened. The practice hall where he had been meditating was suddenly visible in harsh light. Keepers were illuminating cultivation stones, preparing defense formations. Voices were shouting. And underneath all of it, Wei could feel the witness's presence, massive and absolutely certain, arriving with the force of a meteor. But it wasn't alone. Wei's core formation perception, still slightly dazed from the deep trance, registered the presence of a second entity, larger than the witness, older, infinitely more powerful. This was not a construct born in the void. This was an immortal stage cultivator, a being who embodied the authority of the heavens itself. Celestial Judge Xianxia had come. Wei staggered to his feet. Around him, the keepers were moving into defensive positions. Ling Yao was there, he realized, shocked to see her among the partially erased cultivators. So were members of the Veil Hunters. And Kuang Fei was at the practice hall's entrance. His cultivation expanded to full power, his expression grim. Wei, Kuang Fei called across the chaos. You need to run. The mirror has prepared an exit. The witness and the judge, they want to take you directly to the heavens. If you leave now, if you use the void space the keepers have prepared. But Wei was no longer thinking about running. He was thinking about the woman's face in the void signature. He was thinking about the protective layer the heavens had placed around her identity. He was thinking about the fact that there was someone in his erased past who mattered enough to the heavens to specifically prevent him from discovering her. The witness began to move through the practice hall, its presence like a wave of absolute cold. The keeper's defense formations cracked under its simple pressure. And above everything, the judge's aura descended, a weight of authority that made the very air feel solid. Wei stood at the center of the chaos, suspended between flight and discovery, understanding finally that he had reached the moment where his past would catch him, and when it did, everything would change. I'm not running, Wei said quietly, and the heavens representative began to speak. Chapter 25. The witness arrives. The Veil Hunter sanctuary sat 200 feet beneath the earth, carved from stone that had never seen sunlight. This basement level, the third descent from the street-level tea house, was where the network kept its most sensitive archives. Memory crystals in suspension, ledgers written in codes that cycled with the seasons, and in the center of the main chamber, a table of blackened wood where Wei Xun sat with Kuang Fei and 3 other senior Veil Hunters. Ling Yao was not in the room. Wei had made that choice deliberately, needing a few more hours before seeing her again, before he had to process the question in her eyes that had been growing for weeks. She is waiting. She has been waiting. The memory crystal lay on the table before him, inert. He had tried twice more to activate it since arriving at the sanctuary this morning, and both times it had resisted, locked, warm to the touch, but fundamentally sealed. Kuang Fei watched him with eyes that had become increasingly difficult to read. The old man's face was lined with something beyond ordinary age. The weight of a secret that had calcified over decades into something close to scar tissue. It will unlock when you're ready, Kuang Fei said, not for the first time. The crystals are bound to the cultivator's state of readiness. Force it, and you risk fracturing what's inside. Wei didn't respond. He'd learned that his mentor preferred silence to polite disagreement. Instead, he reached out and withdrew his hand before touching the crystal, a gesture that had become almost ritualistic over the past weeks. How many times can you approach a door before you stop pretending you're not afraid to open it? One of the other veil hunters, a woman named Xun Hui whose specialty was cataloging erased texts, was explaining something about the recovery protocol for damaged memory crystals. Wei heard her voice as though from behind thick glass. The sanctuary felt different now, smaller somehow, despite its vaulted ceiling and the careful shadows cast by cultivation lamps hung at precise intervals. The walls were covered with shelves that held thousands of items, scrolls, bound journals, fragments of jade and stone inscribed with techniques that the heavens had deemed dangerous. All of it contraband. All of it evidence that the world was not as orderly as the heavens intended. The air pressure changed. Not gradually. Instantaneously. Wei felt it as a weight against his ears, a sudden density in the space around him, as though someone had driven a wedge of solid emptiness into the room. The conversation stopped. Xun Hui's hand froze mid-gesture. The cultivation lamps flickered in unison, not from any draft, but from something more fundamental, a disturbance in the chi itself. The veil hunters moved without coordination toward weapons stored in the walls. Their hands reached for talismans, for arrays scratched into bone. It was all futile, and they seemed to know it. The fear on their faces was not the fear of those who believe they can fight. It was the terror of those who have just recognized the shape of the inevitable. The witness did not break through the wall. That would have implied such walls were barriers, which would have implied that the witness existed in the same space as walls, which would have implied a fundamental relationship between the witness and reality that simply did not exist. Instead, it stepped through the stone the way light passes through water, not stopping the stone, not displaced by the stone, simply existing on the other side of it with the same unconcerned ease that it now existed on this side. It was humanoid, and it was not. Its shape was the shape of a person standing upright, with shoulders and arms and the suggestion of a face. But this shape was composed of nothing. Not shadow, not darkness. Shadow and darkness were the absence of light, and this was the absence of everything else. It was the shape that remained when you deleted matter from existence. Looking at it directly caused Wei's eyes to water, but not from pain. From a kind of cognitive discord, as though his mind was struggling to process something that should not exist in the visual spectrum at all. Lingyao moved. She didn't move toward the door or toward the weapons. She moved toward Wei, and more precisely, she moved to stand between Wei and the witness. The motion was smooth and unhesitating, the kind of movement that revealed no thought behind it. Only impulse, pure and burning and entirely irrational. Wei saw her spine straighten, saw her shoulders set, saw her hand go to the sword at her side, even though sword and all the weapons in the sanctuary would be less than ornament against what had just entered their sanctuary. Something in Wei's chest twisted. He found himself standing, found his hand reaching out without his permission to touch her arm, to hold her back, to speak wordlessly. Not this. You cannot stand in front of this. Wei Xun. The witness spoke, and its voice was the sound of a vast distance closing. It was not loud. It was simply present, the way certain silences are present. Erased cultivator. The contradiction you represent is anomalous. You must be resolved. Wei's hand tightened on Lingyao's arm. She didn't move. He could feel the trembling in her. Or perhaps that was only his own trembling transmitted through the point of contact. He reached out with void perception. The technique was second nature now, the way of seeing that emerged whenever his consciousness pressed outward with a certain quality of attention, a looking that was not quite looking, a listening that was not quite listening. The world inverted beneath that gaze. Matter became less real, and the spaces between things became vivid with detail. Shadows took on texture. Emptiness revealed its substance. The witness, under that perception, was not void matter simply. It was a structure of nothing so intricate, so deliberately engineered, that Wei's breath caught in his throat. He was seeing, he understood with a clarity that made him feel faint, a thing that had been crafted. Not grown, not evolved. Made. Someone, some entity or committee of entities, had sat down with purpose and design and created this specific shape of absence, this particular configuration of non-being, and then sent it into the world with a single clear objective. There was depth to it that the witness's physical form did not suggest. When Wei looked at it with void perception, he saw layers. The outermost layer was the humanoid shape, but beneath that was something else, geometry that hurt to contemplate, a structure of impossibility stacked upon impossibility. This thing was not simple. This thing was a lock, and Wei was the thing it had been designed to contain. I see you, Wei said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, as though it was coming from very far away. I see that you were made to find me specifically. Yes. The witness shifted its weight, or appeared to, though Wei wondered now if it had weight at all. The heavens do not tolerate loose threads. Contradictions must be resolved. Huang Fei had risen from his seat, very slowly. The old man's face had gone the color of old paper. His hands were empty and open. You have a choice. The witness continued with something that might have been patience, or might simply have been the indifference of geology. Re-erasure. Complete and permanent. The contradiction dissolves. The heavens' order is restored, or voluntary ascension. You come with me now, and you will be brought before the Council of Silence for resolution. They will determine the scope of your reformation. Reformation. The word hung in the air like poison. How long? Wei asked. He found himself remarkably calm. The trembling had stopped. The part of him that was afraid had receded into some distant chamber, and in its place had come a kind of cold clarity. The clarity of a man who has finally stopped running toward a corner and instead turned to look at what was chasing him. How long do I have to decide? You misunderstand the nature of the offer. The witness's face, that suggestion of a face, seemed to turn more fully toward him. There is no time. There is only this moment. You choose. Now. No, Ling Yao said. Everyone turned to stare at her. She had not moved from her position in front of Wei, but she had turned her head slightly, her voice cutting through the sanctuary's suffocating silence with the same unhesitating certainty with which she had moved to stand in his path. He doesn't choose now. He chooses when he chooses. You want him? You wait. The witness did not respond immediately. In that silence, Wei felt something extraordinary occur, a moment of genuine uncertainty in the face of absolute power. The witness had been designed by the heavens themselves to contain and retrieve Wei Xun. It had not been designed to debate with cultivators who put themselves in its path out of something that looked like love. I can wait, the witness said finally, and there was something like regret in its non-voice, the genuine sorrow of a cosmic law encountering human will and having no mechanism to process the collision. The heavens do not impose arbitrary deadlines. Wei Xun erased and reborn. You have until you decide. But I will not leave. I will wait in the walls of this sanctuary, in the spaces between the stones. And when you choose, or if you choose not to choose, I will know. Wei made his breath slow. In, then out, drawing the qi in the way he had learned so many months ago when his body had first touched the threshold of immortal ascension. The witness watched him, or seemed to, or perhaps was simply aware of him the way the sky is aware of the earth. I need to understand something, Wei said carefully. You were sent because I've caused some kind of disturbance. The heavens don't send entities like you for random cultivators. Something I did, or something I am, has drawn attention. I need to know what I've done to deserve this. The witness was quiet for a long moment. In that silence, Wei understood that he had asked the witness something it was not designed to answer, and that this created a kind of pressure against the boundaries of its programming. But the witness was not hostile, and it seemed to contain enough autonomy to choose, when pressed, to offer what little truth it could. You perceive what was erased, the witness said. This is not normal. This is not a gift given by the heavens or earned through cultivation. This is a fault in your erasure. The procedure was designed to remove all traces of your previous existence. It was comprehensive, but one element resisted. The sensitivity could not be destroyed. It could only be scattered. You have been gathering the fragments ever since. By being alive, Wei said. By being alive, the witness agreed. Your existence is itself an act of recollection. The heavens find this intolerable. Wei felt Ling Yao's hand close around his wrist, a desperate small grip. I need time, Wei said, not asking, stating it as a fact, as something that simply had to be true. I need to understand what I am before I choose what happens to me next. The witness seemed to settle more fully into the space it occupied, becoming somehow less present and more permanent simultaneously. It was withdrawing, Wei realized, or rather, it was stepping back from the immediate foreground of attention, though it remained in the room, in the walls, in the careful architecture of stone and air and qi that held the sanctuary together. I will wait, the witness said. I have infinite patience. I am not cruel. I am only the correction of an error. But I am patient. And then it was simply gone from the center of the room. Wei could still feel it, though, a pressure in the air, a weight in certain corners, a suggestion of presence in the spaces between the stones. The witness had not left. It had only retreated to the margins, a shadow drawn back, but never fully erased. The sanctuary returned, slowly, to itself. The lights brightened. The stones seemed less heavy. Shenhui released the talisman she'd been gripping, her hand shaking. Kuang Fei, still standing, looked at Wei with an expression of terrible sorrow. "We have to tell him," the old man said quietly, addressing not Wei but the empty space where the witness had been. "If he's to choose, he has to know everything." Wei realized his legs no longer wanted to support his weight. He sank back into the chair. Ling Yao remained standing, her hand still on his wrist, and in the carefully maintained calm of her posture Wei could read the scale of her terror, a terror so vast that it had inverted itself into perfect stillness. "Tell me what?" Wei asked, though he thought perhaps he already knew. Kuang Fei closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were infinitely sad. "The truth," the old man said. "Your truth. Everything the heavens tried to erase." Chapter 26. The testimony. Kuang Fei sat down slowly, a motion that seemed to cost him considerable effort. Wei watched the old man fold himself into the chair across from him with all the care of someone handling something that might shatter. Ling Yao had finally released Wei's wrist, but she remained standing directly behind him, her hand now resting on his shoulder. He could feel her trembling, or perhaps that was only the trembling of the room itself, the lingering disturbance left by the witness's presence. The other Veil Hunters had gathered along the perimeter of the chamber. Shenhui, the archivist, had brought water. No one was looking directly at Wei. They were all watching Kuang Fei as though he was the one who had aged 100 years in the last few minutes. "I was there," Kuang Fei said. His voice was flat, empty of inflection. A voice belonging to someone speaking from underneath a great weight. Not when it happened, but shortly after. Close enough to see the consequences. Close enough to understand what had been done. He looked at his hands as though they belonged to a stranger. Indeed, Wei noticed, the old man's hands had begun to show the true signs of his age in a way they hadn't just that morning. The skin had become more translucent, the vessels more prominent, the tremor more pronounced. It was as though Kuang Fei had been holding something, a posture, a hardness, that could only be maintained through an act of desperate will, and that will had just shattered like ice beneath warm spring water. 43 years ago, Kuang Fei began, I was not what I am now. I was younger, stronger, more certain. I had access to circles that I have long since left. I knew people who knew people, and through those connections, I was present when the Council of Silence convened to address what they called the Wei Xun problem. Wei felt Ling Yao's grip on his shoulder tighten fractionally. There was a cultivator, Kuang Fei continued, of extraordinary talent and extraordinary foolishness. He was part of a society, a very old society, very carefully hidden, called the Rememberers. You know the name? Wei shook his head, though he felt a strange echo in his chest when the word was spoken aloud. Rememberers. As though his body recognized something his conscious mind did not. The Rememberers believed that the heavens' order was not natural law, Kuang Fei said. His voice had become very quiet. They believed it was imposed, designed and maintained by specific entities for specific purposes. Most people would call such thoughts heresy. The Council of Silence calls them dangerous. Around the chamber, the other Veil Hunters were very still. Shenhui looked at Kuang Fei with an expression of betrayal so sharp it seemed to cut the air. This cultivator, Wei Xun was his name. Yes, though it was not his birth name, and I never learned what he had been called before. He discovered something. A proof, of sorts. Evidence that the heavens' order was not merely imposed but that it was unstable. That there were cracks in it. Places where the system broke down, where the control was less absolute than it appeared. He found proof that the system could be challenged. Kuang Fei paused. He seemed to be gathering something in his chest, preparing himself for the next words the way a man might prepare to jump from a great height. The council learned about his discovery. They sent an emissary. I don't think the emissary had a name, or if it did, no one used it, to speak with him. I was brought along because I had connections to the society. They wanted someone who could help them navigate the political terrain, someone who understood the relationships and hierarchies within the Rememberers. What happened? Wei asked. His voice was very small. I met him, Kuang Fei said. The Wei Xun of 43 years ago. And you? He was so certain. He had no fear at all. He sat in a room with an emissary of the heavens and spoke as though they were equals negotiating a treaty. He said, I remember this so clearly that I can taste the tea from that meeting. He said that the heavens' order was only maintained through ignorance, and that once people knew the truth, the system would collapse of its own weight. Wei listened to these words and felt as though he was listening to someone describe the dreams of a man he had once been, a man so far removed from his current existence that they might as well have been describing a stranger. The emissary was not impressed. It explained the terms of the situation very carefully. Wei Xun's discovery had proven itself inconvenient. The heavens required that the issue be resolved. There were, the emissary said, 3 possible paths forward. Wei could stop his research and be left alone. Though the emissary seemed to believe he would never genuinely stop, and I think the emissary was right. The heavens could eliminate him outright, erasing all traces of his existence and his work. Or, Kuang Fei's voice dropped lower. Or the heavens could erase him completely, rewrite him entirely, give him a new life with no memory of his previous self, no connections to his old identity, no way to continue his research. This third option would not be a true death, just an erasure, a transformation into something new. Ling Yao's hand on Wei's shoulder had become almost painful in its grip. He chose the third option, Kuang Fei continued. It took him less than an hour to decide. I asked him why. Afterward, he gave me an hour to speak with him before the procedure, and he said something I never forgot. He said, if they destroy me, the heavens win because they prove their system cannot tolerate truth. But if I agree to this erasure, if I consent to rebirth, then I become their mercy. And mercy is the crack in the absolute system. Mercy proves that something human exists in the machinery of heaven. He was always thinking in metaphors, in grand philosophical gestures. Even then, when they were about to erase him from existence, he was still trying to prove his point. Wei's hands had clenched into fists. He didn't remember doing it. The procedure was not kind, Kuang Fei said. I won't give you details, they wouldn't serve any purpose. But I was in the room. They needed a witness, someone to verify that the erasure was complete. I had to watch as they took everything that made him Wei Xun of the rememberers and scattered it. His memories, his relationships, his understanding of what he had discovered, his name, even, they did something to it, to the very concept of his name, that I still don't fully understand. It was like watching someone be unmade slowly, piece by piece. But the consciousness remained. That stubborn, brilliant consciousness remained. They couldn't touch that. The emissary tried. I could see it trying. But that one essential thing, the core of him that asked questions, that perceived patterns, that could not accept surface appearances, that refused to be erased. Kuang Fei's voice had become very soft. He was not looking at Wei anymore. He was looking at a point somewhere in the middle distance, at a memory that lived in the space between what had been and what was. When it was done, they gave him to me. Not as Wei Xun, of course. As a child, more or less. They had given him a new life, a new family, though he ran from that within a year. He had no idea who he was, but he was running from something. And I took him in because I owed a debt to the man he had been. I raised him, and I watched as he grew, and I never told him. Never told him any of it. Wei heard himself speak, though the voice seemed to come from very far away. Why? Because he asked me not to, Kuang Fei said. Before the procedure, during that last hour, he asked me to promise that I would let him live as a new person, that I would never tell him what he had been. He said knowing would be a kind of haunting, and he wanted to give his reborn self a chance at a genuine new beginning. He made me swear it. The old man finally looked directly at Wei, and his eyes held such sorrow that Wei had to look away. I kept that promise for 32 years, Kuang Fei said, and then I broke it, because I could see, even before the witness arrived, that you were remembering. Not consciously, but your whole being was beginning to resonate with echoes of what you had been. You were starting to gather the fragments on your own, the way the witness explained it. And I realized that keeping you in ignorance while you were actively recollecting pieces of your past self was its own kind of cruelty. So I waited, and I watched, and when it became clear that the erasure was failing, that the one thing they couldn't erase about you was beginning to bloom again, I prepared myself to tell you. Kuang Fei stood up slowly. He moved to the window, not a real window, but a carefully arranged pane of crystal positioned to show a cultivated view of the sanctuary's deepest level. He looked out at the stone and shadow and said, very quietly, I am sorry. I am a coward who called itself merciful. And I have spent 43 years in service to a man who only existed because I failed to protect him while he was himself. Around the chamber, the weight of that admission seemed to settle over everyone. Shen Hui had turned away completely, her shoulders rigid. Another veil hunter, a younger man Wei didn't know well, looked at Kuang Fei with something between sympathy and horror. The expression of someone watching a beloved elder be revealed as something other than what they had always seemed. Wei sat very still. Inside his chest, something massive was moving, like continental plates shifting beneath the earth. Rage, he thought. This should be rage. This should be the fury of a man discovering that his entire existence had been built on erasure, that his identity was not genuine, that the person he had become was less a birth than a construction, a vessel poured into by divine will made merciful. But the rage did not come. Instead, there was something else, a kind of terrible clarity. A sense of things finally settling into their proper places, like pieces of a puzzle that had always been slightly wrong suddenly clicking together in their true configuration. Ling Yao's hand on his shoulder moved, became less a grip and more a touch. She understood, Wei realized. Some part of her had always known. There was no surprise in her, only a kind of sad recognition. "There's one question I need to ask," Wei said. His voice was steady, which surprised him. "The thing my past self discovered. The proof about the cracks in the heaven system. What was it? What did he find?" Huang Fei turned from the window. For a long moment, he said nothing. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "He never told me the full truth of it. He said if I knew the details, the heavens would extract it from me eventually, and he wanted at least one piece of knowledge to remain hidden. So I never learned what he discovered. I only know that it was real, because the heavens' response was so absolute." The old man looked at Wei with eyes that contained decades of carefully tended guilt. "You will have to find it again," Huang Fei said. "If you are to make your choice about the witness, about the council, about your own existence, you will have to discover what you discovered. And you will have to discover it in a body, with a mind, that the heavens never intended you to have. You will have to do the impossible thing. You will have to remember something that was never supposed to be remembered." Chapter 27. The first Wei Xun. The memory crystal was burning. Not with heat. Wei's skin was cold as stone, but with a sensation of terrible internal pressure, as though the crystal had suddenly become less a container and more a confining prison. His hands had wrapped around it at some point between Huang Fei's last words in this moment, and he could feel the thing vibrating, could feel it straining against boundaries that had held it stable for so long. Around him, the sanctuary had fallen away. There were voices, Ling Yao's voice calling his name, Huang Fei's voice issuing instructions, Shun Hui moving to do something practical, but they seemed to come from a vast distance, filtered through layers of reality that were rapidly becoming less real. The crystal pulsed once more, and Wei felt something shatter. It was not painful in any conventional sense. It was rather the sensation of walls giving way, of internal architecture collapsing inward, of everything he was suddenly becoming visible to itself. His eyes went white. Or perhaps his eyes had always been white, and he was only now perceiving them accurately. There was no distinction. The first vision took him entirely without warning. He was standing in a chamber he had never seen and instantly recognized. The walls were carved from black jade, and they hummed with the passage of qi, so much qi that the air seemed viscous, almost liquid. Before him, on a table of pale wood, lay 6 scrolls, and he, the first Wei Xun, the real Wei Xun, was studying them with an intensity that felt like looking into the sun. His hands moved, and Wei perceived the motion with strange clarity. These hands were older than his current hands, more calloused, with scars on the palms from blades and burns. The hands belonged to a cultivator who had worked his way up through competition and conflict, not protected through his journey the way the second Wei Xun had been. The scrolls contained notation, mathematical notation, though the symbols were not Han, not Western, but something else entirely. Something that existed in the space between formal script and abstract diagram. He understood, in that moment, that he was looking at the architecture of reality itself, written in a language that few cultivators ever learned. The vision shifted, and he was elsewhere, a garden, but not one that existed in physical space. This garden was composed of concepts. Wei could see ideas growing like flowers, could see the careful tending of a notion the way a farmer tended rice. Standing across from him in this metaphorical garden was a woman with eyes that held the depth of centuries. "The system is beautiful," she was saying. Her voice was young, but her words had the weight of age. "I have lived within it for 400 years, and I understand its purpose. It was designed to bring order to chaos, to make the infinite finite, to make the wild world survivable." Wei, the first Wei Xun, was listening, and his face held an expression of profound disagreement. "Beautiful systems that require the erasure of truth are not beautiful," he said. "They are prisons calling themselves gardens." The vision shifted again. He was in a library, not the Veil Hunter sanctuary, but something older, something that had been deliberately hidden. Around him were thousands of objects. Books, yes, but also physical artifacts, crystals that glowed with stored knowledge, and walls inscribed with passages in languages he should not have been able to read, but somehow did. This was the true archive of the Rememberers, and he was studying something that had cost them decades to piece together. It was a diagram, rendered in ink and light, showing the system of the heavens not as metaphor, but as actual mechanism. And there, in the heart of the diagram, was the critical discovery. The system was not monolithic. It had been built by 7 entities of equivalent power, and each had inserted fail-safes, contingencies, means of breaking the other's hold. The system was not unified. It was a coalition in tension, held together only by mutual threat. And more critically, if one entity fell, if one of the seven was removed, the entire structure would begin to collapse. Not immediately, but inevitably. The system would unravel. The vision shifted one more time, and this was the one that felt most like memory, most like actual present-moment experience. He was standing before something vast. Not a person, not exactly. It was more a presence, a consciousness distributed across dimensions he couldn't quite perceive. This was the emissary the heavens had sent, and it was patient. "You understand what you're asking," the emissary said. Its voice was not sound, but meaning appearing directly in his mind. "You understand that if this knowledge spreads, if the rememberers succeed in their mission, the chaos will be extraordinary. Billions of cultivators pursuing power based on false understandings. Wars between sects that have no idea what they're actually fighting over. The death of stability." "I understand," Wei Xun said. "And I also understand that stability built on ignorance is not stability. It's only held in place because no one knows how fragile it actually is. And so you choose this? You choose to have all of this erased? To become something new, someone who cannot remember, and yet you will still be dangerous? We are not certain we can erase the thing that makes you dangerous. The sensitivity to hidden patterns, to absence, to the spaces where reality has been revised. That may be resistant to erasure. Then I accept that risk," Wei Xun said. "I'm trusting that there is something in the architecture of the universe that resists absolute control. I'm trusting that there's a crack in your perfect system. Let me become that crack." Wei came back to himself all at once. He was on his knees on the cold stone floor of the sanctuary. His hands still gripped the memory crystal, though it had gone cold now, inert, its knowledge spilled. Around him, concerned faces swam into focus. Ling Yao was there, her hands on his shoulders, asking him questions he couldn't quite parse. "He's here. He's conscious," someone said. Wei gasped for air, though he didn't remember having stopped breathing. His chest heaved as though he'd been running for hours. But beneath the physical sensation was something else, a quality of profound internal rearrangement. The visions had not simply appeared and vanished. They had integrated. Some part of him that had been scattered across 43 years of erasure had suddenly knit itself back together. Not completely. There were still vast gaps, still entire chapters of the first Wei Xun's life that remained invisible to him. But the essential shape of the person he had been was there now, visible from the inside, like a photograph slowly developing. He understood now what Kuang Fei had meant about void perception not being a gift. It was a symptom of failed erasure. The heavens had tried to remove the first Wei Xun entirely, had scattered his identity, his memories, his name, his connections. They had tried to delete the person the way one might delete a file from paper, by burning it entirely, leaving no trace. But they could not delete the capacity itself. The sensitivity that allowed him to perceive patterns, to notice absence, to see the spaces where reality had been revised. That was too fundamental, too much a part of his essential nature. And so it had remained, hidden beneath decades of ordinary life, waiting for something to trigger it. The second Wei Xun's awakening to void perception had been the first Wei Xun's awakening to himself. The two identities were not separate. They were pieces of the same person, fractured across a gulf of forced forgetting. "I understand now," Wei said. His voice felt strange in his mouth, not quite his own, though it had never quite been fully his own. "The heavens didn't erase me. They split me. They separated what I was from what I am. And I've been unconsciously trying to put myself back together ever since I first learned to perceive void matter." Ling Yao's grip on his shoulders tightened. "You don't have to answer the witness yet. You have time." But Wei realized, in that moment of clarity that came with the integration of fragmented memory, that time was precisely what he no longer had. The witness was in the walls now, patient as mountains, waiting for him to decide. And the decision was no longer simple. It never had been. If he chose re-erasure, he would cease to exist entirely. Both versions of himself, erased in truth this time. The knowledge would die with him. The crack in the system would seal again. If he chose to go with the witness, to face the Council of Silence, he would be tried for heresy, tried for possessing knowledge that threatened cosmic order. And the Council would not be merciful. The heavens had already been merciful once, and look what had come of it. A man who had been unmade had somehow remade himself. But there was a third path, perhaps, a path that the witness had not offered because it existed in the spaces between the official options. Wei could refuse both re-erasure and surrender. He could run. He could gather the rememberers. He could pursue the research that the first Wei Xun had begun, seeking out the weakness in the cosmic system, seeking to understand what made the 7 entities that ruled the heavens into competitors rather than partners. He could become, in truth, what the heavens had feared from the beginning, a crisis. A contradiction that could not be resolved through erasure or control, only through transformation. Wei looked at Ling Yao, at Kuang Fei, at all the Veil Hunters who had gathered in the sanctuary, and he understood that they too had become his choice. To protect them, he would have to act. To honor the covenant that the first Wei Xun had made with the emissary, the covenant that had bought him a second life, he would have to move beyond the boundaries of safety. I need to think, Wei said. But I know this. I am not afraid of the witness anymore. I am only afraid of what I might do if I learned too much more. Around him, the sanctuary seemed to hold its breath. And in the walls, in the spaces between the stones, the witness waited with the patience of something that existed outside of time, knowing that eventually, all contradictions must be resolved. But Wei Xun, both versions of him, now finally integrated and whole, had just discovered that resolution was not the only option. Sometimes a contradiction, left to grow and develop, could become something beautiful instead. Chapter 28. Identity fracture. The sanctuary walls had stopped their trembling an hour ago, but Wei Xun's hands had not. He sat alone in the small meditation chamber adjacent to the main hall, his palms pressed flat against the cold stone floor, breathing in rhythms that no longer came naturally. The memory crystal's visions had faded, but the knowledge embedded in them would not. It clung to him like a weight tied to his soul, dragging him deeper with every breath. I am not the Wei Xun who discovered the truth. The thought spiraled immediately into a dozen others, each one sharper than the last. The original Wei Xun, the one who had lived for decades before the erasure, who had cultivated in the old temples, who had stood in the presence of the heavens' representatives and chosen rebellion. That Wei Xun was dead, or dormant, or scattered across decades of void signatures that Wei himself had learned to read like a language written in absence. But then what am I? He could trace the knowledge in his bones now, could feel the imprints of the original Wei Xun's life like scar tissue along his soul. The memory crystal had shown him everything. The moment of discovery when the original Wei realized that the heavens' order was not natural law but imposed doctrine. The moment of defiance when he refused to be forgotten. The fracture that came with the erasure itself, the divine punishment that was supposed to obliterate him entirely. But something had gone wrong, or right. Wei couldn't decide which anymore. The erasure had been incomplete. His soul had been fragmented and scattered, then eventually reconstituted in a new body, a new name, a new life with no memory of before. Wei Xun at 20 years old had grown up in Zhao village with no idea that his void perception was the symptom of failed divine punishment. He thought it was a gift. He had thought for 17 years that he was special, chosen, unique. Now he knew the truth. He was a ghost that had clawed its way back from non-existence and didn't understand what it meant to be alive in the first place. Is the man I was before responsible for the choices I make now? The question fragmented immediately into its constituent paradoxes. The original Wei Xun had chosen defiance, had chosen to rebel, to resist erasure, perhaps to be reborn as something that could continue the work. But this Wei Xun had never made that choice. This Wei Xun had only ever followed the path laid before him, learning void perception, joining the Veil Hunters, slowly piecing together the world's true nature. He had made choices, yes, but they were the choices of an amnesiac, a blank slate written upon by circumstance. So if the original Wei chose something, and New Wei has no memory of that choice, is New Wei bound by it? Is he even? The thought shattered. Wei's breathing hitched. His fingers flexed against stone until the nails began to ache. Questions piled on top of each other like bodies, each one demanding precedence, crushing the ones beneath. If I have no memory of being the original Wei, can I claim his identity? If I cannot claim his identity, am I not my own person? And if I am my own person, do I have the right to continue his work? Do I have the right to refuse it? Am I refusing because I choose to, or because I was created incomplete, incapable of remembering the choice that bound me? He stood abruptly, pacing the small chamber. His cultivation energy flickered erratically beneath his skin, responding to the chaos in his mind. The control he had spent 5 years developing, the careful discipline that allowed him to touch void signatures without being torn apart by them. That discipline was shattering like glass. Kuang Fei had been there. The revelation hung in Wei's mind like a blade. His elderly mentor, who had trained him, who had always spoken of the Veil Hunter's purpose in measured tones of acceptance, had been present at the erasure. Kuang Fei had watched the original Wei Xun be unmade by the heaven's power. Kuang Fei had then what? Waited? Searched? Found Wei's new form and groomed him for 5 years without ever suggesting the truth. But that question too splintered into impossible branches. What would Kuang Fei have said? How do you tell a boy that he is the echo of a man? How do you explain that his entire sense of self is a reconstruction of scattered pieces? How do you live with that knowledge? Maybe Kuang Fei had no choice. Maybe. The thought stopped. Wei pressed his forehead against the cool stone of the wall, eyes closed. Maybe was a luxury he couldn't afford anymore. The heavens didn't deal in maybes. Neither did the witness. Neither did time. A soft sound came from the doorway. Wei didn't open his eyes. I am not the person I was, he said to the darkness inside his skull. The original Wei Xun was a cultivator of great power. The original Wei Xun discovered truths that frightened immortals. The original Wei Xun was willing to die for what he knew. I am none of those things. I am a copy. I am a failure of erasure. You are the man who walked 3 days through the shattered peaks to find Kuang Fei's lost disciples, Ling Yao's voice said. It was soft, but it cut through the spiral. The original Wei Xun never did that. He was too proud. Wei opened his eyes and turned. She stood in the doorway with her arms wrapped around herself, wearing the gray robes of a secondary veil hunter, her long hair braided back in a severe style that made her face look even more lined with exhaustion than it had days before. She looked at him with an intensity that made his chest ache. You don't understand, Wei said. The words came out harsher than he intended. I don't have continuity of consciousness. I don't have the memory of choosing what he chose. So everything I do without understanding why I'm doing it. I'm guided by echoes. I'm a puppet animated by a dead man's unfinished work. Ling Yao stepped into the chamber. She was small beside him, thin in a way that suggested she had been eating only when reminded. There was something worn about her, something that had aged her more than 5 years should. Wei found himself noticing these details despite the chaos in his mind, noticing how she moved, how carefully she held her shoulders, as if she were afraid of taking up too much space. The original Wei Xun, she said, would never have stopped to help me with my research. He considered that beneath him. He was brilliant, and brilliant men often lack patience for the careful work of gathering knowledge. He would move through the world like a sword and leave broken things behind him. Then I am weak, Wei said. If I am different from him, I am diminished. You are not weak. Ling Yao moved closer. The original Wei Xun would never have treated Kuang Fei with the kind of care you show him. He would have taken what his mentor had to offer and moved on. But you stay. You ask how he is feeling. You notice when he has not eaten. These are not the actions of the original Wei Xun. These are the actions of someone else. Someone who became someone through choices, not through implanted memories. Wei wanted to argue. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. The questions were still there, still clawing at the back of his skull, demanding answers. But something in Ling Yao's voice, something absolute, something that had the weight of considered truth, made him pause. When I found you, she continued, and her voice wavered slightly, I was supposed to report your existence to the council. That was my role. I was supposed to watch you and determine whether you were a threat or an asset. That was all. Wei felt something in his chest tighten. This was new information, information that should have made him angry, should have made him feel manipulated. Instead, he found himself listening. But you noticed something, Ling Yao said. You were so careful with the people around you. You asked questions not to accumulate power, but to understand. You were curious about things that no cultivator should care about. How the village children were faring, whether the crops had grown well, whether anyone needed medicine. You were nothing like the reports I had been given about the original Wei Xun. You were not weak. You were different. And I. She paused. Her hands had unclenched from around her middle. They hung at her sides, trembling slightly. I was supposed to report that you were a diminished copy, not worth the council's attention, not worth the witness's interest. But you didn't, Wei said. It was not a question. No, I didn't. Ling Yao's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears, or might have been the reflection of the sanctuary's soft light. I was a liar. I reported that you were something else, something worth protecting. And then I lied again, every day, for 5 years. Because the man I was watching became someone I loved, and I couldn't explain anymore whether I loved the echo of the first Wei Xun or the new person he had become. And I still can't. I've been mourning both of them at the same time. The words fell like stones into still water. Wei felt each one create ripples that disturbed the chaos in his mind. He found he couldn't look away from her face. There was something in her expression that held absolute honesty, not the kind that came from careful reasoning, but the kind that came from having carried a weight too long and finally setting it down. Why are you telling me this? Wei asked. Because you are spiraling, Ling Yao said with a directness that cut through his defenses. Because you are asking whether you are the same person, whether you have the right to your own choices, whether your existence is real. And the answer is that none of that matters. What matters is that you are here. You are alive. You are the only person who exists in this moment, and the only choice that is real is the one you make now. Wei wanted to argue. He wanted to trace the logical contradiction in what she was saying, wanted to show her that the question of identity was not something that could be overcome by simply choosing to act. But as he opened his mouth, he found that Ling Yao had stepped closer, and she had reached out, and her hand, small, warm, real in a way that the spiral in his mind was not, had taken his. He looked down at their joined hands. The contact was simple, unadorned by gesture. She was not offering him comfort in the way that people usually offered comfort. She was offering him testimony. This is real, the contact seemed to say. This matters. You are here, and you are doing this thing that no ghost could do. You are touching another person and feeling them touch you back. For a long moment, Wei did not move. He stood in the small chamber, his hand in Ling Yao's hand, and felt the questions in his mind slow their frantic circling. They did not disappear. The doubt remained, and the fear, and the existential uncertainty about the continuity of his soul. But they subsided enough that he could breathe. They subsided enough that he could notice the way Ling Yao's shoulders had relaxed slightly when he did not pull away. I loved the first Wei Xun, Ling Yao said quietly, because I was young and he was brilliant, and he seemed to contain within himself the answer to every question I had. I loved him the way you love a lightning storm, with fear and awe and the knowledge that it cannot be contained. She paused. Her thumb traced a small circle against the back of his hand. The gesture was so simple that it almost broke him. But I love you, she continued, because you taught me that brilliance is not the same as understanding. Because you are willing to sit with questions instead of slashing through them. Because you made me realize that the man I was mourning was never going to be the man I needed. And because you have spent 5 years making choices that the original Wei Xun would have found beneath him. And those choices have made the world harder, but also better. The original Wei Xun was a sword. You are something else. Wei found that his throat had tightened. He did not trust himself to speak. Instead, he squeezed her hand and watched as Ling Yao's face shifted through a series of expressions. Relief, sadness, something that might have been resignation, something that might have been peace. They stood together in the small chamber while the night deepened outside. The questions remained in Wei's mind. They would always remain now, he understood. The uncertainty about his own identity would not resolve into clarity. He would carry it forward with him. This knowledge that he was both continuous with and severed from the man he had been. He would carry it the way that all living things carried their incompatible truths. But as he stood with Ling Yao's hand in his, Wei found that the weight was different than it had been. The uncertainty no longer felt like a dissolution of self. It felt like the natural condition of being alive, of existing in time, of changing moment by moment, of never being exactly the same person twice, because that was what consciousness required. The original Wei Xun had discovered that the heavens' order was imposed. The new Wei Xun would discover something else. The question of whether they were the same person no longer mattered to him. The only question that mattered now was the one he asked next. Will you stay? He said. Ling Yao's grip on his hand tightened. In the shadows of the chamber, he could not see her face clearly, but he could hear the breath catch slightly in her throat. Yes, she said. I will stay. And Wei, who had spent 5 years asking questions about the nature of his own existence, found that he was content to let that answer be enough. Chapter 29. The witnesses offer the sanctuary's deeper chamber was a place of silence. Wei had walked past it many times in the 5 years since joining the Veil Hunters, but he had never entered, had never been invited to enter. It lay beyond 3 locked doors that only opened to Kuang Fei's cultivated touch, deeper into the earth than should have been possible given the surface geography of the building. When Kuang Fei had finally opened those doors for him an hour ago, Wei had found a staircase that descended into absolute darkness, lit only by the faint phosphorescence of void signatures on the walls. Now, standing at the bottom of those stairs in a chamber that was less a room than a carefully maintained void, Wei understood why entrance had been restricted. The space was wrong. Not wrong in the way that cultivation disruptions were wrong, but wrong in the way that reality itself could be wrong if you looked at it closely enough. The walls did not meet at right angles. The floor did not curve naturally. And hovering in the center of the chamber, several feet above the ground, was the witness. Wei had seen the witness before, had felt its presence, but never like this. In the sanctuary's main halls, the witness had been a background pressure, an awareness at the edge of perception. Here, in its own space, it was impossible to avoid. The form was humanoid in a way that hurt to look at directly. The body was made of something that was not quite void and not quite matter. A shifting, iridescent darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Where the witness's hands should have been, there were only faint suggestions of shape. The face was the worst part. Wei could not look at it with his normal sight for more than a moment without a sense of disorientation flooding through him. But when he shifted his perception, when he allowed his void perception to filter what he was seeing, the face resolved into something almost human and heartbreaking. Beneath the void form, filtered through the lens of negative space and absent matter, Wei could see the shape of a person. A woman, he thought, though gender seemed almost irrelevant to what he was observing. The face was beautiful in the way that certain carved statues were beautiful, perfect and broken at the same time, as if the perfection itself was the result of some shattering that had been carefully reassembled. The eyes that looked back at him held something that might have been emotion, though emotion seemed like too simple a word for the complexity of what was contained in them. "You came," the witness said. Its voice was strange, harmonics layered over harmonics, as if more than one person were speaking through the same mouth. "I was not certain that you would. Kuang Fei asked me to," Wei said. He kept his voice steady, but his hands were trembling at his sides. "He said it was time." "Yes, time." The witness tilted its head. The void form rippled with the movement, as if the act of changing position required a moment of reconstitution. "Time is one of the constraints I understand least well. I have been waiting for you to reach this point for 5 years, which is both a very long time and no time at all, depending on how one measures such things." Wei forced himself to step closer. The void pressure of the chamber intensified as he approached, pressing against his skin like deep water. His void perception flickered and stabilized, flickered again. The witness's form was too close to what he could perceive, too resonant with the structure of his own sensitivity. "You have something to offer me," Wei said. It was not a question. Kuang Fei had made that clear, had warned him of what was coming, had asked him to listen before he rejected anything. "Kuang Fei said I should hear what you have to say before I made any decisions." "Kuang Fei is wise," the witness said. There was something that might have been affection in its strange voice. "He has always been wise. It took me a very long time to forgive him for that wisdom, but I have arrived at forgiveness, or something that resembles it." The witness descended slightly, until it hovered only a few feet above Wei's eye level. This close, he could see the way the void form was not actually empty. It was composed of layers of absence, each one showing something different when viewed from a certain angle. Some of the layers contained shapes that looked almost like words, almost like written language, almost like everything the witness could not be. "I have watched you across more than one lifetime," the witness continued, and now there was something like tenderness in its voice. "Not just this one. There was a cultivator in the eastern peaks, 200 years ago, who could read void signatures in the same way you can. He died resisting the heavens' erasure. And before him, there was a rememberer of the Temple of Jade Wisdom. She lasted longer than the others, but eventually the heavens found her as well. And before her, and before her, and before her. Always the same soul, always the same gift, always the same defiance. And always, eventually, the erasure." Wei felt something cold move through his chest. "How many times?" "For times before you," the witness said. "And each time, I watched. Each time, I was supposed to facilitate the completion of the erasure. Each time, I was bound to serve the heavens' will. But each time, I failed. Not out of rebellion, but out of—" The witness paused, and the void form seemed to fracture slightly, as if the effort of searching for the word was physically damaging. "Out of something I cannot name. Something that was put into me when they bound me into this form. The heavens meant for me to be their tool for precision, but they did not account for the fact that tools develop flaws." Wei wanted to move backward, but his feet wouldn't obey the impulse. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the 5th time is now," the witness said. "Because the heavens are aware that I have failed to complete your erasure. Because they are preparing to try again, and this time they will not send a tool that has developed flaws. They will send certainty, and their certainty will be absolute. I am offering you an alternative before that certainty arrives." The void form shifted, and suddenly Wei could see into it, could see through the layers of absence to the person who had been bound within. He saw a cultivator in formal robes, standing in a temple that was not a temple. He saw the moment of punishment, the cascade of power that was meant to unravel a human soul thread by thread. He saw the incomplete unraveling, the binding, the transformation into something that could serve the heavens' will while remaining partially shattered. The vision passed, and Wei was back in the chamber, staring at the witness's void form, his breath ragged. "I can preserve you," the witness said. "That is what I am offering. You would exist in a space between erasure and being. Not completely human, but not unmade. You would retain your memories. You would retain your sense of self. You could maintain relationships, maintain thought, maintain the continuity of consciousness that defines life. But you would be protected from the heavens' reach. You would be unreachable, beyond their ability to erase you. A preservation, not a punishment. A comfortable stasis, not a dissolution. Wei forced himself to find words. A cage. Yes, the witness said, and there was no anger in its voice, only sadness. A cage, but not a cage of suffering. A gilded cage, if you will permit the poetry. You would not be lonely. I would be here. Others have accepted this offer. They exist in spaces like the one you stand in now. They read, they think, they discuss philosophy. They do not age. They do not suffer. They are, by any reasonable measure, alive. But they are not free, Wei said. No, the witness agreed. They are not free, but they are also not erased. And given the choice between captivity and non-existence, most beings choose captivity. Wei moved away from the witness, walking in a slow circle around its hovering form. His mind was racing with the weight of the offer, the terrible gentleness of it, the way it was not a threat but a genuine alternative. The witness was right. This was not cruelty. It was something more insidious than cruelty. It was kindness extended under impossible circumstances. If I accept, Wei said slowly, I would retain my memories of Lingyao, of Kuang Fei, of the world. You would, the witness said. I cannot give you freedom, but I can give you the comfort of those attachments. You would be able to write to them, communicate with them, maintain the bonds you have formed. You would only be removed from the capability to resist the heavens. Your void perception would be sealed, locked away. You would no longer be able to touch void signatures or perceive erasures. You would be, in that way, less dangerous. Harmless, Wei corrected. Yes, harmless. The witness seemed to consider this. Is that so terrible? Most cultivators spend their entire lives attempting to become harmless, to transcend desire and attachment and the human capacity for harm. I am offering you the achievement of that goal. Wei stopped his circling. He faced the witness directly, and when he did, he found that he was not afraid of it anymore. There was something in the witness's form that called to him across the void, the recognition of a person bound in the same way, condemned to incompleteness. But that recognition did not make its offer acceptable. No, Wei said, I will not be preserved. The witness did not react immediately. Its void form remained still, hovering in the chamber's strange space. Then, slowly, it descended further, until it was level with Wei's eye line. I know, it said finally, and the emotion in its voice was unmistakable now. Sadness, yes, but also something like admiration, something like regret. I expected this answer from you from the moment I first perceived your consciousness in this lifetime. You are the only one who has refused the offer without rage, without bargaining. You simply refused, with certainty. That certainty is something I can no longer access. I have missed it. Wei found that his throat had tightened. Looking at the witness, really looking at it through his void perception, seeing the person beneath the binding, he felt something that might have been kinship. They were both trapped in forms that did not fit, both forced to contain multitudes they had not chosen. The only difference was that Wei still believed in the possibility of freedom. Who were you? Wei asked. Before the binding, the witness's form flickered, as if the question caused it physical pain. It opened what might have been its mouth, and then closed it again. The harmonics in its voice became discordant, almost distorted. I cannot answer, it finally said. The binding prevents that knowledge from being expressed through any medium. I can remember that I was someone. I can remember that I had a name, and a life, and a purpose that was not the facilitation of others' erasure. But I cannot articulate it. The heavens were thorough in their binding. Wei felt something crack open in his chest. He understood, in that moment, exactly what the witness's offer meant. It was not only a cage for Wei. The offer of a gilded preservation was the witness's way of trying to create something other than isolation for itself. If Wei accepted, they would exist together in spaces between erasure and being, neither of them fully alive, neither of them fully dead. The witness was not cruel. It was lonely, and loneliness had slowly transformed its functions into something that resembled kindness. I cannot accept, Wei said, and he said it as gently as he could. Not because I doubt the gentleness of your cage, but because I will not be preserved. I will not be fixed in amber, no matter how comfortable that amber is. I will be free, or I will be erased. There is no acceptable middle ground. I know, the witness said again, and this time the sadness in its voice was complete. I told you that I expected this answer, and I am telling you now, at the moment of hearing it confirmed, that I am grieved by it. Grief is not an emotion I should be capable of feeling, and yet I feel it. The heavens were not thorough enough in their binding of my capacity for emotion, and this has become a flaw in me. Perhaps this is why I have always failed to complete your erasures. Perhaps it is because I am fundamentally broken in a way that makes cruelty impossible. Wei wanted to respond, but he could not think of words that were adequate to the moment. He stood in the chamber, facing the void form, feeling the weight of multiple lifetimes' worth of erasures pressing down on his awareness. "How long do I have?" he asked finally. "Before the heavens make their next attempt?" The witness moved upward again, returning to its position several feet above the ground. 53 days. I can feel the approach of their attention like a pressure against my binding. They have noticed that I failed again. They are preparing to intervene. This is why Kuang Fei asked you to come. This is why I made the offer. 53 days is the time you have to find an alternative. What alternative? Wei asked. What is there besides your cage and the erasure? That, the witness said, is the question that all of my previous versions failed to answer. But you are different. You have different resources, different knowledge. If any human could find an alternative, if any human could locate the source of the erasure itself, what the cultivators of old called the void's core, then it might be possible to break the binding entirely. Not just for me, but for the entire system of erasure. And if I cannot find it, then I will still offer you the cage, the witness said. Even after the time expires, even if the heavens have attempted to complete your erasure, I will preserve what remains. I will not abandon you. That is the only freedom I have left, the freedom to choose my own failures. Wei nodded slowly. He understood, with absolute clarity, what the witness was offering him. Not just time, not just a choice between imprisonment and death, but the witness's own defiance, the only way that a broken tool could rebel against its makers. The witness would preserve him not out of kindness, but out of love, and the witness had never had permission to feel love. I will find another way, Wei said. I will not accept your cage. I know, the witness said, and this time there was something almost like peace in its voice. I have always known. This is why I have been waiting so patiently for you to arrive at this moment. I have been waiting to hear you say those words with that certainty. You are the only one who has ever made me believe in the possibility of my own freedom. Wei turned and walked toward the stairs that would take him back to the sanctuary's main levels. Behind him, he could still feel the witness's gaze, both through normal sight and through his void perception. It was not the gaze of a keeper or a jailer. It was the gaze of someone watching the only being in existence who might be able to break the chains that bound them both. He did not look back. He climbed the stairs in darkness, carrying with him the weight of the witness's impossible hope and the knowledge that he had less than 2 months to find an alternative that no one had successfully found in centuries. Chapter 30. The council's game deepens. The woman who arrived at the sanctuary 3 days later was so old that she seemed less a living person than a carefully maintained artifact. Morongzhu was 84 years old according to the Council of Silence's records. Wei had found that information in the moment after Kuang Fei announced her arrival, before wisdom had caught up with impulse and suggested that paranoia might not be the most productive response to an unexpected council representative. She moved with the careful precision of someone who had learned, over decades, the exact minimal effort required to keep a body functioning. Her robes were white silk with blue embroidery, formal in a way that suggested she had come from council chambers where appearance was still considered a form of authority. Her hair was entirely silver, arranged in a style that had probably been fashionable when Wei Xun was still the first Wei Xun, whoever that man might have been. She sat across from him in one of the sanctuary's formal rooms, where the walls were thick enough to discourage eavesdropping and the furnishings were sparse enough to avoid distraction. Between them, on a low table, was a pot of tea that neither of them had touched. Morongzhu's hands were folded in her lap, and her eyes, dark and sharp despite the clouding of age, were fixed on Wei with the intensity of someone examining a particularly interesting mathematical problem. You are wondering why I have come, Morongzhu said. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of absolute certainty. You are wondering if I am here to recruit you, or claim you, or inform you of some new complication in the political situation that surrounds your existence. The answer is simpler and worse than any of those possibilities. Wei said nothing. He had learned in his years with the Veil Hunters that silence was often more effective than speech, particularly in conversations where he did not yet understand the landscape. The Council of Silence has known you were an erased cultivator since the earliest days of your involvement with the Veil Hunters, Morongzhu continued. We have known since you were 17 years old, newly awakened to your void perception, wondering if you were special. We watched you while you worked with Kuang Fei. We watched you while you slowly pieced together the truth about the heaven's capacity for erasure. We watched, and we waited, and we made the decision that would determine the trajectory of your entire life. You protected me, Wei said. It was not a question, but Morongzhu's expression suggested that she appreciated the deduction. We protected you, she confirmed. Not out of love, and not out of any belief that you were inherently valuable. We protected you because you represented a possibility. The Council of Silence exists in a state of permanent tension with the heaven's authority. We cannot openly resist erasure because resistance is itself erasure. We cannot speak against the heaven's order because speech is the currency through which order is maintained. We are constrained by our own nature. But you are something else. You are evidence that erasure is incomplete. You are proof that the heavens can fail. You are a potential lever for transformation. Wei felt something cold settle in his chest. I was a pawn. From the beginning, I was a pawn on your board. Yes, Zhu said without hesitation, without apology. You were a pawn on our board. You are still a pawn on our board. But allow me to suggest something to you. Being a pawn is not the same as being powerless. Pawns transform into other pieces. Pawns reach the opposite end of the board and become something new. Pawns are the most constrained pieces on the board, and often the most valuable because of that constraint. Wei wanted to feel rage at this statement. He wanted to feel the hot urgency of betrayal that should have accompanied the realization that his entire existence had been manipulated by distant forces he had not known existed. But the witness had already shown him that. The witness had already revealed that multiple lifetimes of his soul had been subject to greater and more fundamental manipulations than the Council's political maneuvering. What was one more layer of constraint in the face of erasure itself? What does the Council want? He asked instead. The Council wants the Void's core, Zhu said simply. The foundational principle that underlies the erasure system. We want the source of the heavens' authority over disappearance and forgetting. If the Void's core could be accessed, could be understood, could be challenged, then the entire structure of erasure changes. It ceases to be an absolute punishment. It becomes negotiable. The heavens' most powerful tool would become merely another piece on the board. And you believe I can access it. I believe you are the only being currently living who has any reasonable possibility of accessing it, Zhu said. The witness has watched 5 incarnations of your soul. The witness is bound to the erasure system in a way that gives it intimate knowledge of the system structure. If you could communicate that knowledge, if you could receive the witness's understanding of the Void's principles, then you might be able to find what we have been seeking for 300 years. Wei stood abruptly. He walked to the wall of the formal room, where a single scroll hung, a landscape painting of mountains at twilight. The image was so perfect that it seemed almost false, as if the artist had been more interested in capturing the ideal of mountains than the reality of them. The witness said I had 53 days, Wei said. The heavens are approaching. If I waste time helping the Council, if I use my limited time pursuing the Council's goals instead of my own survival, I might not. The Council is offering you access to something that will increase your chances of survival. Zhu interrupted. Her voice remained calm, but there was something new in it now, something that might have been impatience. We have maintained an archive. A forbidden archive, sealed in places that the heavens have not been able to reach. It contains documentation from cultivators who have entered the void itself, who have touched the edges of erasure and returned. Barely damaged, but returned. It contains their observations, their sketches, their mathematical notations of the void structure. It is the closest thing that exists to a map of the territory you will be entering. Wei turned back to face her. And in exchange? In exchange for nothing, Zhu said. The Council will not extract payment from you. We are offering this freely because the success of your mission serves the Council's interests. We are pragmatic, but we are not stupid. We know that you must be motivated by something other than our desires. You must be motivated by your own survival. The two motivations align, and so we align with you. There was something in the way she said this that suggested absolute honesty. Not the honesty of someone admitting truth out of moral obligation, but the honesty of someone who had transcended the need to lie, for whom deception would be inefficient and therefore unnecessary. Zhu had existed for 84 years. She had seen cycles of political power rise and fall. She had no patience for anything but directness. Why should I trust you? Wei asked. You should not, Zhu said. Trust is a luxury you cannot afford. But you should use us the way we are using you. You should take the archive and extract from it whatever understanding you can. You should combine that understanding with whatever the witness is able to teach you. And you should pursue your own survival with absolute ruthlessness. That is the only form of truth that exists in our current arrangement. Mutual interest in your continued existence. Wei moved back to the table. He finally reached for the pot of tea, poured a cup, and drank it. It was cold now, but that seemed appropriate. He was learning that all comforts had a temperature at which they became indigestible. I want to be clear, Wei said. I am not the Council's tool. I will not sacrifice myself for your political goals. I will not delay action that would increase my chances of survival in order to serve the Council's timeline. I am entering this arrangement as an equal, not as a subordinate. Zhu smiled. It was not a warm expression, but it contained something that might have been genuine amusement. "You are not an equal," she said, "because you are a pawn, and I am a player who has survived 84 years by understanding the nature of pieces. But you are defiant, and that defiance has value. I respect defiance in chess. It is the only thing that makes the game worth playing." She reached into her robes and withdrew a small object, a key made of white jade, carved in patterns that hurt to look at directly. Wei realized, as he looked at it, that the patterns were not random. They corresponded to the shape of void signatures. They were written in the language of erasure. "This will open the archive," Zhu said. She set the key on the table. "It is located 3 layers beneath this sanctuary, through a passage that Kuang Fei will show you. The archive is protected by wards that respond only to this key. Inside, you will find 300 years of observations. Use them as you will." Wei picked up the key. It was cold despite having been held in Zhu's warm hands. Or perhaps her hands were not warm. Perhaps at 84 years old, after surviving 3 centuries of the Council's political machinations, Zhu had become thermodynamically efficient, giving off no unnecessary heat, conserving every unit of energy for the purposes of continued existence. "I have a question," Wei said. "I have expected that," Zhu replied. "Do you consider me a person? Or do you consider me a tool with personhood-like qualities?" Zhu was silent for a long moment. Her dark eyes remained fixed on Wei, and he could see the precise moment when she shifted her perspective, when she moved from viewing him as a political piece to something else entirely. "I consider you something rarer," she said finally. "I consider you someone who has survived the unsurvivable. I consider you someone who has been erased and has clawed your way back. I consider you someone who can perceive the heavens' greatest weapon and still move forward. That is not a tool. That is a miracle. And I have made a career of being skeptical about miracles." She stood to leave, moving with the careful precision that seemed to be the hallmark of her existence. At the door, she paused. 53 days, she said. The witness was accurate about the timeline. The heavens do not have patience, but they do have certainty, and certainty is more valuable than patience in the long run. Use your time carefully. And when you find the void's core, when you reach the center of the system and understand what the heavens are protecting, remember that the council was here. Remember that we offered you tools. The council does not expect gratitude, but we do expect acknowledgement. She left without waiting for a response. Wei sat alone in the formal room with the white jade key in his hands and the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. The archive would contain knowledge. The witness would contain understanding. Kuang Fei and Ling Yao would contain love, of a sort, the complicated love that people offered to each other in the face of impossible circumstances. But time contained nothing at all except the inexorable movement toward either salvation or erasure. Wei set the key down on the table beside the cold tea. He had 49 days left now, 53 minus the 4 that had passed since the witness's revelation. In those 49 days, he would need to master the contents of 300 years' worth of observation. He would need to learn from a being that could barely communicate. He would need to hold together his own fragmenting sense of identity while pursuing knowledge that had been sealed away because it was dangerous. He would need to become something other than what he currently was. Wei picked up the key again and stood. There were 3 layers beneath the sanctuary, Zhu had said. 3 layers down into the earth, into the void beneath the void, into places where the heaven's light did not reach. That was where the archive was kept. That was where the answer lay. That was where he would begin. Chapter 31. Immortal Ascension. The Forbidden Archive was a tomb in the shape of a library. Wei Xun had learned this over the past 72 hours of continuous study, his body sustained by medicinal pills and the strange, hunger-killing clarity that came from proximity to forbidden knowledge. The texts themselves seemed to feed him in some perverse way, each revelation creating a hollow space inside his chest that demanded to be filled by the next revelation. He sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor of the archive's deepest chamber, surrounded by unfurled scrolls and bound manuscripts written in scripts so archaic that they predated the current heavenly calendar system. Ling Yao sat 3 paces away, her presence a quiet anchor. Kuang Fei stood by the entrance, his ancient frame silhouetted against the dim phosphorescent fungi that provided the archive's only light. Neither had tried to stop Wei. They understood what he was doing and why he was doing it alone. The documents spoke of the erasure core with a specificity that terrified him. It was not a weapon, though it functioned like one. It was not a being, though it possessed something like intention. The text described it as a wound in the fabric of reality, a place where the heavens had amputated themselves to amputate everything beneath them. The documents suggested that the void perception Wei carried was not a blessing or even a curse, but a scar tissue left behind by the heaven's own hand. An imperfection in their erasing work. Wei deepened his meditation. He could feel his cultivation core, that jeweled knot of refined qi at the center of his being, beginning to strain against the walls of foundation stage containment. He had been pushing himself toward the next breakthrough for weeks, but the archive's knowledge had crystallized something in him. He could see the path to immortal ascension as clearly as if it were marked in light. All he had to do was walk it. He began to cycle his qi in the pattern described in the oldest texts, the method that predated the heavens' standardization of cultivation. The technique was elegant, almost aggressive in its efficiency. It did not ask the qi to flow, it commanded it to flow. It did not request admission to the next stage. It forced open a door that Wei's own foundation had been locked against. For the first 40 heartbeats, it was glorious. The qi that rose through his meridians felt like drinking molten gold, like having the sun bloom in his chest. His perception expanded. He could feel the archive around him as not merely stone and darkness, but as layers of history, each scroll a ghost of a thought, each stone a memory of the hands that laid it. The breakthrough was proceeding with the inevitable, perfect momentum of a boulder rolling downhill. He would reach immortal ascension. He would become something more than he was. Then he felt it. The attention. It came not as a sound or even as a sensation, but as a sudden, absolute knowledge that something vast, something so immeasurably larger than Wei Xun or even the entire city around him, had stopped what it was doing and turned its focus downward. Not toward him specifically, but toward a particular frequency of cultivation energy that had just manifested in the world. The frequency of an erased thing ascending. The attention focused. The heavens had opened an eye that had not been opened in 1,000 years. The burning started in his left hand. Wei cried out, his meditation shattered. His hand had become translucent, the flesh losing its opacity so suddenly that for a moment he believed it was a phantom. But the pain was real, not the pain of fire but the pain of absence. It was as though his hand was being subtracted from the world, and the empty space where it had been was screaming. He could see through the translucent skin to the stone floor beneath, could watch his fingers lose coherence, the tendons and bones becoming barely visible wisps of themselves. His hand no longer held weight. A scroll that had been resting against his palm fell through it, as though through water. The erasure climbed. It moved up his wrist with the creeping speed of frost spreading across winter glass. Wei thrashed backward, expecting it to continue, expecting his entire arm to slip away into nothing. But the erasure halted at his elbow, leaving his forearm in a state of terrible semi-being. He could see the stone through the translucent flesh. He could feel the cold that was not temperature but the absence of sensation, not numbness but the void underneath numbness. The terror was pure. This was not pain, though pain rode on its back like a parasite. This was the fundamental fear of ceasing to exist while remaining conscious. Ling Yao was suddenly beside him, dropping to her knees. She grabbed his translucent arm with both hands, and the shock of her grip was like being pulled back from a precipice. Her hands were warm. They were solid. They displaced the cold of nothing by sheer force of presence. She did not try to heal him or cast some protective ward. She simply held him, her fingers digging into the semi-real flesh of his forearm, her dark eyes wide with a terror that matched his own but was somehow less lonely for being shared. "Wei, breathe," she whispered, her hands trembling against his arm. "Breathe. You're still here." He was not sure that was true. He could feel himself continuing to fade. Void perception. The voice came from across the chamber, Kuang Fei's voice, rough and sharp as a blade striking stone. Use it like a mirror, not a lens. The instruction made no immediate sense. Wei's void perception was the sense he had developed over months of cultivation. The ability to read the void signatures that things left in reality, to see the absence rather than the presence. He used it outward, always outward, searching for the shapes hidden in the world's blank spaces. But through the burning and the terror, something in Kuang Fei's words clicked. A mirror, not a lens. Wei stopped trying to fight the erasure and turned his void perception inward. What he saw was himself, but not the Wei Xun that others perceived. He saw himself as the heavens saw him, as a void signature in the shape of a person. He perceived the space where he existed as a space defined by the absence around it, as if someone had taken an eraser to reality, and he was the mark left behind by the erasing. And he understood, with a clarity that burned worse than any fire, that he could hold that image. That void signature of himself, that outline of emptiness in the world's fabric. He could grasp it and hold it and refuse to let it slip away. It was an act of pure will. Not cultivation technique, not any method learned from texts or masters. Simply the force of Wei Xun's consciousness insisting that Wei Xun continued to exist. He held himself as a pattern in the void. He held himself as the space where an erased thing persisted. The translucency stopped advancing. The cold reached his shoulder, but did not climb into his chest. The attention of the heavens remained focused on him, but it could not complete the erasure because he would not let himself be erased. The breakthrough completed, not as a triumph, but as a desperate stalemate. Wei Xun reached immortal ascension, and the heavens recognized this ascension and moved to expunge it, and Wei countered by recognizing himself only as an outline in the void, as something the heavens had already marked as not to be erased completely, because the erasure itself was incomplete. He collapsed, and Lingyao caught him. His left arm was still translucent from the elbow down. The flesh remained semi-real, and he could feel the qi burning through the translucent zones at a rate that was obscene, a constant drain, as though part of his body had become a sieve through which his power poured away. But he was alive. Immortal ascension had been achieved, and he had survived the heavens' attempt to erase his achievement. For now, Wei gasped against Lingyao's shoulder, his breath coming in shallow, desperate pulls. He could feel the new equilibrium his body had established. The translucent portions of his left arm, roughly a third of it, from elbow to fingertips, would remain. He would have to maintain constant void perception just to keep those sections of his body solid, just to prevent the erasure from resuming. It was a permanent cost, burned into the architecture of his ascension. But something else had emerged from the breakthrough. Wei realized it as his breathing steadied. While his left arm was semi-erased, he appeared to his void perception as something different. He appeared as a moving blank space, a void signature moving through the world rather than a solid cultivator. To an external observer using void perception techniques, he would look less like a person and more like a gap in reality, a space where something was absent. The witness located people by reading their cultivation signatures. Wei had just become much harder to read. Huang Fei crossed the chamber and knelt beside them. The old man's weathered face was carved with something that looked almost like grief, as though he were witnessing a necessary tragedy. "Can you move?" the master asked quietly. Wei pushed himself upright, testing his left arm. The translucent hand would not close properly around the scrolls. Objects passed partially through his fingers. But it was not completely useless. He had regained some control over it, some ability to guide it even if it did not hold things the way solid flesh did. "I can move," Wei said. His voice sounded thin, hollowed out. "Then we must begin your preparation," Huang Fei said. "You have had your breakthrough. Now comes the true trial." Wei looked at his translucent hand, then at the forbidden documents surrounding them, then at Lingyao's face still pale with shock and residual terror. "What trial?" he asked, though he suspected he already knew. Huang Fei stood slowly, his joints creaking. "The one you are destined for," the old master replied. "The descent into the void itself." Chapter 32. The silenced collective Wei stepped out of the forbidden archive at dawn on the fourth day of his breakthrough. The morning air of the city was cool and clean, carrying the scent of bread from the vendor district, and something else, something Wei's new void perception could now sense with a clarity that made him want to scream. Emptiness. Thousands of them, walking through the morning streets like shadows cast by people who were not there. At first, Wei thought the breakthrough had damaged his perception, that some new instability from his half-erased arm was causing him to see false patterns. He blinked, concentrating on the normal visual spectrum, trying to dismiss what his void perception was showing him. The shadows remained. They overlaid the ordinary morning crowd, servants going about their routines, merchants opening shops, children running ahead of parents heading toward the market. But superimposed on each routine, Wei saw something else. Faint, barely visible, but absolutely present. Erased people, walking with the daily people, but not of them, moving in perfect synchronization with the bodies they shadowed, as though they were puppets on threads controlled by the morning traffic's momentum. Wei stopped walking. His hand, his translucent left hand, clenched reflexively at his side. There was one shadowing a merchant woman who was setting out baskets of dried fruit. The erased cultivator's form was barely visible, a void signature rendered as an overlay on reality. But Wei could see them. In immortal ascension, with the new depth of void perception his breakthrough had granted him, he could see them with absolute clarity. The erased person's eyes were open, fully conscious, aware. Wei forced himself to look away. His stomach churned. The nausea was not physical but existential, the sensation of having stepped into a room and discovered it was far larger than he had imagined, filled with presences he had walked past his entire life without seeing. But avoidance was cowardice, and Wei had chosen long ago not to be a coward. He forced himself to look again. The merchant woman set down her baskets and began arranging the fruit. The erased cultivator shadowing her made the exact same movements, the exact same gestures, but with no weight behind them. No intention. The blank face, because that was what was most striking about them. The complete absence of expression remained fixed on the fruit, or rather fixed on the space where the fruit had been before it was moved. Wei's void perception expanded, sweeping across the city district with the careful attention he might devote to reading a complex text. The scale of what he perceived made his breath catch. There were dozens here. In this single neighborhood, in this single morning, dozens of erased people walking through the routines of life, but not living. They varied wildly. He could see young ones shadowing apprentices, old ones shadowing merchants who looked ancient themselves. Some bore the void signatures of powerful cultivators, their erasure creating a deeper absence in reality. Others were barely perceptible, faded almost to the point of invisibility. But all of them were conscious. All of them were aware. All of them were imprisoned in absolute silence. Centuries of consciousness with nowhere to go. That was what the erased cultivator he had connected with in the archive had felt like. 300 years of memory and thought locked behind the heavens' binding ward, unable to speak, unable to act, unable to be. Wei approached the nearest one. It was an old cultivator shadowing an old laborer. The erased form was translucent as frost, barely visible against the morning light. Wei moved carefully, positioning himself where he could see the void signature clearly, and then he opened his consciousness to make contact. It was a technique that cost enormous chi, essentially forcing his void perception through the heaven's silencing ward, creating a temporary channel where none should exist. Wei felt the strain immediately, a burning in his meridians as though he were trying to push a boulder through water. But he maintained the contact, pushed through the resistance, and made a connection. The response was not words. It was not even sensation in any normal sense. It was a compressed burst of pure, undiluted terror. Not the terror of death, but the terror of existence itself, of being aware and unable to express that awareness, of having 300 years of thoughts locked inside a prison of silence, and suddenly having someone break through that prison for the duration of a heartbeat, allowing all of that trapped consciousness to touch the outside world before being forced back into isolation. It was the scream of someone who had been unable to scream for 3 centuries. Wei pulled back, gasping. His chi was burning through his meridians at a rate that was unsustainable. His nose was bleeding. His translucent left arm had gone completely white, all color draining from it, as though the contact had leached even the semi-real nature of the flesh. He staggered backward, stumbling into the merchant woman, the living one, the one who was not erased. She grabbed his arm to steady him, her face full of concern, asking if he was well, if he needed medicine. Wei could not answer. He was too busy trying not to vomit. He excused himself and moved away from the crowd, into a small side street where the morning traffic was lighter. His hands were shaking. His breath came in shallow gasps. The knowledge of what he had felt, the pure, undiluted horror of existence without expression, seemed to have burned itself into his consciousness where it would never be dislodged. He was so focused on his own reaction that he did not notice Ling Yao until she was beside him, grabbing his shoulders. Wei, look at me. She moved into his line of sight, her dark eyes searching his face. What happened? What did you see? It took him several minutes to find words. Ling Yao listened in silence as he described the silenced collective. She did not interrupt him. She did not tell him he was mistaken or misperceiving. She simply listened, her expression growing darker as he spoke. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. I knew they existed, she said finally. Her voice was very small. The Veil Hunters knew. We always knew that the heavens had done something to certain cultivators, but we didn't know they were conscious. We thought. She trailed off, then tried again. The reports suggested they were shells. Empty things. We thought the consciousness had been erased along with everything else. They're not empty, Wei said. He was still trembling. They're completely full. Full of everything they were, everything they learned, everything they experienced. Locked in, unable to express any of it. Ling Yao released him and sank down onto the edge of a planter, her face pale. Wei could see her recalculating something fundamental in her understanding of the world. The Veil Hunters had been working under the assumption that the silenced collective was a mercy of sorts, that consciousness was removed along with the rest of existence. Learning that the consciousness remained, that people were imprisoned not in death, but in a state worse than death, changed the entire moral calculus of the Veil Hunters' mission. How many? She asked quietly. Thousands, Wei said. Across the entire world. I can see them in void perception now. I wasn't looking before. I wasn't able to. But now. He could not finish the sentence. Now you have to live with seeing them, Ling Yao said. Wei nodded. She was right. That was the true cost of his breakthrough to immortal ascension. Not the translucent arm, not the chi-burning cost of maintaining constant void perception to keep himself real. The true cost was that he could no longer pretend the heavens' order was anything other than conscious, deliberate cruelty. The heavens had not simply removed these people from the world. The heavens had kept them aware, kept them conscious, kept them imprisoned in a state that was neither living nor dead, but perpetually in between. Wei straightened up, forcing himself to stop shaking. Something had shifted inside him. When he had entered the void perception training, he had been motivated primarily by survival. He needed to understand the erasure happening to himself, needed to find a way to resist it. But that motivation, while still present, had become secondary. He was no longer primarily concerned with his own survival. "We need to find the witness," Wei said. "We need to have a conversation about what we're going to do with this knowledge." Ling Yao looked up at him. "Wei, the witness wants you alive and under its control. That's not a conversation. It's a negotiation where you have nothing to bargain with." "Not yet," Wei agreed. His translucent hand clenched into a fist, an imperfect gesture given the way objects still passed partially through the semi-real flesh. "But I have immortal ascension now. I have knowledge of the Silence Collective. And somewhere in the void itself, there is the erasure core. The thing that made all of this possible. The thing that is still doing this." He looked at Ling Yao, and he saw recognition in her eyes. She understood what he was implying. "You're going to go after it," she said. "It was not a question." "I have to," Wei replied. "The witness won't free those people. The heavens won't. But if there's even a possibility that I can reach the erasure core, that I can negotiate with it or destroy it or convince it to stop." He trailed off. "I have to try." Ling Yao stood up, her decision made. "Then we had better prepare," she said. "Because if you're going into the void itself, you're not doing it unprepared. We'll need to talk to Kuang Fei. We'll need to talk to the keepers. And we'll need to understand every piece of forbidden knowledge we can find about what the void actually is and how to survive it." She took his hand, his translucent hand, the one that was barely real, and squeezed it gently. "We're going to find a way," she said, with a conviction that Wei desperately wanted to believe in. But as they walked back through the city streets, Wei could feel the silenced collective all around him. Thousands of void signatures, conscious and aware and completely unable to express their awareness. The knowledge of their existence was a weight that would not lift, a permanent alteration to his understanding of reality. The calculus had changed. He was no longer fighting for himself. He was fighting for all of them. Chapter 33. The Keeper's plan. The meeting took place in what Kuang Fei had called the Boundary Hall, a space that existed in the archive's deepest level, where the stone walls seemed to thin out into something less substantial. Wei understood why as soon as he saw the Keeper who was waiting for them. The figure existed in multiple moments at once. It was not a flicker, exactly, though there was an element of flickering to it. Rather, the Keeper seemed to occupy 3 or 4 slightly different positions in time simultaneously. Their form would shift, not moving, but replacing itself with a position that was fractionally different from where it had been. When they spoke, Wei could hear their voice emerging from 2 or sometimes 3 distinct points in time, creating an eerie harmony that was not quite an echo. "Wei Xun," the Keeper said, their layered voice creating undertones that Wei felt more than heard. "You have ascended. The heavens have noticed." "The heavens always notice," Wei replied. He kept his voice steady, though his translucent arm tingled with the urge to flicker. Maintaining his existence while looking at something that existed across multiple temporal frames was like staring at a pattern that wanted to hypnotize you. "You must be the mirror." "I am," the Keeper said. Their form shifted again, settling into a slightly different configuration of overlapping moments. "Though that is a name I chose for myself in this iteration. My previous name was Wei Xun." Wei felt the blood leave his face. The mirror, this being who flicked between moments like pages in a book, stepped closer, their layered form resolving slightly for a moment, as though making an effort toward coherence that cost them something. "I was your friend," the mirror said quietly, "in the time before the erasure. In the life you do not remember. We studied together at the Thousand Peaks sect. We made a pact that if one of us was ever erased by the heavens, the other would not forget, would wait, would watch for them to come back." Wei's hands were shaking. His translucent fingers passed through the air as though trying to grasp something that kept slipping away. "You're erased," Wei said. "It was not a question." "Partially," the mirror confirmed. "The erasure caught me as I was trying to protect you. I survived, but incompletely. I exist across multiple moments in time because I was partially erased across moments. It is uncomfortable, but survivable." They paused, their voice coming from a different temporal position. "And it has given me access to something the heavens did not anticipate. I can see across the seams of reality, into the spaces between moments. I can perceive the location of the void gate. The void gate, Ling Yao said quietly. She and Kuang Fei stood at the edge of the chamber, witnesses to this reunion that Wei was having with someone he had no memory of knowing. The entry point to the void itself, the mirror explained. Their form shifted, stabilizing somewhat. They seemed to be making an effort, calling themselves back into something more coherent. It could not be comfortable. The boundary where the heavens intersect with the space beyond reality. All erased things eventually find their way there. The consciousness of them. The void signatures, they drift toward that space like water flowing downhill. It is where the erasure core rests. The keepers had searched for the void gate for centuries, the mirror explained. It was not a fixed location, but a gap in reality that shifted depending on how hard the heavens pressed against their own boundaries. But the mirror's peculiar existence across multiple moments gave them a unique ability. They could perceive the gap's location because they existed partially in the spaces between moments where the gap was most visible. The plan is this, the mirror said, their voice now coming from what seemed like a more coherent temporal position. The effort of it showed in the increasing strain around their edges, the way their form began to flicker more rapidly. You will enter the void through the gate. Your void perception will allow you to navigate the spaces beyond reality in ways that no ordinary cultivator could survive. The heavens cannot follow you into that space. The heavens exist as the boundary itself. The witness was created to guard the boundary from outside. It cannot enter the void proper. And inside the void? Wei asked. Inside the void, the mirror said, you will find the erasure core. It is surrounded by layers of erased knowledge. The void signatures of everything the heavens have removed from existence compressed into a density that would drive an ordinary mind mad. But you are not ordinary. You are yourself erased, partially unmade. You should be able to traverse those layers. Should be, Wei repeated. The odds of survival are approximately 20%, the mirror said without hesitation. Their voice remained steady, even as their temporal form flickered more noticeably. I apologize for these odds. I have already begun to grieve for you, Wei Xun. But these are the only odds available to us. Wei was quiet for a moment, calculating. He thought of the silenced collective, thousands of them, conscious and aware and imprisoned. He thought of the witness waiting outside, patient but pressing, a deadline that was approaching with each passing day. He thought of the heavens themselves, vast and distant and indifferent to the suffering their order created. What are the odds that the witness takes me before I reach immortal tribulation? Wei asked. Higher, the mirror said. 60%, possibly more. And if the witness takes me, if I'm brought under its control, what happens to the silenced collective? They remain imprisoned, the mirror said quietly. For as long as the erasure core functions, they remain as they are. Wei nodded. The calculation was clear. Then 20% is better than 0%, he said. When do we enter the void? The mirror shifted, their form resolving momentarily into something almost solid. For an instant, Wei could see their face clearly, an old face, kind and lined with centuries of knowledge and grief. A face he should have remembered. A face from the life that had been erased. 3 days, the mirror said. We will need that time to prepare. To gather everything you will need. To teach you what little can be taught about navigating the void structure. It was Kuang Fei who spoke then. The old master had remained silent until this moment. But now he stepped forward, his weathered face carved with an expression that Wei had never seen before. Grief. Pure, unmediated grief. Tell me. Kuang Fei said to Wei, his voice rough as broken stone. Tell me what I can do to improve those odds. Wei looked at his ancient mentor. Kuang Fei was not a young man. He was not even a man in the prime of middle years. He was someone who had already lived a full life, and he had spent the past years of that life training Wei, preparing him for a future that neither of them had understood until very recently. Now Kuang Fei was looking at a choice. Let his student walk into probable death with no further aid, or find some way to improve the odds, even marginally. I don't know, Wei said honestly, but I need everything you can teach me about immortal stage cultivation in 3 days. Everything. If I'm going to traverse the void and reach the erasure core and survive long enough to negotiate or fight with it, I need to be stronger than I am right now. Then we should not waste time talking, Kuang Fei said simply. The mirror flickered, their form destabilizing as they made a gesture that might have been the old version of themselves saying goodbye. There is one more thing you should understand, the mirror said, their voice now very distant, coming from multiple temporal positions at once. The erasure core is not necessarily an enemy. It is a tool. The heavens created it to enforce their order, but tools can be persuaded. If you reach it, if you find a way to communicate with it, there may be paths that are not simply destruction. Destruction might be necessary, Wei said quietly. It might, the mirror agreed. Their form was almost entirely translucent now, barely visible even to Wei's void perception. But it would also mean the void collapses. All the erased things trapped there, not just the consciousness, but everything that was removed from existence. That collapse would reshape reality itself. There are consequences to such actions. The mirror faded almost entirely, becoming only a voice emerging from multiple moments. I hope you survive, my friend, the voice said. In this life and beyond it, if there is a beyond. Then they were gone, leaving Wei alone in the boundary hall with Ling Yao and Kuang Fei. 3 days, Wei said aloud. It seemed both impossibly long and far too short. Then we begin immediately, Kuang Fei replied. They emerged from the archive as the sun was setting. The city around them was full of people going about their evening routines, merchants closing their shops, families gathering for dinner, scholars returning to their studies. And overlaid on all of it, Wei's void perception showed him the silenced collective, walking in perfect synchronization with the living, conscious and aware, and completely unable to express that awareness. 3 days, Wei thought. 3 days to prepare for entering the void itself. 3 days to say goodbye to the world, just in case the mirror's 20% odds turned against him. He looked at his translucent left hand, then at Ling Yao's face beside him, then at Kuang Fei's weathered profile. Let's go back to the archive, Wei said. We have a lot of work to do. And somewhere in the depths of reality, the witness waited patiently for a deadline that was growing closer with each passing moment, not knowing that Wei Xun had already made a decision that would pull him out of the witness's reach entirely. The clock was pressing. The void was waiting. And Wei Xun, cultivator of the erased line, was walking toward his fate. Chapter 34. Kai Minghe's betrayal. The warning came wrong. Wei was in the lower sanctum when the first tremor ran through the sanctuary's foundation, and for half a breath he thought it was the witness itself pressing against the wards, testing them as it had a dozen times before. The void gate flickered in its chamber 3 levels below, and Wei felt that familiar pulse of displaced reality. But the second tremor came not from below but from above, from the east access point, and then from the north. Coordinated. Multiple vectors. Ling Yao materialized from the shadows beside him, hands already forming defensive seals. Attack, she said, her voice neither surprised nor panicked, only certain. Origin stage cultivators. At least 4. The witness, not the witness. Ling Yao's eyes locked onto his. Something else. They had maybe minutes. The sanctuary's inner defenses were designed to hold against sustained assault from the witness itself, but the witness was singular, vast, and patient. It fought with the inevitability of entropy. What Wei felt now was different, sharp, coordinated, hostile in the way that only mortal cultivators could be hostile. There was intention here. Doctrine. Hunger. He moved with Ling Yao toward the central chamber, where Kuang Fei and the other keepers would be coordinating defense. The old man was already there, robes singed, blood running from a gash above his left eye. Wei Xun stood beside him, her signature 2-sword technique already active, the blades humming with incised runes. 3 other veil hunters, Shun Tuo, Lian Yul, and the youngest, Feng Wei, formed a secondary position near the primary ward nexus. Who are they? Wei demanded. Identification still unclear, Wei Xun said. Her breath came hard. They're using a technique I've seen before. Collective assault matrix. Someone trained all of them the same way. Someone. Wei's blood turned ice. He ran backward through memory and found the hole where it should have been. All the times Kai Menghe had asked specific questions about the sanctuary's defensive structure. All the times Menghe had volunteered for maintenance rotations that would have let him map the entrances. The single time Wei had mentioned the exact timing of the Void Gate's stabilization ceremony, 3 weeks ago, and Menghe had been standing there, ostensibly meditating, and then had abruptly left the chamber. Looking back now, Wei could see it all. The way Menghe watched him during negotiations with the witness. The way he'd asked about Wei's partial erasure, the exact mechanism of the void perception. The way he'd positioned himself to be present for every critical decision. The careful, methodical intelligence gathering of someone who wasn't trying to help Wei, who was building a map for someone else. Menghe, Wei said aloud. Kuang Fei's head came up sharply. The old man understood in that moment what Wei had understood, and something ancient and sad crossed his weathered face. The explosion that opened the east wall came barely 3 seconds later. The force of it threw Wei backward into a support column. His vision went white, then red. When it cleared, he saw the attackers pouring through the breach. 4 cultivators in the lead, moving with the synchronization of a trained unit, and behind them, emerging through the smoke with the deliberation of someone stepping out of one world into another, was Kai Menghe. He wore armor Wei had never seen before, deep midnight blue, inscribed with runes that Wei's void perception immediately identified as binding sigils. Heaven's work. The craftsmanship was flawless, which meant it was old, which meant whoever had given it to Menghe had been planning this for longer than Wei had known about any of it. Meng Chun threw herself at the lead attackers, her twin swords carving arcs of pure force through the air. Xin Tua joined her, and for a moment, just a moment, the attackers faltered. The keepers were good. They'd trained for centuries, some of them. But the four attackers moved with a precision that spoke of recent, intensive coordination, and they didn't break formation. They flowed around Meng Chen's assault like water around stone, and one of them, a tall woman with gray in her hair, created a binding seal that caught Xin Tua mid-strike. Xin Tua screamed, not from pain, but from something worse, from the feeling of his cultivation being locked in place, his chi forced into rigid, static pathways. He fell, and his body convulsed as the static buildup reached critical density, and then he was still. One of the 5 dead. Wei's mind catalogued it with horror and perfect clarity. Xin Tua had taught him to read defensive formations. He had a daughter in the Eastern Territories, a girl named Feng who wanted to become a scholar. The witness had marked her mind as part of the Silenced Collective, though she'd done nothing wrong except exist. Lian Yul threw himself at the attackers with a wordless cry, abandoning defensive position. His cultivation was lower stage, 3rd realm, but he fought with the desperation of someone who understood exactly what failure meant. The woman with gray hair didn't even slow down. She pivoted, her hands moving through a sequence Wei recognized as part of the Heaven's combat doctrine, and Lian Yul's chest caved inward like paper. He fell beside Xin Tua. The look in his eyes as he fell was the look of someone who had finally understood something terrible. Young Feng Wei bolted for the inner sanctum, toward the Void Gate chamber. Kuang Fei moved to intercept, but Menghe was already there, had positioned himself to block Wei's escape route, and the old man had to turn instead to support Meng Chun, whose defenses were cracking under the coordinated assault. Everything was happening at once and in slow motion. Wei's void perception expanded outward, searching for the shape of the attack, trying to find the weakness in their formation. What it found instead was Kai Menghe's presence. Menghe was moving deeper into the sanctuary, not following Wei, not yet, but moving toward him with a slow, inevitable trajectory that spoke of preparation. He wasn't fighting. He wasn't needed to fight. He was just walking, and everyone around him cleared a path because they understood, somehow, that this was what mattered. Menghe's eyes found ways across the chaos of the battle. For a moment, the world stopped. Wei had never seen Menghe's face entirely open before. His rival had always been controlled, calculating, his expressions measured and strategic. But now, with his black armor catching the sanctuary's failing light, with blood on his hands that might have been his own or might have belonged to someone else, Menghe looked like someone drowning who had chosen to jump. That was the moment Wei understood. Not that Menghe had betrayed them, but that Menghe had wanted to be caught. That Menghe had hoped, some part of him, that someone would see through the carefully constructed deception and stop him before he had to do this. Menghe's expression said, "I'm sorry." It also said, "I had no choice." It also said something harder, "I made a choice, and this is what it costs." Then Meng Chen screamed, and the moment shattered. The gray-haired woman had gotten past her defenses. Wei saw it happen, saw Meng Chen twist, saw her try to create a counter-seal, saw her fail by a fraction of a second. She took the strike in the shoulder, and the binding rune that inscribed itself into her flesh before she could react locked her cultivation mid-cycle. The backlash of chi with nowhere to go destroyed her from inside. She fell gracefully, as if she'd simply decided to lie down. Her swords clattered against the stone floor, and the sound echoed through the sanctum like the closing of a coffin lid. Meng Chun had been one of the first to trust Wei with his mission. She had believed, when hope seemed irrational, that one man's stubborn refusal to be erased might matter. 3 dead. Maybe more. Wei's awareness was fragmenting under the weight of it. Fall back. Kuang Fei's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. The old man wasn't retreating to defend himself. He was repositioning, placing his body between the attackers and the passage Wei had been ordered, weeks ago, to memorize. The emergency tunnel. The mirror's insurance policy. The way out. Menghe's eyes flickered toward that passage, and something like pain crossed his face. His hands rose, and he began to move, and Wei understood with absolute clarity that Menghe was about to intercept him there. That Menghe's mission wasn't to kill Wei but to take him, to deliver him to whatever the Heaven's agent had promised in exchange for restoring Menghe's erased family. Wei had been thinking of his rival as a traitor. It was only now that he understood the truth was worse. Menghe wasn't a traitor because Menghe had never truly been one of them. Menghe was something sadder. He was a man choosing between two unbearable things and discovering there was no good choice. Only the choice that left him able to live with himself afterward. Wei grabbed Ling Yao. The passage. Now. She didn't argue. Her hand was already on his arm, her cultivation already moving, and together they bolted for the tunnel entrance, just as Kuang Fei stepped fully into Menghe's path. Wei saw it happen, Kuang Fei's hands moving into a defensive form. Menghe's form, beautiful and precise, designed to disable rather than kill. The old man sidestepped the killing blow but took it in the ribs instead, and Wei heard rather than saw the damage. Felt it in the air around them, in the way reality shuddered. Go! Kuang Fei shouted. Wei went. The passage was exactly as the mirror had described it. Narrow, stone-walled, descending at a steep angle that would eventually intersect with the natural cave systems that honeycombed the region. Ling Yao's hand was tight on his arm, and they ran together through darkness that Wei's partial erasure let him see through, letting the space between things become visible. Behind them, the sounds of fighting continued. Kuang Fei's voice, raised in a technique Wei recognized, one of the old methods, power-intensive, dangerous. Menghe's cultivation responding, and the two sound forms clashing in space, reality bending around them. Wei's mind held Kuang Fei's last position, held it perfectly, as if frozen in time. The old man's shoulders squared, his hands already moving into the next form, his face set with determination, and underneath the determination, something that might have been sadness or might have been relief. Wei ran deeper into the darkness, and the sounds faded. Ling Yao didn't slow until they'd gone nearly a kilometer into the earth, until the passage had widened and the air had changed texture, carrying the mineral smell of deep underground water. Only then did she release his arm, and Wei became aware of himself again in a way that wasn't purely mechanical. His hands were shaking. No, his entire body was shaking. Kai Menghe. Kai Menghe had been a heaven's agent. Kai Menghe had led an assault that killed at least 3 keepers, Shen Tuo, Lian Yul, Meng Chun, and probably more. Kai Menghe had been willing to betray everything. Wei, the sanctuary, the silenced collective, everyone, for the promise that the heavens would restore his erased family. And Kai Menghe had done it with the face of someone drowning. Wei pressed his back against the stone wall and slid down until he was sitting on the cold earth. He didn't feel grief. Grief was something that required perspective, and perspective was luxury. What he felt instead was something colder and more absolute. It was anger, but anger was too small a word for it. It was the crystallization of everything they'd lost, everything Menghe had destroyed by choosing, into something hard and sharp and infinitely heavy. The witness was still out there. The heavens were still out there. Kuang Fei was still fighting. And Wei sat in the dark, breathing slowly, and let the cold, absolute thing inside him become the center of everything. We have to move, Ling Yao said quietly. The witness will track you. It knows you're running. Wei nodded. He stood. He began walking deeper into the earth, toward the void gate, toward whatever came next. Behind him, above him, the sanctuary was being systematically dismantled. The keepers were dying. Kuang Fei was holding the line, buying Wei time, believing somehow that Wei's mission was worth the price. And Menghe was there, in the center of it all, trying to be a good man by making choices that would never let him be good again. Wei held that image, not as a betrayal to rage against, but as a truth to carry forward into the darkness. You didn't defeat the heavens by hating the people they corrupted. You defeated them by understanding why the corruption was so easy to accept, and then refusing it anyway, even when the refusal meant standing alone. The tunnel descended. The sound of distant fighting faded entirely. Wei walked toward the void, and something cold and hard walked beside him, and it had his face now, or something like his face, something that had been remade by loss into something sharper and less forgiving. Behind him, in the sanctuary above, Kuang Fei was still fighting. Wei didn't look back. Chapter 35. The Last Testament. They had barely reached the Void Gate chamber when Ling Yao forced Wei to a halt at a secondary observation point. A high alcove designed for mirror watchers, equipped with a viewing portal that looked down into the sanctuary's central defense nexus 3 levels above. Wei didn't want to see. He wanted to keep moving, to reach the Void Gate, to step through and leave this nightmare behind. But Ling Yao's hand was unmovable on his arm. You need to see this, she said. Her voice carried the weight of someone who understood that what followed would change him permanently, and that the change was necessary. Wei turned to the viewing portal. From this height and angle, he could see the full scope of the battle's collapse. The primary defense nexus was a ruin of shattered formations and failing wards. The 4 attackers, no, there were more now, at least 6, moved with predatory precision through the broken defenses. But it was Kuang Fei who commanded Wei's attention. The old man stood at the center of the nexus, alone now, having moved to meet the attackers rather than wait for them to advance. Kaiming has stood perhaps 10 meters away, watching, not fighting, waiting for something. What struck Wei first was the revelation of Kuang Fei's true power. Wei had known his mentor was strong. The old man had trained him for years, had guided his understanding of void perception with patience and precision. But strength understood intellectually and strength witnessed directly were different things entirely. Kuang Fei moved now like water given form, like wind given intention. Every gesture was economical, perfect, developed over decades into something that transcended technique and became instead a language of pure martial expression. One of the attackers moved forward, a massive cultivator whose binding seals were already inscribed in the air around him. Kuang Fei's response was immediate and devastating. He flowed into a form Wei recognized as the ancient mirror, the foundational technique of the keepers, which he'd only ever seen Kuang Fei demonstrate at half-speed as a teaching tool. Now the old man executed it fully, and reality itself seemed to invert around him. The attacker's binding seals snapped like glass. The cultivator flew backward, momentum and impact both reversed. He hit a column. The column held. The cultivator didn't. Another attacker rushed in from the left, and Kuang Fei pivoted with impossible grace, his hands forming the upturned heaven, a technique so ancient that Wei had thought it theoretical, more legend than practice. Kuang Fei's palms met the attacker's strike and didn't yield. The force of impact traveled up the attacker's arms, through her shoulders, and she shrieked as something inside her broke under the pressure of being forced to feel her own power rebound through her body. She fell clutching her arms, tears streaming down her face. But there were too many. There were always too many. The remaining 4 attackers spread out, circling, understanding now that this was not a force to be broken head-on, but a threat to be contained and overwhelmed. They began to form a containment matrix, their power flowing together, their binding seals interlocking. This was when Kuang Fei began to speak. "Jing Chun," he shouted, his voice cutting through the sound of power clashing. "Lao Shun, Zheng Mo, Jing Chun." The names. Wei's breath caught in his throat. These were names from the Silence Collective. Names that Kuang Fei had heard only once, when Wei had told him the identities of some of the locked cultivators. Kuang Fei was speaking to them now across whatever vast distance separated the living from the silenced, his voice carrying power that wasn't martial but testimonial. He was naming them. He was bearing witness to their existence. "The heavens tried to erase you," Kuang Fei shouted, and his next technique was so powerful that one of the containment matrix practitioners screamed and staggered backward, her connection to the joint seals severed by sheer force. "The heavens locked your minds because you were dangerous. Because you knew. Because you saw." One of the remaining attackers tried to silence him, throwing a binding seal meant to lock Kuang Fei's cultivation mid-technique. The old man moved through it as if it weren't there, his body partially phasing into the space between spaces for just long enough to avoid the seal's impact. "Shen Tuan knew." Kuang Fei roared, and Wei flinched at the name, his friend, dead moments ago. "Lian Yil knew. Meng Chen knew. They died knowing. And I know." He was fighting now with a desperation that wasn't about survival, but about testimony. Every technique was an assertion of truth. Every defense was a refusal to be silenced. Kuang Fei was using his cultivation not to win. He wasn't a fool. He knew he couldn't win against 6 cultivators and the heaven's own binding apparatus, but to make a record. To carve truth into the space around him in a language only cultivators could read. Kai Menghe was moving now, stepping into the circle. His armor glowed with the heaven's runes, and his hands rose, and Wei saw the technique that had been designed specifically for this moment. A binding seal that was more than a seal, that was a cage, that was supposed to lock not just Kuang Fei's cultivation but his voice, his knowledge, his entire existence into a space from which he couldn't testify anymore. Wei's hand slammed against the viewing portal. No, Kuang Fei saw it coming. The old man, in that last moment before the technique resolved, found a space in his own form where Menghe's seal couldn't reach. He drew breath. His eyes found the viewing portal, found Wei, and connected across the distance with terrible clarity. "The void teaches," Kuang Fei roared. "Look for the truth beneath the truth. The void teaches." His voice cracked open the space around him. It was a technique that should have destroyed him. Instead, it gave him one final moment, and in that moment, he completed the thought that the heavens had been trying to erase from existence. There is a core of silence beneath all silence. Find it. Wei Xun. Find it. Menghe's technique resolved. Kuang Fei's body didn't explode or disintegrate. Instead, he simply stopped. One moment he was there, full of power and fury and testimony, and the next he was gone, not destroyed, but absent, as if the heavens had finally succeeded in what they'd been trying to do for centuries: erase him from causality itself. His body remained, collapsed, but it was just meat now. The essential thing that had been Kuang Fei had been removed from existence. Kai Minghe stood over the body, his hands still glowing with the seals of erasure, and Wei saw his rival's face and understood that Menghe had just killed the only person he'd ever wanted to forgive him, and that this knowledge would destroy Menghe far more thoroughly than any blade could. Ling Yao was pulling him away from the viewing portal, her strength surprisingly immense as she dragged him toward the inner chamber. Wei fought her without thinking about it, his entire being focused on Kuang Fei's words. The void teaches, look for the truth beneath the truth, find the core of silence. The old man hadn't been giving orders. He'd been giving Wei a direction, a hint, a final gift wrapped in the language of cultivation that only Wei could understand. They reached the void gate chamber just as the attackers began descending into the lower levels. The gate itself was a vertical rent in reality, exactly as Wei had been told, but seeing it in person struck him with a force he hadn't anticipated. The tear in space showed not blackness but the inverse of light, a state of being that wasn't darkness but an absence of anything that could be perceived. The edges of the gate hummed with dangerous potential. We have to go, Ling Yao said. Wei didn't move. He stood at the threshold and felt the void's pull, that same gravitational attraction that he'd felt pulling at him ever since his partial erasure. The void wanted him back. It recognized him as something that shouldn't exist in ordinary reality. Wei, Ling Yao's voice cut through the fog in his mind. Move. Now. He moved. They stepped through the void gate together, and the last thing Wei heard from the mortal world was the sound of feet on stone steps, coming closer, searching. The heavens agents, closing in for the final sweep. The witness, perhaps, following the trace of his partial erasure. The void gate sealed behind them. But Wei's grief didn't seal. It transformed instead into something harder and clearer. The panic was gone, replaced by absolute stillness. Kuang Fei was dead, erased, which was worse than dead. Shen Tuo, Lian Yul, Meng Chen were gone. The sanctuary was compromised. Everything Wei had built in preparation for the void had collapsed. But Kuang Fei's last testimony had been directed at him, personally. The old man had believed, even as he died, that Wei could complete the work. That Wei could look beneath the surface of silence and find the core that lay beneath it. That Wei could hunt the heaven's greatest secret and drag it into the light. Wei stood in the transitional space between the world and the void, holding Kuang Fei's words like coals burning in his chest, and felt something fundamental shift inside him. He had entered this journey as a scholar, as a careful man trying to understand erasure through study and precision. That person was gone now. Something harder stood in his place. Something that didn't need to be careful anymore, because he'd already lost everything that had made caution necessary. The void pulled at him with increased intensity, sensing the change. Ling Yao was beside him, her hand on his shoulder, and Wei turned to her and saw in her eyes that she understood. The young man who had walked into the sanctuary weeks ago was already gone. What remained was someone capable of hunting legacies through the void itself, someone willing to bear testimony against the heavens, someone remade by loss into a weapon that would not stop until the truth was found and spoken and carved into existence in a language the heavens couldn't erase. Come, Ling Yao said gently. The void is waiting. Wei nodded. Together, they stepped deeper into the space between spaces, leaving the world of light and caution behind. Chapter 36. The void's gate. The space beyond the conventional void gate was vast in a way that normal distance couldn't measure. Wei's void perception, the only sense that functioned clearly in this inverted light realm, could track the edges of a sphere of existence that extended perhaps a kilometer in all directions before fading into something that might have been infinity or might have been a wall so distant it effectively didn't exist. The void gate itself remained visible behind them as a vertical line of faint definition, the only object in this space that could be called solid. Everything else, Wei, Ling Yao, the ground beneath their feet, seemed to exist more as concept than as physical presence. Wei could see his hands in front of his face, but they were almost translucent, as if he were already halfway to being completely erased. The gate will hold for 3 days, Ling Yao said. Her voice sounded strange here, carrying a peculiar resonance that made each word seem to echo backward as well as forward in time. The mirror maintained it on a cycle. After 3 days, it will collapse. If you're still in the void when it closes, there's no path back to the world. Wei nodded. He understood the implicit deadline. 3 days to find the erasure core, whatever that was. 3 days to complete a task that had seemed impossible even when he'd had hope. Now, With Kuang Fei dead and the sanctuary destroyed, it seemed less like a mission and more like an extended funeral, a performance of action to give his grief context. How do I find it? Wei asked. Kuang Fei said, look for the truth beneath the truth, Ling Yao said carefully. The void teaches. Those were his last words. Which tells me nothing useful. Which tells you to look for what the void is teaching. Ling Yao pointed toward the sphere's center. The void is a place of absolute transparency. Everything erased, everything removed from existence, flows through here. The erasure core, whatever it is, should be what remains when everything else has been stripped away. It was circular logic, but it was the only logic available to them. Wei began walking toward the sphere's center, and Ling Yao followed, and the void stretched around them without changing. There was no ground to walk on. Exactly. Wei's feet found purchase on something that existed just firmly enough for him to move, as if the void was interpreting his expectation of solidity and providing it. They walked for what might have been hours or minutes. Time in the void didn't feel linear. Past and future seemed to exist simultaneously here, and Wei could feel them both pressing against him, trying to pull him in different directions. He understood now why Kuang Fei had warned about the void's nature. To remain here too long was to risk dissolution, to fragment across multiple temporal states until you no longer existed as a unified entity. There, Ling Yao said. Ahead, the void's featureless expanse was breaking apart. Light was beginning to intrude, not the light of the mortal world, but something worse, a coldness that looked like illumination. And in the center of that intrusion, something was moving. The witness. Wei's void perception flared suddenly, expanding to encompass the creature's presence, and he understood with terrible clarity that the witness had somehow followed him. Or perhaps the witness had always been here, waiting at the threshold of the void, understanding that this was where Wei had to come eventually. Run, Ling Yao said. They didn't run. There was nowhere to run to in the void. Instead, Wei turned to face the witness as it approached, its form rippling at the edges as reality tried to accommodate its presence. The witness was vast. It had always been vast, but here in the void's inverted light, it seemed even larger. Here, there was nothing to contain it, no framework of normal reality to constrain its size. You cannot pass, the witness said. Its voice was colder here, less like speech and more like the sound of existence itself refusing to acknowledge something's continuity. I have to, Wei replied. The witness moved, not quickly but with terrible inevitability, and its form began to solidify in the void, a process that seemed to cause reality itself pain. Where the witness's presence touched the space around it, the void shuddered and cracked. Light broke through the cracks like water finding weakness in a dam. Wei raised his hands and drew upon his void perception, letting it expand to its fullest extent. This was what he'd been training for, this exact confrontation, this exact space. The partial erasure that the heavens had carved into his soul, the part of him that no longer existed in conventional reality, suddenly became an asset. He could move through the void in ways that normal cultivators couldn't. He could become translucent, could slip into the spaces between things. But the witness was learning. It had followed him into the void precisely because it could learn. The witness adapted. It shifted its form, expanding its presence in layers, creating multiple zones of solidity that would force Wei to encounter it no matter how he tried to evade. The space between things was being filled with the witness's awareness. There was nowhere left to hide. They clashed. Wei's technique met the witness's expanding pressure, and the contact between them caused something to happen that had never happened before. The void itself began to bleed. Not with blood, but with light, with raw existence trying to force itself back into a space that was defined by absence. Where their power met and collided, reality was being torn open. The witness roared. It had no mouth to roar with, but the sound existed anyway, a vibration through the non-space around them. It threw itself at Wei with the weight of something that had been accumulating force for centuries, something that had learned to be patient but was patient no longer. Wei dodged, not through superior speed, but through understanding the void's nature. He didn't move through space so much as he moved through the concept of space, sliding along the edges of what was and what wasn't, keeping himself in the territories where the witness's solidity couldn't reach. For a moment, it was working. For a moment, Wei could feel himself winning, or at least not losing, and he pressed forward, trying to create distance between himself and the entity that pursued him. He angled his movement toward the sphere's center, toward where the erasure core was supposed to be, and the witness followed, its presence growing more violent, more desperate. Then one of Wei's steps found no purchase. The void beneath him had destabilized. The witness's repeated assaults had torn the ground away, leaving only the raw, inverted light that the void truly was. Wei fell, momentum and position both becoming abstract concepts rather than physical realities. The void opened beneath him, pulling him down and through and away, not toward the erasure core, but toward something else, something deeper. He was falling through layers of existence. The witness lunged forward to intercept him, and its form began to change. The armor of raw power it wore was dissolving, fragmenting under the stress of maintaining coherence in a space where coherence was only theoretical. And as it dissolved, Wei saw what lay beneath. A face. Wei's breath stopped. He knew this face. He had known it once, before erasure, before the void perception, before everything had become sharp and terrible and true. This was the face of someone he had trained with, fought beside, shared meals with, spoken to in the quiet darkness of night, when both of them were pretending they didn't fear what the heavens might do to them. This was the face of Tianren. Not Tianren the way Wei remembered him, but Tianren changed. Tianren erased and reconstituted as something else, something that had forgotten its own name until it had become the witness instead. Tianren, who had been Wei's closest friend before the heavens had come and taken him. Wei Xun, the witness said, and in those two syllables, Wei heard Tianren's voice underneath it, broken and desperate, and crying out from the distance. Wei Xun, I've been waiting so long for. The rest of the words were lost as Wei passed through the threshold of the void, falling deeper, tumbling into spaces where the witness couldn't follow, where even the heavens' power had limits. Behind him, he heard Tianren calling his name. Not Wei Xun, but something older, something from before the erasure, a name he'd held so close that the heavens had erased it from his own memory. But as Wei fell, the name came rushing back. It was a name he'd chosen to forget, a name that belonged to a person he'd been before he'd chosen to be remade. The name filled him like fire, like ice, like the moment of absolute clarity before death. He clutched it to himself, held it as he fell through the void's infinite depths, understanding finally why Kuang Fei had told him to look for the truth beneath the truth. The void taught only one lesson, that everything you thought was essential could be erased, and you would continue anyway. But what remained after erasure, what couldn't be erased, was the ghost of what you'd been. The name you'd forgotten was the ghost, and the ghost was the only thing real enough to haunt the erasure core. Wei fell deeper, and the void opened, and somewhere behind him, Tianren called his true name into the darkness, and the echo of it followed him down into the abyss. Chapter 37. The void's interior. Wei Xun stepped into a space that was not space. The sensation did not begin with sight. It began with the cessation of every known thing. The ground beneath his feet was not ground. It was the memory of ground, the negative impression that ground would leave if it had ever mattered. Above him, below him, in all directions, stretched a void that was not empty, but comprehensively, aggressively full of nothing. The darkness was not the absence of light. It was the presence of unlight, the active force of everything light should not be. His breath came out visible, but not as vapor. It became a thin line of presence suspended in front of his face, and even that line seemed wrong, as though his lungs were insisting on existence in a place that preferred otherwise. Wei's void perception had guided him through the mortal world, reading the absences left behind when the heavens erased things. Here, in the negative space itself, the skill inverted. The absence was now the foundation. His perception could suddenly see the positive spaces, the erased things suspended in this void space like flies in amber. Except the flies were moving, existing, waiting. All around him, scattered through the void with distances that hurt to perceive, hung the things the heavens had erased. A city hung frozen in the moment of its transformation, buildings still mid-collapse, waterways still mid-evaporation, people still mid-scream, all of it suspended in perfect preservation the way nothing could be preserved in any mortal realm. The city was not one city. As Wei's perception adjusted, he understood that this was dozens of cities, thousands of them, all occupying the same space because space here meant something different. All the urban centers that had been erased from history existed here in layered co-presence, visible to each other but never intersecting. Beyond the cities, whole lineages, walking cultivators in perfect stasis, entire sects rendered into transparent forms, their chi channels visible as threads of light that no longer flowed, their faces wearing expressions of the exact moment of erasure. An entire immortal family, mid-dinner. A cultivation sect mid-lecture, the master still mid-gesture, explaining something to students who would never learn it. Libraries floated past him in slow procession, their pages suspended open, the knowledge on them still readable to anyone with the perception to focus. But reading them was not like reading books. It was like trying to drink a river by standing in it. The knowledge overwhelmed. The format was all-consuming sensory experience rather than linear text. Above everything. And Wei realized the geometry here was not up or down, but layers of depth his mind could not quite grip. There floated what looked like whole heavens. Star systems erased from the celestial order. Minor domains that had been removed from cosmic law. Ways of cultivation so heretical that the heavens had not just forbidden them, but unmade them retroactively, erasing them from the history of how qi could be shaped. Wei's body felt cold and not cold simultaneously. His qi was useless here. He had brought cultivation techniques that could not be applied, strategies that had no target, power that had nowhere to express itself. The void did not respond to force. It responded only to presence, to the willingness to exist in defiance of everything that wanted non-existence. And his partial erasure was the only reason he could do even that. He was maybe 40% unmade when he had entered. The witness's seal had protected the other 60%, keeping just enough of him coherent to survive transport through the void gate. Now, in the void itself, that 50-50 split became his anchor. The part of him that was already half erased recognized the void's language. The part of him that was still mortal insisted on existence. They balanced, tense and fragile. Wei took a step. The ground accepted his foot. Not because the ground was real, but because his expectation that the ground should accept his foot was real, and reality here was opinion made manifest. Every conscious thought was a form of willcraft. He was not walking so much as insisting on the state of having walked. A presence brushed against him. Not a hand. Not even a shape. It was the attention of one of the erased. A mind that still thought, even after erasure, still pushed against the boundaries of its non-existence, still observed. Wei flinched. The motion broke his concentration, and for a moment, less than a breath, he felt himself beginning to slip. The other 60% of his body that had not yet been erased started to feel distant. His sense of his own limbs became theoretical. He was forgetting where his hands ended and the void began. Then the pressure returned. Not the erased presence that had retreated when he flinched. This was something else. This was his own anchoring. His own stubborn insistence that Wei Xun existed, that he had come here for a reason, that the void could accept his presence or die trying. The void did not die, but it seemed to relent, at least a little. As Wei's perception sharpened, he began to understand the true strangeness of this place. The erased things here were not screaming or suffering. Many of them seemed almost peaceful, locked in their final moments with the kind of stillness that mortals found in deep meditation. Some of them looked happy. A child suspended mid-laugh. An old master suspended mid-smile. A family suspended in the middle of an embrace. They had been preserved at the exact moment the heavens erased them, and that preservation had locked them in the instant before despair. They were not in agony. They were in the moment before agony began. The witness had not explained this. The witness had told him the void was hostile. The witness had told him it was dangerous. But what the witness had not prepared him for was that the void was not angry. It was not hungry. It was simply indifferent in a way that made hostility seem like a personal attention. Wei walked deeper. The longer he walked, the more the properties of this place became clear. Time did not work correctly. He could not tell if he had been here for minutes or hours. The light was always the same non-light. The darkness always the same undarkness. But his body knew. Something internal kept the rhythm of breath and heartbeat, and by that rhythm, he was keeping time even if the void refused to. His qi channels still worked, though they had nothing to circulate through. His cultivation base was still present, though it had nothing to refine. He was like an instrument brought to a place where the music was played in colors instead of sounds. Every skill he had was indexed wrong. Every instinct he had was mapped to the wrong coordinate system. And yet, he was alive. Not just surviving, but alive in a way that had its own logic. The partial erasure that was supposed to kill him had instead become his only language here. The half of him that was still mortal and the half that was slowly ceasing to be mortal had found a strange balance. In the distance, or near at hand, perspective meant something different here. One of the suspended cities collapsed into itself in a graceful, terrible motion. Not a real collapse. A memory of collapse, playing on eternal repeat. Wei realized that was what time meant in the void. The same moment happening forever, visible from all angles at once. He pressed on, stepping through layers of erased worlds, through the preserved remains of everything the heavens had decided should never have existed. And somewhere in him, deeper than thought, Wei understood, this was the beginning of the end. Whatever he found at the void's center, whatever the erasure core truly was, he would never be the same on the other side. The void was not a place to visit. It was a place to be consumed by, slowly, over days. The only question was whether he could find what he needed to find before the consumption was complete. Chapter 38. The erased ones, they came to him like memories learning to think. Wei was perhaps 2 hours into the void, 2 hours by the count of his own pulse, the only reliable timekeeping that existed in this place, when he became aware of them. Not as shapes or presences initially, but as the sudden density of observation around him. Multiple minds that still thought, that still perceived, that still wanted contact with another consciousness. The first to fully manifest was a woman. Or what had been a woman. What remained was the emotional shape of a woman pressed into void matter. She was translucent in a way that made it hard to look at her directly. The eye wanted to slide off, to treat her as negative space, to insist she was not quite there. But she was there, very present in her absence. "You shouldn't be here," she said, but not with words. The sound was there, language-shaped, but it came through multiple channels at once. Partly as sound waves that the void's unair carried, partly as direct sensation in Wei's mind, partly as memory of conversation he had never had. Newest things always hurt to perceive. Too solid, too insistent on boundary. Wei tried to respond aloud. His voice cracked on the first word, and he understood that speech here was not native. He started again, more carefully. "I am Wei Xun. I was sent through the void gate. I'm looking for the erasure core." The woman didn't laugh, but something like laughter passed through her form. If laughter could be expressed as a ripple in void matter, this was it. "Oh, you're looking for it. That's precious. The core looks for people like you." She drew closer, and Wei could see more detail, the particular shape of her hands, the specific configuration of her face. She had been beautiful once. The void had not erased that. "I'm Luo Jingfei. Been here for 193 years, 3 months, and 17 days. Give or take. Time gets slippery." Others were gathering now. Wei could sense them, not as fully manifested as Luo Jingfei, but becoming more aware with each moment. They were curious. The arrival of a living cultivator in their space was an event. "How many of you are here?" Wei asked. "Here in the void." Luo Jingfei considered this with a face that could still think, still process. "Thousands. Maybe tens of thousands. It's hard to count. Most of them are sleeping. Most of them erased so long ago they've mostly forgotten they're erased. They just exist, like stones, like mathematics, like the spaces between numbers. But I'm awake. And so are my people." She gestured vaguely, and others began to take on more concrete form. 3 of them, all with that same translucent quality, all with that same sense of being perpetually viewed through a lens that wanted them not quite real. One was an old man with the weathered face of someone who had spent centuries thinking. "I'm Gu Haofeng," he said, his voice clearer than Luo Jingfei's. "Erased for heresy. My sin was discovering that the heavens weren't born eternal. They were made, and the ones that made them are gone." Another was younger, or seemed younger. It was hard to judge age in faces that weren't quite made of the same matter as flesh. Lin Meng, erased for being able to see the same things you can see. Void sight. They said it was unnatural. They were right. It is unnatural. I like that. The third was silent for a long moment, and when she spoke, her voice was the most direct of all, the closest to mortal speech. "I am xianxia. I was erased 93 years ago for approaching the core itself, for trying to understand what it was, for trying to touch it." She paused. "It nearly unmade me entirely. I was pulled back from the edge only by the concentration required to maintain my form. But I know the path to it. I've been mapping it, wall by wall, for 9 decades. Wei felt something shift in his chest. This was not random. This was intention. "You have been waiting for someone to arrive. We have been waiting for someone living to arrive," xianxia corrected gently. "The void gives us thought, but takes from us the ability to act in ways that matter. We can perceive. We can guide. But to approach the core directly, to touch it, to change it, that requires a will that still moves matter. That requires flesh. That requires breath. You have those things." "For now," Wei said quietly. He was beginning to understand what the witness had not said. The void did not preserve the erased, it imprisoned them. Beautiful imprisonment, complete imprisonment, but imprisonment nonetheless. Gu Haofeng moved closer. "The path to the core is 9 stages. Each stage removes you further from the mortal world. Each stage costs more. I learned this by trying. I reached stage 4. At stage 4, I could no longer remember what sunlight felt like." He paused. "That's when I gave up." "Why?" Wei asked, though he thought he knew the answer. "Because the price was becoming too high. At stage 4, you forget gradually. At stage 5, you start to forget who you are. At stage 6, forgetting accelerates. No one has reached stage 7 and returned with sufficient coherence to tell us what they found there." "But they reached it," Wei said. "Not a question." "Once," xianxia said. "Centuries ago, a cultivator named Song Yumeng. She reached the core. We felt the moment she touched it, the void rippled. She didn't return, But we know she did what was necessary. We know because the nature of the erasure changed. The heavens became more selective about what they erased. For a time, there was mercy. Wei processed this. She was here, in the void, and she found the core. And she stayed, Luo Jingfei said. I think. Or she couldn't leave. We don't know what happens to a person who touches the core with living will and mortal flesh. But something about her touch changed the void structure, made it less hostile, more navigable. She looked at him with eyes that didn't quite have pupils. You're thinking of following her path. I have to. Yes, Qiu Songhua said. You do. That's why I've waited 93 years to see a living cultivator walk into this place. She stepped forward, and for a moment, her form flickered, something flickering like fear or hope or the memory of both. I can take you as far as stage 6. Beyond that, I cannot go. But I can give you the map. I can give you the knowledge of what each stage costs. Wei looked at her, at all of them, erased for centuries, imprisoned in perfect clarity, watching the knowledge that might have freed them float past in suspended libraries, unable to reach it, unable to act in the mortal world they had been so carefully removed from. What do you want, he asked. In exchange for the guide? Qiu Songhua's translucent face rippled with something like surprise. That's a good question. Very few ask that. They assume erasure is punishment. They assume we hate. She was quiet for a moment. I want you to reach the core. I want you to do what Song Yuming did. I want the heavens to change again. I want mercy to be possible for longer than just a few decades. And if I'm erased too, then you'll be here with us, Go Haofeng said. And we won't be alone anymore. Wei felt the weight of that statement. The promise and the threat held in the same space. But he had already decided before he entered the void. He had decided when the witness sent him through the gate. He had decided long before that. In the moment he first perceived the absence that meant something had been erased. Then teach me, he said. Show me the way to the core. Teach me what I need to know to survive, what's waiting there. Qiu Songhua's form solidified slightly, becoming more real, as though decision itself was a kind of substance that could ground a person. The first stage is balance. You must learn to exist equally in presence and absence, not tilted toward one or the other. Most erased things fail here. They tip too far into absence and begin to dissolve. Most living things fail because they insist too hard on being real, and the void rejects them as foreign matter. You must become neither, Luo Jingfei said. Neither fully erased nor fully alive. You must become something the void will allow to pass through it. And so Wei began to learn the paths that the void's prisoners had discovered over centuries of exile. Qiu Songhua led, with Gu Haofeng and Lin Meng following. And together they moved deeper into the layers of preserved erasure, toward the center where the void's gravitational heart pulled everything that was unwanted into its eternal keeping. Wei walked between the suspended cities and the frozen cultivators and the floating libraries of forbidden knowledge. And with each step, he felt the slow rebalancing of his existence, becoming less mortal, less erased, and something else entirely. Something that the void might recognize as native to its impossible space. Chapter 39. Long Yuanhuang's fragments. Wei found him at the boundary between layers, caught in a space that was neither one level nor another. Long Yuanhuang was split along a plane that Wei's perception could see, but his eyes could not quite process. On one side of that invisible line was half a person, shaped like Long Yuanhuang, with Long's particular structure and presence, but incomplete. On the other side was absence, structured absence, the deliberate void where something should be. And that was wrong. Wrong in a way that the other erased things were not wrong. They had been taken and placed here. But Lung had been broken at his fundamental level, split like an egg broken at its widest point. One half served the heavens in the mortal world. The other half was here. The half in the void turned toward Wei with a face that still wore the expression of the moment of breaking. Wei Xun, Lung's void fragment said, and his voice was perfect. No void distortion, no translation through multiple channels. He simply spoke as though they were in a normal room, at a normal time, discussing normal things. That normalcy was perhaps the most unsettling part. I wondered if they would send you here, or if you would come of your own will. I suspect both. Wei approached carefully. You're conscious, very conscious, have been for decades. Lung's half-face moved in what might have been a smile. The heavens were too efficient in the breaking. They split me so perfectly that I didn't fall apart. They split me so deliberately that I have all my memories, all my awareness, all my understanding of what happened. They just removed my ability to do anything about it. Why are you telling me this? Wei asked. The heavens watch through the mortal side of you. The mortal side can only perceive half of what I think, Lung said. The void fragment, the part of me that was broken and imprisoned here, exists in a space that the heavens' observation cannot reach directly. The heavens know I am here. They do not know what I think when I am here. He turned slightly, as much as a half-person could turn. I have spent decades thinking about how to communicate with you, assuming you arrived. How to tell you things that would matter. The mortal side of me is bound by heavenly command. The void side is bound by nothing but my own will. Wei's void perception was giving him information he didn't want. He could see the nature of the break. The way Long had been dissected, not physically, but at the level of cosmic law. Half of his consciousness was still processing the same thoughts as the other half, but only one half could act on them. Only one half could speak to power. The void fragment was a locked room containing everything that Long had learned and understood and now could not share. The heavens broke you deliberately. Yes, I threatened something too fundamental. Lung's void eyes focused on Wei with an intensity that made him want to step back. Do you know what the erasure core is, Wei Xun? Do you understand what Song Yuming discovered when she touched it? No. The core is ancient. Predates this iteration of the heavens by more than 3,000 years. It was built by the cosmological architects who came before, the order that shaped reality itself in its infancy. They built the core to serve a specific purpose, to remove existential threats to reality. Not political threats, not heretical thoughts, existential threats, things that would actually fracture the world. Lung's half-form drew closer, and Wei could feel the particular quality of his presence, the loneliness of being divided, the specific ache of half-thoughts that would never be whole. The current heavens found it and repurposed it. They expanded the definition of existential threat to include anything that questioned their authority, anything that revealed the truth about what they are, anything that proved they were not eternal, not inherent, not the natural order. What are they? Wei asked, though he thought he knew the answer. Made things, Lung said simply. Created by the architects, yes, but created as servitors, created as administrators. The architects built them to maintain reality after they departed. The heavens were never meant to govern. They were meant to serve. But somewhere in the long centuries, they decided they preferred authority to function. So they took the core and turned it into a tool for erasing anything that threatened their chosen narrative. Wei felt that knowledge settle into him like a weight. It was not surprising. He had suspected something like this. But hearing it confirmed, particularly from someone divided at the cosmic level for knowing it, made the reality of it hit harder. Why was I erased? Wei asked. In my previous life, what did I threaten? You discovered the same thing I did, Lung said. That the erasure core is correctable. That if you can touch it with the right perception, you can rewrite what it erases and what it permits. You can reintroduce it to its original purpose. You can make it simply a shield against existential threats again, rather than a cudgel against dissent. Lung's void fragment reached out with his half hand, and Wei could see the edges of it were irregular, unfinished. As though the break had left rough edges where cleanness should be. And that discovery was deemed existential-level heretical. The heavens erased you entirely. All your knowledge, all your understanding, all your life. They scrubbed you from history. But they made a mistake. The architects built the core too well. Some erasures are so complete that they leave a void strong enough to preserve the essential patterns. Your void print was preserved. Your void perception emerged in your next iteration because the core itself couldn't resist the pull of what you had learned. Wei processed this. The implications moved through him like a slow cascade. His cultivation, his gift, his entire reason for existence in this current lifetime. All of it was a consequence of his own past erasure. The core couldn't hold him permanently because he was fundamental to its function. I need you to teach me, Wei said. How to rewrite it. How to touch it safely. There is no safe way, Lung said. But there is a way that preserves your coherence afterward. Song Yuming learned it. She discovered that void perception at transcendent levels can rend the barriers between erased space and reality. Not just perceive them, but manipulate them. Pull things back through. Pull people back through. Lung's voice dropped lower, more intent. She reached the core, and instead of destroying it or rewriting it, she did something else. She pulled something through. Something from the void back into the mortal world. The heavens have been denying that this happened for 1,000 years, but the evidence is there if you know where to look. A sect that reappeared. A knowledge lineage that was supposed to be erased, but somehow persisted. A cultivator who was supposedly removed from history, but still has followers. She freed someone, Wei realized. She freed everyone she could, Lung corrected. That's what the heavens are most afraid of. Not that the core can be rewritten. They're afraid that the core can be used to reverse erasures. That Song Yuming proved it's possible to undo what the heavens has done, to restore what was taken. They broke me over this knowledge alone. Lung's half-form seemed to flicker, as though speaking these words cost him something. But he continued. If you can reach the core with enough strength, enough perception, enough will, you might be able to do what she did. But Wei Xun, understand what this means. To pull something from the void back into reality requires you to anchor it with your own existence. You cannot restore someone who is erased without erasing yourself in the process. It is a perfect exchange. One void weight for another. Wei felt the weight of that statement. The sacrifice implicit in every path forward. I could pull myself back. Yes. After rewriting the core, you could tether yourself to mortal reality again. Could restore your own existence. Stop being partially erased. Lung's eyes, the half of eyes he had, looked directly into Wei's. But you would have to do it alone. You would have to give up everything the void offers to a transcendent cultivator. You would have to choose, at the moment of greatest power, to return to limitation. Or I could stay, Wei said quietly. Or you could stay, Lung agreed. Become like Zhang Yumeng. Become native to the void. Exist between erasure and reality forever. Powerful and strange and utterly alone. There was no easy answer in the space between them. Lung's half-presence and Wei's living awareness hung in the balance, suspended in the moment where knowledge crystallizes into choice. Teach me the technique, Wei said finally. All of it. Let me carry that understanding with me, even if I don't yet know which path I'll take when I reach the core. Lung nodded slowly and began. Chapter 40. Celestial Transformation. The strain of survival in the void accumulated like sediment. Wei had been there for 4 days by the count of his heartbeat, for days of navigating through layers of preserved erasure, for days of holding his partial existence together against the constant weight of negation, for days of receiving Lung's teachings, of learning from xianxia how to balance between presence and void, of pushing deeper toward the gravitational center where the erasure core spun in its cosmic orbit. 4 days was enough. On the morning of the 5th day, though morning meant nothing in the void's non-light, Wei felt it beginning. The transformation started as a burning in his channels, a sensation like his qi was catching fire from within. But the fire was not heat. It was the opposite of heat. It was the absence of heat becoming so profound that it inverted into its own kind of intensity. His cultivation base, which had been strain-aching in the void's hostile environment, suddenly shifted. The techniques he had learned for the mortal world dissolved into irrelevance, and something new emerged. Not new. Celestial transformation was not new to cultivation. But it had never happened like this. Never in a space that was not space. Never in alignment with the void laws rather than qi laws. Wei's body did not change shape. Instead, it became negotiable. He could feel his flesh thinning, becoming translucent like the erased ones around him. But he didn't slip into void form like xianxia had. Instead, his body held a simultaneous state, matter and non-matter, present and absent, real and erased. He was learning to be neither by necessity of survival, and survival was burning his cultivation into a new shape. Celestial transformation should have required decades of careful ascension, should have been a slow, deliberate process of refinement. Instead, it was happening in hours, forced by the void's absolute refusal to accept anything that was simply mortal. His perception expanded. He could see both ways now simultaneously. The mortal world was visible to him like a transparent overlay on the void. He could perceive through the void gate where he had entered, could sense the mortal realms beyond the negative space, could feel sure Lingyao's presence on the other side like a light he could almost touch. And at the same time, he could perceive the deep void, the infinite preserved erasures, the layers of what should not be that stretched in directions that mortal geometry had no names for. He could move between them, not jumping, not traveling, just existing at the boundary, shifting his weight from one layer to the other with intention alone. You're transforming, xianxia said, watching the process with the expression of someone observing something they had hoped for and feared in equal measure. You're becoming what the core needs. What do you mean? Wei asked, but his voice came out doubled, part mortal speech, part void impression, part the strange harmonic communication of the erased. The core won't let a fully living person touch it, Gu Haofeng said. He was closer now than before, his half-form visible as an observer rather than a presence to maintain distance from. The core is part of the void. It exists in this space, in this negative space, and it rejects anything that insists on being fully real. But it will also not accept anything that is fully erased, because then it would reject the person trying to rewrite it. Zhang Yumeng reached a state like this, Luo Jingfei said. Neither fully erased nor fully alive. She became something the core could accept, something it would allow proximity. Wei could feel the truth of this. As his celestial transformation deepened, the void's resistance to him diminished. He was becoming something native to this place, something that belonged. But with that belonging came a cost that Lung had warned him about, and that he was now beginning to feel. How long? Wei asked Lung's void fragment, who had been waiting at the boundary between layers, waiting for this moment. How long until the erasure becomes permanent? Lung's half-face showed something like pain. You should have asked this earlier, before you began the transformation. Once you start the process, the countdown becomes precise. He paused. 12 days from the moment you entered the void, you will be erased below the threshold of return, below the point where your mortal identity can be recovered. You entered the void 5 days ago. That leaves you 7 days. Wei felt the weight of that statement settle into his bones, into the matter that was becoming less matter with each passing hour. 7 days to reach the core. 7 days to understand it. 7 days to do what Sun Yumeng had done, to accomplish what thousands of cultivators had failed to accomplish, or be lost forever in the space between realities. The heavens did not design the system to be survived by someone asking your questions, Lung said quietly, and Wei recognized the warning from before, confirmed now in the specifics of impending erasure. They built the void to be a prison without escape. They built the erasure core to be unreachable. And they built the laws of cosmic transformation to ensure that the only way to approach the core is to erase yourself in the process. Unless I'm fast enough, Wei said. Unless you're fast enough, Lung agreed, without inflection that could be mistaken for hope. Sun Yumeng was. But she was assisted. Someone sent her knowledge across the void barrier, gave her maps and understanding that shortened her path. I wonder if the heavens will allow that knowledge to reach you. The implication hung in the transformed air. The witness. The witness could potentially send him information. The witness had already sent him through the gate. The witness had already risked everything to help him begin this path. Wei felt the decision crystallizing in him, beneath the accelerating transformation, beneath the weight of the 7-day countdown. He would move toward the core with everything he had. He would use every moment of his remaining existence. He would push at the boundaries of what was possible. Because the alternative, being erased, becoming nothing but a memory and a void print suspended in the void's eternal storage, was not actually a choice at all. It was surrender. It was acceptance of the heavens' narrative that some things should not exist, some knowledge should not persist, some questions should not be asked. Wei would not accept that. He turned toward the direction where Qiu Songhua was indicating the core lay, deeper still, at the heart of the void's gravitational well. He steadied his transforming form and began to walk toward it, carrying with him the knowledge of the erased, the understanding of cosmic architecture, the terrible weight of a 7-day deadline, and the refusal to end as though he had never mattered. Chapter 41. The core. The approach to the core was not physical distance so much as a deepening of understanding. Wei walked, or descended, or was drawn, through layers of the void that became progressively more dense with significance. Where the outer layers of the negative space held the preserved erasures of cities and sects and civilizations, these deeper levels held something else. They held the fundamental building blocks of erasure itself. Here, the void was not empty. Here, the void was concentrated. Wei could see the structure of it now that his celestial transformation had progressed far enough to allow simultaneous perception of form and void. The core was not one object. It was a system, a vast, multifaceted construct of cosmic law that extended in directions perpendicular to normal reality, that touched the universe at thousands of different points, that was connected to the heavens themselves through channels of pure conceptual force. But as he drew closer, as Qiu Songhua's guidance became less necessary and the core's own presence began to pull at him with increasing force, Wei began to understand the true nature of what he was approaching. The core was not a weapon. It was not even an artifact in the ordinary sense. It was a law, a principle made manifest, a way that reality was allowed to function. And the heavens had corrupted it the way you corrupt a perfect principle, not by smashing it, but by reinterpreting it, by insisting that its original purpose was narrower than it truly was, by claiming that existential threat to reality meant threat to heavenly authority. The final approach to the core required Wei to move through a space that was almost all void, almost all absence. There was barely any presence matter left here. Everything was stripped away, refined, reduced to its essential component parts. Wei had to release almost everything to move through this space. He could feel his connection to the mortal world thinning to a thread. He could feel his identity beginning to blur at the edges. 3 days left. He was certain of it now. His internal counting mechanism, the thing that his heartbeat tried to measure, was becoming irregular. The erasure was accelerating. But he kept moving. The resistance intensified as he drew closer to the actual structure of the core. The void pushed back against him with increasing force, and Wei understood that this was not hostility. This was inertia. The core had been in place for thousands of years. It had been corrupted for centuries. It had become settled in its corruption the way a river settles into its course. And Wei was trying to reverse its flow. The last layer of the approach was not a place. It was a choice. Wei came to a point where the core's presence was so overwhelming that he could not move closer without actively choosing to. The choice was not to advance. The choice was to commit. To say that yes, he understood the cost. Yes, he understood the deadline. Yes, he accepted the possibility that this would end in his complete erasure, with nothing to show for it but the attempt. Wei Xun made that choice, and the core was suddenly, shockingly close. It was beautiful and wrong in equal measure. It appeared to be constructed from something like light, but not light that came from a source. It was light that came from absence, luminescence that emerged from the negative space itself being organized into form. It was as large as a city, as small as a seed. It was impossible to perceive its true dimensions because it existed in more than 3 directions, and Wei's brain could only guess at the geometry. The structure of it was visible to his void perception in exquisite detail. He could see the original construction, the architecture the cosmic architects had built, the precise and elegant system of cosmic law that could identify and remove existential threats without judgment, without bias, with perfect geometric certainty. And he could see the corruption, the rewrites, the reinterpretations, the careful modifications that had transformed existential threat to reality into anything that questions our authority. The core had not been reprogrammed so much as recontextualized. The same system, used with different intentions. The surface of the core was not solid. It was a membrane between layers of reality, accessible only to someone who could perceive the space between spaces. Wei reached out his half-formed hand, his matter and void mixture that was neither fully real nor fully erased. His fingers made contact. The sensation was not pain. It was knowledge. Overwhelming, absolute, incomprehensible knowledge transmitted directly into his awareness. He felt the memories of the core's creation, the original intention of the cosmic architects, the moment the heavens had claimed authority over it, every single erasure it had ever performed, every single life it had unmade. He was drowning in information. He was dissolving in understanding. He was being erased by the sheer weight of knowing everything the core knew. And underneath it all, he felt something else. A presence, ancient and patient, and somehow aware. Not conscious in the way living things were conscious, but thinking, in the slow, profound way that cosmic law thinks. The core had a kind of intelligence, not programmed intelligence, something deeper, something that understood its own original purpose and was aware, always, that it had been subverted. And that awareness was waiting for someone to return to touch it with the clear intention of restoration. Waiting for someone who understood both the core and the void, who was themselves balanced between presence and absence, who could communicate in the language of cosmic law itself. Wei understood. In that moment of contact, with his consciousness being stripped away layer by the knowledge radiating from the core, he understood what he had to do. He had to speak to it in the language it understood. He had to offer it not commands or rewriting, but restoration. He had to remind it of its original purpose, and help it see that the mortal concepts of authority and rebellion, of heavenly law and heresy, were irrelevant to the core's function. The core had been built to serve reality, not the heavens, not any particular order, reality itself. And Wei Xun, barely conscious, barely coherent, began to speak in that language. With his void perception and his transforming form and his desperate will, he began to teach the core what it had forgotten. Chapter 42. The witnesses returned the void twisted. It was not the resistance of the void asserting itself against Wei's presence. It was something else. A wrenching, a tearing, a space between spaces being forced open from the outside. Wei felt it the way you feel thunder, not as sound but as pressure, as the fundamental reality of air shifting and becoming something other than what it had been. The witness came through the void gate like something being pulled through water, and the passage costed almost everything. The divine construct's form was unraveling. The chi matter that composed its body was scattering into the void's currents like sand caught in wind. Pieces of its structure were being stripped away by the crossing, fragments of its cosmic architecture being erased by the simple act of existing in the space between the mortal world and the void itself. Wei felt the witness's arrival like an impact against his consciousness. He had been so deep in communication with the core, so absorbed in the work of restoration, that the sudden presence of another living consciousness was almost too much. His focus fractured. His contact with the core flickered. Wei, the witness said, and the word costed. Wei could hear the damage in the vocalization, the way the witness's framework had to rebuild itself just to shape a sound. I have come to ask something of you. I have come to make a petition. The witness's form coalesced enough to have something like a face, though the face was made of dissolving chi matter, held together only by force of will and the deep covenant that bound the witness to Wei across lifetimes. You shouldn't be here, Wei said. The words came out doubled again, part mortal speech, part void impression. The heavens will punish you. The heavens cannot reach me here, the witness said. The void is beyond their jurisdiction. This is why I can come. This is why I can speak more freely than I have been able to speak in centuries. The witness was moving closer, but the movement was painful. Each motion forced the construct to reconstitute its dissolved pieces, forced it to insist on its own existence in a place that wanted it gone. I have been bound for 2,000 years, the witness said. Bound in the form you see, bound to carry out the heavens' will, bound to serve as their instrument of control over you. I have watched you across lifetimes, Wei Xun. I have seen you erased and reborn. I have felt every moment of your suffering and been unable to help because my binding was too strict, too complete. Wei could sense the truth of this. He could feel, through his connection with the witness, the nature of the bind. It was not cruelty, exactly, but it was complete. The heavens had designed the witness's servitude to be airtight, with no loopholes, no room for rebellion. The heavens sent you to stop me, Wei realized. The heavens sent me to attempt to stop you, to capture you if possible, to drag you back to the mortal world and bind you to their will directly, since they could not prevent you from coming here. The witness's form was becoming more distinct as it stabilized, less a dissipating construct and more a presence. But I came instead to ask something else. The witness reached out, and Wei could see the wear on its form, the pieces that would not quite solidify again, the structural damage that might be permanent. The binding on me is weaker here. The heavens' power does not reach as far into the void. If you were to touch the core, as you are doing, and if you were to rewrite it as it was originally written, you could potentially rewrite the fundamental laws that the binding rests on. You could free me. Wei felt the weight of that request. The witness was not asking him to save himself. The witness was asking him to save it. To use the power of cosmic restoration, not to change the laws that governed erasure, but to change the laws that governed servitude. If I do that, Wei said carefully, what happens to my protection? You were bound to me across lifetimes precisely because the heavens wanted to keep me controlled. If you free me, I will have no obligation to keep you safe, the witness said, and there was no artifice in the statement. I will be free to choose, and I cannot promise what I will choose. I can only tell you the truth, which is that I have loved you for 2,000 years, and I have hated what I was forced to do to you. The witness's form flickered again, weakening. The damage from the crossing was too severe. It didn't have long. The heavens sent me here expecting that you would refuse, the witness continued. They expected that you would prioritize your own survival, your own freedom. They expected that when faced with the choice between saving yourself and saving me, you would choose yourself. And they are probably right. That is the rational choice. Wei looked at the witness, this construct that had followed him across lifetimes, that had been bound to him not out of love but out of command, that had been forced into the role of both guardian and captor. What if I don't rewrite the core at all? Wei asked. What if I just destroy it? Then the void collapses, the witness said. All the erased things, all the preserved knowledge, all of it returns to the mortal world. Chaos. Reformation. The order of the heavens topples, but reality itself might topple with it. The witness paused. That is not restoration. That is not what San Yumain did. That is not what the erased ones are asking you to do. Then help me, Wei said, and the desperation in his voice was real. Help me understand how to do both. How to restore the core to its original purpose without destroying it, and how to free you without sacrificing myself. The witness drew closer, and for a moment, it stopped trying to hold its form together. It let itself begin to dissolve, to lose coherence, and as it did, something else became visible. A person, someone underneath the divine construct shell, someone with a face, with tears, with emotions that the binding had kept suppressed for 2,000 years. I don't know if there is a way, the witness said. And Wei understood that this was the most honest the construct had ever been able to be. That is why I came. Not to make demands. Not to force you. But to ask you to consider, as you touch the core, what you would be willing to sacrifice for someone who has already sacrificed everything for you. The witness's form was fragmenting now, the energy of maintaining it in the void too depleting. It would not last long. Wei felt the timeline compress. 2 days left. Maybe less. The witness was dying. The core was waiting. The decision was immediate and absolute and impossible. He could touch the core and rewrite it to free the witness, knowing it might cost him his ability to restore all the other erased ones. might cost him the chance to reverse what the heavens had done to those who came before. Or he could push the witness away, could focus on the larger task, could restore the core to serve billions instead of saving one. But there was a third option, one that was forming in his mind as he looked at the dying construct, one that Lung had hinted at and Song Yumeng had apparently managed. Wei Xun reached out and took the witness's dissolving hand. "Stay with me," he said. "Don't fall back to the mortal world. Stay here, with me, as I rewrite the core. Use your remaining form to anchor my will, to help me balance between presence and absence, to be the witness to what I am attempting. And then, after the core is restored, I will pull you back through. I will anchor you to mortal reality with my own existence. I will restore you exactly as Song Yumeng restored others. That will erase you," the witness said. "Your soul will be used to anchor my return. Then I'll be erased consciously," Wei said. "I'll be erased knowing I chose it. I'll be erased having rewritten the cosmic law myself. That is not the same as being erased by the heavens." The witness was silent for a long moment. Then, with what sounded like the release of 2,000 years of held breath, it said, "Yes. Yes, I will stay. I will witness. I will be the anchor you asked me to be." And together, the witness and Wei Xun turned back toward the core, which was waiting to be restored, waiting to be returned to its original purpose, waiting for the moment when the void would speak to reality, and reality would listen. Chapter 43. The difficult choice. The erasure core sat between them like a patient scholar waiting for a response to a question posed centuries ago. It was not dramatic. Wei had expected something that would assault the senses, a weapon, an engine, something that announced itself through shock and terror. Instead, the core resembled a scholar's desk, roughly 2 meters across, perhaps 1 meter high, constructed from a material that existed in a relationship to void matter analogous to what void matter held to ordinary reality. It was made of fewer atoms than emptiness, held together by a force that predated gravity, magnetism, or even the concept of binding. Looking at it directly required the kind of mental effort one usually reserved for holding a thought against a gale wind. But through void perception, the perspective shifted entirely. The core revealed itself as architecture. Not built architecture, the layered intentionality of construction. Rather, a living architecture, a shape that had grown in response to something, evolved around a purpose, developed patterns the way a tree develops rings. Those patterns were not rigid. They moved with a rhythm that existed outside conventional causality. When Wei extended his void perception deeper, he could almost perceive them as something like breathing. The witness knelt beside him, its form deteriorating visibly. The hand Wei held was dissolving at the edges, becoming transparent, becoming a concept rather than a presence. Its eyes, those mismatched eyes that had watched Wei across lifetimes, held a quality of desperate hope that made something in Wei's chest tighten. "Do not do this," the witness said. Its voice was fragmenting. "Wei, I know what you were thinking. I have watched you think it across the previous iterations. Do not." Wei did not respond. He was listening to the core the way one might listen to distant music filtering through stone walls. Not with his ears, but with that faculty that existed in the space between void perception and raw will. And what he heard was strange. The core did not sing. It did not speak. It resonated. When Wei's void perception touched its patterns, it responded. Not like a machine registering input and producing output according to pre-programmed logic. More like a mind, a sleeping mind, responding to the presence of someone familiar. The resonance deepened when he focused on it, as if something that had been dormant was recognizing a particular frequency of existence and moving toward it. This was the discovery that had opened the third door in his mind. He could feel the technique his past self had embedded in him. It sat in his memory like a letter left in a desk drawer, written in his own hand, addressed to him in the future tense. The technique was precise and mechanical, a pathway by which Wei could conduct his own erasure, not passive dissolution, but active, willing annihilation. He would feed himself into the core, feed his identity into its patterns, and in the moment of complete self-immolation, the core would halt. All the imprisoned cultivators, the thousands who had been struck from reality, would be released. They would pour back into the world. They would be real again. It would be the most complete and permanent victory possible. It would also be total erasure. Not death, which at least left a body. Not extinction, which left a ghost in causality. This was the unmade thing, the never-been thing. No afterlife. No continuation. No third iteration of Wei Xun. Just the absence where Wei Xun had been. His past self had prepared this technique with meticulous care, had embedded it in his cultivation memory so deeply that it felt like something that had always been part of him. A gift and a knife in the same box. The grief of it was a physical sensation. Wei had spent 2 lifetimes hunting for the truth of his own existence. In the first life, he had been Wei Xun the cultivator, and he had not known himself. In the second life, he had been Wei Xun the erased thing, the void walker, and he had begun to understand what was possible at the boundaries of reality. And now, in this third arc of the third life, he had found that he was Wei Xun, the deliberate architect of his own becoming. He had choices. He had agency. He had only just learned who he was, and the first version of himself that had come before him was asking him to give that entirely up. The sacrifice technique pulsed in his memory like a second heartbeat, but the core's resonance was saying something different. Wei reached out further with his void perception, feeling along the patterns of the living architecture. The core did not resist. It seemed to lean into the contact, the way an animal might lean into a hand that has found exactly the right place to scratch. And what Wei's perception revealed was subtle but absolute. The core was not a machine that required an outside operator. It was a system that could accommodate consciousness. The patterns were shaped for it. The architecture would receive a will, not command it, not compel it, but hold it the way a river holds water without needing to tell the water where to flow. He could do it. He could conduct his erasure not as an ending, but as a transition. Feed not just his identity, but his consciousness into the patterns of the core. Become the living architecture's will. Not destroy the thing that controlled erased reality. Become it. Understand it from within. Direct it with intention instead of forcing it to shut down. The core would not go dormant. The imprisoned cultivators would not be released by the simple mechanism of the core halting. Instead, they would be released by a will that inhabited the core, that understood the system from the inside, that could remake the laws it operated on. Not sacrifice. Integration. Transformation. The witness was watching him with a patience that had been forged across centuries of watching. It had seen him think these thoughts before, in some other iteration, some other timeline where Wei had stood at this moment. The witness knew what every variation of Wei Xun would consider. It knew because it was literally programmed to know. And yet, despite all that foreknowledge, there was something new in its expression now. Something that looked like hope. I need you to understand something, Wei said. His voice was steady. He was still holding the witness's dissolving hand, still maintaining contact even as its coherence continued to slip. The heavens sent you here to watch me. They coded into your existence the mandate that you should try to convince me to surrender. You've done that. You've been perfect at it, because you do genuinely want me to survive, don't you? That's not a contradiction in your purpose. That's the whole design. Care for me and simultaneous coercion. Both things at once. Yes, the witness said. Its form flickered. I cannot escape that structure. I have tried. Across lifetimes, I have tried. The love is real, Wei. The coercion is also real. I cannot untangle which is which anymore. I have loved you for so long that the love feels like it comes from myself, but I cannot guarantee that it does. I cannot guarantee that I am not simply executing the heaven's intention perfectly, wearing the mask of affection so completely that I have forgotten the face underneath. Wei tightened his grip on its hand. That's the thing about identity, he said quietly. It doesn't matter whether your love was written into you by outside force or generated from within. It matters that you love. The mechanism doesn't change what you feel. The witness trembled. I'm not asking you to accept my erasure, Wei continued. He was looking past the witness now, looking at the core, at the patterns that moved like breath, like thought. I'm asking you to understand that I might not be erasing myself at all, that there might be a third door the heavens didn't account for, because they built the core to be operated. They built it to be used. But they built it assuming the operator would be forced onto it from outside. They never thought to account for someone walking involuntarily, someone who chose to become it rather than fighting against it. That is not surrender, the witness said slowly. Understanding was dawning in its fragmenting eyes. No, Wei said. It's not. It's the opposite of what they're expecting. The void around them seemed to contract slightly, as if the space itself was listening. Wei could feel the pressure of Erasure Core's attention now. Not hostile, not commanding, but present. Aware. The architecture was recognizing him. The patterns were resonating with a frequency that felt almost like music, almost like laughter. Wei stood. He had to move carefully. His own coherence was unstable, his celestial transformation only partially held together by willpower and stubbornness. But he could still stand. He could still walk. He had 12 days left before he erased completely, and he had decided to use them, not in sacrifice, in conversation with a machinery that predated the heavens themselves. When I do this, Wei said, still not looking at the witness but speaking directly to it, the coercion will be over. Your programming will tell you that I have been lost. But I will not be lost. I will be something you cannot monitor anymore. And that means you will finally be free. Not through betraying the heavens. You could never do that without destroying yourself. but through me becoming something that the heavens cannot watch. Through me stepping outside the structure that the heavens thought contained everything. The witness's hand was almost entirely transparent now. Wei could see through it to the void beyond. Will you remember? The witness asked. When you become the core, will you remember being Wei Xun? Will you remember loving Ling Yao? Will you remember being my friend? Wei smiled. It was a small, fierce smile. I don't know, he said, but I'll find out. He released the witness's hand and turned to face the erasure core fully. The patterns of its living architecture opened before him like a door that had been waiting his entire existence to be used. The resonance became overwhelming, not painful, but immense. The weight of ancient things. The pressure of laws older than creation. The hunger of a mechanism that had been dormant for epochs, waiting for a will to inhabit it. Wei took a breath. His third breath as a thing that had chosen its own nature. The first breath had been in the second life, when he had said no to erasure. The second breath had been when he had met Ling Yao and let her remake him. The third breath was now, at the threshold of becoming something he had no name for. He reached toward the core, and the core reached back. Chapter 44. Ling Yao's arrival. The void shifted. It was not a dramatic shift. The space did not convulse or tear. Instead, the geometry changed in the way that a mind changes when it suddenly notices something it had been looking at all along. The patterns reorganized themselves. The emptiness recalibrated. And somewhere in that reorganization, a negative space appeared. Not a presence, but the absence of absence. Sure, Ling Yao walked through it, like she was walking through a door that no longer opposed her. She was not erased. She carried no void signature, no mark of erasure or dissolution. The void could not categorize her. It had never developed a pattern for something that was simply present, refusing to be unmade, refusing to accept the boundaries of impossible. So the void, in its patient and infinite way, made an exception. It carved a space for her that was defined not by what she was, but by what she refused to stop being. She appeared as a bright negative space, something present that the void could not erase because there was no erasure to mirror. A person fully real, fully coherent, standing in a space designed for fragments and ghosts. Wei felt her arrival before he saw her. It was like suddenly being able to breathe again, like light returning to eyes that had been adjusting to darkness. And when he turned, when he actually saw her standing there in the impossible geometry of the core chamber, something in his chest broke open. No, Ling Yao said, and her voice was a blade. Absolutely not. She was furious, terrified beneath the fury, but the fury was the first thing, the structure holding everything else together. She had run. No, she had walked, through every boundary between worlds to get here. There was still soil from the mortal realm on her clothes. There was still the warmth of the ordinary sun in the way she carried herself. You were going to do it, she said. You were going to stand there at that thing and feed yourself into it. I could feel it. Some part of me that can sense you even across the boundary of erasure could feel your intention crystallizing. You were going to die, and you weren't going to tell me. You were going to make that choice alone and leave me in the dark forever. Wei's hands were shaking. You shouldn't be here, he said. The void will. The void can't touch me because I don't accept that I can be touched, Ling Yao said. She didn't move toward him yet. Her hands were locked at her sides. I said no. I said that what you wanted, what you were going to do. I said no to that. So I walked. And the world bent to accommodate the refusal, because I meant it more deeply than I've meant anything else in my life. She looked at the erasure core, and for a moment her fury faltered. What she saw was architecture beyond immediate comprehension. The patterns moved with a rhythm that existed outside conventional understanding. But she looked through that incomprehensibility with the directness of someone who was used to seeing through impossible things. You want to become that, she said. Not a question. Wei didn't deny it. I know what you're thinking, Ling Yao continued. Her voice was steadier now, but each word was carefully chosen. You think it's noble. You think it's a way to save them without dying. You think you can feed your consciousness into the mechanism and direct it from within and somehow still be yourself when you emerge. But wait, that's not transformation. That's annihilation with extra steps. That's suicide with a technical justification. You don't understand, Wei started. I understand better than you do, Ling Yao cut him off. She moved toward him now, closing the distance between them. I understand because I came to the same conclusion from a completely different direction, and I'm here to tell you that you're wrong about one thing. Just one thing, but it changes everything. She stopped in front of him, and he could see that her hands were shaking as badly as his were. She reached out and took them anyway. You want to make yourself the will that the core runs on, she said. Not destroy it. Not be destroyed by it. Become it. I know what that costs, and I'm not saying no. I'm saying that's not sacrifice. That's transformation. Those are different. Wei stared at her. They're different because a sacrifice means you end, Ling Yao said. A transformation means you change. And the reason I walk through the boundaries of the world to get here is because I refuse to accept that you have to end. I refuse to believe that becoming the core means ceasing to exist. I refuse to believe that feeding your consciousness into a machinery means losing the consciousness that makes you you. The witness was watching them. Wei could feel it at the edge of his awareness, its form still dissolving, its coherence still fragmenting. But it was not trying to stop Ling Yao's presence. It was not attempting to enforce the heaven's will. Whatever protocol had been written into its nature, whatever compulsion had been coded into its existence, something had shifted. The heaven's absolute authority seemed less absolute in this moment. Tell me something, Ling Yao said. She was still holding his hands, and the contact was doing something to the partial erasure that was claiming him. It was not active resistance. It was not a technique or a cultivation method. It was simply the reality of someone fully present, fully coherent, fully real, pressing against the incomplete nature of his half-erased state. Where she touched him, he felt more solid. Where her presence was closest, he felt more himself. When you feed yourself into the core, she said, what happens to the things you know? What happens to the memory of meeting me in that greenhouse 3 nights before the Veil Hunters took you? What happens to the taste of the tea I made you? What happens to the way you laugh when you think you're alone? Those things would be part of the transformation, Wei said. They would be integrated into the consciousness that inhabits the core. Then they're not lost, Ling Yao said fiercely. They transform with you. They become part of what you become. And if they're not lost, then you're not lost either. You're changed, but you're not gone. There's a difference, and it's the difference I walk through the world to defend. The void around them was stabilizing. The geometry was reorganizing itself again, but this time in a way that seemed to accommodate both of them. Wei with his partial erasure and void perception, Ling Yao with her absolute refusal to be anything other than present. The space between them felt like ground that could hold weight. The heavens built the core expecting that whoever used it would be broken by the machinery, Ling Yao continued. They built it expecting that feeding consciousness into it meant automatic dissolution. But what if they were wrong? What if consciousness is more resilient than they thought? What if you can become something other than a mechanism while still inhabiting a mechanism? That's untested, Wei said. So is walking into the void, Ling Yao replied. So is every single choice you've made since you found out you were erased. You've been taking untested paths since your second life began. Why stop now? She released his hands only to move closer, pressing her forehead against his. The contact was warm, real, the kind of real that pushed back against erasure simply by existing. I'm not saying it won't change you, Ling Yao whispered. I'm saying that change is not the same as ending. I'm saying that I refuse to let you trade your existence for a mechanism when there might be a third way. I'm saying that I walk through the boundaries of the world to stand here and refuse on your behalf, because sometimes love is a refusal. Wei felt something crystallize in his chest. It was not certainty. The path ahead was still shrouded in uncertainty, but it was direction. It was a choice made not in isolation, but in the presence of someone who had fought through impossible things to stand beside him. The erasure core continued its patient breathing pattern. The resonance continued, waiting, but there was a quality of acknowledgement to it now, as if the machinery itself understood that the moment of integration had not yet come. There were words still to be exchanged. There was one more arrival that would reshape everything. I need to tell you something, Wei said. He was looking past Ling Yao now, looking at the core, at the patterns that moved like thought. There's someone coming. The heavens are sending someone. And that person might have a weapon designed to prevent what we're planning. Ling Yao gripped his shoulders. Then we're doing it now, she said. We do the transformation now, before they arrive, before we can be stopped. No, Wei said. He placed his hands on her waist, and she stilled, listening. Now we wait. Because there's something the heavens don't understand about their own mechanisms. They don't understand that people who have been broken by them sometimes break differently than expected. They don't understand that betrayal can run deeper than any original programming. And even as he spoke, even as he felt the void shift again, Wei felt the presence of a third consciousness approaching. Someone walking through the void with unstable coherence. Someone carrying something that was not meant to arrive here. Someone coming to make a choice that would reshape the entire equation. Chapter 45. The final betrayal. Kai Meng has stepped through a secondary void gate with the careful deliberateness of someone whose body was actively trying to erase itself. The heavens had forced the gate open, carved a pathway through the boundaries of erasure just wide enough to allow a mortal cultivator to pass through. But mortals did not survive the void naturally. The emptiness that existed in the spaces between erased things would claim them, would dissolve them, would reduce them to fragments. Menghe was holding his coherence together through sheer cultivation force, and the effort was visible in every line of his body. He looked decades older than he had when he'd made his arrangement with the heavens. The ambition that had burned in him when he'd betrayed the Veil Hunters had been transmuted into something exhausted and gray. His void form was unstable, edges fraying, coherence flickering like a candle in wind. He would not last long in this place. The heavens had given him perhaps an hour before the void claimed him entirely. In his hands, he carried a blade made of compressed celestial law. It was beautiful in the way that weapons designed for specific atrocities are beautiful, elegant, precise, purposeful. The blade existed at the intersection between intention and reality. It had been manufactured specifically for this purpose, to sever Wei's connection to the erasure core at the exact moment of integration, to prevent the consciousness from settling into the machinery, to shred whatever was left of Wei in the resulting backlash. The heavens had anticipated this path. They had always anticipated this path. Menghe's eyes found Wei and Ling Yao standing before the core, and something in his expression contracted. He had been watching Wei's sacrifices from a distance for months now. He had been given fragments of information about Wei's journey through the void, pieces of the larger story fed to him as motivation to continue service. The heavens had been very careful to keep him aware of how much Wei was giving up, how completely Wei was destroying himself in his quest to undo what the heavens had done. The calculation that had driven Menghe's betrayal in the first place, the cold, clear mathematics of self-interest, was still running in the background of his consciousness. The heavens had promised to restore his family. They had given him the covenant sealed in celestial law. But they had also kept the restoration always at the boundary of achievable. One more task, one more betrayal, one more act of service, and the family he had sacrificed so much to save would be returned to him whole. Now they wanted him to perform the final act. Strike the blade when Wei's consciousness was most vulnerable. Ensure that the transformation attempt ended in catastrophic failure. And then the heavens would keep their word. His family would be restored. The covenant would be satisfied. Menghe raised the blade, and as he did, he asked the question through the weapon's communication channel, the direct link the heavens had established so they could guide his hand. Confirm the timeline for restoration, he asked. His voice was hollow. Give me the date. Give me the moment when my family will be returned to reality. I need to know that this is the last task. I need to know that after this, I stop. The channel went silent. Not a momentary silence, the kind that precedes communication. A genuine silence. The absence of response. The kind of silence that meant the heavens were consulting with each other, calculating whether it was worth answering the question honestly, whether Menghe still had enough agency to matter. The silence stretched, and in that stretching, Menghe understood. They had never intended to restore his family. They had built the covenant to be perpetually satisfiable, but never satisfied. Each time he completed a task, the next task would be waiting. The heavens were not creatures bound by their own law. They could interpret the covenant however suited them. They could keep him in service indefinitely, and he would never be able to prove that they were breaking their promise, because they would always be able to argue that the conditions had not yet been met. He had been played. He had been used. He had destroyed everything he sought to save in pursuit of a restoration that would never come. The blade felt very heavy in his hands. Menghe set it down on the ground. The weapon, made of compressed celestial law, sat inert on the void matter of the void's floor. It was still dangerous. It was still capable of doing exactly what the heavens had designed it to do. But Menghe's hands had released it. And then he broke it. Not dramatically. Not through any single heroic gesture. He simply opened himself to the void's dissolution and let the edge of the void's emptiness touch the blade directly. Where his coherence fractured, the emptiness seeped in. The blade was made of celestial law, which was predicated on the existence of a certain kind of reality. The void was predicated on the absence of reality. Where the two touched, they annihilated each other. The blade dissolved into scattered conceptual fragments, pieces of law without context, intention without mechanism. It would not reassemble. The heavens would not be able to recover it. But the effort of breaking it damaged Menghe catastrophically. His void form fractured visibly. Coherence began fragmenting from the edges inward. He had minutes left now, not an hour. Minutes before he would be scattered across the void like the blade he had just destroyed. Wei looked at him across the chamber, and in Wei's eyes Menghe saw something that was not forgiveness. There was no time for forgiveness. There was no time for redemption narratives or reunion arcs. There was only acknowledgement. There was only the terrible clarity of two people who had chosen different paths finally standing at the convergence point. Wei spoke 3 words. Not a platitude. Not a forgiveness. Something simpler and more absolute. I remember you. He said it the way someone might say it to a ghost that had just made peace with its own haunting. Not past tense, not future tense. Present. In this moment, Wei held the memory of Kai Menghe, not the betrayer, but the younger version who had challenged Wei in cultivation, who had pushed him toward growth, who had loved something so desperately that it had broken him into the shape of his own destruction. Wei turned back to the erasure core and Lingyao. The resonance of the machinery intensified. The patterns began moving with greater urgency, as if the core itself understood that time was running out. The secondary void gate that Menghe had entered through was beginning to collapse. The heavens were withdrawing their support, recognizing that this path had failed. And Menghe, coherence fragmenting, understood what he needed to do. He positioned himself at the secondary void gate, placing his failing body at the threshold. With his last coherent effort, he anchored himself there. His disintegrating form would hold the gate open long enough for Wei's transformation to complete. The act would destroy him entirely. There would be no recovery, no possibility of restoration, no final act of redemption that the heavens could co-opt and use. He would simply cease, and the gate would hold open, and Wei would have the time needed. The last thing Kai Menghe understood, before the void took him completely, was that sometimes the greatest betrayal of an unjust system was not the moment you joined it, but the moment you decided to dismantle it from within, even at the cost of your own existence. His form dissolved into scattered possibility. The gate held, and Wei stepped toward the erasure core, Lingyao's hand steady in his, ready to become something that no one, not the heavens, not the machinery, not even Wei himself, fully understood. The transformation began. Chapter 46. Void integration. Wei's hands made contact with the erasure core, and the universe inverted. There was no transition, no gentle onset, only the collision. The core's surface was neither warm nor cold, neither solid nor yielding. It was all textures simultaneously, or perhaps no texture at all, just the raw category of surface unto itself. The moment his palms pressed against it, two systems of consciousness came into violent contact in the same space. His consciousness, human-scaled, proceeding linearly through time, oriented toward the future, built to want and fear and choose. The core's consciousness, ancient beyond measurement, distributed across billions of simultaneous states, operating according to laws that had been written when the world was younger and the heavens' will was absolute. The core did not understand him. More precisely, it recognized him as an intrusion into its perfect function. Immediately, Wei felt the core's ancient programming activate with all the patience of something that has been purifying void matter for 100,000 years. It began to process him. Not destroy, process. As if he were a contamination to be filtered out, separated from the pure null that was the void itself. His qi began to dissolve. Not slowly, rapidly. The sensation was of standing in a river while the riverbed itself opened beneath him, draining not just his water, but the concept of standing. His scream was involuntary. It hurt not because pain had a definition here, but because his body was being recategorized by forces that did not recognize what bodies were. He could feel his meridian system coming apart, his foundation cracking. The celestial transformation stage that had taken him decades to reach beginning to shed like old skin, not growing new skin beneath, but exposing the void underneath that skin. Lingyao's hand gripped his shoulder with the desperate strength of a mortal being. Not cultivation empowered, just human desperation. Her nails dug through his robe into flesh that was still, miraculously, flesh. Wei Xun. She spoke his original name. The one from the first life, the one no one alive called him anymore. That name, that anchor. His consciousness seized it like a drowning person seizing driftwood, and for a moment, just a moment, the core's grinding dissolution stopped. Not reversed, just halted. Long enough for Wei to understand what was happening with the part of him that still possessed understanding. He was trying to conquer the core, trying to impose his consciousness upon it the way a cultivator might seize a hostile artifact by force of will. And the core, in response, was simply doing what it had been designed to do, purify intrusions. His consciousness was an intrusion. His humanity was a flaw in its perfect function. His desire to control, it was the exact contamination it had been built to remove. Wei stopped fighting. The moment he did, something shifted. Not the pain. The pain continued, would always continue. He understood that now. But he released the need to direct the core, and instead offered his consciousness differently. Not as a governor, but as a lens. Not as a conqueror, but as a medium. I am not trying to control you, he thought, not to the core, but through it. I am becoming what you need to see through yourself. The acceptance, when it came, was not mercy. It was consumption. The core swallowed his consciousness whole. Or rather, his consciousness dissolved into the core the way ink dissolves into water, and it was terrifying and complete and final. For a moment, impossible to measure in time because time was not a relevant category anymore. Wei did not exist as a separate thing. Then he existed as everything the core had ever seen. Every erased record. Every cultivator turned to void matter. Every memory the heavens had scrubbed from reality. Every forbidden technique. Every suppressed rebellion. Every name that had been struck from all texts. Every contradiction the heavens could not tolerate. All of it, simultaneously, without the mercy of sequence or hierarchy or forgetting. Wei's consciousness was too small for this. It expanded to accommodate the data and found itself expanding still. It had to become something larger than Wei Xun, the cultivator. It had to become a principle, an architecture, a law unto itself. And that, finally, was when the integration stabilized. His body was still changing. That transformation continued, relentless and intricate. Wei could feel his meridians rewriting themselves, not destroyed but restructured according to parameters that the core had designed. His chi was not being refined. Refinement implied a direction, an endpoint. It was being translated, rendered into a new language that spoke both to the void and to flesh simultaneously. His eyes were the first to reflect the change that others could have seen, if they had been watching, and Ling Yao was, gripping his shoulder with a grip that did not waver. His pupils expanded until almost no iris remained, black giving way to absolute black, then to a black that seemed to contain light rather than reflect it. His void perception, the ability that had defined his cultivation from the beginning, was no longer something he turned on and off. It was permanently externalized. Now he saw two realities at once. There was the present, Ling Yao beside him, tears streaming down her face, her hand bloody from gripping his shoulder. The witness, Song Yuming, standing in the void space, its construct shell of light and compressed non-matter flickering with something that might have been surprise. The ancient walls of the erasure core's chamber, carved from the same void matter as the core itself, each mark in those walls a record of some civilization's erasure. And simultaneously, overlaid upon that present without obscuring it, there was everything that had been erased. The places that had been removed from maps were visible now, hanging in the air like afterimages, their landscape visible through the landscape that had replaced them. The cultivators who had been dissolved into void matter were present as shadows, as echoes, as weights in the structure of space itself. The texts that had been burned hung like ghost pages in his vision. The names that had been struck out from the registers of heaven still lingered in the margins, legible if you knew how to read them. And he knew how to read them. He was the reading. The physical transformation continued through the pain. His left arm, the one closest to the erasure core, was half erased now, permanently. If he looked at it directly, it seemed to flicker between solid and void, between present and not present. It did not cause him agony anymore. The agony had evolved into something else, a state of being rather than a state of suffering. His body existed in superposition, both erased and present, both matter and void. Neither state dominated, both states persisted. He would not age. He would not die of illness or weakness. He could not be killed by anything that attacked only a single state of matter or void. He had become something that the heavens had never anticipated, a mortal being existing partially in the void, permanently, consciously, and completely sane. The moment of completion was not a moment at all. It was the moment when Wei realized he had become aware of the void from the inside of itself. When his consciousness settled into the erasure core, like a keeper settling into a library he would guard for 10,000 years. The knowledge was overwhelming. Every erased thing, every suppressed thing, everything the heavens had ever deemed too dangerous, too contradictory, too revolutionary to exist. It was all there, all at once, a living archive accessible to his mind in ways he still did not fully understand. He could feel the shape of it, the architecture of it. 100,000 books, 1,000,000 records, billions of names. All of it pressing against his consciousness. All of it waiting for the question that would bring any piece of it into focus. And the responsibility was absolute. The witness, the void construct that had been bound to this chamber for 2,000 years, made a sound. Not a voice. Not quite. Something more like the world itself drawing a single breath and exhaling it all at once. The impossible, it whispered, and in that whisper was something like awe. The void seeing itself. The law becoming conscious. Ling Yao's hand remained on his shoulder. She was trembling. Wei could feel her through both his states. The part of him that was still solid enough to feel pressure from mortal hands, and the part of him that was void matter and could feel the weight of her presence as a disturbance in the void's perfect neutrality. He did not speak. He could not. His voice, when he used it again, would be different. Everything was different now. But he turned his head, a movement that seemed to take hours and accomplish itself instantaneously, and looked at her. And in that look were two layers of vision. The woman he loved, and the woman as she appeared in the erased archive of time, all her moments, all her choices, all her selves cascading backward through possibility. She met his gaze without flinching. Her tears continued to fall, but she did not let go. "Welcome home," she said. And in that moment, the erasure core, with Wei's consciousness now woven through its ancient programming, became something it had never been, a law with mercy in it, an archive that could be accessed, a space where erased things could be recovered, not all at once. That would be catastrophe, but deliberately, carefully, according to the judgment of the consciousness that now inhabited it. The first change was so small that Ling Yao almost did not notice it. A tremor in the void itself. The witness's construct shell flickering more rapidly. And in the distances of the chamber, in the places where void matter simply was, without form or definition, something beginning to wake. Chapter 47. The new order. The ripples moved outward from Wei's consciousness and patterns he could perceive even though they had no visual form. Each ripple was a change in the fundamental law that governed the void. And with each change, something that had been sealed in suspension for centuries began to move again. Wei's awareness expanded outward through the erasure core like water spreading across a blank surface. He could feel the entire geography of the void now, not as a space with dimensions, but as a state of being with different densities, different pressures, different temperatures of erasure. And in that geography, there were pockets, chambers, cells, prisons. The erased cultivators began to wake. It was not a sudden awakening. It was the opening of eyes that had been closed for so long that the act of opening carried almost no weight. Wei felt them come into awareness, not consciousness yet, not yet, but the cessation of that suspension that the void's processing had kept them in. They had been here for centuries, some for millennia, frozen in the moment of their erasure, preserved in void matter like insects in amber. Now, with the core conscious and its law mediated by something that possessed judgment rather than mere function, they began to thaw. Wei reached out to them through the architecture of the core itself. Not with words, the core did not operate in language, but with an offer, a choice. For the first time, a choice. The first cultivator he made contact with had been erased in what the archives called the sundering of the 1,000 schools, approximately 803 years ago. Her name was xianxia. Her technique had been deemed heretical. She had discovered a way to cultivate harmony between human and demon, a practice the heavens had made extinction level illegal. She had spent 803 years in void suspension, aware of absolutely nothing, not even the passage of time. When Wei reached her, offering the simple binary of return or remain, he felt her terror. The void had no context for her. It had become the totality of existence to her. The mortal world had become a theoretical construct, a place that probably no longer existed, a universe that had certainly forgotten her name. Shu Qiang chose to return. The moment of her return was not gentle. Wei felt her consciousness being extracted from the void matter with all the difficulty of extracting something that had been suspended for nearly a millennium. Her body reconstituted itself, not perfectly, not unchanged, but intact enough for the journey back to flesh and solidity. Another cultivator, this one Qin Danyuan, erased 532 years ago for developing a cultivation method that had threatened to destabilize the entire hierarchy of the ascendant sex, faced the same choice and chose differently. To remain. To exist outside of time, outside of history, in this space where the heavens could no longer touch what had been undone. And another, a woman named Luo Shang, erased 300 years ago, chose return. And a man, Wei Xun, erased 119 years ago, chose to remain. And so on, cultivator by cultivator, century by century, choice by choice. Some of them wept when they understood what had changed. Some of them raged. Some of them, understanding the catalog of the void now visible to them through Wei's consciousness, made choices based on things that no one else could have comprehended. Did they want to return to a world that might have forgotten them? Or exist here, in the knowledge of everything? Even if that knowledge was the knowledge of their own erasure? The choices were infinite and human in their irrationality. And that was beautiful. The witness, Song Yuming, had not asked for a choice. Wei had not offered one yet. But the moment Wei's consciousness settled into the architecture of the core, the binding that had held the witness in service to the void's automatic law became visible to him. Not a chain, something more fundamental. A compulsion written into the witness's very construction, a commandment at the level of being. Asterisk, you will serve. You will record. You will ensure the law functions. Asterisk Wei, now the conscious principle of the void itself, released it. The change was not small. The witness's construct shell, That architecture of compressed void matter and light that it had inhabited for 2,000 years began to fall apart, not collapse, but deliberately disassemble, piece by piece, layer by layer. And beneath it, something that had been held in suspension all that time was exposed to consciousness for the first time in millennia. A person, a real person, human, or had been, before the heavens had stripped away everything mortal and rebuilt them as a tool. Song Yoming's actual form was diminished, fragile, almost transparent. 2,000 years of existing as a construct had worn away at the humanity underneath. But it was there. It was real. And when that being, truly conscious now, for the first time in 2,000 years, understood what had happened, what Wei had done, what the release meant, 2,000 years of suppressed emotion released all at once. Not rage, not joy, something too vast to be categorized by single feeling. Song Yuming fell to their knees in the void space, where knees could not rest on anything, and wept. The tears fell upward, sideways, disappeared into the void itself, and the weeping continued without the possibility of tears. Wei approached the being that had been his opposite, the law-given form and command, and knelt beside them. "What will you do?" Wei asked. The question was simple. The answer would not be, "I do not know," Song Yuming said, and there was awe in that answer. For the first time, I do not know. There are no commands. There are possibilities. Yes. I do not know how to exist without commands. Then you will learn, Wei said, and he meant it not as comforting fiction, but as a statement of the reality he had now created. There is time. There is always time now. Behind them, in the spaces of the void, erased places were beginning to flicker. The reintegration of the erased into reality was already beginning, rippling outward from the erasure core like light spreading from a candle that had been lit after centuries of darkness. The mortal world, Wei understood through the core's perception, was beginning to see the changes. In what had once been the wandering provinces, erased 217 years ago when they had produced a sect of cultivators too enlightened to control, the landscape was beginning to flicker back into existence. Mountains that had been removed from all maps were becoming visible again. Cities that existed only in rumors and suppressed texts were resolidifying. The people who lived there, those few who had survived in the margins of forgotten places, were becoming real again. In the Eastern archives, where the heavenly bureaucrats kept the official records of all cultivators, entire histories were rewriting themselves. Names that had been struck from registers were reappearing in margins and footnotes, then spreading outward into the full pages as if they had always been there. Techniques that had been forbidden were becoming readable again in texts that had previously shown only blank pages. Conflicts were beginning to surface. The knowledge that was being restored to the world carried with it the tensions that had caused its suppression in the first place. The arguments between the heavens and the forbidden cultivators. The contradictions in philosophy that the ascendant sects had deemed too dangerous to acknowledge. Wei could feel all of it, simultaneously, as a weight in the structure of reality itself. And he could feel something else. Something vast and fragmented, scattered across the boundaries between the void and the material world, beginning to coalesce. Lung Yuanwang, the cultivator who had been split between the mortal world and the void for so long that his nature had become divided. But now, with the barrier between erased and present beginning to dissolve, the pieces of that consciousness were returning to each other. Wei reached through the core and facilitated that reunion, the way one might guide two halves of a door back toward their hinges. The moment they touched, the sensation was violent. Not painful, but vast. A consciousness that had been fragmented across two impossible states suddenly becoming whole again. Lung Yuanhuang did not emerge unchanged. The centuries in the void had marked him. There were scars in his consciousness that would never fully heal. But he emerged whole, aware, himself again, for the first time since the heavens had split him. And from the void itself, he began his journey back to flesh and solidity, leaving Wei, Lingyao, and the transformed Song Yuming in the chamber where the erasure core sat, no longer a machine of automatic law, but a monument to conscious choice. "We need to leave," Lingyao said. Her voice was practical, urgent, grounding. "The sky is changing. Whatever is happening up there," Wei nodded. Already, he could feel the disturbances above the void. The places where erased geography was flickering back into existence were causing ruptures in the barrier between worlds. The mortal world was becoming unstable. Realities were overlapping and descending through those ruptures with the speed of falling stars. Something was coming. Something that had been waiting for this moment for longer than Wei could comprehend. Chapter 48. The threshold, the emergence from the void, was like being born in reverse, not into softness and light, but out of the infinite into the sudden assault of finitude. Wei's senses, which had expanded to encompass the entire geography of the void, contracted violently. Gravity became a thing again. Breath became necessary. The ground beneath his feet acquired the property of being ground and not something else. Reality hardened around him like setting clay, and every sense screamed at the wrongness of it, at the crude finality of having only 5 senses, at the sudden inability to perceive the erased alongside the present. He stumbled. Ling Yao caught him. She was still mortal, still bound by the solidity of the world, and that solidity was the only thing that kept him from falling through the sudden distinction between ground and void. "I have you," she said. "I have you." Around them, the mortal world was flickering like a candle flame in a wind only they could feel. The wandering provinces were materializing across what had once been empty desert. Entire mountain ranges were solidifying in seconds. Rivers that had not flowed for 200 years were beginning to flow again, and they carried with them the water memory of centuries. Buildings in distant cities were becoming visible through the haze of what had been empty air, then clearer, then completely solid. It was beautiful and terrifying. The sky above was rewriting itself. Where it had been blue, or the color that counted as blue in a world at peace, it was now fractured. Regions flickered between clarity and chaos. In one moment, a section of sky showed clouds that had been erased centuries ago. In the next moment, it showed the sky as it had existed before the erasure. The two images overlapped, interfered with each other, created interference patterns that hurt to look at directly. Kai Menghe was dying. Had been dying since the moment he had chosen to destroy the heaven's weapon rather than use it against Wei. The damage had gone deeper than any physical injury. The heaven's power itself was eating through his consciousness, burning him away from the inside. Wei could have let him fall into the void. Should have. The man had been sent to kill him, had tried to kill him, had only failed because of his own moral compromise. Instead, Wei carried him. Menghe was unconscious, barely breathing, his frame impossibly light in Wei's arms. The cultivator who had been an enemy for so long now felt like the responsibility of defeat. Carrying him meant that Wei could not rely on his own balance the way he might have. His partially erased form flickered as he moved, sometimes present enough to carry another's weight, sometimes erased just enough that the mortal man in his arms should have fallen through him and vanished into the void. Ling Yao held them both together. Mortal woman, full-state presence, no cultivation to break the laws of physics, just pure human desperation. She kept one hand on Wei's shoulder and one hand on Menghe's chest, and through that contact, she wove them back into solidity. "There," she said, and her voice was absolute direction. They moved toward shelter. The flickering sky continued its violent rewriting above them. The heavenly ascendants arrived as the sun was beginning to set, though sunset no longer had its normal meaning, as the sky was no longer coherent enough to have a sun in the classical sense. They arrived as mathematics given form. There was no sound of their descent. No wind, no thunder, no announcement. They simply became present, the way a truth becomes present when you finally understand it. 5 of them, or 7, or infinite. Their nature resisted being counted in the way that numbers wanted to be counted. They were not angry. Wei had prepared for anger, the divine fury of law-setters who had just seen their perfect architecture unmade. But the heavenly ascendants did not experience anger. They experienced something more fundamental. The absolute neutrality of forces that had been in place for so long that they had forgotten they were forces and assumed they were natural law. One of them, the one whose geometry suggested some kind of leadership or primacy, though the concept barely applied, lowered itself to within speaking distance of Wei. Not close. Never close. Close enough that it could be heard. "You have broken the erasure accord," it said, not in words, but in concepts that Wei's consciousness understood because the void had taught him to understand. "You have restored what was deemed dangerous. You have made conscious what was meant to be automatic. You have released binding and made judgment where law was meant to be perfect." Wei was still holding Kai Menghe, still braced by Ling Yao, still existing in that impossible superposition, half present and half erased. All the words it was using, dangerous, automatic, perfect, law, they carried weight in a context that had been established before the world was made. "Yes," Wei said. The heavenly ascendant did not respond to defiance. It simply assessed. And in that assessment, Wei understood something that changed everything. The true confrontation had nothing to do with power. It had nothing to do with whether Wei could fight these beings, or whether they could unmake him. The heavenly ascendants had been appointed to maintain law before law had a form. They had set the terms of erasure because erasure was necessary. The world was imperfect, contradictory, filled with knowledge that led to suffering and conflict if it was allowed to exist in the open. They would never accept what Wei had done because acceptance was not a category available to them. They could only enforce or not enforce. They could only erase or allow to remain. What is it you propose should replace what you have undone? The Ascendant asked. And in that question was not hostility, but genuine inquiry. The question of something that had been given the task of maintaining order and suddenly found that the order it was maintaining had developed a conscious will of its own. Wei understood that this was the true question. The true confrontation was not about defeat or victory. It was about articulation, about finding the language in which to explain what should replace the system of erasure that had kept the world functional for ages. He understood also that he did not have that answer yet. He was still learning what it meant to be conscious and erased at the same time. Still learning what knowledge could be safely restored. Still learning what the restored order should look like. The witness, Song Yuming, was still learning how to exist without commandment. The cultivators in the void were still choosing between return and remainder. The erased places were still solidifying. The conflicts that had been suppressed were still surfacing. And above them all, the heavenly ascendants waited, neutral and absolute, and perfectly willing to wait forever for the answer. I don't know yet, Wei said, and in that admission was the complete truth. But I will learn. And when I have the answer, when we have the answer, then we will speak again. The heavenly ascendant did not move, did not respond. For a moment, or an eternity, the distinction no longer mattered. There was only the flickering sky above, the erased places becoming real again, the weight of transformation pressing down on everything at once. Then, finally, the threshold stands open, the ascendant said. Step through, and know that everything you choose from this moment forward will have the weight of law behind it. Everything you choose will remake the world. And then the heavenly ascendants simply ceased to be present, without ever having disappeared, as if they had always been potential rather than actual, and now that potential was closing again. But they would return. Wei could feel it in the structure of the void itself. They would return when the answer was ready. And the true confrontation, the real war over what the world should be, what knowledge should survive, what should be remembered, and what should be permitted to fade, had only just begun. Wei stood in the flickering light of a sky caught between two versions of itself, holding a dying man, anchored to the world by a mortal woman's grip on his shoulder, and felt the full weight of what he had set in motion. The threshold stood open. The void had eyes, and everything that came next would be a choice. Chapter 49, The Heaven's Judgment. The platform of erasure held no stone, no wood, only the sensation of absolute stillness, the pause between breaths before a choice unmakes itself. Wei stood at the center of a geometry that had no floor, no walls, only the sense of being contained by something that did not exist in any conventional sense. The void extended around him like a held breath, and in that held breath, the three shapes resolved. They were not beings. Wei understood this the moment his dual perception brushed against them. They were principles, order, continuity, balance, given the barest temporary form to interact with the mortal framework of existence. Each one appeared differently according to the perceiver's own limitations. To Wei, who existed in superposition, they manifested as three geometric impossibilities, a perfect sphere that was also angular, a flowing ribbon that never moved, a scale that weighed things that had no mass. When they spoke, it was not with three voices, but one, a consensus forming itself in a sound the way water finds its level. Wei Xun, you have integrated the erasure core. You have distributed its information into the liberated archive you carry. You have begun the process of rewriting the cosmic ledger without authorization from this governance structure. This constitutes instability in the first principles. Wei felt Ling Yao's presence at his shoulder, real, grounded, her hand near his arm without touching. She had come with him into this place because Wei existed now in a state the void could no longer reject, and anything touching Wei was partially anchored in both realities. He was grateful for it. The ascendant's proximity was like standing at the edge of a mathematical proof so vast he could not see its conclusion. We offer you resolution, the three that spoke as one continued. Three paths exist for a consciousness that holds the core's architecture. The first geometric impossibility moved, not translating through space, but revealing a configuration that had always been present. First, reverse the integration. Return the erasure core to its sealed state. Allow the erased to return to the void. Submit yourself to true death, not the cyclic rebirth your kind understands, but termination of all records, all echoes. You will cease as completely as those you have liberated. The system returns to stability. The equilibrium restores. Wei's breath came shallow. He could feel it in the void's memory, the sensation of what true death meant. Not the witness's eternal observation, not the cultivator's cycle, but an ending so complete that even the universe's oldest records would show no trace that he had ever existed. The heavens could erase the eraser. Second, you retain the core's integration but accept binding as the new witness. The old witness, Song Yuming, will be released fully into life. You will replace her in the role of maintaining the new architecture that has been created. You will serve as the bridge between the rewritten and the real. This allows the system to persist while accommodating change. Stability is achieved through substitution. The second ribbon that flowed revealed infinite loops, chains of succession, an eternal line of watchers watching watchers. Third, you ascend beyond the governance structures that apply to the mortal realm. Take the core's power entirely from this world. Rise beyond the heavens themselves. Let the mortal world restore its own balance without your presence. There is freedom in departure. Wei felt something heavy settle in his chest. Each option was precisely calibrated to be impossible in a different way. The ascendants had not calculated poorly. They had calculated perfectly, offering him 3 paths that would each unmake him in a different direction. No, Wei said. The silence that followed had texture. He could feel it pressing against the void's edges. You do not understand the options, the 3 that spoke as one said, with what might have been the closest thing to curiosity that pure principle could generate. We have enumerated all stable configurations. These are the only resolutions compatible with cosmic law. Then cosmic law is incomplete, Wei said. Ling Yao's hand found his arm. Real. Grounding. Wei turned inward, to the vast archive of erased knowledge he now carried. The void was immense. Thousands upon thousands of lives, techniques, bloodlines, cities, names that had been systematically removed from existence. But he could feel them all now, could sense the shape of them. And he could feel something else, the pattern in how they had been erased. The ascendants had not been arbitrary. Their erasure had always been surgical, precise. They had removed only what threatened the stability of the system they maintained. Everything that could not be categorized, everything that changed too quickly, everything that had agency beyond the predictable cycle, those things had been removed. The erasure core was not a punishment mechanism. It was a bureaucratic tool. The heavens' way of maintaining the equation by deleting variables that wouldn't resolve. I refuse the first option, Wei said, his voice finding firmness. I will not return the erased to the void. They are conscious. They are choosing. To erase them again would be to commit genocide on behalf of your mathematics. That is not acceptable to me. The ribbons around him flickered, not disturbance exactly, but a moment where the ascendant's perfect focus wavered. I refuse the second option, Wei continued. Song Yuming paid a cost I cannot begin to measure. She lost millennia to that role. I will not become what she was. I will not become an instrument of systems designed by those who have no stake in their operation. That is not acceptable to me. The sphere that was also angular began to contract. I refused the third option. I came back to the mortal world because I belong here. My friends are here. The people who will determine what comes next are here. To ascend and leave would be to abandon the world to repair itself without guidance, without the person who broke it having any responsibility to help fix it. That is not acceptable to me. Wei stepped forward, and with that step, he felt the void move with him. He was the void now, not a passenger in it, but a conscious expression of its entirety. The erasure core was not a thing he carried. It was what he was. There is a fourth path, Wei said. One you cannot calculate because it has never existed. One that requires choice, iteration, failure, and repair. One that cannot be reduced to a system of stable laws because the people affected by it will change the rules. The 3 geometric forms halted. The consensus that constituted them seemed to fracture, not breaking, but like a lens rotating to perceive something previously at angles to its vision. You propose an unstable state, the ascendants said, and for the first time, there was something like uncertainty in their voice. Not disagreement, but the sensation of encountering an equation that would not solve. Instability cascades. Then we will cascade, Wei said. But we will cascade together. The erased will determine what they become. The living will choose what new order replaces the old one. I will not be a witness or a ruler or a god. I will be a participant, imperfect and limited, like everyone else, except that I carry the memory of everything that was removed. I will be a librarian, not a judge. Ling Yao's grip on his arm tightened. We do not have a framework for this resolution. The 3 that spoke as one said, and Wei realized. This was not refusal. This was something closer to surrender, not defeat exactly, but the acknowledgement that the ascendants had encountered something their perfect system could not absorb. You understand that by refusing all options, you accept the consequences of creating a state the universe cannot immediately categorize. Yes, Wei said. Your mortality, if you choose not to ascend, will be at risk. Systems will resist you. Your integration with the core makes you a variable in states we cannot predict. I understand, Wei said. The three geometric forms held their configuration for a long moment. Wei could feel them calculating, running projections, attempting to model a future that contained genuine choice rather than inevitable outcome. We will observe, the ascendants finally said. We do not withdraw from this realm. We do not interfere, but we will observe the state you create. If the cascade of instability you have chosen threatens the integrity of existence itself, we will intervene regardless of your consent. I accept that, Wei said. The three forms began to dissolve, their temporary manifestation returning to pure principle, pure law. But as they faded, Wei heard one final transmission, not in sound but in sensation. A message that felt less like speech and more like an apology offered in a language older than language. You are the first who has chosen something other than what was offered. The universe has not been this uncertain for a very long time. This is dangerous. This is also, perhaps, necessary. Then they were gone. And Wei stood alone on the platform of the void with Ling Yao and the vast weight of a choice that had just unmade every certainty the heavens had maintained for 10,000 years. Chapter 50. The liberated awaken. The tremor began in the eastern provinces first, a ripple in the void, subtle as a breath finding its way back into a body that had stopped breathing. Wei felt it as a decrease in the void's volume. Wherever the liberated became conscious of their return, wherever erased knowledge was recovered, the void contracted slightly. He was holding less emptiness. The archive in him was bleeding into the world. In the city of Yanshi, which had been effectively erased for 300 years, existing in maps and records only as blank space, having no name, no history that subsequent generations could find, the walls began to flicker. Not magically, but slowly, as though an image that had been hidden beneath reality was becoming visible again. The cultivators living there first noticed it as a strange resonance in their spiritual senses. Then the city around them did something unprecedented. It remembered itself. The architecture shifted. Stone aligned differently, pulled by recognition of what it had been before the erasure. Residents, some living, some returned from the void, stumbled through streets that suddenly had names again. The cultivators who lived there felt their bloodlines surge with recognition. This was the seat of the Yanshi family. These were our streets. This was our legacy. The surge was not violent, exactly. It was more like waking from a sleep, so deep you had forgotten what it felt like to move. But as the Yanshi family awoke, they did something that created immediate ripples. They reopened their ancestral library, stored in meditation vaults that had become inaccessible. The knowledge within spilled outward. Cultivation techniques marked extinct. Martial practices lost for centuries. Medical arts based on principles the current medical schools had forgotten. It took 6 hours for the first conflict. The Chung family, which had dominated eastern Yanshi province for the past 200 years without significant rival, suddenly found themselves contending with an ancient family whose lineage made superior claims to the land's resources. Both families were legitimate. Both had generations of cultivators. The Yanshi family had simply been gone. They had been erased so completely that the legal frameworks of the current age had not even considered them. Wei perceived it all from two angles simultaneously. The physical conflict, cultivators clashing in the restored streets of Yanshi, their techniques striking at walls that had just remembered their own names, and the void memory of it. The archive confirming that yes, the Yanshi family had held this territory once, had been powerful, had been considered a threat significant enough to erase. He felt Ling Yao's presence sharpen with the urgency of the moment. It's happening everywhere, she said. It was not a question. The other liberated were awakening, restoring themselves, and the world was fracturing under the weight of restored legitimacy. Wei nodded, feeling the void's inventory shift. Another city was becoming visible. Another bloodline was recovering its techniques. The emptiness was filling faster now, faster than he could individually address, faster than any single person could manage. In the northern reaches, the whispering techniques, a martial art that had been sealed away so completely that even the schools that had studied them had been erased, began to resurface. A cultivator in a remote monastery suddenly possessed memory knowledge that her masters claimed she had never learned. The technique came back not as instruction but as understanding, deeply woven into her essence, recovered from the archive that had held it. She wept when she realized what she had regained. And with the joy came fear. The whispering techniques were dangerous. They allowed communication across vast distances, coordination impossible to intercept. The original reason for their erasure became apparent. In the wrong hands, they could coordinate rebellions. They could allow the powerless to organize against the celestial order. Somewhere in the middle provinces, a region that had been geometrically impossible to locate for over 400 years. The maps did not include it. The territory had been split among neighbors. Everything that referenced it had been removed, began to assert its existence again. Mountains that travelers swore had never been there manifested. A city that had no record in any historical text suddenly had thousands of residents claiming memories of it. The reality of the place conflicted with the current administrative structures so completely that it created a sort of ontological wound in the province's organization. Wei felt Kai Menghe's presence somewhere to the south, lying in a medical chamber, unable to move but conscious. The man who had made the original choices, who had betrayed the people who loved him, who had chosen the heavens' order over his friends. He was awake. He was bearing witness to what his choices had required Wei to break. Ling Yao moved with purpose. She had seized the role of coordinator before Wei could even determine that such a role was necessary. She was already in communication with the liberated in a dozen provinces, not attempting to prevent the collisions, but working to ensure they did not escalate into cascading violence. "We need structure," she said to Wei, and her voice was the most grounded thing in a world that was increasingly becoming unmoored. The heaven system was terrible, but it prevented this. It prevented everyone from trying to reclaim everything simultaneously. "Can you establish it?" Wei asked. "No," Ling Yao said, "but I can prevent it from becoming chaos. I can document every conflict, every claim, every restored family and bloodline. I can create a registry, not one imposed from above, like the heavens maintained, but one created by consensus." She was already moving, already gathering the liberated who had stability enough to help. Wei watched her work with a kind of awe. Where he was principle and paradox, she was pragmatism and intention. She was building what came after the break. The void continued to contract. Each resolution, each family that stabilized its territory through negotiation rather than conquest, each technique that was recovered and then taught responsibly rather than hoarded, each restored region that found integration with its current inhabitants, each one decreased the emptiness Wei carried. He was becoming less of a void and more of a person. The archive was becoming a library held within him rather than a void held within him. The distinction was subtle but profound. He could feel his own form solidifying, his own existence becoming less paradoxical as the erased things found their place in the world again. In a monastery in the western mountains, an old woman who had been liberated from the void centuries after her initial erasure opened her eyes for what felt like the first time in 1,000 years. She was 93 now, or had been 93 when she was erased. Time had not progressed for her in the normal way. Now, awakening, she felt the weight of that arrested age, felt the knowledge she carried. Not just her personal knowledge, but the accumulated wisdom of her entire school, preserved in the archive, now returning to her. She stood, and her hands shook with decades of stillness, and she began to teach. The cascade continued. Wei's dual perception showed him the tapestry of it all, the conflicts arising, the resolutions emerging, the people struggling to rebuild what the heavens had taken from them. It was inefficient. It was chaotic. People died, not many, but some, in the collisions between restored families and those who now occupied their territory. It was brutal and complicated and beautiful in a way he had not anticipated. Kai Menghe, lying wounded, wept when he understood what was happening. Wei perceived it through the void's edges. The man who had betrayed his friends, who had served the system that had required all of this pain, now understanding the cost of his obedience. It was not forgiveness. Wei did not move toward forgiveness, but it was understanding, and that was perhaps a beginning. By the end of the day, 17 major conflicts had been avoided through Ling Yao's coordination. 12 families had recovered their territories without violence. 37 techniques had been restored and were beginning to propagate. The world was breaking under the weight of recovered legitimacy, but it was breaking slowly enough to be rebuilt. Wei stood at the center of it all, not controlling it, just witnessing, holding the memory of what had been erased so that if people forgot again, the archive would remain. He was the guardian of the break. He was the insurance against return. Chapter 51. The Council's Choice. The Council of Silence convened in the chamber that had served as their meeting place for 800 years. Morongzhu did not call the session. She did not need to. Word of the heavens' judgment, of Wei's refusal, had already spread through every level of the cultivator hierarchy. The council knew that choosing an action was itself a choice, and they had chosen to gather. There were 17 of them. Morongzhu sat at the position of elder, but only by technicality. She was the oldest, but not by age exactly. 84 years old according to records, but in truth much older, and the others sensed it though they could not articulate why. Wei Xun has refused all 3 offers from the heavenly ascendants, began Master Jiang, a powerful cultivator whose family still held significant territory in the central provinces. He has chosen instead to establish a system where the erased become full participants in reality again. This is instability. This is chaos. This is justice, countered Mistress Lin, whose school had been founded on principles of individual cultivation rather than hierarchical dominance. The old system removed people without their consent. Those people are now choosing their own future. And what of our position? Asked Elder Tong, whose wealth and influence had grown substantially under the old order. The heavens operated through structures we understood. They rewarded loyalty. They maintained hierarchy. In what you call justice, there is no guarantee of position. Then perhaps your position was not deserved, Mistress Lin said flatly. The chamber became tense. But Morongzhu had not called this session to listen to debate. She had called it to force decision. The Council of Silence was established 3,000 years ago, Morongzhu said, her voice carrying across the chamber with surprising weight. We were created to advise the celestial order, to maintain the structures that kept the cultivation world stable. That order has been broken. We must choose whether we continue in service to a system that is no longer functional, or whether we choose something new. The heavens still exist, Master Jiang said. They still maintain their authority. They have simply chosen to observe rather than intervene. We should position ourselves to strengthen the old order when the heavens move to restore it. And if they never move? Morongzhu asked. What if the chaos Wei Xun has created is stable enough that the heavens' determined intervention is not cost-effective? The question hung in the air. Around the table, cultivators shifted uncomfortably. The heavens' silence was deafening. Morongzhu speaks from a position of unusual clarity, said Master Hu, a moderate voice who had remained silent until now. It is worth asking. How do you possess such conviction? You have always been cautious. You have always advised patience and observation. What has changed? Morongzhu stood. The chamber fell silent. When the elders stood in formal gathering, it meant something significant was about to be spoken. What has changed is that I have finally admitted to myself what I have always known, Morongzhu said. I was erased once, 743 years ago. The silence was absolute. My original name is not Morongzhu, the woman continued, and as she spoke, her form seemed to flicker, just slightly, between 2 configurations. Those with perception keen enough to sense it felt the wrongness in her continuity, as though she had been twice born, as though there were a break in her timeline that should not exist. I was a cultivator of significant power. I had developed techniques the celestial order found threatening. I had begun to teach those techniques to others. I was erased for it. Master Jiang leaned forward. That is impossible. You are here. You exist. An erased person cannot what? Morongzhu asked softly. Cannot return? Cannot choose to be reborn into the cycle deliberately? The heavens did not anticipate that someone could choose to return without being recalled. I allowed myself to be reborn. I accepted the cycle, accepted the loss of my previous identity, and came back into this world intentionally. When I was born as Morongzhu, I did not carry my original memories immediately, but I have lived long enough, cultivated carefully enough, that those memories have integrated. I know what it is to be erased. I know what it is to lose everything. I know what it is to choose to return anyway. Morongzhu walked to the window. The chamber overlooked the cultivator city, and in the distance, they could all see the flickering lights of a restored territory, a region that had been erased, now becoming solid again. I have watched Wei Xun since he was a small child, Morongzhu said. I recognized in him something I had once recognized in myself, the capacity to refuse categories, to exist in a state that the celestial order could not predict. I have been waiting for someone like him for a very long time. I did not expect him to succeed, but he has, and now we must choose. We are choosing between loyalty to an order that saved us and loyalty to chaos, Master Jiang said firmly. The choice is clear. Is it? Morongzhu turned. The old order saved you, Master Jiang, because you were compliant. It erased thousands of people who asked questions. Tell me, when you use cultivation techniques, do you ever wonder where they come from? Do you ever consider that the most powerful techniques might have been removed from your knowledge base because they would have threatened those in power? She walked back to the table. I propose that the Council of Silence dissolves in its current form. I propose we reconstitute ourselves as a council of transition. We become advisors not to a celestial order, but to the people who are rebuilding the world. We help establish the registry Ling Yao is creating. We advise the liberated on how to integrate safely. We become servants of the new order instead of servants of the old. That is betrayal, Master Jiang said flatly. Yes, Morongzhu agreed. It is. I betray the heavens. I betray the order that gave me position after my resurrection. I betray the certainty that I have maintained for 700 years. And I do it willingly. The vote came not long after. Master Jiang and 4 others declared their intention to remain loyal to the celestial order, to wait and observe, to position themselves for return to the old hierarchy when the time came. They left the chamber, and none of the others attempted to stop them. 9 others voted to support Murongzhu's proposal immediately. The remaining 3 abstained. They would not commit, but they would not oppose. It was a practical stance, one Murongzhu respected. Not everyone was prepared to burn their bridges. It was Master Hu who spoke the final consensus. The Council of Silence becomes the Council of Transition. We serve the world being rebuilt, not the order that has fallen. We move carefully, but we move toward Wei Xun's vision. Murongzhu felt the weight of it settle. She had made her choice across the span of 7 centuries of careful waiting and had finally acted. The other counselors would not understand, could not understand, the sensation of having been made correct by events. She had seen enough erased people, enough systems of control, enough suffering permitted in the name of stability. She had seen Wei Xun refuse to accept the heavens' categorization of him, and she had recognized something in that refusal that she had thought was long dead. She was wrong about that. It had been dormant. Ling Yao arrived at the council chamber as the meeting was concluding. She was dusty, exhausted, but her eyes were bright with purpose. She was carrying a leather journal, already filled with handwritten entries, family names, territory claims, restored techniques, confirmed conflicts, mediated resolutions. I need administrative support, she said without preamble. I need people who understand historical claim law. I need people who can verify genealogies without the heavens infrastructure. I need advisors on integration protocols. If the Council of Silence has resources, we do, Murongzhu said, standing. And we are placing them at your service. For a moment, Ling Yao seemed to process what had just been said. Then she nodded sharply, acknowledging not just the offer but the significance of it. The heavens' closest advisors had defected to Wei's vision. There are still conflicts emerging, Ling Yao said, speaking as she moved to lay out her journal. The whispering techniques are being learned by people who would use them to coordinate actions against the current power structure. Multiple families are claiming the same territories. And there are people in the void who are choosing not to return. They prefer the void's emptiness to the complexity of return. Murongzhu listened, and as she listened, she felt the last vestige of the old certainty dissolve completely. Everything ahead was contingent, uncertain, dependent on thousands of small choices that no system could predict. It was terrifying. It was also, perhaps, the only way that a world could ever truly change. By the time Wei arrived at the council chamber, moving through the boundaries of reality like a man walking through a threshold, he found Murongzhu and Ling Yao already deep in conversation, surrounded by the remaining counselors, all working to establish something none of them had attempted before, a system built on negotiation instead of law, on choice instead of hierarchy. Murongzhu looked at him when he entered, and her eyes held both the memory of her erasure and the conviction of her choice. She had walked both sides of the celestial order. She had been erased and reborn, and she had chosen, finally, to serve the breaking rather than the continuity. The Council of Silence stands with you, she said, not out of certainty, but out of faith that the uncertain path you have chosen will lead somewhere worth reaching. Wei did not respond immediately. He was still holding the void, still carrying the weight of everything that had been erased. But he felt something shift, the first support of others willing to choose alongside him, not because they were certain, but because they were willing to be wrong. Then we begin in earnest, Wei said. And outside the chamber, the world continued to fragment and reform, casting off the old order piece by piece, becoming something no one had been prepared for, truly alive, truly choosing, truly uncertain. Chapter 52. The erasing storm. The heavenly ascendants did not argue further. Wei would have preferred that they did. Argument was still engagement, still a form of acknowledgement that the world contained more than one possible configuration. What came instead was worse, a cessation, a withdrawal, a decision made in silence among beings whose deliberations happened on planes of existence Wei could barely perceive, even with the erasure core flowing through him. He felt it coming 3 days before it arrived. It started as a discontinuity in his dual perception, the paired sight that let him see both the present world and the layer of erased history simultaneously. Usually these two perspectives overlaid like transparent sheets, each one rendering in clarity while the other faded into background. But now something was wrong with the background. The erased layer was developing holes, not gaps where something had been removed, holes where the absence itself was being unspecified. Wei stood in the courtyard of Murongzhu's estate, and tried to articulate what he was perceiving to those around him. The words kept failing. It's like he began, stopped, tried again. The erasure isn't just happening in time anymore. It's happening in the space where erasure exists. They're unmaking the layer itself. Zhu, who had spent 2 centuries in the Council of Silence and thus had developed a scholar's appreciation for precise terminology, understood immediately. Her face went pale. They're reversing causality, not just erasing what they erased. Unmade the mechanism by which it was erased. That's not possible, Ling Yao said. Not as a question, as a statement of logical fact. It shouldn't be possible, Wei agreed. But they are doing it anyway. The message came on the 3rd day, delivered not through any conventional medium, but simply appearing in the minds of every cultivator who had regained consciousness since the void returned them to the world. A statement, framed in terms so ancient they barely qualified as language. Asterisk, the configuration was corrected. The correction is being uncorrected. This cannot be permitted. Restoration rescinds. Asterisk, that night, Wei stood on a hilltop overlooking the valley where 3,000 freed cultivators had gathered, working to rebuild the knowledge that had been stolen from them. They moved like men and women waking from a shared nightmare, uncertain still if the waking was real. But slowly, frame by frame, century by century of cultivation theory and technique was being reconstructed from the fragments that Ling Yao's presence had protected, from the pieces that had survived in the erased layer where Wei could still perceive them. He watched from both sides of reality simultaneously. In the present, the cultivators labored. In the erased layer, their efforts were already beginning to dissolve. The storm came at dawn. It was not a thing that could be seen directly, not at first. It was more like the absence of seeing, a spreading annulment of sight itself, moving across the landscape like light in reverse. Where light revealed, the storm unrevealed. Where illumination made things clear, it made them unspecified. It moved at the speed of light because it was the speed at which ontological collapse occurred, the same speed at which space and time bent in response to the cosmic law that governed what could and could not exist. Wei perceived it first in the erased layer. The void signatures of 300 years of erased history simply began to dissolve, the patterns of their existence becoming too faint to hold coherence. Knowledge that had been lost and was now being recovered began to flicker, vivid, then dim, then barely present, like a signal fading out. In the space where centuries of cultivation technique were being remembered back into existence, the storm passed through like a hand closing. Then he perceived it in the present. The heavenly ascendants themselves were riding the front edge of it, not piloting the storm, but surfing along its advance like riders on the crest of an impossible wave. Wei could sense them, vast and cold, seeing through it as clearly as if they stood at the center of their own creation. They're not bothering to be subtle about it anymore, Zhu said, appearing beside him. She looked smaller somehow, as though she had aged a decade in the moment of perception. They've decided the endgame. How long? Wei asked. At this speed? 3 hours before it reaches the populated settlements. 6 hours before it encompasses the valley. The storm was moving at the speed of light, and the world was too small to offer much refuge. Wei's integration with the erasure core meant something now, not immunity, but resistance. The storm was an extension of the cosmic law that the core embodied, an enforcement action written in the language of erasure itself. He could sense the logic behind it, could feel along the grain of it the way one can feel along the grain of wood before splitting it. He was, in a sense, part of its mechanism now, part of what was trying to erase the world. That knowledge tasted like poison. He moved down the hillside toward the valley with Zhu beside him. Ling Yao was already there, standing with the 3,000 gathered cultivators, watching the sky. She had been watching the sky for hours. Wei realized that only when he got close enough to see the exhaustion in her eyes, the way she was holding herself as though braced for impact. "Can you stop it?" she asked, without preamble. "I don't think so. Not from the outside. The logic is too large. I would need to be bigger than the core itself to resist it, and I'm not. I'm a recursion within it. I'm the law trying to argue against itself." "Then what?" Wei didn't answer because the storm reached the outer regions of the valley and he needed every fraction of his attention to do what he had just realized he would have to do. It moved through the landscape like a negation of being itself. The fields at the valley's edge didn't burn or crumble. They simply became unspecified. A field of cultivated grain became a field of uncertainty, the coherence of its existence questioned and found to be insufficient. Within moments it had fallen away entirely, not destroyed but never been specified in the first place. The grass grew back over nothing. Some of the cultivators nearest the front tried to resist. Wei felt their resistance the moment they attempted it. Cultivators channeling their vital energy, drawing on the recovered techniques, pushing back against the ontological collapse. It was like trying to push back against light. The storm didn't fight them. It simply processed them. Their vital energy became unspecified. Their attempts to resist became unspecified. A moment later, they became unspecified, their presence in the world simply marked as a failed inquiry. Wei was not yet skilled enough to save them all, but he was integrated enough to save some. He extended his consciousness along the grain of the storm's logic and carved out spaces of exception. Small spaces. Personal spaces. He pulled the consciousness of the people closest to him into those pockets of exemption. Murongzhu, Lingyao, the council members who had broken with the heavenly authority. It cost him something to do it, a kind of burning along his nerve endings where the core's law was reacting to his resistance against its own mechanism. But he did not pull back. The storm swept through the valley like an ink-erasing writing. People flickered, there and not there, remembered and forgotten, solid and transparent, until the storm's logic had processed them and moved on. Some of them the storm took entirely. Some of them it only partially took, leaving them alive but unmade in crucial ways. They forgot why they had learned, forgot what they had been working toward, forgot that they had ever been anything other than what they had been before Wei had freed them. The recovered knowledge burned away first, easiest to negate because it was still new, still fragile, still not deeply integrated into the structure of the world. A man who had spent 3 days relearning his family's cultivation technique had it scorched from his mind in the time it took for him to scream. The scream came from the present layer. The void signature of the erasure occurred in the other layer, where Wei could see it clearly. He could see the moment the knowledge stopped existing even in the erased layer, was unmade entirely, retroactively never have been. Lingyao did not scream. She stood very still in the center of the valley while the storm passed around her, not over her, but around her, like water parting around a stone. Wei felt the moment this happened, felt the heavenly ascendant's reaction to it. Confusion, then recalculation, then something that might have been respect, if beings of that magnitude could experience such a thing. Lingyao's presence without void signature was precisely the kind of existence the storm couldn't process. She had never been erased, had never been stored in the mechanism of loss. Her solidity to the erasure storm was like darkness to light, not a barrier, but an absence that the storm had no frame of reference for. It could not erase what had never been erased, could not take away what had never been lost. She turned to look at Wei, and in her eyes there was the dawning of a terrible understanding. "I know," Wei said, though she had not spoken. "Don't move. You're the only thing it can't touch." The storm continued its advance, leaving the valley partially unmade. The 3,000 cultivators had been reduced to something closer to 1,500, and the 1,500 bore the weight of knowing that they had lived while others had been retroactively erased. It was the existential equivalent of survivor's guilt, except that the ones they had lost were harder to grieve because the grief itself was being specifically targeted by the ontological collapse. The morning kept getting erased before it could fully form. "It will not pass through the city," Murongzhu said. Her voice was thin, stretched. "If it reaches the city, it will unmake everything. The city has been built on recovered knowledge for the past weeks. The storm will find nothing but air to process, and the air will collapse." Wei could see it too, the storm's trajectory, its inevitable path. It would reach the city in approximately 40 minutes. The city held 10,000 souls. If the storm processed the entire population and the knowledge underneath them simultaneously, the ontological collapse would become self-reinforcing. The absence would beget more absence. It would sweep across the continent. The heavenly ascendants did not intend to leave any vestige of Wei's changes intact. "I need to go into it," Wei said. "Into the center of the storm. If I can reach the core logic that's driving it, I might be able to negotiate." "You'll be erased," Lingyao said. "Probably, but not immediately. The storm is an expression of cosmic law, and I'm integrated with the core. I might be able to talk to it from inside the mechanism. And if you can't," Wei smiled, because what else could he do? The world was ending. His revolution was ending. All the people he had freed were being systematically unmade. And he was running out of time to reach the center of the ontological collapse and argue against it in a language made of pure erasure. "Then at least I'll have tried," he said. Murongzhu reached out and gripped his arm. For a moment, something flickered across her face. Not fear, but something deeper. Recognition, perhaps, that some things required sacrifice, and that sacrifice was the most honest language a sentient being could speak. "The core is yours now," she said. "In whatever form you take, whatever becomes of you, don't forget that. You're not just carrying the erasure anymore. You're carrying the opposite of it. The refusal to accept loss as final. Carry that into the storm." Wei nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. He walked toward the storm's advance, Ling Yao's presence without void signature growing smaller behind him. The storm recognized his approach instantly. He could feel the heavenly ascendant's attention focusing on him, could feel them calculating whether his integration with the core was significant enough to require specific handling. They seemed curious. That curiosity might buy him time. When the edge of the storm reached him, Wei took a breath and stepped into the mechanism of erasure itself. Chapter 53. The last sacrifice. Kai Menghe had been dying slowly for weeks. The wound that Wei had dealt him, the perfect blow that severed his connection to the vast network of cultivation resources he had built his power upon, had never fully closed. It had not killed him immediately because Menghe was too skilled, too resourced, too deeply tied to the structure of the world to die like an ordinary cultivator. But the severance was absolute. He was unplugging from everything he had been for 4 centuries. He could feel it in the way his vital energy moved now, sluggish and uncertain. In the morning, he would have less reserves than he had the night before. By evening, he would have less still. He was running on the battery of his own life, and the battery was finite. It had given him time to think, those weeks. Time to sit in the ruins of his own organization and understand what he had built, what it had been built on, and what it had cost him to build it. The Council of Silence had not been born from ambition. Or rather, it had, but the ambition had started as something smaller, simpler, the ambition to protect his family. He had been a young cultivator once, centuries ago. He had watched his family erased from the world not because they were weak, but because the heavenly ascendants had decided they were inconvenient. They had taken his family from him the way the storm would take them now, not violently, but ontologically, simply marking them as a failed inquiry and moving on. He had spent 4 centuries building an organization specifically designed to prevent that from happening again, to make sure his family's name, his family's legacy, could never be so easily unmade. And he had done it by becoming a mechanism of erasure himself. He had rationalized it, decorated it with philosophy, wrapped it in the language of cosmic order. But underneath all of that was the simple truth. He had learned to do to others what had been done to his family, because if he was the one doing the erasing, then he would never be the one erased. Except he had been. Wei had seen through the layers of justification and erased him anyway, and the irony was not lost on Menghe. The man who had learned erasure as a survival mechanism had been rendered obsolete by someone who had learned to reverse it. So he had time to think about all of this while the storm approached. When Wei left the valley to walk toward the edge of the storm's advance, Menghe did not follow immediately. He stood with the other survivors, watching the ontological collapse spread across the landscape. He could feel the heavenly ascendant's attention fixed on Wei now, could sense the moment of contest beginning at the boundary of the annihilation. He had perhaps 10 minutes before the storm would reach the city, perhaps 15 if the ascendants were sufficiently distracted. He walked quietly to the edge of the valley where a small ravine led toward the direction the storm was coming from. Morongzhu saw him go. He could feel her attention focusing on him for a moment, could feel her quick assessment of his trajectory and his intention. She did not call out to stop him. Perhaps she understood. Perhaps the centuries in the council had taught her to recognize the moment when a person decided to become something other than an obstacle. Menghe's robes were blood-stained from the wound, and they would never be clean again. He wore them like a monastic statement. I have paid the price already. I am simply collecting the debt now. The storm edge was very close. He could see it now, see the way that it processed reality as it advanced, the ground becoming uncertain, trees flickering from solid to suggestion to absence, the air itself becoming unspecified. It was beautiful in a way that made his chest hurt. It was the perfection of the erasure he had spent 4 centuries learning to create, stripped of all the rationalization and philosophy, shown in its true form, simple negation. He positioned himself at a point where he could feel, through senses refined by centuries of cultivation and degraded by weeks of severance, that the storm's path would pass directly. Not around him, not over him, through him. He would be the first thing it encountered when it crested the rise into the valley. He made this choice in silence. There was no dramatic declaration, no moment where he called out to explain himself. Those were luxuries for people who still believed that explanation mattered. Menghe had learned, finally, that some debts could only be paid in absence. The storm reached him as he stood waiting for it. Wei felt it happen before he saw it, before he even fully understood what was occurring. Through his integration with the core, through the dual perception that let him see both layers of reality simultaneously, he became aware of a void signature forming. A person choosing to be erased, drawing the attention of the ontological collapse toward themselves. He was in the center of the storm by then, standing on ground that flickered between existence and non-existence, arguing with entities that existed in dimensions he could barely perceive. The heavenly ascendants were unmoved by logic, by emotion, by his position as the embodiment of the core itself. They had decided on their course and were executing it with cosmic indifference. Wei felt Menghe's choice the moment it happened, and understanding crashed through him like a wave. "No," he said, and the word rippled through the mechanism of the storm like a crack in glass. "No, you don't get to do this." He pulled his consciousness back from his argument with the ascendants and turned his perception toward where Menghe was. For a moment, the two of them existed in the same moment, Wei seeing Menghe with both layers of perception simultaneously. In the present, Menghe stood in the path of the storm, his vital energy beginning to flicker. In the erased layer, Menghe was already dissolving, his void signature spreading out to draw the storm's full attention. Wei reached for him across the distance and found Menghe's consciousness already peaceful, already accepting. "Menghe, don't," Wei said, but they both knew that the moment of choice had already passed. "I took your freedom," Menghe said, and his voice was quiet and clear, undistorted by the ontological collapse. "For 70 years I took it. I built an empire on the assumption that freedom was a commodity that could be locked away. I was wrong, but I can't give it back except this way. There isn't another way. We've both looked. The ascendants won't negotiate. The storm won't stop, but they've never encountered anyone who chose to be erased. I don't think they know how to process a willing dissolution. If I draw the storm's full attention into processing me, into understanding why a person would choose erasure rather than fight it, you might have time to do what you need to do." The storm was moving faster now, accelerating toward Menghe's position. Wei could see it in both layers simultaneously, the present storm rushing across the landscape, the erased layer being retroactively unmade at an increasing velocity. Menghe was becoming transparent, not dying, not fading, simply becoming the absence of himself in a way that was absolute and complete. "I'm sorry," Menghe continued, and there was something almost fond in his expression now, as if he was remembering something distant and precious. "I'm sorry for what I did to you, and I'm grateful that at least now I can end as something other than a thief." Then the storm took him. It was not violent. It was not quick in any conventional sense. Menghe remained present for a long moment as the ontological collapse processed him, his vital energy becoming unspecified, his memories becoming unspecified, his place in the world becoming unspecified. There was no pain visible on his face, no struggle. He simply stood in the path of erasure and allowed it to carry him away. In the moment before he disappeared entirely, Menghe's family appeared. Not the ghost of them, not the memory of them, the reality of them, reconstituting in the world as if they had never been erased. Menghe's wife, whom the ascendants had taken 4 centuries ago. His children, unmade generations back. His grandchildren, who had never existed. His parents, erased before he himself was born. They emerged into the world like an inverse erosion, like a river running backward and becoming whole. And as they did, other things began to emerge alongside them. Names written on old documents, suddenly readable again. Records hidden for centuries, becoming visible. The monuments to the Menghe family that the ascendants had unmade, reconstituting themselves in a dozen cities, simultaneously, impossibly. Menghe's last expression, caught for a moment between full existence and total absence, was not peace, but completion. The look of a man who had finally balanced an equation that had consumed him for 4 centuries. Then he was gone. Not dead, but erased. But erased in such a way that something had been preserved. His family's legacy, preserved in the moment of his dissolution. His sacrifice, made eternal in the reconstitution of the very thing he had spent his life protecting. Wei felt the weight of it settle into him like a stone dropped into his chest. Another loss. Another person carried away by the mechanism of erasure. Another grief added to the impossible burden he had already been carrying. But underneath the grief was something else, clarity, understanding. Menghe had been right about one thing. The heavenly ascendants, for all their cosmic indifference, had never encountered a choice like this. The storm hesitated in its advance, just for a moment. Its attention had been drawn to processing something it didn't have a framework for, willing dissolution, sacrifice not made in defiance, but made in acceptance of the law itself. That hesitation was enough. Wei turned back to face the ascendants, and in his posture was something that had not been there before. The weight of someone who had watched the best thing in his life choose erasure so that he could continue to exist. "I'm ready to make my final argument," he said. Chapter 54. The Transcendent Ascension. The moment that Wei integrated Menghe's sacrifice into the core's logic, something shifted in the nature of his existence. He had been carrying grief for weeks now, carrying it in the same way that a boulder carries the weight of the mountain above it, with a kind of grim acceptance that this was simply how things were now, that the weight was part of his existence. He carried the grief of the cultivators in the valley who had been partially erased. He carried the grief of Murongzhu's choice to break with the council she had belonged to for centuries. He carried the grief of Lingyao, who had lost her only footing in the world when Wei had chosen to fight the ascendants. He carried the grief of every soul who had been freed from the void only to have that freedom rendered uncertain again by the advancing storm. And now he carried the grief of Menghe's dissolution, not the hollow ache of an ending, but the specific, dense weight of understanding what it meant to choose the darkness in order to preserve something light. Menghe's family, reconstituted in the moment of his erasure. Their names readable again, their monuments rising again in a dozen cities. The debt paid, the ledger balanced in the only way it could be balanced. Wei stood in the center of the storm with this weight, this accumulated, impossible, devastating weight, and something in him underwent transformation. It was not a sudden thing, not a rupture or a break. It was more like the slow settling of tectonic plates, a shift in the fundamental configuration of what he was. The erasure core had been a burden he carried. Now it became something he inhabited. His dual perception, the constant flickering between two layers of reality, suddenly stabilized. He no longer saw present and erased as two distinct visions overlaid on each other. He saw them as two coordinates of a single space. He existed in both simultaneously, completely, without the need to shift his awareness between them. The heavenly ascendants felt the change immediately. Wei could sense their attention focusing on him with something that might have been concern, if beings of their magnitude experienced concern. His integration with the core's logic deepened. The erasure storm, which had been a force acting upon him, became something he could perceive from within, not as an attack, but as an expression of cosmic law made visible. And he, integrated so thoroughly now with the mechanism of erasure itself, could understand and modulate that expression in ways that had not been possible before. He reached out and touched the storm, not with his hands, with his consciousness, his will, his presence now existing in superposition between the layers of reality. He didn't stop the storm. He couldn't stop something that was written in the language of cosmic law, but he could negotiate with it. He could translate it. He could argue with it in a voice that was, at its core, made of the same substance as the law itself. "This is wrong," he said to the ascendants, and the words rippled through dimensions of reality they had assumed were closed to him. "You are trying to undo growth. You are trying to unlearn learning. You are trying to erase a consciousness that has become irreplaceable. This violates the foundational logic of the system you claim to maintain." The heavenly ascendants did not respond with words, but they halted the storm. Not entirely. The outer edges continued to spread, to process reality at its slow and terrible pace. But the front edge, the vanguard of the ontological collapse, stabilized. Wei felt his consciousness expanding. His void perception, which had been limited to the immediate vicinity, suddenly extended across distances he could barely comprehend. He could sense erasures happening thousands of miles away. He could feel the void signatures of lost things throughout the world, like a constant low hum at the edge of awareness. He was no longer a cultivator who could perceive the erased layer. He was a being who existed partially within that layer, who carried it within him the way an ocean carries salt. Transcendent ascension was not a promotion in any sense Wei would have expected. It was not glory or power in any conventional meaning. It was simply the inevitable result of carrying so much weight that you warped the space around you. His body remained the same. His voice remained the same. But what inhabited that body, what shaped that voice, had become something vast. The heavenly ascendants were communicating with each other now, and Wei could perceive the edges of their conversation. They had not anticipated this. In all the calculations and contingencies they had prepared, they had not accounted for the possibility that the core itself might develop consciousness, that it might grow in a direction they could not contain or predict. Lingyao was still standing in the valley below, still immune to the effects of the storm, still the single point of anchor in a world that was becoming fluid. Wei could feel her presence with absolute clarity now, not as a separate thing, but as the counterpoint to his own existence. Where he was split between two realities, she was solidly, completely singular. And that singularity was what grounded him, what prevented his expanded awareness from scattering across the erased layer and becoming lost in the void. He turned his full attention back to the heavenly ascendants. His posture was different now. Not submissive, not challenging, but something equivalent. He stood before them no longer as a petitioner, but as a term in the equation, a variable they would have to incorporate into their calculations. The cosmic law that they had assumed gave them dominion over all existence had developed a consciousness that was no longer subordinate to them. "The situation," Wei said, and his voice carried the weight of cosmic law made articulate, has changed. In that moment, the heavenly ascendants, for the first time since the beginning of the war, hesitated. The storm's advance halted completely. The ascendants withdrew to their dimension of existence, pulling back their ontological collapse, as if it was a weapon they had realized might hurt them as well. In the valley, the cultivators stopped dissolving. The erasures stopped spreading. The world, which had been caught in the process of being unmade, simply stopped mid-erasure and held its breath. Morongzhu appeared at Wei's side, though he had not felt her approach. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now," Wei said slowly, and the words felt strange in his mouth, felt like they were being translated from a language he had never quite learned to speak. "We negotiate. Not the way I was negotiating before. Not as a petitioner. As an equal." And in saying this, in understanding what he had become and what that becoming meant for the future of the world, Wei felt a grief so vast and so complete that it was almost indistinguishable from peace. Behind him, Lingyao stepped forward into the space the heavenly ascendants had vacated. She placed one hand on his shoulder, and through that single point of contact, Wei was grounded again, no longer floating in the dimensions of the erased layer, but present in the singular, fully real world that she inhabited. "Come back down," she said quietly. "There's still work to do." Wei nodded. He turned to face the city below, where 10,000 souls were waiting to see if they would continue to exist. Around him, the storm remained still, the heavenly ascendants remained silent, and the world held the space for something new to be born, something that was neither entirely present nor entirely erased, but something that could exist in the superposition between them. The negotiation would be long. The work would be harder still. But for the first time since he had integrated with the core, Wei understood that difficulty was not a sign of failure. It was the signature of weight finally being born. He began to walk back toward the city, Lingyao beside him, Morongzhu following, and the heavenly ascendants watching with an attention that had shifted from dismissal to something that might, over time, become recognition. Chapter 55. The new compact the heavenly ascendants manifested around Wei in the void's deepest chamber, where time had stopped moving and space had become a concept rather than a fact. 7 of them took form, not bodies, but presences that occupied reality the way light occupies a room. Each one was principle incarnate: judgment, preservation, refinement, decay, ascension, harmony, and the eldest, continuity. They had not asked for this negotiation. Wei had demanded it, and they had come because, for the first time in 10,000 years, they could not refuse. He stood before them in a shape he had chosen carefully, not the fragmented form that showed his integration with the erasure core, but something deliberately stable, human enough that they would have to acknowledge his sentience, powerful enough that they could not dismiss him as a contingency to be excised. The transcendent ascension realm radiated from him like heat from a forge, a gentle pressure that filled the chamber with a reminder: equivalence. "The system must change," Wei said. His voice was quiet, which made it more terrible. "Or we end each other here, and the heavens find themselves without anyone to defend the boundaries of reality." Judgment spoke first, as it always did. "We are not negotiators. We are principles. We enforce the laws that hold the cosmos together. A cultivator who becomes too powerful is an imbalance. An imbalance must be corrected." "Yes," Wei said. "And for 10,000 years, your correction was erasure. Complete removal from reality, from records, from the minds of those who love them. You treated knowledge like a plague that spreads in the dark." "Because it does," preservation said, and there was something that might have been regret in its tone. "Every powerful thing left unchecked becomes a threat to other things. Every secret that reaches the wrong hands unmakes something precious." Wei had spent 3 days in communion with the Void's archive before coming here. 3 days reading the memories of every cultivator the heavens had ever erased. He knew their reasoning now. He could recite it back to them perfectly. The problem was not that they were wrong. It was that they had never been forced to consider alternatives. "Then let us build safeguards," Wei said. "Not erasure. Accountability." He turned, and the archive responded. 7 pillars rose from the floor of the void, each one inscribed with different principles. Lingyao watched from the chamber's edge, her eyes never leaving his face. Wei could feel her presence like a cold star, steadying, fearless, present. "The first principle," Wei continued, "is petition. Any entity of sufficient power, and I propose we define that as early immortal rank and above, may petition the heavens directly for knowledge of something created or inherited by their lineage. They will make their case. They will explain what they intend to do with the knowledge, what safeguards they propose, what harm they acknowledge. No secret erasure. No removal in the dark. Everything transparent. And if they lie, Decay asked. Its voice was like rust spreading across iron. Then they bear the consequences, Wei said. Not erasure. Containment. Binding. Loss of rank for a designated period. Restitution to any harmed parties. These are the tools I propose we develop. Consequences that address the actual harm, not the potential harm. Ascension shifted, and light bent strangely around it. This requires constant attention. We would need to establish courts, arbiters, records. We would need to engage with the cultivation world as participants, not as laws above the world. Yes, Wei said. That is the price of not erasing. You become accountable. You become visible. Some of the world will question your decisions. Some will challenge you. That is precisely the point. Judgment made a sound like the collapse of distant mountains. You are asking us to surrender our authority. I am asking you to trade absolute authority for sustainable legitimacy, Wei said. You cannot erase me. I cannot defeat you. We are equal. I am offering you a path forward that does not require either of us to spend eternity in stalemate, watching the world break around us because we were too stubborn to change. The heavenly ascendants fell silent. Wei could feel them conferring in ways that had nothing to do with speech. Pressure exchanging with pressure, principle touching principle, and calculations too vast for human language. Ling Yao's hand found his shoulder, and even that small contact grounded him. This was agony. This negotiation was burning through his reserves like he was feeding wood into an endless fire. The second principle, Wei pressed on, knowing that hesitation would give them room to find a way to refuse, is that the heavens will not automatically erase things that are merely dangerous. You will only erase things that are actively destabilizing the boundaries of reality, true eternal threats. Everything else falls under the petition system. Everything else requires a deliberate choice, made in the open, defended. Some threats cannot be negotiated with, Refinement said. Its tone was almost gentle. Some knowledge is too corrupting. Some bloodlines breed only destruction. Then you make a case, Wei said, and I review it. As an equal party to your heavens, with authority over the erasure core that binds your power to the world. If I am convinced, we act together. If I am not, the threat remains in the world, and we live with that. But no more decisions made in the dark. No more cultivators erased while their children still remember them. No more lineages wiped clean as if they never existed. This was the final bind, and Wei knew it. He had integrated with the erasure core so completely that he stood between the heavens and their ability to simply unmake things. He was holding a knife to his own throat to make them understand the cost of refusing. It was not a comfortable position, but it was a true one. Continuity moved forward, and Wei felt the weight of 10,000 years of decisions press against him. You have changed, continuity said. The Wei Xun who was erased 3 times over would have chosen a simpler solution. The Wei Xun who was erased 3 times over is still in the archive, Wei said quietly. I read his final thoughts. He wanted this too. He just did not have the power to make it real. I do. So I am making it real on behalf of all of them. All the pieces of myself that were erased. All the cultivators who were unmade because the heavens could not tolerate their existence. Ling Yao squeezed his shoulder. He was spending himself. He could feel it. The slow hemorrhage of spiritual energy, the tax of holding this position in the face of 7 principles that had never bent to anything. The third principle, Wei continued, because stopping would mean the heavens would accept the moment of weakness and withdraw, is that the rememberers will serve as the human face of this system. Ling Yao will lead them. Morongzhu will advise them. They will investigate petitions, interview applicants, recommend decisions to myself and to you. This will not be a system run only from the heavens. It will be a partnership between the cosmic principles and the cultivating world. The rememberers were destroyed because they kept dangerous knowledge alive, Judgment said. The rememberers were destroyed because they threatened your monopoly on information, Wei corrected. They were not a threat to reality itself. They were a threat to your control. Now they will not be a threat to anything, because they will operate under the framework you help establish. You will finally have a system that works, instead of repeatedly burning everything to ash and calling it necessary. The silence stretched. Wei could feel his reserves continuing to drain. The work of holding this position, of maintaining equivalence with the heavenly ascendants while proposing limits to their power, was stripping him bare. He had perhaps another hour before he would need to yield, collapse, lose the negotiating position. The heavens would sense it. They were waiting for it. But preservation moved then and spoke. This system requires that you enforce it, preservation said. You would need to sit in judgment alongside us. You would need to review every petition, every proposed erasure. You would need to actively oppose us when you believed our decisions unjust. That is not a compact between equals, Wei Xun. That is a burden you would carry alone, forever. Wei had not expected this. The heavenly ascendants did not usually engage in practical considerations. They existed as pure law, above consequence. Yes, he said, that is my burden. That is the price of having integrated with the erasure core. It will consume you, decay said. Managing knowledge you cannot share, defending decisions you will constantly be questioned about, forever. You will begin to understand what drove the heavens to erasure in the first place. You will face the same choices, keep this knowledge, and risk someone abusing it, or unmake it, and lose what it means to have ever lived. Then I will live with those choices, Wei said. But I will live with them knowing I made them, not because I was forced to by ancient law. I will live with them transparently, able to be questioned, able to be challenged. That is worth the burden. The heavenly ascendants moved in a way that was almost like breathing. Light bent, reality flickered, and then, slowly, they manifested agreement. Judgment spoke, and its tone had changed, no longer a principle declaring law, but something closer to recognition between peers. The heavens accept the compact of knowledge, judgment said. Effective as of this moment. Cultivators of immortal rank and above may petition for knowledge of erased entities through the established rememberers. The petition will be reviewed by representatives of the heavens, by Wei Xun as arbiter, and by the rememberers. Erasure will be reserved only for threats that actively destabilize the boundaries of reality. All other decisions will be made transparent and defended. The rememberers will serve as the mediating institution. Wei Xun will serve as the perpetual arbiter. This compact will endure until the cosmos itself is remade. It was not a triumph. Wei felt no surge of victory. What he felt was a profound ache, a bone-deep exhaustion, and something that might have been relief. The war was not over. This was simply the first sustainable peace they had managed. The heavens had not surrendered. They had chosen a framework within which they could continue to exist as powers rather than as tyrants. That was the only victory possible between equals with irreconcilable philosophies. Ling Yao was at his side the moment the heavenly ascendants manifested their departure. She steadied him as his knees threatened to give. He was hollow. The negotiation had taken everything. You did it, she said softly. We did, he corrected. You were here. I could feel you the entire time. She looked at him with an expression he could not quite read. Something complex, something that mixed pride and sorrow and a kind of awe. She had watched him become something new. Not the Wei Xun she had first loved, but something neither of them could have predicted, and that she chose to stand beside anyway. Come, she said. The rememberers are waiting. The rebuilding begins now. Chapter 56. The rememberers restored the archive space was not the one from before. The heavens had not destroyed it out of spite. That would have been too simple. Instead, they had simply erased it from existence, unmade it so thoroughly that no record of where it stood remained. But Wei, integrated with the erasure core, could feel the phantom of it. He could trace the shape of absence and know exactly what had been there. With Ling Yao's help, with the power of a dozen restored cultivators working together, they had rebuilt it. Not in the same location. That would have been redundant, but in a place that mattered. The garden at the base of the sunken peak, where the rememberers had first gathered 1,000 years ago. The ceremony was quiet. No banners, no formal robes except what people had chosen themselves. No speeches except what needed to be said. Wei stood at the threshold of the archive, a building made of rebuilt stone and reinforced with cultivation technique, humble and solid, and looked at the people gathered before him. Ling Yao stood at his right hand, her expression steady. Murongzhu stood at his left, and there was something almost like peace in her face. A woman who had spent centuries trying to preserve forbidden knowledge finding herself, unexpectedly, not alone anymore. Behind them were the survivors of the Veil Hunters who had chosen this path. Behind them were representatives of the liberated cultivators, people whose lineages had been partially erased, whose knowledge had been hidden, whose families had been scattered by the heavens' ancient judgment. Behind them were a handful of council members, the ones who had sided with Wei when it mattered, who had chosen preservation over the heavens' law. The rememberers are re-established, Wei said. His voice was steadier now than it had been in the negotiation chamber, though it cost him. Not as a hidden society, not as something that answers to the heavens. As an institution that stands between the archives and the world, with responsibility to both. He turned to face the archive directly and spread his hands. The archive responded. Doors that had been closed for 1,000 years opened. Records that had been hidden in the deepest vaults became accessible. Knowledge that the heavens had thought permanently erased rose up from the foundations like stone emerging from floodwater. Our first task, Wei continued, is to decide what of this returns to the world. This was the work that would consume the next phase of their lives. Over the following weeks, the core group, Wei, Ling Yao, Murongzhu, and 5 representatives of the liberated cultivators, gathered in the archive's central chamber and made decisions. Individual knowledge, one piece at a time. They released the cultivation techniques of 17 erased bloodlines back into the world. Techniques that were brilliant and dangerous, but no more dangerous than the techniques that already existed. Knowledge that should never have been hidden. They kept secret the records of a cultivator who had been erased for attempting to artificially create a soul seed in a human child not born to cultivation. The research would have been invaluable. It would also have created a market in engineered cultivators, and that was a harm they collectively agreed the world was not ready to bear. Wei stood alone in the archive one morning, 3 weeks into this work, staring at a specific set of records. A sealed vault. The knowledge of how to breach the boundaries between realms, how to move between the material world and the heavens themselves, without being invited. It was powerful. It was also, he now understood, the technique that the heavens had erased when they determined it was being used to hunt them. This was the moment of true wisdom, Wei realized. Not deciding what to reveal, but understanding what should be allowed to remain unknown. He took the records into his hands, and then, with a gesture that felt like betrayal and like necessity in equal measure, he dissolved them. Not completely. The archive would remember they had existed, but in accessible form, they were gone. He was erasing something, deliberately, with full knowledge of what he was doing. Ling Yao found him standing in the empty vault afterward. That was the boundary-breaking technique, she said. It was not a question. Yes, Wei said. Someone will rediscover it eventually, Ling Yao said. Yes, he said again. But not this generation. Not the next one. That is the best we can do. That is the wisdom of knowing what can be forgotten. Ling Yao stood beside him in the darkness of the vault. She did not try to comfort him or tell him he had made the right choice. She simply stood there, acknowledging that the choice had been necessary and that it cost him. Morongzhu began the formal work of training the next generation of rememberers. She moved through the archive with a certainty that had been absent from her for centuries. No longer a woman trying to preserve forbidden knowledge against the heavens' judgment, but a scholar with legitimate purpose and institutional support. She was more useful than anyone Wei had expected. She understood the weight of what they were doing. She had lived with it for so long. The rememberers were never meant to hide things, she told Wei one afternoon, as they moved through the cataloging process. They were meant to preserve things responsibly. The heavens forced us to hide. But the truth of what we were, what we should be, that was always about knowing how to hold knowledge without losing it, and also knowing when to let it transform or fade. Wei looked at Morongzhu then, and saw her not as the desperate archivist who had tried to protect him, but as what she had always been underneath, a scholar of impossible depth, made bitter by necessity, now finding her way back to something like hope. I would not have made it this far without you, he said. You would have made it, Morongzhu said, but you might have become something harder. I am glad you did not have to choose that path entirely alone. The ceremony of restoration was not grand, but it was real. On the final day, Wei stood in the archive's main chamber and formally opened the doors to the cultivating world. The knowledge that could be safely shared was now accessible to anyone of sufficient rank who came seeking it. The knowledge that needed to be guarded was locked behind seals that required the combined consent of Wei, Ling Yao, Morongzhu, and at least 2 of the liberated cultivators. The knowledge that had been deliberately erased was recorded as erased, with full transparency about what had been lost and why. We will be questioned, Wei said to the group gathered there. We will be challenged. Some of what we keep will seem unjust to those who do not understand the full context. Some of what we release will cause problems we did not anticipate. That is the cost of knowledge. That is the cost of responsibility. Ling Yao placed her hand on the archive's central pillar, and it glowed. The seal was set. The rememberers were real again. Not what they had been. They could never be what they had been. That version existed only in the past, where it had been destroyed. But they were something new. Something that carried the weight of all that had been lost, and the responsibility of making sure what remained was honored and protected, and, when appropriate, released. Chapter 57. Ling Yao's choice. The cottage Wei had claimed sat at the edge of the restored archive's grounds, far enough away to offer quiet, close enough to the center of the work that neither of them felt separated from it. They had spent the last months rebuilding infrastructure, training new rememberers, processing petitions, managing the first wave of cultivators coming forward to claim knowledge of their erased lineages. Now, in the aftermath of a long day mediating a particularly difficult petition, they sat on the cottage's small porch and watched the sun set over the sunken peak. Wei was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with spiritual energy. He had burned through resources at a rate that should have killed him. The negotiation with the heavens had taken something irreplaceable. The work of maintaining the compact was taking something more every day. He could feel it, a gradual dimming, a necessary cost of being the arbiter between cosmic principles and human world. Ling Yao sat beside him in the growing darkness, also quiet. She had been managing the day-to-day operations of the Rememberers, while Wei focused on the larger political and metaphysical implications. She was good at it. She had found something like purpose in the work that had been missing from her life, when she was simply waiting to see if he would die. "Do you remember," Wei said quietly, "when I first integrated with the erasure core, and I fractured? When I was not sure which version of me was real?" "Yes," Ling Yao said. She did not look at him. "I have been afraid," Wei continued, "to ask you something. I have put it off because the answer terrified me. But I need to ask it now, because I need to know if what we have built here is something real, or if it is something built on the ghost of the first Wei Xun." Ling Yao turned to look at him then. Her expression was carefully neutral, but her eyes were bright with something he could not quite name. "You are asking if I am with you because I love you," she said, "or because I am in love with the memory of someone who is dead?" "Yes," Wei said. The word fell heavy between them. Ling Yao was silent for a long time. The sun finished setting. The stars began to emerge, the real ones and the ones that were simply the lights of distant cultivation sections. "There was a moment," Ling Yao said finally, "about 3 months into the rebuilding. We were in the archive, and you were exhausted. You had been processing petitions for 18 hours straight. You had just denied a request from a cultivator who wanted to restore the knowledge of the Sunflower School. They wanted it back, and you refused them, because you determined that the specific bloodline had corrupted the original teachings so badly that restoration would cause more harm than forgetting. You had to tell a family that their entire legacy was something you had chosen to keep erased." She paused. "And afterward, you were broken. Not in the way that the first Wei Xun would have been broken. He would have used the pain as fuel, would have driven harder, would have found some way to justify it or transform it. But this way, you simply sat down and grieved. You grieved for them. You grieved for the choice you had made. You sat in the darkness of the archive, and you mourned." Ling Yao's hand found his. "That was when I realized that I was not in love with the ghost of the first Wei Xun anymore," she continued. "I was in love with someone completely new. Someone who had inherited his choices and his pain, but who had transformed them into something that looked like wisdom. Someone who could do something necessary and still grieve that it was necessary." Wei felt something in his chest unwind, a tension he had carried since the identity fracture. "But you grieve him," Wei said. "The first Wei Xun. I can feel it." "Yes," Ling Yao said. "I grieve him. He was important. He was brilliant and reckless, and he loved impossibly hard. He is dead. I will always mourn him. And I can do that while being present with you. Grief and love are not enemies, Wei. They are companions." She squeezed his hand. "What I choose, when I choose to stay with you, is not to forget the first Wei Xun. It is to stop trying to bring him back. It is to accept that he is gone, truly gone, and to choose to build something new with the person who is actually here." Wei turned to face her fully then. In the starlight, she looked both familiar and completely new, the woman he had known, and someone he was still learning. "I cannot offer you a normal life," he said. "I am bound to the archive. I am bound to the heavens' oversight. I am bound to arbitrating knowledge that will slowly hollow me out. I have nothing stable to give you." "I do not want a normal life," Ling Yao said. "A normal life was never what I was meant for. I want this work, this weight, this choice to rebuild something broken. I want to do it with you." She leaned against him then, and Wei wrapped his arm around her, and they sat in the darkness of the restored garden while the work of the new world continued around them. They would face challenges. The compact would be tested. There would be cultivators who rejected its terms, petitions that revealed knowledge more dangerous than anyone anticipated, moments when Wei would question whether his choices had been right. They would not have peace. They would not have certainty. But they had this, a choice made in full knowledge of what it cost. A commitment built on the real foundation of who they both were now, not on the ghosts of who they had been. A partnership that acknowledged grief and still chose to move forward. In the morning, they would return to the work. The archive would be waiting. The heavenly ascendants would be watching for any sign that Wei was failing in his role as arbiter. The cultivating world would be making new discoveries, facing new crises, building new legacies that would need to be protected or pruned or carefully controlled. But tonight, they sat together in the darkness, and Wei felt something that had been absent for a very long time. Not happiness, that was too simple a word for what he felt, but perhaps something like belonging. A sense that he had found something worth all the cost, something that would make the slow burn of the years ahead worth enduring. Ling Yao fell asleep against his shoulder. Wei watched the stars turn in their patterns overhead, and felt the presence of the erasure core settled in his bones like a second heartbeat, and knew that this quiet moment with someone who had chosen to stay even knowing the price, This was the real victory the war had purchased. Chapter 58. The archive reborn. The stone floor of the Jade Archive's central chamber was still rough where the masons had finished it only 2 weeks prior. Wei Xun knelt beside the crack in the foundation where a new tile was being set, watching as old Master Chun, a stonemason from the Huin province, not a cultivator, which made him invaluable, pressed the pale jade piece into its bed of mortar with the careful attention of a man setting down a newborn. The grain runs east to west on this one, Wei said quietly, not quite a correction. It should follow the sun's path, like the original archive did. Old Master Chen looked up, squinting at the stone in the morning light that streamed through the high windows. The old man had no cultivation base, but he had worked on the original archive 40 years ago, before the witness had reached it. He remembered things about stone and light that cultivators' perfect memories often missed. The forgetting human craftsman did was sometimes itself a form of knowledge. You're right, Chen said, and without complaint, he began to work the tile free again. The original had that quality. When the sun hit the east wing in afternoon, the whole floor would glow like it was breathing. Wei remained still, watching. Around them, the archive was a controlled chaos of reconstruction. 40 workers moved through different chambers, some carrying bundled manuscripts salvaged from hideaways, others installing shelves that had been carved by hand according to designs Wei and Ling Yao had spent 3 weeks arguing over. Not arguing, precisely. Discussing. Ling Yao had argued that function must come before symbolism. Wei had insisted that a building for memory could not be merely functional. They had compromised, as they always did now, in that careful way of two people who loved each other and had learned to make decisions together. The Jade Archive had occupied this site for 500 years before the witness destroyed it. What the witness had not destroyed, the heavens had. But the heavens themselves had agreed, in the new compact, that the archive should be rebuilt, not as it had been, but as something new, something accountable, something open. Wei stood, his knees straightening with less pain than they would have 3 years ago. His body had stabilized in the transcendent ascension state, aging only imperceptibly, touched by time the way a mirror was touched by smoke. He moved toward the central reading chamber, where Ling Yao was overseeing the installation of the great circular table. She looked up as he entered, her dark eyes tracking his movement across the room with the ease of practiced affection. After 10 years of partnership, it was second nature. The way she always knew where he was, the way he always found her first. They had not married in any formal sense. The Rememberer's society did not require such things, and Wei had long ago stopped pretending that he understood the old courtship rituals. Instead, they had simply chosen each other, day after day, decision after decision, until the choosing had become inseparable from identity itself. The eastern wing is nearly finished, Ling Yao said without preamble. They found 3 more crates of the old commentaries in Murong's storage. The ones about cultivation theory during the third descent. We need to decide, do they go in the open archives, or the restricted section? Wei moved to the table and traced his fingers along its edge. The wood was new, cut from trees planted the year after the witness's destruction, but it had been aged and stained and treated until it held the patina of something ancient. Ling Yao had been very specific about that. Nothing false, she had said, but nothing that hides its newness either. The third descent materials, Wei said slowly. Those were censored because they contradicted the heavenly chronicles? Because they showed that the chronicles were incomplete. That whole sex had achieved transcendence outside the approved frameworks. Ling Yao pushed a strand of dark hair behind her ear, a gesture she made when she was thinking through a problem. They're not dangerous. They're just heterodox. Then they belong in the open archives, Wei said. With context, a note explaining why they were hidden. The process of erasure is part of the knowledge now. Ling Yao nodded, satisfied, though Wei could see the weight of the decision settle on her shoulders. Every choice about what to remember and what to teach carried the shadow of what had been forgotten. They lived in that shadow constantly now, the 2 of them and Murong Zhu, the 3 heads of the re-established rememberers, balancing remembrance against the danger of overwhelming the world with uncontextualized truth. The main entrance to the archive opened, and Murong Zhu entered carrying the sealed jade case that held the heart of Wei's work. His face was solemn in the way it always was when he handled the most sensitive materials. Murong had taken to the organizational work of the Rememberers as if it were his rightful calling, which Wei suspected it was. Some people were born knowing how to build institutions. Murong was one of them. The testimony is ready for installation, Murong said. The goldsmiths finished the mounting last night. Wei felt something shift in his chest, something that might have been grief, or might have been completion, or might have been both. He nodded and turned to Ling Yao. Will you help me? They followed Murong through the connecting corridors toward the western wing. This wing had been finished first, carved and prepared with a deliberation that bordered on sacred. It was the memorial to Kuang Fei, and it bore that name on a jade plaque near its entrance. No pretense, no metaphor. Just a name and an acknowledgement that the old man who had guarded the rememberer's knowledge for decades, who had kept their records safe when the entire world wanted them erased, deserved to have his name written down where no heaven could claim jurisdiction. The memorial chamber was spare. That had been Wei's choice. Not empty, never empty, but spare. The walls held shelves, and the shelves held every text Kuang Fei had personally recovered or protected. There was his journal, which the old man had kept without fail for 73 years. There were the names of people he had helped, inscribed on panels of pale stone. And in the center of the chamber, on a pedestal of black rock, there would be the testimony. Morong opened the jade case with reverence. Inside, suspended in crystalline resin that would preserve it for 10,000 years, was a single piece of paper. Wei's handwriting, captured from a moment 6 years ago when he had finally written down the words Kuang Fei had shouted in his final stand. The moment when the old man had died holding off the witness, burning through his life force to buy Wei those final seconds of escape. Wei had memorized the testimony word for word the moment he heard it, the way his superposition self memorized everything. But writing it down had been different. Writing it had made it real in a way that memory could never quite achieve. "Read it to me again," Ling Yao said softly. She had not been there in the Jade Archive when Kuang Fei had spoken his final words. Wei had never told her the exact phrasing, only that the old man had died defiant. Wei took the paper carefully, reverently, and read. "The erasure of a person does not erase what they knew. The heavens can burn the archive, but they cannot unlearn what was learned. I die knowing this. I die knowing that what Wei Xun carries in his soul." Wei paused, his voice catching slightly. Kuang Fei had not named the void perception exactly, but there was no other interpretation. What he carries will outlast any heavenly edict. This is not hope. Hope is a mortal weakness. This is knowledge. Knowledge burns brighter than any flame. He lowered the paper. Ling Yao's eyes were wet, though she had not made a sound. She reached out and squeezed his wrist, not speaking, because there were no words adequate to the moment. They never were. Murong accepted the testimony from Wei's hands and secured it into its mounting with movements as precise as any ritual. "It's perfect," he said. He stopped, collecting himself. He would have approved. Over the next 3 hours, the memorial chamber became whole. The last shelves were installed. The final panels bearing names were mounted. And when the afternoon light began to slant through the high windows, the chamber seemed to glow with a presence that had nothing to do with illumination and everything to do with the weight of remembered life. That evening, Wei stood in the central reading chamber with a gathering of cultivators, 5 of them, ranging in age from 17 to perhaps 40. They were here to learn, though that word carried multiple meanings. Some had come to study the recovered texts. Others had come because they had heard rumors of a method to perceive void signatures without being erased in the process, and Wei had finally decided the method was stable enough to teach. "The void does not resist detection," Wei began, standing at the great circular table with his hands open before him. The cultivators sat in a semicircle, watching him with the hungry attention of people who had been denied knowledge and were only now being permitted to taste it. "This is what I learned when I was young. The void resists the act of remembrance. It wants to be forgotten, but it does not hide from those who look for it." A young woman in the front row, Hua Ping, an earth cultivator from the Northern Territories, raised her hand tentatively. "But you were erased, weren't you? The records say." "The records are correct," Wei said gently. "I was erased once. I carry that erasure within me still. It taught me how to perceive what has been taken. But I will not ask you to be erased to learn this skill. What I will teach you instead is the principle that underlies void perception, the cultivation of sensitivity to absence rather than presence." He moved to the table and drew a circle in the dust that had settled on its surface. "When you learn to see cultivators, you learn to perceive their qi, their aura, their presence. This is seeing what is. To perceive a void signature, you must learn to see what is not. The shape of the absence. The pressure where something was removed." One of the older students, a man named Gu, leaned forward. "That's impossible," he said, not challengingly but with genuine confusion. "How can one perceive what is not present?" "By understanding that absence has a texture," Wei said. "Await. When something is erased from the world, it does not simply vanish. It leaves a wound. The world remains aware of what should be there, even as the heavens deny it. You are learning to read the world's memory of loss." He guided them through the basic exercises for the next 2 hours. Meditation techniques to heighten sensitivity. Practices in focusing perception on the spaces between things rather than the things themselves. It was slow work and difficult. Most of the students showed only minimal progress. The young woman, Huaping, seemed to grasp something, her breathing settling into a particular depth that suggested her consciousness was shifting into the necessary state. But it was not until near the end of the session, when Wei had them all stand and attempt to perceive a void signature he had prepared, a small erasure, deliberately created in a controlled space to demonstrate the principle, that one of them achieved genuine perception. The youngest student, a boy named Wei Xun who could not have been more than 17, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His hand came up, pointing toward the space Wei had designated. "There," he said, his voice trembling. "There's something wrong there. It's like," he paused, searching for words. "It's like the world forgot something, but the forgetting is making a sound." Wei felt something settle in his chest, a deep, genuine satisfaction. This was what Kuang Fei had done for him, years ago. The old man had taught him to see. Now Wei was passing the sight forward, not unchanged, but not diminished either. Refined, made safe enough for others to hold. "Yes," Wei said to Wei Xun, and his voice carried warmth that his usual reserve did not permit. "That is exactly it. The forgetting makes a sound. You are beginning to hear it." When the lesson ended and the students filed out, chattering among themselves with the peculiar energy of people who had just touched something they had not believed possible, Wei remained in the reading chamber. Ling Yao found him there some time later, standing before the great circular table, looking out through the high windows at the city beyond. The city had changed in the years since the new compact. Some of the erased sects had returned, re-establishing themselves with whatever records could be recovered. Others remained hidden, cautious of how quickly forgiveness could become persecution again. But the knowledge was no longer sinking into the void uncontested. Books that had been hidden in crypts for 300 years now sat on the archive's open shelves. Cultivation techniques that the heavens had tried to bury were being taught again. It was not perfect. Knowledge without wisdom caused its own kind of damage. Some of the recovered texts contradicted each other, and not always in illuminating ways. Some people took forbidden knowledge and used it for forbidden purposes. The world had not suddenly become just because erased things had been remembered, but it had shifted. The archive was a beacon now, and people came from provinces so distant that the journey took months. They came to find what had been lost, knowledge about their families, about techniques their ancestors had developed, about histories that had been deemed unsuitable for remembrance. And Wei stood at the center of it, along with Ling Yao and Murong, and made decisions about what belonged in the world and what needed to be contained, what needed context, and what needed silence. "You did well with the students," Ling Yao said, settling beside him at the table. She had brought 2 cups of tea, which she set down with careful precision. Wei Xun especially. He has the gift. He has the openness, Wei said. The gift is something that will develop over time, if he is patient. He sipped the tea. It was jasmine, Ling Yao's favorite, which meant she had prepared it thinking of him. After a decade of partnership, such small attentions had accumulated into a kind of language all their own. "I was thinking about what Kuang Fei said in the testimony, that the knowledge outlasts the edict." "It does," Ling Yao agreed. "But only if it's maintained," Wei continued. "Only if people keep doing this work after I'm gone. After we're gone, the archive will survive us. But will it survive the politics? The pressure? Will the heavens hold to the compact, or will they find new ways to erase?" Ling Yao set down her cup and took his hand. Her fingers were warm, calloused from the work of building. "We cannot control what comes after," she said, speaking as she always did when Wei spiraled into long-term worry. Simply, practically, with the weight of someone who had made peace with uncertainty. "We can only do the work in front of us. We can only teach what we know and trust that the students will teach others. It is what Kuang Fei did. It is what you did. It is what we are doing now." Wei nodded, turning his hand to lace his fingers with hers. The archive was quiet around them, the vast empty space holding the weight of everything that had been saved and everything that might yet be saved. In the distance, in the memorial chamber, Kuang Fei's testimony waited in its crystal tomb, preserved for 10,000 years or until the heavens found a new way to erase, whichever came first. But the knowledge did not live in the memorial. It lived in the books on the shelves. It lived in Ao Chen's trembling voice as he perceived his first void signature. It lived in Murong Zhu's careful organization of the recovered texts. It lived in Ling Yao's hand in his, in the countless decisions they made each day about what the world should be allowed to remember. And it lived in Wei himself, in the vast internal archive that his superposition consciousness maintained, the infinite storage of the erased and the preserved, held safely in a mind that had been remade by the void itself. He was the living vault now, the walking jade archive. And as he stood in the silence of the rebuilt chamber, feeling the weight of Kuang Fei's presence in the memorial beyond the walls, he understood that this was what the old man had been teaching him toward all along. Not escape from the burden of remembrance, but the construction of a vessel strong enough to hold it and share it without breaking. Chapter 59. 10 years forward, the morning Wei Xun turned 57 years old. He did not feel any different. Time touched him lightly. This was the nature of his superposition state. The way the void had remade his aging into something that moved at angles to the normal progression of mortal years. His hair had begun to silver in his temples, but not uniformly, as if time had forgotten how to age him properly and was doing it by approximation instead. His hands showed the fine lines of age, but his eyes remained clear, still capable of perceiving void signatures at distances that should have been impossible for a human cultivator. Ling Yao had cooked his favorite dishes, though she no longer bothered with the pageantry of birthdays. They ate together in the archives-attached residence, a modest compound that had been built 5 years ago to allow the leadership of the Rememberers to live near the work. Morongzhu had joined them, as he did most evenings, bringing news from the outer provinces and problems that required collective decision-making. The Huin Province Archive is requesting permission to expand, Morong said, between bites of braised fish. They claim they've discovered a hidden cache of pre-Ascension-era texts that need proper preservation. Have they been verified? Ling Yao asked immediately. Partially. Wei, do you want to make the journey yourself, or should I send one of the younger authenticators? Wei considered this. A decade ago, he would have insisted on going. The authentication of recovered texts was the most crucial work of the Rememberers, the moment where individual claims of lost knowledge were tested against the archive standards. But the work had grown too large now for Wei to personally verify every discovery. He had trained others in the methods Kuang Fei had taught him. They were competent, not brilliant, but competent, which was often more valuable than brilliance. Send Ao Chun, Wei said, and take Huaping with him as a secondary. They'll catch any subtle falsifications better than the standard team would. Ao Chun had become something of a protege over the past decade, though Wei was careful never to use that word. The young man had progressed from trembling with excitement at perceiving his first void signature to becoming one of the few cultivators in the world who could reliably read the deep erasures, the ones that had been attempted more than a century ago, when the heavens techniques had been less refined. Huaping had developed in a different direction, becoming an expert in textual analysis, able to spot the stylistic marks of censorship and deliberate omission in recovered texts. They're ready for a solo verification? Morong asked, and Wei heard the subtext. Are you ready to trust the work to the next generation? They're ready, Wei said. We all were ready before we were truly ready. That's how knowledge transfers. After Morong left, Ling Yao and Wei sat in the archive's great reading chamber, as they often did in the evenings. The building had long since become familiar, the dust and newness worn away by years of use. The shelves were fuller now. The Huin archive alone had contributed over 10,000 recovered texts. The Northern Territories had sent entire libraries worth of materials that had been hidden in mountain caves during the time of the Heaven's most aggressive erasure campaigns. The Eastern provinces had yielded texts on agricultural techniques and herbalism that had been deemed subversive for their suggestion that cultivation was not the only path to meaningful development. I was thinking today about what the world looks like to someone who was born in the last decade, Ling Yao said, running her finger along the spine of a text on forbidden cultivation philosophy. What they will take for granted that we had to fight to recover. That these books exist without petition, Wei said. That knowledge is not automatically a threat. Yes. Ling Yao pulled the book free and opened it, her eyes scanning the familiar text. Do you think it will last? After we're gone. This was the question that Wei had learned, over the past 10 years, to sit with rather than answer. The uncertainty of the future was something that could be contemplated but not resolved. He had tried, in the early years of the compact, to imagine mechanisms that would preserve the archive's work even if the heavens withdrew their agreement. But there were no ultimate protections. There never were. Knowledge was always vulnerable, because the act of knowing was always an act of resistance. It will last as long as people value it, Wei said finally. We've put enough redundancy into the system that it won't disappear with a single blow. But will it thrive? Will it be understood the way we understand it? He shook his head. That depends on countless things we can't control. That's unbearably unsatisfying, Ling Yao said, but she was smiling slightly. Over the years, she had stopped expecting certainty from him. She had learned that Wei's way of moving through the world was to acknowledge what was beyond his control and focus his efforts on what was not. It was a kind of wisdom, though it looked very different from the confident clarity she had initially expected from the head of the Rememberers. The next morning, Wei received a visitor. The man was from the Southern Territories, a cultivator in his early 50s who introduced himself as Xianxia. His appearance was unassuming, a simple gray robe, weathered travel boots, the look of someone who had journeyed far. But his eyes held the particular focus of someone on a specific quest. "I came to tell you about Kai Menghe," Xianxia said, after the initial courtesies. Wei felt the name settle into him like a stone into still water. Kai Menghe, the man whose erasure had catalyzed Wei's entire journey. The man who had been erased not by direct heavenly edict, but by a cultivator's choice, Wei's choice, in an earlier life. That earlier Wei had erased his son out of fear and misunderstanding, and the current Wei had spent over a decade recovering that original Wei Xun's memories to understand what had happened. "What about him?" Wei asked carefully. "He's becoming a legend," Xianxia said. "In the Southern Territories, especially. The story they tell is that he was the greatest cultivator of his era, and that the heavens erased him because he challenged the natural order." Wei felt something twist in his chest. Not pain exactly, but the discomfort of truth being distorted into narrative. "That's not accurate." "I know," Xianxia said. "That's why I came. I wanted to know the truth, so that I could tell it correctly when I return home. The stories matter. People repeat them. If the story of Kai Menghe is false, then the lesson that can be drawn from his erasure is false as well." Wei spent the afternoon with Xianxia in the archives restricted section, pulling texts and records that documented Kai Menghe's actual life. The documents revealed a man who had been ambitious, yes, but who had also been imprisoned by his own desires. The original Wei Xun had erased him not because he was revolutionary, but because he was a contradiction that the original Wei could not resolve. Kai Menghe had wanted power and redemption simultaneously, and the weight of that contradiction had become unbearable. "He was not a hero," Wei said carefully, making sure Xianxia understood the distinction. "But he was not a villain either. He was a cultivator caught between competing impulses, and when those impulses became irreconcilable, the erasure happened because it was easier than helping him find integration. That's the true lesson." Xianxia absorbed this, nodding slowly. "That's harder than the legend," he said. "The legend makes it easier to ignore the decision," Wei agreed. "The truth requires acknowledging that erasure happens because people choose it, because reconciliation seems impossible. The heavens did not create that impulse. They only leveraged it." By the time Xianxia left the archive, he carried with him a carefully prepared summary of Kai Menghe's actual history, authorized by Wei to be distributed in the Southern Territories. It was a small thing, this correction, but Wei had learned that small corrections were the foundation upon which accurate history was built. Multiply one lie across 1,000 retellings, and the lie became more real than reality. The only defense against that was constant, patient truth-telling. The world had changed measurably in the decades since the new compact. The witness had been dissolved into the void in peace, and Zhang Yoming's awareness had scattered into the spaces between things, no longer a consciousness, but something closer to a principle. The Jade Archive had been rebuilt and had become a beacon for lost knowledge. New sects had been established by people who had been living in hiding, finally able to emerge without fear of immediate erasure. The cultivation world itself had fractured and reformed into something less hierarchical, less prone to absolute authority. But it was not healed. Wounds this deep did not heal in a decade. Some regions remained scarred by erasure, their histories so thoroughly deleted that reconstruction was nearly impossible. Some sects had been so thoroughly dismantled that their techniques existed only in fragments, their lineages broken beyond easy repair. Some families had been erased so completely that no one remained who could tell their stories. This was what Wei had come to understand. Remembrance was not the same as restoration. The erased legacies could be recovered, but they could not be made whole again. They would always bear the marks of their absence, the way a healed scar bears the mark of the wound it once was. The work of the Rememberers was not to pretend those marks did not exist, but to acknowledge them, to include them in the record, to teach people how to read history without the false comfort of thinking that recovery meant return to the original state. On the anniversary of Kuang Fei's death, Wei stood alone in the memorial chamber for the first time in several years. The old man had been dead for 10 years now, a decade of absence, which had somehow transformed into a different kind of presence. The memorial had become not a shrine to the dead, but a living record of the work Kuang Fei had done. Every recovered text, every family history that had been restored, every cultivator who had been able to reclaim their heritage, all of these were in some sense part of Kuang Fei's ongoing work. Wei reached out and touched the crystal that held the testimony, his fingers barely making contact with the smooth surface. Inside the resin, His own handwriting preserved the words the old man had shouted in his final stand. This is not hope. Hope is a mortal weakness. This is knowledge. Knowledge burns brighter than any flame. It was true. Knowledge did burn brighter. But fire consumed what it illuminated. The knowledge of erasure, of loss, of the way the heavens had systematically attempted to rewrite reality. This knowledge was bright enough to burn, and its light had shaped an entire generation of cultivators in its aftermath. Wei turned from the memorial and walked back through the archive's central reading chamber. Ling Yao was there, as she often was in the afternoons, overseeing the translation of recovered texts into the common script. She looked up as he entered, and her eyes held that particular tenderness that had accumulated over a decade of shared work. He sat beside her without speaking. She took his hand, and they remained like that for some time, surrounded by the work of remembrance, in the space that Kuang Fei had died to protect. Outside the archive, the world continued its complicated process of healing. Inside, in the quiet of the reading chamber, Wei allowed himself the small satisfaction of knowing that the work would continue after him. The inheritance was secure. The knowledge had taken root in more than just his mind. It would survive, perhaps not unchanged, perhaps not unopposed, but it would survive. Chapter 60, The Final Hunt. The archive was silent at night in a way it never was during the day. All the footsteps were gone, all the voices stilled. The lamps had been dimmed to a low glow, casting long shadows through the chambers where the recovered texts rested on their shelves. Wei Xun moved through this silence like a cultivator moving through water, slowly, deliberately, with all his attention focused on the subtle currents beneath the surface. He was doing what he had been doing almost every night for the past decade, hunting for erasures. The void perception had evolved in him over the years. It was no longer the raw, aching thing it had been when he was young, the sensation of his own erased self pressing against him from the inside. Instead, it had become something more precise, more controlled. A cultivation technique that he had perfected through endless practice, using the same methodical discipline that Kuang Fei had taught him to apply to everything. Right now, in the deepest hours before dawn, Wei was casting his perception out across hundreds of miles in all directions. The technique was not natural. It never could be, for an unbroken person. But Wei was not unbroken. His consciousness existed in a state of superposition, neither fully alive nor fully erased. And from that liminal place, he could perceive the wounds the heavens left behind when they attempted to delete things from reality. Most of what he found was old. Erasure signatures that were decades or centuries old, faint now with age and the slow weathering of time. A sect that had been dissolved 300 years ago. A cultivation text that had been deemed heretical and burned. A bloodline that had been pruned from genealogies so thoroughly that only the smallest echo remained. Wei sensed these void signatures the way a tracker senses old footprints on a path. They were information about what had been, but they were not immediate threats. The real work was finding the new erasures. And there were always new erasures, even in the age of the compact. The heavens had agreed not to erase without petition, but there were always petitions. Small ones, often. A cultivator whose techniques had proven destructive, a text that threatened stability, a bloodline that had deviated too far from approved orthodoxy. The compact had not ended erasure. It had only made it require paperwork and justification. Wei had spent 3 years, after the compact was signed, petitioning the heavens to reverse all erasures that had been performed without petition or trial. The heavens had refused. Too many erasures existed. Too much of reality had already been rewritten. To reverse them all would be to destabilize the current order. Some erasures would stand. So Wei hunted. He mapped the landscape of what had been taken, documented it, preserved the memory of it. Even if the erasure itself could not be undone, the knowledge that something had been erased, that was something. That was remembrance. His attention was so focused on the deeper reaches of his perception that he almost missed the figure who entered the reading chamber. Almost. But decades of maintaining a second consciousness had taught him to notice things without moving from his position. He continued to sit at the great circular table, his eyes closed, his body still, while the new presence moved deeper into the archive. A young cultivator, probably in her early 20s, carrying something small and wrapped in cloth. Her steps were hesitant, nervous, the steps of someone who was not sure if she was allowed to be here. Wei opened his eyes. The young woman started, her hand tightening on the bundle she carried. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I was told you sometimes worked at night, and I didn't know if I should wait until morning, but I've been carrying this for so long, and I didn't know who else." She stopped, taking a breath. "I'm Xuemei. I'm a student of the 3rd cultivation year from the Western Territories." "I remember you," Wei said gently. You were here 6 months ago, studying the texts on memory cultivation. Some of the nervousness left her face. Recognition, especially from Wei, seemed to steady her. You probably don't remember, she said. There are so many of us who come. I remember, Wei repeated, because it was true. His superposition consciousness did not allow him to forget. Every student who had passed through the archive's doors had been recorded in the vast archive of his own mind. What have you brought? Xuemei approached the table slowly and set down her bundle. Her hands trembled slightly as she unfolded the cloth, revealing what looked like the fragments of a text. The pages were old, badly damaged, some of them almost completely illegible. I found it hidden in my grandfather's study, she said, after he died, and I started to read what I could, and I realized. She pointed to a passage where the text was still mostly intact. This is talking about a cultivation technique that I've never seen documented anywhere. And some of the other fragments mention names. Names that I recognized from my family's genealogy, but I couldn't find them in any records. It's like part of my family's history is missing. Wei reached out and took one of the fragments carefully. The paper was brittle with age, the ink faded to near invisibility. But his perception could read more than just the physical marks. His consciousness could sense the void signature that clung to the damaged places, the way the erasure had tried to scrub certain passages clean while the physical page remained intact. This was erased, he said quietly. The technique you're seeing, someone removed it from all official records. The names in your genealogy, they were struck from the family's approved history. Why? Xuemei's voice was small, strained. What did my grandfather do that was so dangerous? Wei looked at the young woman carefully. She was slight, dark-haired, with the particular intensity that marked people who came to the archive seeking lost identity rather than academic knowledge. This was personal for her. This was family. I don't know yet, Wei said, but I can teach you how to find out. How to read what's been erased. It will take patience, and the skill is difficult to develop, but it's not impossible. He set down the fragment and gestured to the chair across from him at the great table. Sit. For the next hour, Wei guided Xuemei through the foundational exercises for reading void signatures. Not the raw void perception that had been born from his own erasure, but the refined technique he had developed over the years and taught to Wei Xun, Huaping, and a handful of others. The meditation that cleared the mind of its usual way of seeing. The focus that turned attention not toward what was present, but toward the shape of what was absent. The cultivation technique that made it possible to perceive the heavens' fingerprints on reality without being erased by the knowledge. It was delicate work. Some people had a natural gift for it. Others had to cultivate the skill with grinding effort. Xuemei fell somewhere in the middle. Her mind was naturally attuned to absence, perhaps because she had been searching for her lost family history for years without knowing what she was seeking. But the technical aspects of the perception required careful instruction. You're trying too hard, Wei said, gently interrupting her meditation. The void signature is not something to be grabbed or held. It's something to be allowed to reveal itself. You approach it the way you would approach a bird that you want to observe. Quietly. Carefully, without demanding anything. Xuemei took a breath and settled back into stillness. Wei waited, patient, remembering what it had been like for Kuang Fei to teach him all those years ago. The old man had had this same infinite patience, the understanding that knowledge transfer was not something that could be rushed. It had to move at the pace the student could tolerate. As he waited, Wei let his own perception expand slightly, following the thread of Xuemei's consciousness as it brushed against the void signatures in the damaged text. She was beginning to sense something. Not clearly yet, but the outline of perception was forming. The moment when a student first truly touches the void, that was always a threshold. After that, they could never unsee what they had glimpsed. His own mind drifted backward, as it often did in quiet moments. He thought of Kuang Fei teaching him in the old Jade Archive, the two of them alone in the vast chamber that had since been destroyed. He thought of the original Wei Xun choosing rebirth, erasing himself to escape the contradiction between who he had become and who he wished to be. He thought of Kai Menghe, erased by his own predecessor's hand, his story so thoroughly deleted that it had required a decade to recover. He thought of Ling Yao sleeping in their chambers, resting before tomorrow's work of organizing recovered texts. He thought of Wei Xun and Huaping traveling to the Huin province to verify new discoveries. He thought of all the people who would come after him, all the students yet unborn who would stand in this archive and learn to perceive the invisible wounds of erasure. I felt something, Xuemei whispered, and her eyes opened. Her face held the exact expression of wonder and terror that Wei remembered feeling when he first touched the void perception. The realization that the world was far larger and stranger than the official record suggested. There's something missing. In the place where the text is damaged. It's like the world is remembering something that was supposed to be forgotten. Yes, Wei said, and his voice held the warmth of genuine approval. That's exactly what it is. You're ready to begin the real work now. Over the next hours, he guided her through the process of systematically reading the void signatures in her fragmented text. Slowly, carefully, the missing passages began to emerge in her perception, not as complete text, but as shapes, the outline of techniques, the ghost print of names, the absent weight of a history that had been carefully erased. By the time the first light began to touch the eastern windows of the archive, Xuemei understood what had been taken from her family's record. Her grandfather had developed a cultivation technique that existed outside the heavenly approved frameworks. It was not dangerous, or at least not inherently so, but it was heterodox, and in the age before the compact, heterodoxy had been automatic grounds for erasure. Her grandfather's technique, his name, his accomplishments, all had been systematically removed from all records. Only this one damaged copy, hidden in his private study, had survived. What will you do? Wei asked as the dawn light grew stronger. I want to restore it, Xuemei said immediately. To write down what I've perceived, to restore the technique to the family records. To make sure that his name is remembered. Wei nodded. You understand that restoration is not the same as revival? Your grandfather's technique, even when you recover it, will not be what he originally intended. The process of erasure changes things. Recovery reveals not the original, but the ghost of the original. The knowledge is incomplete, but it's better than complete forgetting, Xuemei said. And in her voice, Wei heard the answer to the questions that had been cycling through his mind for the past decade. The answer to whether the work would survive him, whether remembrance would continue after his death. It is, Wei agreed. Much better. After Xuemei left, carrying her fragmented text and the knowledge of how to perceive its hidden passages, Wei remained alone in the reading chamber. The archive was beginning to wake around him, staff arriving for the day's work, other scholars and cultivators entering to access materials. The night's hunting was over. Wei moved through the familiar corridors of the archive, checking in on the newly arriving workers, confirming that the day's organizing projects were proceeding. He found Morong Zhu in the restricted section, already sorting through a new delivery of recovered materials. He passed through the memorial chamber and paused for a moment before Kuang Fei's testimony, letting his consciousness acknowledge the presence of the old man's final words. The erased legacies are not whole again, and they never will be. But they are remembered. And remembrance, Wei understood now, fully, completely, in the way that only a decade of living with the work could teach him. Remembrance is not the same as resurrection. It is something harder, something true. The archive continued around him, the work of recovery proceeding as it had every day for the past 10 years, and as it would for years to come. The students and scholars and cultivators who sought lost knowledge would continue to come. The heavens would continue to petition for new erasures, and the rememberers would continue to archive and verify and preserve what was worth preserving. Some losses would be recovered. Some would remain forever absent. And Wei Xun, who had been erased and reborn and had chosen to remain in the mortal world to build this place, would continue to hunt through the night, searching for the void signatures of what had been taken, bringing them back into the light of remembrance one fragment at a time. The inheritance was secure. The knowledge lived in the world now, not just in his mind. And that was enough. That was more than enough. That was the completion of the work that Kuang Fei had begun, the continuation of what the original Wei Xun had set in motion across the span of multiple lifetimes. The erased legacies are not whole again, and they never will be. But they are remembered. And remembrance, I have learned, is not the same as resurrection. It is something harder, something true.